250 to 300. Zhu Junyang obviously didn't expect that the little girl would try to drive him away. Who gave her the courage to do so? However, it didn't seem necessary for him to sit here anymore. His lady mother was still waiting for him to invite someone back. Zhu Junyang put down the teacup and said, "Actually, my visit this time was an order by my lady mother. There seems to be a problem with the camellia you gave her, so she wants you to go take a look." The camellias that she gave Princess Consort Jing, they were all nourished by the mystic stone water, so their vitality should be even stronger than weeds. Why would there be a problem? Let's go then. Yu Xiaoxiao put the teacup on the table, stood up, and walked out. Zhu Junyang was slightly surprised to see her dressed so casually. He coughed a couple times and said, You don't need to change your clothes. Usually, when Yu Xiaoxiao went to the princess consort's residence, she would either be helping to cook medicinal meals or tending the flowers and plants that were ruined by Princess Consort Jing. Thus, she dressed very casually. Princess Consort Jing treated her like she was a junior member of her family, so she had never felt that there was anything wrong with visiting her in casual clothes. Hearing Zhu Junyang's words, she looked down at her clothes, which was fairly proper. She didn't think that she needed to change, so she immediately replied, "Aren't I going to help with the flowers and plants? At that time, there will be mud and soil, so even if I change clothes, they will get dirty anyways. This is fine." Zhu Junyang took a closer look at her casual attire. She wore a pink pomegranate skirt, light yellow jacket embroidered with butterflies and flowers, and several strands of tea rose-colored ribbons on her waist. Her glossy black hair was combed into cute twin buns and adorned with pink pearl hair ornaments. There was a faint smile on her tender face, and her eyes were as clear as a stream under ice, untainted by the worldly dust. Although it was a very common casual attire, it appeared more charming worn on a young girl who hadn't grown up. The little lass was born in a peasant's family, but she was more elegant and graceful than those so-called noble young ladies in the capital. It seemed like she wasn't just wearing a homely outfit, but instead she appeared calm and magnanimous as if she had carefully dressed up. Zhu Junyang was born in the imperial family, so how could he avoid attending banquets? Those noble young ladies in the capital viewed all of the banquets as a stage to show themselves. They wished that they could wear that most gorgeous clothes and the most expensive accessories. The scent of their makeup could almost cause a person to faint. They didn't care whether it was suitable for them, and as long as it was popular, they would paint it onto their faces. Their originally delicate and pretty faces became as stunning as a ghost's. Weren't they afraid of scaring people? In contrast, this young girl in front of him wore no makeup and appeared clean and refreshing. Such a real and pure appearance was more comfortable to look at. "Young royal prince, are we going? I need to rush back in the evening to make postnatal meals for my godmother." Seeing that Zhu Junyang was still standing there and not moving, Yu Xiaoxiao urged him. Moreover, the little girl wasn't frightened by his cold and indifferent appearance. She was quite brave. When he visited people, no one had ever dared to tell him to leave after serving him tea. There also wasn't anyone who dared to rush him with an impatient expression. He was being treated like this by her, yet he didn't feel annoyed at all. Was he the masochist that the emperor mentioned? Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao turning around and glaring at him with impatience, Zhu Junyang touched his nose and obediently followed her. To pick up the guest, he had come out with the prince household's horse carriage. His lady mother had come out in a low-key manner this time, so their carriage was just slightly more lavish than other families. But, in Xiaoxiao's eyes, it was quite flashy. Stepping on the small stool placed by the servants of Prince Jing's estate, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly climbed on the carriage. As soon as she was seated, the carriage slowly moved forward. To move so steadily, it really was worthy of being Prince Jing Estate's horse carriage. Also, the cushioned seat inside the carriage was padded with a thick brocade quilt and soft pillows on the back. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help sighing, "It's better to be rich ah." The estate that Princess Consort Jing stayed in wasn't very far from the Fang estate. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of the estate. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't wait for the servant to set the stool and jumped down, scaring the servants around her. Miss Yu was an esteemed guest of Princess Consort Jing, so if she got injured, they wouldn't be able to take the responsibility ah. Xiaoxiao jumped off the carriage like a nimble little monkey. Had it been one of those noble young ladies in the capital, Zhu Junyang would definitely think that she was boorish and lacked discipline. However, when it was this 10-year-old little girl, he felt that she was quite lively and cute. Yu Xiaoxiao walked to the back garden with familiarity, and saw Princess Consort Jing squatting on the ground and poking at a camellia with a shovel, as if she was trying to loosen the soil around it. However, the shovel in her hands was too close to the camellia. It must have hurt many of its roots. Xiaoxiao sighed heavily in her heart. For these camellias to be able to survive until now, their vitality was really quite strong. Without saying anything, Yu Xiaoxiao walked to Princess Consort Jing and squatted next to her. She took the shovel in her hands and said as she demonstrated, "Your Highness, when loosening the soil, be careful not to touch the roots of flowers and plants. In general, precious flowers and plants are more delicate. Once their roots are injured, they will likely wither and die." Princess Consort Jing raised her worried and distressed face, frowned, and asked weakly, "Xiaoxiao, can these camellias be saved?" While Xiaoxiao loosened the soil for the camellias, she saw obvious tea stains on the roots of each camellia. She gently pushed away the soil. Sure enough, she found that obvious damage to the roots of the camellias. When facing Princess Consort Jing, who loved flowers but didn't know how to raise them and stubbornly wanted to tend them herself, Yu Xiaoxiao was really reluctant to make harsh comments. After all, Princess Consort Jing was also a fervent lover of flowers. She sighed and politely said, "Your Highness, it's best that you don't use tea to water the flowers in the future. Even if you really need to water the flowers with tea, please don't use hot tea, alright?" After being seen through, Princess Consort Jing's face, which looked much younger than her actual age, blushed. She looked at her youngest son, who looked at her in surprise, and mumbled an explanation. I forgot to water the flowers that day, so I took the teapot on the table and watered them with it. I really didn't notice that the tea was hot. Princess Consort Jing was apparently a noblewoman, who had been spoiled rotten by her husband and 3 sons. She was nearly 40, yet she still appeared like a young maiden from time to time. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed again. Princess Consort Jing must have accumulated great virtue in her previous life for her to be so fortunate and happy in this life. Seeing his lady mother's flushed face and helpless expression, Zhu Junyang instinctively helped her out. Lady mother, we know that you didn't do it on purpose. Just be more careful in the future. Miss Yu, do you think that these camellias can be saved? As he spoke, he signaled Yu Xiaoxiao with his eyes, telling her to lie to his lady mother that the camellias could be saved. If they couldn't be saved, weren't the camellias found in the mountains by Xiaoxiao? He could find some time tomorrow and go to the mountains with her to see if he could find them. Since she could find them, there wasn't any reason that he wouldn't be able to. Looking at the usually expressionless royal prince lifting his eyebrows and winking at her with his devilishly gorgeous face, if she didn't know better, she would have thought that he was trying to seduce her. When a good-looking person made an ugly face, there would also be people who admired it. Yu Xiaoxiao said to Princess Consort Jing with a serious expression, Your Highness, rest assured. Fortunately, you didn't water them with hot tea. Otherwise, even the flower deity wouldn't be able to save them. A portion of the roots of these camellias have been damaged, but with meticulous care, there shouldn't be any major problems. When Princess Consort Jing heard this, her heart finally felt relieved. Although Yu Xiaoxiao's words were unpleasant to the ears, she had intentionally caused these damages, after all. She was feeling guilty, ashamed, and regretful in her heart, so she naturally didn't notice the disrespect in her words. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, inwardly raised his eyebrows. It seemed like the little lass was born bold. She even dared to secretly mock Princess Consort Jing. Was she really an ignorant peasant girl born from a poor, humble family? Who gave her the courage? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't notice the inquisitive eyes behind her. After loosening the soil, she took the water bucket from the maidservant who was waiting beside them. While no one was looking, she dripped 2 drops of mystic stone water inside. She scooped half a ladle of water and poured it moderately on the damaged roots of the camellias. Zhu Junyang didn't know whether it was his illusion, or he had seen wrongly, but he suddenly felt that the camellias had become more spirited. The curled leaves of the most seriously damaged one seemed to have stretched out a little. Zhu Junyang touched his chin with a curious expression. This isn't logical. How come these flowers and plants are so obviously different as soon as Yu Xiaoxiao deals with them? Is this little girl the flower deity? PFF'd. Zhu Junyang was amused by his strange idea. Shouldn't the flower deity be gorgeous and covered with fragrance? How could it be such a thin and short little girl? Yu Xiaoxiao also conveniently watered the flowers nearby. After that, she took the handkerchief that Mei Xiong handed her and gently wiped the water on her hands. She hesitated to speak as she looked at Princess Consort Jing. Zhu Junyang saw that his lady mother was focused on the camellias and didn't notice Xiaoxiao's action and expression, so he quickly said on behalf of his lady mother, Miss Yu, please feel free to speak. Princess Consort Jing also looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and asked, For these camellias, is there anything that I need to pay attention to in the future? Your Highness, please forgive this commoner for being blunt. You should just leave the work of tending the flowers and plants to the gardeners. Yu Xiaoxiao decided to speak honestly for those pitiful flowers. The entire Prince Jing's estate was too lenient on the princess consort, so she would have to be the person to tell her the sincere advice that may be grating to the ear. Princess Consort Jing's eyes, like Lin Daiyu's one, were filled with a hazy mist, which made people feel pity upon looking at them. Yu Xiaoxiao was inwardly relieved that the princess consort was really a delicate person and not one of those annoying white lotus flowers too. Xiaoxiao, you also think that I'm not suitable for raising flowers? Princess Consort Jing frowned slightly, and her face was shrouded by light sorrow, which made people reluctant to tell her the truth. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed heavily and said, Love isn't just giving, but to give what is most suitable. Your Highness, as long as you stand in the flower room beautifully every day and appreciate the flowers, that will be the most sincere appreciation for flowers. Princess Consort Jing didn't expect an ordinary young girl from the countryside to be able to speak better and more sentimentally than those refined young ladies. Unconsciously, she was actually attracted to the beauty of her description. One Lin Daiyu character in Dream of the Red Chamber who was known to be weak and delicate. Perhaps it was the beauty of Yu Xiaoxiao's description that moved the princess consort, or maybe the princess consort had finally given up on the idea of personally raising the flowers. The next time Imperial Prince Jing came to Tangu town, he was accompanied by 2 of the best gardeners in Prince Jing's estate. After being moistened by mystic stone water, the camellias finally survived. When the 2 gardeners arrived, they saw that the princess consort had casually planted the rare camellias, which would stun the world, in a corner of the garden. To properly grow camellias, there must be suitable soil, proper temperature, proper amount of watering, adequate fertilizing, and regular pruning. But, one shall take a look at the camellias personally raised by the princess consort. There wasn't enough fertilizer in the soil. At this time, the temperature was rather chilly in the morning and at night. It was better to grow the camellias in a flower pot and move them indoors in the morning and evening. Who watered the flowers today? Did they want to soak the roots until they rot? Looking at the messy branches, it seemed like they hadn't trimmed them since transplanting them. However, these, abused, camellias bloomed in such a gorgeous and unrestrained way. There was a sense of unbridled wildness in their beauty. Although illogical, it seemed like Princess Consort Jing's nickname of flower killer should be removed. After the 2 gardeners came, if the camellia plants had expressions, they would surely breathe a big sigh of relief. There's finally an end to the endless torture. With the careful care of the gardeners, the camellias could finally display their beauty in their entirety to everyone. Princess consort Jing lingered in the garden every day. She often stayed in the flower room for the entire morning, forgetting to eat and rest. This degree of obsessiveness caused Prince Jing, who finally had a break and came over, to be very jealous. He kept secretly grumbling to his two sons, find a chance and secretly destroy those floras. They take up too much of my beloved wife's attention. In order to send Minister Liu, who came from the capital, back as soon as possible, the day after Xiao Cao tended Princess consort Jing's flowers, she returned to Dongshan village. Little Shishtu also followed her back. So, with Yu Xiaocao dictating, Little Shishtu writing, and Yu Hai supplementing additional information, they swiftly summed up the methods of cultivation for corn and potatoes. That day, Minister Liu, who couldn't wait any longer, didn't notify the young royal prince and arrived at Dongshan village with the county magistrate. Just after the cultivation method was bound into a thin booklet, Yu Xiaocao's family had to go receive the high-ranking official from the capital, second-ranked official, Minister Liu. Fortunately, Minister Liu had no official authority. He was just an ordinary old man dressed in plain clothes. Led by Yu Hai's family, he inspected the growing environment of the corn. He seriously couldn't believe that the corn, which had grown so well, was actually grown in such barren sand land. In the capital, he had used the best fertile farmland, the most adequate fertilizer, and meticulous care, yet that still wasn't as good as their piece of sandy land. Seeing the questions in Minister Liu's eyes, Yu Xiaocao said in a soft voice, after the trial planting, it is proven that the crop corn isn't very picky with the type of land it is grown on and it also doesn't need meticulous care. As long as you make sure that it's not dehydrated and do a good job with weeding and fertilizing, it should grow very well. Minister Liu looked at the big gaps between the seedlings and couldn't help but ask, why don't you sow more densely? Wouldn't there be a higher yield that way? He set his eyes on Yu Hai, who was the head of the household, while Yu Hai looked at his younger daughter. Minister Liu quickly shifted his gaze over. Yu Xiaocao thought about it, and then said, Lord, look at this corn plant, it's similar to the coarse grain sorghum that we eat. It should be able to grow very tall. If planted too densely, then they will affect each other. If it's not exposed to enough sunlight, then it probably won't grow very well. Seeing that Minister was like a curious child who wanted to say something, Yu Xiaocao quickly interrupted him, Lord, it's our first time seeing and growing corn, so we're also still experimenting. It's just that we have more farming experience. We're mostly just using our previous experiences, so we can't really explain the logics. Like these potatoes, they look somewhat similar to sweet potatoes, and there's also some dirt on them. Thus, we tried to make it germinate, and then divided the sprouted potatoes into pieces and buried them in the soil. We also tried to grow them with the cultivation method of sweet potato seedlings, but we failed. Minister Liu was interrupted by her, but he wasn't angry and nodded repeatedly after listening to her. They also used cultivation method of sweet potatoes to grow the potatoes, but the seedlings died very quickly. So it turned out that they needed to cut the potato into pieces and bury them in the soil. Young lady, can you tell me in detail about how the corn and potatoes are grown? Seeing that Yu Xiaocao had a clear train of thought, spoke articulately, and didn't show any sense of timidity in front of all these officials, Minister Liu looked at her with even more respect. At this time, Yu Xiaocao took out the prepared booklet, which had strategies for trial planting of corn and potatoes written on the first page. Minister Liu glanced at it, immediately took the booklet in his hand, and began carefully reading it. In order to save trouble, Yu Xiaocao wrote out almost every detail of planting corn and potatoes. It originally wasn't hard to grow corn and potatoes, so as long as they weren't too stupid, they should be able to grow them. Seeing that Minister Liu focused all his attention on the booklet, Yu Xiaocao couldn't help adding, the spring crops have just been sown, so it shouldn't be too late to plant the corn and potatoes now. Before she finished speaking, Minister Liu immediately rolled up the booklet and carefully put it away, and then said the Yu family, this old man will return to the capital now so as not to delay the farming. If corn and potatoes can really be grown and there's a high yield like the emperor said, your family has done a great deed for the world. Rest assured, this old man will definitely put in a good word for you in front of the emperor at that time. After he said that, he said to County Magistrate Zhao, who came with him, County Magistrate Zhao, let me borrow your horse carriage and bailiff. This old man isn't going back to Tangu town. Please help me bid my farewells to Royal Prince Yong. As he spoke, he got into the carriage that he had come in and urged the bailiff to drive directly to the capital. County Magistrate Zhao, who had been left in Dongshan village, was completely dumbfounded. In order to increase his chances of interacting with the Minister of Revenue, he had only brought along one horse carriage, and now that horse carriage had been taken by Minister Liu. Dongshan village was over a dozen kilometers away from Tangu town. How was he supposed to return to town? Official Zhao, if you don't mind, you can ride this commoner's carriage back. Seeing Official Zhao's predicament, the kind Yu Hai offered to give him a ride. Due to his tact, County Magistrate Zhao's impression of the Yu family improved. He looked at Yu Xiaocao with admiration and asked, how did you guys know that Minister Liu will come over to ask about the methods of cultivation and make the preparations for it? Yu Xiaocao said with a smile, yesterday, when I went to Princess Consort Jing's residence, I saw the young royal prince. He spoke briefly with this commoner and mentioned the reason of Minister Liu's visit to Tangu town. County Magistrate Zhao's originally slightly relaxed expression became solemn. She was able to freely go in and out of Princess Consort Jing's residence and speak with Royal Prince Yong, who cherished his words like gold and looked at people with an icy expression. It seemed like this little girl wasn't just simply official Fang's goddaughter. It seemed like this Yu family shouldn't be underestimated. Yu Xiaocao didn't expect that her casual comment would cause the parental official of Tangu town to view her family in a new light. It was considered an unexpected gain. While her father sent County Magistrate Zhao back, Yu Xiaocao quietly returned to her room and dug out her newly made sharkskin diving suit from the bottom of her wardrobe. After thinking about it, she wrapped it in a piece of cloth, held it in her arms and walked outside. Madame Lu, who was tending the garden in the adjacent courtyard, called her from afar, "Cower. You're not going back to town today. How many days can you stay at home?" Hearing the anticipation within Madame Lu's voice, Yu Xiaoxiao's nose was slightly sour. She loudly answered, "Mother, I will stay at home for a few days this time. I will stay at home to spend some quality time with you and father." Hearing that, Madame Lu felt elated in her heart. However, she also had to think for her daughter, "Cower, we're your parents, so there's no need to especially spend time with us. There needs to be people around your godmother, so I reckon that you should go back earlier." Yu Xiaoxiao stood at the moon-shaped door connecting the two courtyards. Hiding the cloth bag that held the diving suit behind her back, she looked at Madame Lu, who was working hard in the vegetable field, with a grin and said, "Mother, don't worry. I have already prepped the medicinal meals. Lan Qiang has almost mastered how to cook the medicinal cuisine. It was godmother who told me to stay at home for a few more days." "Alright, if it won't delay matters, then stay at home for a few more days. Shanhu asked me many times when you will come back. If you're free, go next door and play with her. That girl Linglong too will get married in winter. In the future, it won't be so easy to see each other." Time had passed by very quickly. It had been a year and a half since they separated from the main family. The wedding date for Linglong, who had been engaged for a long time, was quickly approaching. These days, the wife of the Zhou family showed a reluctant expression from time to time. A daughter who one had raised for over a decade was going to be someone else's soon, so it was inevitable that the mother would feel unwilling to part. Fortunately, her daughters were still young. There were still several years before they had to look for a husband. But, now that she thought about it, there were only 5 to 6 years left. If her two daughters got married at the same time, that would be asking for her old life off. How could grown daughters not get married? Wouldn't people talk behind their backs? If she could choose, she would rather only have sons and not daughters. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't understand Madame Lu's feelings at all. She spoke briefly with Madame Lu, and then made an excuse to go out. She chose a path with few people and arrived at the area that was best for gathering seafood, which only the Yu family knew about. It was also the reef where they saved the young royal prince. She found a concealed place and changed into the sharkskin diving suit. She put all her hair inside something that was made of sharkskin and was similar to a swimming cap. The waterproofing of the diving suit made of sharkskin was quite good, and it had a certain degree of warmth retention. However, it was still April after all. The sea water was still somewhat cool even in the afternoon. The multicolored stone on her wrist exuded a soft, golden light, and gradually became a golden kitten with a proud appearance. It scorned, "If you're afraid of the cold, then look for the almighty divine stone. This divine stone can help you isolate the sea water. Aren't you going to hurry up and thank me?" When Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, she felt elated. She didn't need to suffer. Almighty little glutinous dumpling. Long live little glutinous dumpling. The little divine stone was connected with her heart. Hearing her heartfelt cheers, it was extremely pleased. It immediately emitted a faint golden smoke from the multicolored stone and enclosed Yu Xiaoxiao inside it. Fortunately, other people couldn't see this, or they would think that they saw a huge golden silkworm cocoon. Yu Xiaoxiao tried to put her feet into the water again. Oh, as expected, she couldn't feel the slightest sense of coldness. When she took her feet out, there wasn't a single drop of water on it. Feeling delighted, Yu Xiaoxiao praised the little divine stone endlessly in her heart. The golden kitten, which the little divine stone transformed into, had an even more haughty expression and its head was nearly lifted up to the sky. "Xiaobu, Xiaobu," Yu Xiaoxiao called for her marine friend. This little dolphin seemed to have recognized her as its friend. As soon as she came to the sea, the little fellow would quickly swim over from the deep sea, shake its head, and wag its tail to greet her. At times, it would even perform, jumping in the water, and singing, for her. Sure enough, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have to wait long for the cute little fellow. She hadn't seen it for the entire winter, and the little dolphin was a lot bigger than last year. If it was about the same size of a big dog last year, it was now about the size of a half-grown calf. The little dolphin seemed to be very enthusiastic to see an old friend. It swam happily to the reef and left a kiss mark on Yu Xiaoxiao's face with its long snout. Yu Xiaoxiao fed it the present that she brought for it, fish and shrimp raised with mystic stone water. The little dolphin ate it with relish. "This friend is really good. She brings delicious food for me every time. The fish and shrimp she brings are more delicious than everything in the ocean." After eating to its heart's content, the little dolphin quickly swam to the bottom of the sea with Xiaoxiao, who had jumped on its back. There's someone diving and gathering seafood this early. In the distance, Zhuang Xiaomo, who was diving in the sea, saw a figure in the sea and muttered to himself. He watched from afar and found that the person, who dived into the sea, didn't come up for a long time. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. Did something go wrong? Zhuang Xiaomo hastily dropped his harvest and agilely jumped into the cold water. In the nearby villages, there were only a few people who were better swimmers than him. But, it was somewhat hard for him to endure swimming in the cold water. When he reached the area where he saw the person, Zhuang Xiaomo plunged into the water and searched around. After coming up several times to breathe, he still didn't find anyone. Did he see incorrectly, or did that person get caught in the deep sea? Zhuang Xiaomo didn't give up. He searched for a long time until his body couldn't bear it any longer and had to give up. He went back to the shore, picked up his tools and harvests from the sea, and jogged home to change his clothes. On the way, he encountered his fellow villagers, and they all thought that the child had gone crazy for money. To go diving without a diving suit during this time of the year, that was almost the same as looking for death. Zhuang Xiaomo lived in Nanyuan village, and was raised by his paternal grandfather. When he was 9, his grandfather passed away and he became an orphan. Fortunately, he was a skilled swimmer, and could support himself by gathering seafood at the beach and fishing. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had dived into the deep sea with the help of the little dolphin, had no idea that someone had dived into the sea to search for her in concern. At this time, she had arrived at a cluster of coral reefs, where many abalones were perched on. Yu Xiaoxiao got off the dolphin, quietly swam closer to the coral reef, and measured them with her hands. She wasn't satisfied with the size of the abalones and shook her head in disappointment. Just when she was about to leave and look for other reefs, she suddenly saw, from the corner of her eye, an abalone about the size of her palm, which was over 20 centimeters long. In comparison, weren't those one-head abalones and two-head abalones too inferior? Author's notes: one-headed abalones are abalones that weigh 1 catty, and two-headed abalones refers to 2 abalones per catty. Both are rare, high-quality abalones. It was the best of the best. With the tool for prying abalones, a blunt shovel, Yu Xiaoxiao carefully pried the abalone from the reef. She put it into the bamboo basket on her waist, and then carefully tied the mouth of the bamboo basket. After that, she searched thoroughly again and found a one-headed abalone. Leaving that cluster of reefs, Yu Xiaoxiao swam slowly at the bottom of the sea, and from time to time, she picked up a sluggishly squirming sea cucumber. It was also the bigger the better for sea cucumbers. Dried sea cucumbers within 30 heads would be rated excellent, which meant that the weight of 30-something dried sea cucumbers was 1 catty. The ancient fishing techniques were backwards. The seabed was like an undeveloped virgin land, with abundant marine life everywhere. Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if she had arrived at a huge seafood market. She had a wide range of products to choose from, and they were free. At the bottom of the sea, Yu Xiaoxiao chose the seafood that she wanted, and the bamboo basket around her waist soon became full. She somewhat regretted that she didn't bring a big sack to hold the abalones and sea cucumbers. Suddenly, the little dolphin swimming happily beside Xiaoxiao made a warning sound that is filled with unease and fear. What's wrong? Is there danger? Yu Xiaoxiao swam vigorously towards the little dolphin. She believed the instinct of animals. Not really, it's just a big shark coming over. The little divine stone's lazy voice emerged in Xiaoxiao's mind. From the corner of her eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao saw a golden figure. After getting a closer look, she didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. She had seen dogs swimming, but she had never seen a cat diving. Little divine stone, what are you doing? The great white sharks were quite fierce among the marine creatures, but since the little divine stone didn't have any sense of urgency, she didn't really need to worry about anything. However, that wasn't what the little dolphin thought. It quickly swam towards Xiaoxiao. At this time, the great white shark's huge figure has appeared, and 2 rows of sharp teeth were exposed in its wide-opened mouth. The little dolphin screamed with fear and anxiety, but instead of leaving his good friend, Xiaoxiao, it swam even faster towards her. The shark had already noticed its prey, and swam towards them in a threatening manner, as if it was a school bully. The little dolphin had already arrived next to Xiaoxiao. With its back pushing her, it worked hard to sway its tail and desperately swam towards the distance. The great white shark swam very fast and the little dolphin had to take a person with it, so how could it outswim the shark? Seeing that the shark was going to catch up to it, the little dolphin made a desperate cry, but didn't give up on saving Xiaoxiao. One must admit that the loyalty of animals was sometimes much higher than that of people. At this critical moment, a fist-sized golden kitten blocked the shark's path. With its haughty expression and gorgeous hair, it was obviously the little divine stone. It seemed like the great white shark had never met such a creature in the ocean. At first, it was stunned and swam around the little golden kitten for a moment. Staring at the tiny golden kitten with its fierce eyes, it seemed as if it wanted to figure out what kind of creature was in front of it and whether it was edible. In the end, it gave up on the inquiry, opened its large, fierce-looking mouth, and swallowed the little golden kitten. A flash of disdain appeared within its eyes. The prey is so small that it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Seeing the little golden kitten being swallowed by the shark, Yu Xiaoxiao pacified the little dolphin by patting it. Don't worry, we're safe now. The shark was quite pitiful. After a while, a big hole was ripped in its belly and a bloody kitten strutted out of it. It walked to Yu Xiaoxiao on its 4 paws and requested her to wash the blood on its hair. Looking at the shark, who had flipped over and was completely dead, Yu Xiaoxiao felt she couldn't just let it go to waste. So, she cut off all the fins with a knife. The shark was very big, like a submarine. If all the fins were cut off, there would be at least 10 or so catties of shark fin. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao got on shore, it was already the evening. After the ebb tide period, the people who were gathering seafood beside the sea had already gone home. Therefore, no one saw Yu Xiaoxiao when she came on shore. She went back to the concealed area on the reef and changed her clothes. Today's harvest was quite good. She got at least 5 catties of abalones, and even more of sea cucumbers. After making them into dried seafood, that should be enough for the Zhou family to pay tribute to the imperial court next month. Shark fin and fish maw were things that only experienced fishermen could catch, so Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't responsible for providing them. With one hand holding the shark fins and the basket of abalones and sea cucumbers in the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiao sneaked into the yard. In her heart, she thought about how she should explain to her parents. Cower, your mother said that you've been out for the entire afternoon. What were you doing? Yu Hai had already returned from the town and was helping his wife cook in the kitchen. He, who loved his wife dearly, didn't care about the fallacy of men should stay away from the kitchen at all. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around, and then she immediately showed Yu Hai her harvest with a smile. She had an expression that said, guess where I got these from? Yu Hai helped his daughter pour the abalones and sea cucumbers in the bamboo basket into a basin. He was shocked when he saw the marine goods in the basin. Yu Hai was a famous fishing expert in the nearby villages, so he was naturally also a good diver. However, he didn't think that he would be capable of catching so many top-notch seafood at once. Where exactly did this little lass get these from? Cower, stop trying to create suspense. Tell me, where did these come from? Yu Hai couldn't help asking. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes and had a smile on her face as she lied skillfully. I met third young Master Zhou's subordinates at the village entrance. They told me to bring them back and ask father to help make them into dried seafood. The matter of the Zhou family becoming imperial merchants who supplied the imperial court with dried seafood had been widely spread throughout Tangu town. Yu Hai was one of the best at making dried seafood in Dongshan village. Thinking that the Zhou family had collected seafood nearby and conveniently brought it over to ask for his help to make dried seafood, he didn't inquire any further. However, Yu Hai was very curious in his heart, who was so capable as to catch so many premium quality sea cucumbers and abalones. Why didn't I hear anything about there being such an expert nearby? Yu Xiaoxiao, who had handed the job of processing the abalones, sea cucumbers, and shark fins to her father, occupied her mother with Xiaolian at night. Yu Hai could only aggrievedly sleep on the same Kong bed with his eldest son, Yu Hang. When his youngest daughter wasn't at home, he missed her. But, when she was at home, she would steal his wife away from him. Yu Hai felt so conflicted. The next day, Yu Xiaoxiao, who finally had time to rest at home for a couple days, couldn't stay idle. She followed her father early in the morning and went to help in the melon fields. For the Yu family's first batch of watermelons, there wasn't really a lot of ripe watermelons. There were about 3,000 to 5,000 caddies every day. Since Wang Ergo often came to help and did his best to take care of the watermelons, he and her two maternal uncles naturally got priority for the watermelons. Wang Ergo earned quite a lot of money from selling watermelons last year, so he bought an ox cart this year. Why did he buy an ox cart and not a horse carriage? It was more economical. Think about it, he could only sell watermelons for a little over a month every year. If he bought an ox cart, he could normally pull people to town, and when he was busy with farming, he could lease the ox cart to earn money. Now, due to the Zhou family's factories, the villages around Dongshan village had become much richer than before. The people who needed to go to the town market didn't mind spending a few copper coins for a ride. The neighboring village's old Ma's cart was full every day. He could earn money faster than working at the docks. No one in the village had bought an ox cart except for the village head. The villagers of Dongshan village, who began to open up their money pouches, all lined up to rent the village chief's ox when it was time to plow. For 10 copper coins per mu, if it kept plowing for a day, then it could plow 10 or so mu of land. He would be able to earn more than 100 copper coins. One must say that when Wang Ergu's mind was used in the right way, he was quite clever in trivial matters. When they reached the melon fields, Yu Xiaoxiao's oldest aunt's family had already begun working. Lu Hu, an oldest aunt's eldest son, was already very skilled with the task of picking out the mature melons. The father and son were in charge of plucking the ripe watermelons, while Xiaoxiao's oldest aunt and her daughter were responsible for taking the watermelons to the edge of the fields. Little Fangping obediently sat by the watermelons and looked after them. Wang Ergo had already brought his ox cart to the fields and started working in the fields early in the morning. Seeing Yu Hai, he greeted him with a face full of smiles. Brother Dahai, thanks to you, I'm going to make a lot of money. It might be because he had a son now, so he had a prospect in his life. Ergozi had gotten much fatter than last year, and his previously protruding mouth and monkey-like chin had changed. He looked much better with his round face. Yu Hai smiled and said, you worked hard to earn the money, so how is that thanks to me? Work hard and earn more money for your son and wife. Wang Ergo smiled so much that his eyes had disappeared. He nodded repeatedly and said, Brother Dahai is right. I plan on building a house with the money I made from selling watermelons this year. Build a 5-room house with a large yard. Yu Hai patted his shoulders and said, not bad, not bad. I have confidence in you. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao's two maternal uncles each drove a horse carriage over. They cooperated with a famous fruit store in the prefectural city. Every few days, they had to deliver 2 carts of watermelons over. In this way, they earned quite a lot of money from the price differences. Yu Hai and Xiaoxiao also went down the field to look for mature watermelons. Due to the tight time and heavy task, Xiaoxiao asked the little divine stone to transform into a kitten and help. The little divine stone could clearly perceive the internal structure of each watermelon. Its power hadn't recovered enough yet, otherwise, it could share everything it sees and hears with Xiaoxiao. In other words, it could see the inside of the watermelon, so if they could share perception, Xiaoxiao would also have the perspective ability. The little divine stone, who was just a step away from this state, had no choice but to move its poor little legs and shuttle through the cluster of melons, while Yu Xiaoxiao followed behind it. When it found a ripe watermelon, the little golden kitten would jump on top and meow. Xiaoxiao bent down, pretended to pat on the melon, and plucked it. The one-man one-cat cooperation became more and more tacit, and soon Xiaoxiao left her father far behind. In order to avoid repeating the work when picking watermelon, they were each divided a piece of land to work on. Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly found all the mature watermelon in the mu of land that she was assigned to, and then she went to work on another piece of land. Seeing his younger daughter's fast speed, Yu Hai was afraid that she had picked the raw melons. He went over worriedly and carefully examined the watermelons that she plucked. He was surprised to find that his younger daughter was not only more efficient than him, but none of the watermelons that she plucked were unripe. Thus, he was completely relieved now. With the little golden kitten as a cheat, Yu Xiaoxiao finished picking melons in 3 mu of land alone and successfully completed the task. Lu Junping was also afraid that she would have missed something due to her fast speed, so he followed behind her and carefully examined the melons again. He realized that there wasn't a single ripe watermelon in the areas that his youngest female cousin had walked by. The admiration and doubts in his heart were forgotten due to the heavy work of loading the carts. After filling up Wang Ergu's and the Lu brothers' carts, there were still many watermelons left. Lu Hu suggested that he and his eldest son drive the carriage to town to sell the watermelons. Yu Hai wanted to sell the watermelons to him according to the wholesale price, and let his older brother-in-law keep the money that he earned. However, Lu Hu refused. In his opinion, his family was living and eating at the Yu families, and he also owed them a lot of money for his medical treatments. If he took advantage of the Yu family again and earned money with the Yu family's carriage and watermelon, he would be worse than pigs or dogs. Lu Hu intended to help the Yu family sell the watermelons and give all the money that he earned to the Yu family. Yu Hai knew that his older sister and brother-in-law were going through hard times, so how could he take advantage of his older brother-in-law? When neither could convince the other, Yu Xiaoxiao finally spoke up, "Father, oldest uncle. If you guys continue to argue, the melons will rot in the ground." Yu Kaifeng glared at Yu Hai with a long face and said angrily, "Xiao Hai. You're treating older sister like a stranger. Older sister knows that you want to help me. However, as your older sister and older brother-in-law, if we take advantage of you when we can't even help you, how would we still have the face to stay in Dongshan village in the future? If you continue to be like this, we'll move." Seeing the unhappy expression on his sister's face, Yu Hai quickly explained, "Older sister, that's not what I meant. Father, oldest aunt, I have a suggestion, so why don't you hear me out?" Yu Xiaoxiao saw that both sides were very persistent and didn't have the intention to take a step back, so she came up with an idea. Yu Hai knew that his younger daughter had always been a clever child, and she must be able to think of a way to make the best of both ways. So, he nodded, repeated and said, "Cower, what's your suggestion? Let's hear it." "Father, oldest aunt, one thinks that oldest aunt's family has helped out a lot and felt sorry for letting her do free labor. The other felt that my father has helped you guys a lot, so you feel more at ease by doing some work." Yu Xiaoxiao first analyzed the mentality of both sides. Upon hearing that, Yu Hai and the Yu Kaifeng couple nodded in agreement. "Oldest aunt, oldest uncle, what are your plans for the future?" Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Lu Hu seriously thought about it for a moment and said, "I have discussed with your aunt. After the busy period for your family have passed, we will apply for a piece of land with the village chief, build a shack, and move out. Dahai, listen to me. I'm also an upright and dauntless man, so I won't rely on my younger brother-in-law to survive. If I did, wouldn't people criticize me behind my back?" Without waiting for Yu Hai to dissuade him, he continued, "Don't worry, as a man, would I not be able to support my wife and children? When I was in the northeast, I often went up the mountains to hunt for game to improve our lives. As long as I don't go too deep into the West Mountain, there are still many preys. With my body, I'm not worried about not being able to find a job at the docks. Your older brother-in-law isn't as capable as you, but I won't starve your older sister and the kids." After several days of rest, Lu Hu's body had already completely recovered. He was a typical man from the northeast, who had a tall and sturdy build and was very strong. Yu Hai, who was also a head of a household, put himself in his older brother-in-law's shoes and thought that he was right. As a man, one couldn't rely on others all the time. "Oldest aunt, oldest uncle, I can understand that you guys don't want to burden my father, but we can't let you guys work for nothing. Look, the people who come to help pick the vegetables every day can make 20 copper coins daily. You guys helped plant corn and look after the melon fields, busily working the entire day. If we don't do anything, we're afraid that the villagers will say that we're taking you guys as free laborers and working you to death." Yu Xiaoxiao expressed her father's concerns. On the one hand, Yu Hai wanted to help his sister and her husband. On the other hand, he was afraid that people would gossip behind their backs. Yu Xiaoxiao stopped briefly, and then said, "As the saying goes, even blood brothers need to settle accounts without ambiguity. Oldest aunt, oldest uncle, how about this? In the past, we sold watermelons per unit. The big ones cost 5 taels, while the smaller ones were 4 taels. At the end, we sold the remaining ones for 2 or 3 taels. You can pull the carriage to the side of Junsho restaurant and tell the manager that it belongs to our family and that you want to set up a stall there. He definitely won't stop you. Since you're helping us sell the watermelons, we can't let you do it for free. For every watermelon you sell, we'll give you a commission of 20 copper coins. What do you think?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want to take advantage of her relatives, but she knew that if the commission was too high, her aunt and uncle wouldn't definitely disagree. A watermelon for 20 copper coins, and there would be at least 30 to 40 watermelons on a cart. If they pulled 2 carts to town daily, her oldest aunt's family could earn an income of at least a little more than 1 tael. With the yield of her family's watermelons, there was enough to be sold for at least a month. At that time, her oldest aunt's family could use the money earned from selling watermelons to build a decent house. Oldest aunt had already decided to settle down in Dongshan village, so it necessary for her to have a house of her own. Oldest uncle wanted to build a shack, which would be fine in the summer and fall. However, with the winter temperature in the north, they would freeze to death. Yu Kaifeng wanted to say something else, but her eldest son stopped her by pulling on the edge of her clothes. Lu Junping whispered in his mother's ears, "Mother, let's just do as younger cousin said. We don't have the ability right now. We will have a long time to repay their kindness in the future. Even if we continue to argue until the evening, there still won't be any results." Yu Kaifeng felt conflicted for a moment. She knew that once her younger brother made a decision, even 8 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. Xiao Xiao's suggestion should be her younger brother's biggest compromise. As her eldest son said, they still had a lot of time ahead of them. If her younger brother's family needs help, she could help them do more work. During the farming seasons, the whole family could go help out. They could slowly repay their kindness. In the end, both sides took a step back and accepted the plan proposed by Xiao Xiao. It was getting late, so Lu Hu and his son swiftly loaded a carriage and headed to Tangu town. The father and son initially thought that they wouldn't be able to sell many 5 taels watermelons. Who would have thought as soon as they entered the town with a cart full of watermelons that they would be constantly asked if the watermelons were for sale? Were the watermelons from the Dongshan village's Yu family? Where were they selling them? The horse carriage soon arrived near Junsho restaurant. Lu Hu went in and told the head manager what Xiao Cao had taught him. The head manager not only agreed, but he also sent a worker to help set up the stall. After that, he gallantly ordered 10 watermelons as today's free fruit trays. The stall wasn't even set up yet, but 1/3 of the watermelons on the cart had been sold. Lu Hu held 5 ingots, which were worth 10 taels each, and felt as if he was in a dream. In fact, he didn't even have time to stay in a daze. When last year's customers heard the news, they hurriedly sent their servants over to buy the watermelons, for fear that they would be too late and return empty-handed. In front of the stand that Lu Hu and his son had just set up, they were suddenly surrounded by over 10 people. There was someone shouting for 2, and another person who wanted to buy 5. The scene was chaotic. Lu Hu and his son protected the watermelon on the stand, for fear that they would be smashed by someone. At the same time, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Don't push! Don't push! Everyone, stop pushing!" The head manager of Junsho restaurant couldn't stand it anymore and quickly came to help, saying, "Please line up to buy watermelons. There is enough for everyone. If this cart is sold out, you can make a reservation first. Another cart will be sent over in the afternoon." When Lu Hu and his son heard that, they said in agreement, "Yes. That's right, line up, please line up. We won't sell them to those who aren't lined up." Most of the people who came to buy watermelons were servants of respected people in town, and some of them knew each other. Hearing Junsho restaurant's head manager say that there was enough for everyone, and at the latest, they would be able to buy them in the afternoon, they stopped frantically rushing forward like earlier. Soon, a crooked line was formed in front of a simple stall. The street was regarded as street that sold luxury products in Tangu town, which was visited more often by the rich. Moreover, all the shops were furnished in a rather fancy manner. People were usually dismissive of stalls that were set up with several pieces of boards, like Lu Hu and his sons. Pedestrian on the street looked over with curious gazes. Suddenly, a girl's excited scream resounded through the skies, "Wow! Watermelon, watermelon, older sister of the Zhuang family, I told you that it's about time for the Yu family to start selling their watermelons. Today is indeed a worthwhile trip." Eldest young Miss Zhuang moved to the side with her maidservant, for fear that others would know that she was with this idiot. Wasn't it just watermelon? It wasn't like they had never eaten it before, so was it necessary for her to be so excited? Eldest young Miss Zhuang would never admit that the watermelons that her eldest brother brought back from the capital couldn't compare with the Yu families. They didn't taste good and there wasn't enough edible flesh inside. They were so small, and the price was too expensive. "Choer, go ask if the watermelons are from the Yu family. What's the price this year?" Although eldest young Miss Zhuang disliked the unpresentable watermelon stand, she missed the taste of the Yu family's watermelons. So, of course, she was reluctant to leave. The maidservant in a green dress beside eldest young Miss Zhuang quickly agreed and ran to the stall to inquire. Next to her, it was the second steward of the Yao estate's turn to choose watermelons. He glared at her and said, "If you want to buy watermelons, go line up in the back. They won't sell it to you if you're not in line." Choer ignored him and asked the questions that her young miss told her to ask. She looked at the few watermelons left on the carriage and returned to her young miss with a worried face. She said, "Young miss, the watermelons sold at the stall are indeed from the Yu family, but we might not be able to get any today." Miss Wang held her bulging purse and stared at the decreasing number of watermelons. In order to be able to eat to her heart's content this year, she had saved up money for more than half a year. These days, in order to check whether the Yu family's watermelons were up on the market, she found reasons to wander on this street every day. Even the soles of her shoes were about to be worn out. "The Yu family's watermelons are finally here, but I can't buy them. What a pity. Oh, that's right, didn't the Yu family accept reservations for their watermelons last year? If I order 2 today, I will be able to eat the juicy and delicious watermelon by tomorrow at the latest. I need to quickly line up now." Miss Wang didn't personally line up with a group of servants. She handed the money to her little maid and told her to quickly get in the queue. Seeing that the queue was getting longer and longer, the head manager suggested that Lu Hu and his son put forth a purchase restriction, each person could only buy 2 watermelons at most. Even so, the 40-some watermelons on the carriage were quickly sold out. Moreover, they didn't have time to categorize them by size. As soon as the watermelons were placed on the stand, they would immediately have a buyer. The customers acted very swiftly as if they were afraid that the watermelons would be taken by the people in the back if they moved too slowly. Lu Hu only needed to collect the money. Those who didn't get to make a purchase continued to wait in line to make a reservation. Lu Hu and his son didn't know how to write, so the head manager got a staff of the restaurant to help them record the orders. During the registration process, Lu Hu told his son to wait there while he hurriedly drove the horse carriage back to Dongshan village. There were still at least 2 carts of the watermelons picked in the morning. Yu Kaifeng, who was weeding in the nearby cornfield, saw that her husband had returned after only half a day and curiously asked about it. When she found out the blazing popularity of the 5 taels watermelons in town, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The townsfolks are indeed rich. In Dongshan village, even if the whole family worked hard for a month, they still might not have enough money to buy a watermelon. They would be reluctant to even eat fine rice and wheat flour, let alone those expensive things. Under Lu Hu's urge, Yu Kaifeng didn't have time to be in a daze and quickly helped load the cart. There was a total of over 50 watermelons on the cart. By the time the second cart of watermelons arrived in town, it was already afternoon. Many of the servants, who made reservations at the stall, were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get their products in the afternoon, so they just waited there without eating. Lu Hu's second cart of watermelons was just enough for the orders made in the morning. Those who got the news later could only make reservations for tomorrow. When the second cart was also sold out, the sun was high above their heads. Following Yu Xiaocao's instructions, the father and son carried the heavy silver to the Zhou family's bank and exchanged them for banknotes. After that, they drove the carriage back home. The father and son were extremely thrilled. They had never seen so much shiny silver. 2 carts of watermelons were sold for a total of 485 taels. Fortunately, the bank wasn't very far away. Otherwise, they would be extremely exhausted just by carrying the money over. Father, we sold 97 watermelons today. Younger cousin said they will give us 20 copper coins for each one. Doesn't that mean that we can get about 2 taels? Lu Junping clenched his fist with slight excitement. Lu, who was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, Junping, you must firmly remember your uncle's kindness to us. In the future, pay more attention to their family's affairs. We owe them a big favor. In Lu Hu's opinion, an adult laborer, who worked hard for an entire day, would only be able to earn 35 copper coins. The father-son pair had merely traveled to town twice and didn't do much heavy labor, yet they were able to make nearly 2 taels of silver. This was his younger brother-in-law's family helping them all. When they got home, Lu Hu and his son placed 4 100 taels banknotes, 1 50 taels banknote, and 35 taels of silver in front of Yu Hai's family. When Yu Hai gave them the share that they deserved, Lu Hu didn't refuse anymore. His family engraved this kindness deeply into their hearts. Once the other party needed them, his whole family would do whatever they could to repay them. With the help of oldest aunt's family, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't have to be like last year when she was so busy that her heels barely touched the floor. When the watermelons were finally up on the market, the merchants and villagers, who they previously made a deal with, all began to buy wholesale watermelons from the Yu family. Prince Jing's estate sent watermelons as gifts, and helped some people find a business opportunity. They inquired about the origin of the watermelons and traveled all the way to Dongshan village in search of the Yu family. They wanted to use their status to suppress the Yu family so that they would only supply watermelons to their own family. This merchant was closely connected with an idol prince of the imperial family. With the assumption that his status was far superior than them, wouldn't it be very easy to take control of a little peasant family? This merchant was quite unlucky. When he went to threaten the Yu family, Royal Prince Yong had just happened to come to Dongshan village for an inspection and caught him in the act. Royal Prince Yong knew that the member of the imperial family that this merchant was close with was his imperial uncle, who didn't care about anything and was obsessed with cultivation of Taoism. He had a good relationship with the Prince Jing estate. This merchant was the younger brother of one of his concubines. He always used the prince's name to dominate the market, and specially picked businessmen with no special background or support to suppress. Unexpectedly, he was actually trying to bully his people today. Zhu Junyang didn't notice that he had automatically taken the Yu family under his wings. In his opinion, the Yu family was currently working for him and contributing to the imperial court. The merchant was merely the younger brother of a concubine. Who gave him the courage to act atrociously here? With Zhu Junyang's violent temper, he immediately ordered his imperial bodyguards to arrest the tactless guy, escort him to his imperial uncle, and explain the situation. Imperial Prince Cheng had long been dissatisfied with this idiot. He always used his status as his younger brother-in-law to cause trouble outside, bringing dishonor to his face. He immediately ordered him to be beaten with a wooden plank, and then he kicked him and his older sister out of the estate. Zhu Junyang saw that the Yu family had picked more than enough watermelons every day and heard from Xiaoxiao that watermelons could be kept for at least half a month, so he had his subordinates transport several carts back and sell them in a fruit store under his lady mother's name. Not to mention that it wasn't the season for watermelons to be on the market. Even if it was the time for watermelons to be sold, the price in the capital would be multiple folds higher than that of Tangu town. To hoard a rare commodity and sell it at a high price. The capital didn't lack wealthy royalties, high-ranking officials, and noble lords. It was often said that one might be able to randomly throw a rod and hit several fifth-rank officials on the street in the capital, let alone rich merchants. The business of Princess Consort Jing's fruits and candied fruits store suddenly boomed. This store's shopkeeper was also an excellent businessman. The quantity of watermelons delivered was limited. Thus, he unknowingly used the hunger marketing strategy of later generations and adopted the measure of limited sales. Only 20 watermelons were sold each day, and each person could only purchase 1 watermelon per day. There were people lining up in front of the fruit shop every day. It was not my turn today, nor tomorrow, but it would be my turn the day after tomorrow, right? For a while, it was hard to get a melon in the capital. Those who had a good relationship with Prince Jing's estate tried everything possible to buy a watermelon. Fortunately, Princess Consort Jing wasn't in the capital or there would have been more for her to be troubled by. She was hiding in Tangu to avoid the disturbance, but it was bitter for Prince Jing. Imagine always being blocked at the entrance of the court hall after getting off court every day. Even those incidental acquaintances all came up to try to exploit their connection with him by acting friendly. Also they could buy some stupid watermelon. When did so many of his colleagues turn into foodies? Your Highness Imperial Prince Jing, please stay. Prince Jing, who was rejoicing that there was no one waiting for him in front of the court, had decided to leave before the people behind him came out. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice stopped him. Looking back, it turned out to be the iron-faced Prime Minister, Yuan Yufan. The two of them had no connection in the past. Due to a radical and steady difference in their political opinions, they often competed in court until their faces and ears were red. When meeting out of court, they kept up appearances of incidental acquaintances. Prime Minister Yuan wasn't usually someone who paid attention to the desires of food, so why was he stopping him? Yuan Yufan's face was slightly red from Prince Jing's confused gaze. He coughed to cover up his embarrassment. If possible, he didn't want to ask others for help, moreover, it was for such an unspeakable reason. But, he had no other choice since filial piety was greater than the heavens. In order to get his father stay in the capital for a few more days, and let him, as a son, show filial piety, he was willing to risk being embarrassed. Let's talk somewhere quieter. Prime Minister Yuan took Imperial Prince Jing to a nearby tea house. He asked for a private room and ordered a pot of quality tea. Prince Jing took a sip of tea and dismissed the server making the tea. Seeing that Prime Minister Yuan wouldn't speak, he asked directly, "What is the problem, Prime Minister Yuan? If there is anything I can help you with, I definitely will." Imperial Prince Jing inherited the retired emperor's frank personality and hated the garrulous traits of the scholars. Prime Minister Yuan gritted his teeth and said what he wanted in one breath. It turned out that the Prime Minister's father, the great scholar Yuan Xinian, was finally back in the capital. After living in his son's house for a short while, he insisted on returning to Tangu town, upon hearing that there wasn't a place selling watermelons in the capital. He kept saying, "That last Xiao Xiao's watermelons should be right now. I haven't had that girl's braised pig's head meat in so long. I wonder what kind of specialty she created for her brother this week." The only thing he thought about was food. The Prime Minister's youngest son, Yuan Yunxi, came back to the capital to prepare for the autumn examination. Our headmaster Yuan originally agreed that he would wait until his grandson finished his exams before going back to Tangu town. Even so, he couldn't sit still as soon as he heard about watermelon. He had already sent people to Tangu town to buy some, but the time it took to make the trip and come back was at least 5 or 6 days. However, his father was becoming more and more impatient. It was no wonder that people said one's temper would become more like a child's as one got older. "Your Highness, can you, please give me 2 watermelons from your fruit shop?" His face was red with shame. It had never occurred to Prime Minister Yuan that he would have to go ask someone for watermelons one day. For the sake of his beloved wife's fruit shop, Prince Jing had been utterly exhausted recently. In his opinion, if he quickly sold all those troublesome watermelons, then he wouldn't have to think about it and he wouldn't be offending anyone. Prime Minister Yuan's character had always been very upright and his filial piety for his father couldn't be more commendable. Imperial Prince Jing couldn't refuse him, so he readily agreed. With 2 watermelons, the iron-faced Prime Minister would owe him a favor. It was a good deal. Go to the Princess Consort's fruit shop and take 2 watermelons to the Prime Minister's estate. Remember, don't go in through the front and get it from the back of the store. Just say that it's this prince's order. He immediately ordered his bodyguard. Prime Minister Yuan cupped his hands and bowed gratefully at him. Prince Jing lowered his head and took a sip of tea. Putting down his cup, he said, "Brother Yuan, if there isn't anything else." "Thank you very much, Your Highness. I will prepare some good wine one day, please come then, Prince Jing." Prime Minister Yuan also was in a hurry to get back to his estate to see if his father throwing a tantrum about wanting to go back to Tangu town again. After Imperial Prince Jing left, Prime Minister Yuan didn't stay for long before hurrying back to his estate. As expected, our headmaster Yuan, who had a small baggage in his hand, was impatiently letting someone prepare a carriage to take him back to Tangu town, regardless of how others tried to stop him. Seeing that his grandfather's stubborn temper was acting up again, Yuan Yunxi didn't dare to try too hard to stop him. He just said, "Grandfather, I have already sent people to line up to buy watermelons. If you leave today, you won't be able to eat the watermelons. Once I get to Tangu town and tell the last Xiao Xiao, I can eat as much watermelons as I want. Why'd I wait in line for 2 days for 1 watermelon? It's not even my turn to." Yuan Xinian heard that a batch of watermelons were shipped to the capital from Tangu town 2 days ago, so he happily sent people to go buy them. In the end, since the shop was backed by Imperial Prince Jing, they didn't have to show respect to Prime Minister's estate. After waiting for 2 days and not even getting a watermelon peel, Yuan Xinian was extremely angry. Once he was back in Tangu town, he would buy a lot of watermelons, 1 to eat, 1 to throw away, and 1 to use as a ball to kick. "Grandfather, it's our turn to eat in the private room of Junsho restaurant. If you leave, you won't be able to eat the food there." Yuan Yunxi, who grew up beside his grandfather, naturally understood his foodie nature. If he wanted him to stay, he had to use food as the offensive. Yuan Xinian became even angrier at the mention of the capital's Junsho restaurant. His beard was blowing as he said, "The kid from the Zhou family isn't very loyal. To go so far as to not leave me a personal private room, and I have to wait in line to eat in the private room. In Tangu town, as long as the lassie Xiao Xiao says something, I can go eat whenever I want. What need is there for me to line up?" Yu Xiao Xiao's position in Tangu's Junsho restaurant was equivalent to that of half a boss. Thus, she had her own private room. She didn't need to wait in line to eat or to entertain guests. However, there were very few opportunities for her to go eat, and she didn't have many friends who could make her treat them at Junsho restaurant, so the room was usually left unused. When Yu Xiaoxiao went to deliver food to her younger brother, she would always give his benefactor, Headmaster Yuan, a share. Once, she heard the cute old foodie complain that he couldn't get a place to eat in the Junsho restaurant, so she generously lent her private room to him. In other words, Headmaster Yuan could freely use Xiaoxiao's private room in Junsho restaurant whenever she wasn't using it, which was the same as Headmaster Yuan having an appointment-free private room in Junsho restaurant. This allowed the little old man to show off in front of his friends for a while. At Junsho restaurant, besides the Zhou family, only Xiaoxiao had an exclusive private room. How enviable was it to be able to eat at Junsho restaurant without having to wait in line and without reservation. Headmaster Yuan felt smug for a while due to the envious gazes of his friends. After arriving in the capital, all the preferential treatment disappeared. Headmaster Yuan felt disappointed. Just when Yuan Xinian was persistent on leaving, Prime Minister Yuan arrived with the man who was delivering the watermelons. "Father, the watermelons have been bought. I must try the watermelons that father has been praising. How would it taste?" With a gentle smile on his face, Prime Minister Yuan didn't seem to see the small baggage in his father's hand and had someone carry the watermelons into the reception hall of outer courtyard. Yuan Xinian recognized that the watermelons in the servants' hands were planted by the Yu family with a glance. The watermelons in the capital were small and unpalatable. For watermelons, he still had to eat those of Tangu's Yu families. Upon seeing the watermelons, he seemed to have forgotten he was going back to Tangu. His feet were automatically and spontaneously attracted to the watermelons. When Yuan Xinian heard his son's words, he hummed and said, "When you eat it, you will understand. At that time, you can't steal mine." Prime Minister Yuan's mind was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. "Do you think I'm the same as you?" In the capital, watermelons were cut from the middle and eaten with a spoon. Yuan Xinian was instructing the servants in high spirits on how to cut the watermelons into triangular pieces. Unable to hold himself back, he took a piece and bit into it. Yes, that's the taste. Sweet to the heart. From the corner of his eye, he saw his son's surprised expression. He said nonchalantly, "Unfortunately, the watermelon isn't as fresh. If it was just picked from the ground, it's crisper and sweeter." After finishing one piece, he saw that his son was taking another piece and hurriedly stopped him. "Didn't you say you wouldn't steal mine? Trying one piece is enough. How can you be addicted already?" Prime Minister Yuan looked at the watermelon that weighed at least 15 or 16 caddies and replied in a helpless manner, "Father, you can't eat such a big watermelon alone. If you eat watermelon that has been left out for a long time after being cut, you will get a stomachache." Yuan Xinian glares at him and said to Yuan Yunshi, "Yunshi, send half to your mother and sisters-in-law in the back courtyard and let them taste it. Watermelons are cooled in nature, so tell your sisters-in-law to be careful and don't let the children eat too much." Yuan Yunshi was the youngest son in the family. He had just turned 17 years old this year. He had 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Both of his brothers were married and had children, and both sisters had also gotten married. His eldest brother's child had just turned 3, and was especially cute at this time. Headmaster Yuan, being a great-grandfather, would think about the little guy whenever he had some delicious food. Yuan Yunshi's brothers had jokingly said that only this little guy, whose hair hadn't even grown in yet, could snatch food from the lion's mouth. Because of these 2 watermelons, the Prime Minister's household managed to keep the old urchin, who had been crying to go back to Tangu town, from leaving. However, Royal Prince Yong, who was in Tangu town, didn't realize the trouble he had caused his father just because he wanted to make some convenient pocket money. Later, Prince Jing wrote a letter to Princess Consort Jing and ruthlessly complained about his youngest son. Royal Prince Yong, at this moment, was sitting in a garden full of vegetables, drinking tea and enjoying the sight of new greenery. In contrast to his leisure, poor Yu Xiaosao was working hard in the kitchen due to the Great Buddha in the yard. Yu Xiaosao, this prince wants to eat tomatoes. At the end of spring, there weren't many fruits to eat. The Yu family's tomatoes were sour, sweet and juicy, which tasted better than many of the fruits that Zhu Junyang had eaten. These days, Zhu Junyang used the excuse of official business to come to the Yu's house to eat every day. This guy's mouth was very picky. If Yu Xiaosao didn't personally cook, then he would always find something wrong with the food. The village head, who wished he could put up offerings for this guy, repeatedly asked her to treat the royal prince well. Yu Xiaosao, who was making honey abalone, angrily shouted at him, "If you want to eat it, then go and pick it yourself, all right." Today, when Royal Prince Yong saw the abalones that were drying out in their yard, he casually ordered the dish, honey abalone. Yu Xiaosao finally had a chance to go into the sea to help third young Master Zhou prepare the portions needed for the palace next month. All that hard work was ruined by his one word. It looked like she would have to go into the sea again these few days. Madame Lu, who was acting as an assistant, glanced at her and whispered, "The other person is a royal prince, a member of the imperial family. Just because he has a good temper, it doesn't mean you can take advantage of it. Regardless of his identity, the visitor is a guest. If the guest has any requests, the host should try to satisfy them. That is hospitality." After scolding her daughter a few times, Madame Lu put a piece of firewood in the stove and stood up. She walked over to the kitchen door and said, "Our family's cow has a childish temper, please don't take offense. I'll go help you pick." Zhu Junyang was also curious about the vegetable plots in the backyard. He put down his cup, slowly stood up, and said to Madame Lu, "No need. I'm currently idle and have nothing to do. I'll go to the backyard and take a look. Go ahead and continue your work." Zhu Junyang left the capital on the orders of the emperor this time. He could stay until the corn and potatoes were ripe. Therefore, head steward Lu, who closely served him, also came. What did it mean to closely serve? Naturally, it meant that he will be wherever the master went. "Master, let this old servant go pick it." Although the royal prince still only had one expression on his face, that is to say, there was no expression, head steward Lu could hear his master's politeness toward Madame Lu from his tone. His master never said false words to people. There were no exceptions, even for the so-called noble-ranked women of the capital. Why did the prince make an exception for this Madame Lu, who was just a countrywoman? For the past few days, head steward Lu observed that it was not only Madame Lu that his master treated differently. What did the Yu family have for the prince to regard them specially? Could it be the matter of Yu Hai saving the master's life? That didn't seem right. Before the prince went out to sea, he had already met the Yu family at the pier. At that time, he still had a cold and cool attitude and didn't pay them any attention. Was it possibly because the Yu family had helped the prince with his problems, and could grow corn and potatoes? The men under the master were much more capable and had made outstanding contributions, yet the master never praised them for doing a good job. Just what magic potion did the Yu family give his master? Head steward Lu was just in the middle of puzzling, and his master had already passed through the round doors into the backyard, coming to a more open vegetable field. Unlike the leafy green vegetables planted in the front yard, the vegetables in the backyard were more abundant. On the surrounding walls, there were many sponge gourds with yellow flowers on them. On rows of bamboo racks, there are long fresh green beans, jade green cucumbers, fresh and tender calabashes, and golden pumpkins. In the well-planned vegetable field, the purple eggplants had a mysterious luster in the sunlight, the red and green pointy peppers covered the branches, and the tomatoes were like little lanterns sticking out of the leaves. The entire backyard was filled with the joys of harvest. Seeing that his master's cold personality was gradually warming up, head steward Lou was rather relieved. It seemed that the master had an affinity for the rural scenery. Maybe after staying here for a while, the master will gradually turn back into the carefree little boy from when he was a child. While head steward Lou was moved to the point that his nose tingled, Zhu Junyong had picked a tender cucumber from the cucumber rack and chewed it up in his mouth. As soon as head steward Lou saw it, he hurried forward. Master, let this servant wash it for you before you eat it. No need, I saw Yu Xiaosao eat it like this last time. Zhu Junyong took another bite. The crispy and tender cucumber was full of juice, refreshing and thirst-quenching. That little girl is used to living in the countryside. If she eats unclean food, it's all right. Master, you are delicate and pampered. If you get a stomachache, what will we do? Head steward Lou said in his mind. At this time, Zhu Junyong came to the tomato field. Searching carefully, he finally found a red and colorful tomato under a cluster of thick leaves. The Yu family didn't have to worry about selling their vegetables. There were many carriages that came to buy them every day. Tomatoes can be eaten raw or cooked. Naturally, they were one of the more popular vegetables for the rich people in town. To be able to find one or two out of the vegetable fields that didn't get sold was considered lucky already. Zhu Junyong could care less about his new shoes that were dirtied by the newly watered soil. With a sense of achievement, he found 5 ripe tomatoes in the tomato field. He returned from the backyard content, with a tomato in his mouth and the rest in his pocket. He looked very casual and at ease. He stomped the dirt off his feet and stomped toward the kitchen instead of sitting at the stone table. He rushed inside and hurriedly said to the busy Yu Xiaosao, I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yu Xiaosao, who was struggling with the honey abalone, didn't seem to hear him as she was trying to mix the sauce over and over again. Yu Xiaosao didn't know how to make everything. In her previous life, she had made a lot of homemade dishes and she had some talent at cooking, so naturally, the taste of the food was quite good. However, abalone was very precious and her home wasn't near the sea in her previous life, so she hadn't seen much abalone, let alone cooked with it. Thankfully, the current head chef of Junshou Restaurant, Yong, who was also the apprentice of the previous head chef Wang, once made honey abalone in front of her. It didn't look hard when she saw him make it, so why was it so hard now that she was making it? Yu Xiaosao, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Ever since he had further contact with the Yu family, Zhu Junyong had also become more and more impolite with Yu Xiaosao. He used to politely call her, Miss Yu. Now, he not only called her directly by her given name, but he also ordered her like she was his servant. He always commanded her to do either this or that. Yu Xiaosao was almost annoyed to death by him. Neither deaf nor mute, the cook can't be distracted while cooking, otherwise, the food that comes out won't be edible. Young royal prince, go stay where you are supposed to stay. Yu Xiaosao had also found out the truth about the young royal prince's temper. He looked ruthless, but he wasn't actually that aloof and didn't seem that bad-tempered. At least, after being in contact with him so much, she had never seen him really lose his temper. Yu Xiaosao, who didn't have the consciousness of someone from the lower class, was speaking more impolitely to him the more tired she became. Madame Lu and the rest of the family broke out in cold sweat from her antics from time to time. The royal prince looked young but he wasn't easy to get along with. If she infuriated the royal prince, getting hit with wooden planks would be the lightest punishment she would receive while losing her life could be the harshest punishment. Wasn't this how the plays always turned out? Their little daughter was really brave to challenge the royal prince's bottom line over and over again. I think the kitchen is a pretty good place. Staying here wouldn't be bad. Zhu Junyong didn't get angry and even made a rare joke. Head steward Lu was so surprised that his chin could have dropped to the ground and hit his foot. Was this the cold-faced prince who scared children into crying and the one who wouldn't allow strangers close to him? When did he change his personality? Yu Xiaosao was speechless for a moment. All right. If you're not afraid of breathing in oily smoke, then you can stay all you like. Zhu Junyong watched as she poured the sauce for the 3rd time and couldn't help but say, there are dishes that you can't make. Actually, I'm not actually that picky. When I was on the boat, I even ate raw fish. Don't be nervous, just cook it until it's not raw anymore. I won't think what you made is bad. In truth, he only said that because he didn't want her to keep attempting only to face failure again and again. Yet, the words that came out of his mouth still made her want to beat him up. Yu Xiaosao ignored him and finally blended the flavor that she wanted. Only then did she peel the abalones, wash, and scored them with cross-shaped lines on top. Next, she put them in a bowl and added egg whites and starch before evenly mixing it together. She then steamed the abalones for a few minutes in the pot. The abalones she caught was on the larger side, so they needed to be steamed longer before they were cooked all the way through. She cleaned the fresh mushrooms that she found from the coral, cut them into small pieces, and quickly blanched them in boiling water before taking them out. Then, she sautéed them in oil with ginger, scallion, and garlic. Afterwards, she added the seasoning she had just mixed using savory broth, salt, pepper, MSG, and sesame oil, and simmered the whole mixture into a thick sauce. After the abalone was steamed, she poured the sauce on top. The sweet-smelling honey abalone was finally done. It smells authentic, I wonder how it will taste. Zhu Junyong gently sniffed the fragrance floating in the air and praised. Yu Xiaosao walked over to him and took the tomato from his hand. She rolled her eyes and said, this is my first time making it, so I can't guarantee if the taste is good or bad. Make do with it and eat it. Young royal prince, our family is just an ordinary family. In the future, can you please not order dishes with abalones or sea cucumbers? Oh, are you complaining to me? Your family is just ordinary farmers, yet 10 carts of vegetables and 7 to 8 carts of watermelons are sold every day. Even if a business in town is booming, their monthly income can't match the money your family is making in a day. I just ate some of your abalones and your heart is already hurting. Stingy. In front of Yu Xiaoxiao, Zhu Junyang was no longer the cold-faced prince with few words, one wrong move and he could become a chatterbox. Head steward Lu had a frightened expression, he couldn't have followed a fake prince, right? Yu Xiaoxiao had a glib tongue, so of course, she wouldn't lose to him. Young royal prince, we are only making money these past few days. Watermelon is only in season for at most 1 more month. With just vegetables, how much money can we earn? We, the common people, depend on the weather for food. When we have money, we have to think about the days when we won't have any money. Unlike you, your salary isn't going down while you are walking around and freeloading meals off of people. You have a royal occupation, so how can you know the sufferings of the common people? Zhu Junyang knew about the Yu family's situation. When they hadn't separated from the main family, they didn't have enough to eat or wear and had to work and be scolded. Thinking of this last being on the verge of dying several times due to serious illnesses, a tender and protective feeling rose from his heart. Zhu Junyang softly said, don't worry. As long as the corn and potatoes grow well, the imperial court definitely won't treat you badly. With your family's talent in farming, I can help put in some good words with the emperor. Maybe, he'll approve you to be an agricultural official. At that time, you guys can also eat public meals and receive an imperial salary. No, please don't. Yu Xiaoxiao's face was so frightened as if he were a monster. Stepping to the side a bit, she continued, young royal prince, I know that you are trying to be kind, but us, common people, have no roots or foundations in the imperial court. Even if we become a small official, in the ranks of the court, we are still cannon fodder. Let's not do this, alright? Who said you guys had no roots? I will be your backer, who would dare to touch my people? With a cold face, Zhu Junyang started emitting cold air. However, he was interested in the words, cannon fodder. He wanted to ask what they meant but he was afraid the little lass would say that he was ignorant, so he stayed silent. Yes, yes, yes. You are powerful, no matter how powerful you are, you still have to eat right. Here, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. While talking, Yu Xiaoxiao had quickly cooked up the last dish. Just as she was about to bring it over to the stone table in the courtyard, Zhu Junyang, that door god, blocked the way, so she slipped the vegetables into his hands. Zhu Junyang looked down at the bright red and golden, scrambled eggs with tomato, and then looked at Xiaoxiao who had turned around to scoop out the rice. What does she mean? Is she telling me to take the dishes out for her? This lass's courage is growing bigger and bigger, she even dares to order this prince around. When head steward Lu saw this, his expression changed and he hurriedly rushed over to take the dish out of his master's hands. Head steward Lu's heart shuddered and he thought, my little ancestor, how can you order the royal prince to take the dishes? Isn't this just asking a venerable old man to go hang himself, to go seek death? Unexpectedly, his master didn't appreciate his actions and dodged his hands. He carried the plate in one hand, held his other hand elegantly behind his back and walked out of the kitchen. Get out of the way. Here comes the rice. Yu Xiaoxiao's voice rang out just as Zhu Junyang set the dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes down on the table. When he turned around, he saw that the lass, as if she was doing acrobatics, holding a big bowl of rice in one hand and had a teetering plate on top of 2 adjacent bowls in the other hand. Without thinking, Zhu Junyang reached out and took the plate of stir-fried spoon worms with chives on top. As if he had seen something extraordinary, head steward Lu's eyes almost fell out of his eye socket. They could say the dish just now was given by Miss Yu, so his master just brought it out. However, his master actually took the initiative to help Miss Yu with the dishes. This, should they check to see if the master had been substituted by someone. When Yu Xiaoxiao passed by head steward Lu, he grabbed her and quietly whispered, Miss Yu, if you have any work, feel free to tell me. Don't be embarrassed about it. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that most of the dishes were already brought out so she waved her hand and said with a smile, there's nothing for you to do. You can just sit and wait to eat the meal. How could the servant just sit and wait to eat, while the master serves the food? Did he still want to live? Young royal prince, do you want to have steamed buns or rice? Head steward Lu wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by the clear and melodious voice of Yu Xiaoxiao. Seeing that his master had looked over, and even glared at him, head steward Lu tactfully closed his mouth. Not only was Zhu Junyang not angry at Xiaoxiao for letting him bring out the dishes, but he also thought it was a new experience. When eating at home, there were usually people serving them, so it looked comfortable and relaxed. But, in fact, there was a lack of ambiance. Unlike his family, even Yu Hai, who came back from the fields, helped distribute the bowls and chopsticks. The feeling of the whole family working together gave off an overflowing sense of warmth. After helping bring out the 2 dishes, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt he was no longer a high-ranking prince nor the enviable third son of Prince Jing, but instead he had integrated into the warm family and became a part of them. You guys, there's no need for a separate table. Just eat with this prince. Zhu Junyang expressed an, it's a great honor for you to eat dinner with me, attitude. In actuality, he had longed for the atmosphere of smiling and talking while eating, like the Yu family. Yu Hai was going to decline, but Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't going to act courteous with him. She merged the 2 tables of dishes into one, and quickly set up the stools. Zhu Junyang looked Yu Hai and blocked his words of refusal with a simple, sit down. Head steward Lu was numb already. Ever since coming to Dongshan village, the master had become less and less like himself. Looking at the little master, whom he had watched grow up, he felt that, with the Yu family, the master felt more and more human. This didn't seem to be a bad thing. You don't need to wait on me here, go eat. Zhu Junyang saw head steward Lu standing behind him, holding chopsticks and ready to try the dishes for poison, so he sent him away. Head steward Lu's eyes became tearful, he could finally eat a hot meal. The Yu family's meals were all cooked in one pot, there was a portion set aside for him from every dish. Head steward Lu usually insisted on serving the master himself, so by the time it was his turn to eat, the food had already gotten cold. Head steward Lu was old and his stomach wasn't as good as when he was young. After a cold meal, he would always have a dull pain in his stomach. When he was in the estate, it wasn't as bad. As the head steward, his disciples and followers, who had a good eye for things, would help him heat the food. However, when he got to Dongshan village, the master didn't even want to bring him along, much less other people. Head steward Lu could only bear it. He looked worried at the young master, who was eating and sitting among the Yu family, and discovered that the master was able to do as they were doing, happily eating. Head steward Lu finally felt relieved and sat down at the wooden table on the side and slowly ate. Father, didn't third young master Zhou take over the supply of dried seafood for the imperial palace? He wants to make a contract with us. All the high-grade abalone and sea cucumber we catch in the future will be sold to the Zhou family. They'll buy it at a high price. The Yu family didn't have rules where they couldn't talk while eating. They were usually busy with their own matters, so they could only get together when they eat. Due to this, they always talked about their matters at the dinner table. Yu Hai glanced at the royal prince, who was seriously eating his meal, and cautiously said, even if we don't make a contract with the Zhou family, with their care for us, we can still sell the high-grade seafood to his family. In Yu Hai's opinion, the Zhou family really did treat them well. When they hadn't separated their families yet, the Zhou family paid high prices for their quarry. When opening the factories and hiring workers, they trusted them to help. Also, the business of collecting spoonworms and oysters allowed them to earn them quite a bit of money in 1 year. In his honest opinion, if they took care of his family like this, then if he had something good, he naturally would think of them as well. It's just that the high-grade abalones and sea cucumbers aren't easy to come across. The Zhou family can't just rely on our family. Yu Hai thought his swimming skill was pretty good, but he still wasn't sure about being able to catch abalones and sea cucumbers. Don't worry, they definitely won't just rely on us. Let's just try our best. Father, my swimming skills is pretty good now, I can go to help you. You, no way, how many times have you been in the sea? The deep sea has many dangers, not only do your swimming skills have to be good, but you also need to have good physical strength. If you run out of energy in the middle of a dive, no one will help you, it's too dangerous. Yu Hai adamantly refused. Zhu Junyang glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao and couldn't help saying, the sea isn't for horsing around. In the future, don't go into the sea so often. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him. With bad intentions, she gave him a chopstick full of chives. She smiled and innocently said, young royal prince, try the stir-fried spoonworms with chives. It's delicious. During these past few days, Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed that the cold young royal prince's mouth was very picky. He didn't touch vegetables like chives, onions, and garlic that had a strong taste at all. Seeing that the young royal prince was gradually furrowing his brows as he looked at the chives in his bowl, Xiaoxiao felt very proud of herself. Humph, we are talking about family matters, what are you cutting in for? Ha, serves you right. Zhu Junyang stared at the chives in the bowl as if he were going to war with it. After looking for a long time, he finally moved. He stuffed all the chives into his mouth, drank a big mouthful of soup, and directly swallowed without chewing. Humph, this lass must have done it on purpose. Zhu Junyang glared at Yu Xiaoxiao. Returning her kindness, he picked up some shredded ginger and put them in Yu Xiaoxiao's bowl. Zhu Junyang had long noticed that every time that lass eats a meal, she always picked out the ginger and put them on the table. Seeing that the little girl was up to her old tricks of picking out the shredded ginger, Zhu Junyang said with great dignity, it's this prince's first time picking up food and giving it to another person. This is a great honor to you, so you must eat it and not throw it away. Otherwise, humph, don't blame me for punishing you. Humph, seeking revenge for such a small grievance. Yu Xiaoxiao's thoughts were full of complaints toward him. She mixed the shredded ginger with the rice and ate it with a bitter face. Zhu Junyang and Yu Xiaoxiao were even now. Yu Heng looked at his younger sister's dissatisfied expression, which looked like she wanted to continue provoking him. Thus, he hurriedly touched her with his feet under the table. His youngest sister's courage was really too big. Who was the person sitting across the table? The great Ming dynasty's royal prince Yong, a member of the royal family. We, ordinary people, couldn't wait to put up offerings for him or hide from him, yet why was she constantly looking for trouble? Receiving her older brother's warning, Yu Xiaoxiao pouted and picked at her rice. Her little mouth was like a bloated frog trying to hold itself up. Zhu Junyang gazed at the little girl with a hint of a smile. In this way, Royal Prince Yong came to inspect Dongshan village every 3 or 5 days, saying it was to record the growth data of corn and potatoes. In reality, his ulterior motive was the food and warm atmosphere of the Yu family. Princess consort Jing was also aware of the changes in her youngest son. Her youngest son used to be indifferent to everything except her, his mother. It was like he was isolating himself in a circle and choosing endless loneliness as his company. Princess consort Jing always felt that if it continued like this, she would eventually lose her son. These days, her son seemed to be busy, diligently running to Dongshan village. Every day, he would head out early in the morning and come back at night. Where did he eat lunch? Did she even need to ask? Her youngest son had been a picky eater since he was a child, he would never eat anything that didn't suit his taste. Besides that little girl of the Yu family, who else would have that talent? After a few days, her son's thin cheeks were filling out more and more every day. Although he still seemed cold and indifferent, that uncomfortable deathly aura of his was slowly dissipating, making him look more human. She wasn't saying that her son wasn't human, but like a 10,000-year-old cold iron, her youngest son used to be a big block of ice, making it hard for people to get close. Now, he was becoming more affectionate and talkative. He talked more and more frequently about the little girl of the Yu family. The days went by, one after another, and spring slowly walked to its end. The start of summer was imminent. The Yu family's cornfields all had stalks of corn standing up straight like soldiers. Each leaf from the stalks of corn looked like a finely crafted sharp sword made from the finest green jasper, also perfect that it looked like it was from the heavens. At the apex of the stalks, there was a tassel of male flowers, and they bunched around, looking like messy hair on the bodyguards. For the past month, because Royal Prince Yong was particularly diligent and came by often, Xiao Xiao lessened the amount of mystic stone water she used to avoid rousing his suspicions. Corn had always been a drought-resistant crop that feared floods. Even though there was less spring rain this year, it didn't influence the growth of the corn at all. Zhu Junyang looked at the corn plants that were as tall as a man and had head steward Lu, one who accompanied him, record what the male flowers looked like in the time period that they had appeared during the growth cycle. The Yu family's watermelons had been on the market for almost a month, so there wasn't a lot left in the 6 mu of fields. The leftover watermelons weren't very large, but their taste was not compromised. Zhu Junyang strolled into the watermelon fields and stooped down to pick one out of the remaining melons. He had steward Lu hold onto it as they headed back to enjoy it. Behind them, Yu Xiaoxiao, who acted as their little assistant, curled her lips. This young royal prince truly didn't consider himself to be an outsider anymore. He picked the watermelons as if they were his own things. Xiaoxiao, can the male flowers that grow at the top of the corn plants also produce fruit? Zhu Junyang remembered the news he had gotten from the capital. The Ministry of Revenue had followed the methods that the Yu family had come up with to grow corn. It had been about a month and they were only now joining. He had looked at the specimens sent over. Although they looked quite good, they still were quite inferior to the ones grown by the Yu family. Could it really be true that the Yu family had more talent at cultivating crops than other people? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and rudely replied, those who are ignorant are seriously too scary. People are split into men and women, flowers are the same. Since these are male flowers, how could they possibly bear fruit? Thwap. Zhu Junyang lightly used the palm of his hand to slap the back of the little lass's head. The tone of his voice didn't have a hint of intimidation as he stated, you're quite a bold little thing. Who are you accusing of being ignorant now? Looks like this prince normally indulges you too much. You are truly too cheeky now. You're lucky that I'm a magnanimous person. If it was anyone else, you would have lost your little life already. Steward Lu, who was standing at the side with a notebook in his hand and the watermelon in the other, looked at the faint smile on his young master's face. He felt immensely comforted inside. The heavens have eyes. They allowed my master to meet the only person who dares to joke with him, the harmonious and sweet Miss Yu. Throughout this past month, he had observed the two and discovered that his master could only wholeheartedly relax when he was with Miss Yu. This was the only time that his master would occasionally show the appearance and mannerisms of a 17-year-old youth. Yu Xiaoxiao held her head as she angrily stared at him. She raged, you hit my head again. If you end up causing me to become stupid and an idiot from this, I'm going to make you take responsibility. You absolutely need to take care of me for the rest of my life. Be responsible for the rest of this little lass's life. A hint of laughter appeared in the depths of Zhu Junyang's eyes. He gave her an already peeled chestnut and guffawed, stop trying to falsely accuse this prince. You've always been a stupid idiot, how can you blame me for this? You want to make me take responsibility. This prince is not a stingy person. With your tiny stature, someone who eats as much as a kitten, this prince can afford to raise dozens of you. Do you think you're raising pigs? You even want dozens. Yu Xiaoxiao accidentally insulted herself and she only realized it when the words came out of her mouth. Aiya, how did this happen? Did she really become stupid after getting hit by this guy? The smile on Zhu Junyang's face widened and he looked at her from top to bottom. He revealed an expression full of disdain, pigs. Your figure is so slight and small, with no meat on it, if you were a pig, you'd be a skinny piglet. I'm pretty sure no one would want to take such a skinny piglet home to raise. This prince will be merciful and tackle such a difficult job of raising such a skinny piglet. Once you become more plump, I can slaughter you for meat. Yu Xiaoxiao hopped up and down in rage as she snarled, eat, eat, eat. You eat until you burst open. And you still want to eat meat. Be careful that you don't eat so much that you become a big, fat pig and you can't even walk anymore. This prince exercises every day, so it doesn't matter how much meat I eat, I won't get fat. No need to worry. The more he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao hopping up and down with a lively spirit, the better his mood became. This private argument seemed to be going nowhere. Yu Xiaoxiao decided that a good woman never fought with a man. She walked into the melon fields to find a ripe watermelon. Suddenly, a dark shadow scuttled by her feet. It scared her that she let out a cry in surprise and jumped a few feet to the side. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Zhu Junyang took giant steps forward and quickly arrived by her side. Because he was in such a rush, he had accidentally smashed a couple small watermelons that weren't yet ripe under his feet. It looked like a badger. The badger that Yu Xiaoxiao talked about was very similar to the badger-like creature that was ridden by Lu Xuan too. It was good at digging and lived in a cave in the mountains and fields. It liked to eat plants and vines but also ate insects and some other small animals. Zhu Junyang searched through the melon field and spotted the nimble little creature not long after. His hand flashed quickly and the badger that was scurrying away quickly let out a short scream before it fell onto the ground, unmoving. Wow, what sort of nifty concealed weapon did he have? Yu Xiaoxiao picked up her skirts and gracefully stepped over every melon before she arrived at the dead as doornail badger. The badger didn't have any signs of a large wound on its body. Instead, it only had a mark of being hit on its head. She carefully looked around the surrounding area and finally found the so-called concealed weapon. It was an ornamental thumb ring made of turtle shell. He was able to hit a badger so hard that it died from such a far distance. Furthermore, the turtle shell thumb ring didn't look damaged at all. His strength and dexterity was not something a normal person could compare to. Yu Xiaoxiao held the turtle shell thumb ring in one hand while the other hand lifted up that badger, who had stepped into disaster just by walking by. She walked back to Zhu Junyang's side and regarded him with eyes that glowed with admiration. Young royal prince, you know martial arts. Is this the legendary inner power? Ah. Under the undisguised admiration in those brilliant gem-like eyes, Zhu Junyang felt his ears grow hot. He pretended to be calm and icy as he replied, this prince has studied martial arts since I was young. What's so weird about knowing martial arts? I only killed a badger, nothing to be proud of, right? Hee hee, young royal prince, if you're ever unemployed in the future, then you can change professions and become a hunter. You absolutely won't starve to death. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the fat and plump badger and waved it in front of Zhu Junyang. She revealed a row of tiny white teeth. Today, we'll eat this badger for lunch. Zhu Junyang frowned as he looked at the coal-black badger with a look of dislike. He curled his lips, such an ugly creature, and dirty to boot, is edible. It was as if the admiration and worship in her eyes were only a misperception. Yu Xiaoxiao regarded him with dislike again, inexperienced and ignorant. Let me tell you, a badger's meat is very nourishing. If you eat it frequently, you can strengthen your body. Zhu Junyang seemed to really enjoy crossing verbal swords with Yu Xiaoxiao. A stinky badger can make you this happy, ah. Don't you guys have a lot of game in the West Mountains, ah? On another day, this prince will let you experience my astounding hunting efficiency. At that time, make sure you tell me what you want to eat, this prince will get it for you. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately brightened, is that true? You're not pulling my leg, right? Whatever I want to eat, you'll get, ah. Zhu Junyang glanced at the devious smile at the corner of Yu Xiaoxiao's lips and he had a bad premonition. However, as a manly man, he couldn't go back on his words. He could only brace himself and say, as long as the West Mountains have it, this prince will definitely be able to hunt it down. I want to eat tiger meat, the paw of the black bear, leopard's tail, shark meat, I have never eaten any of these, so I really want to try some ah. Yu Xiaoxiao put on a fake innocent expression on her face. How come it seemed like she was really asking for a spanking? The muscles on Zhu Junyang's face fiercely twitched as he let out a strained smile. I think you've bitten more off than you can chew, You dare to instigate me, this prince, to go hunt ferocious beasts, What are your intentions? Furthermore, do you guys truly have sharks that live up in the West Mountains? Let alone shark, getting you some fish up there isn't bad either. Yu Xiaoxiao made a funny face at him. She was only idly saying stuff. How could she possibly make him take such a dangerous risk? Yu Xiaoxiao, do the West Mountains really have tigers and leopards? Men seem to love to take risks. Zhu Junyang had missed the annual autumn imperial hunt, and he heard of one of the generals under his command taking his thunder. He felt quite uncomfortable. It was said that that fellow had been quite lucky and had come across an injured tiger. A blind cat had hit a dead mouse, yet it allowed him to win. If the West Mountains had tigers, he wanted to hunt one down and let all of those generals underneath him recognize him for his prowess. Yu Xiaoxiao thought for a bit and shook her head. I am also not sure. I heard the older generation say that they had once heard the roar of a tiger. Most of the fierce beasts live deep within the mountains and the vast majority of people don't dare to go in there, so it's natural that no one has seen any. However, I do know that bears live in there. My father had met one before, he had almost lost his life from that bear. Yu Xiaoxiao gripped her fists tightly when she remembered that scene again. Her father had been lying on the bed and the doctor had given him a death sentence. Everyone around them had a look of despair on their faces. She gripped her hands so tightly that the turtle shell ornamental thumb ring cut painfully into her palm. Yu Xiaoxiao looked down at the object in her hand and said, here's your ornamental thumb ring. She displayed it in front of Zhu Junyang. Zhu Junyang looked at the imprint on Yu Xiaoxiao's palm and also recalled Yu Hai's previous misfortune. At that time, Yu Xiaoxiao was only 8 years old and must have felt very helpless and worried. He wanted to say something to comfort her yet he didn't know what was right to say. He thought for a bit and then said, the thumb ring is dirty now, so take it as a reward. Don't you want to eat bear paws? Ah. Another day, this prince will get some for you. Do you know how to prepare it? Don't know how, however, the head chef at Junshou restaurant probably knows how. When the moment comes, let's go eat at the restaurant and have older brother Yong make it for us. We can also order some of their specialities and happily eat a delicious meal together. Ever since her godmother had finished her 1-month confinement, Yu Xiaoxiao spent less time in town nowadays. Her godmother said that she was going to return back to the capital soon in order to prepare for little Linlin's 100-day ceremony. His washing ceremony and full moon ceremony were all done in Tangu town. If she didn't do his 100-day ceremony in the capital, then her godmother's good friends, her godfather's close friends, as well as the declining Xia family that wanted to fawn on General Fang, would have all come over to give them their congratulations already. Zhu Junyang's eyes smiled as they roamed around that adorable little face. She described everything happily, as if the bear paws were already within her grasp and all she needed to decide was on how to eat them. When he had the chance, he probably could go into the mountains to take a look. Perhaps he might really get an unexpected haul there. Yu Xiaoxiao finally finished her thoughts on how to eat the bear paws. She waved the badger in her hands. The bright light from the sun made her smile seem exceptionally brilliant as she said, without bear paws around, let's eat this guy first. Do you want to eat stewed badger meat or braised? What's your favorite way of preparing it? Zhu Junyang rarely considered other people's likes and dislikes. If he was in his usual frame of mood, he would have said, braised, without a thought for other people's feelings. Stewing is nutritious, whereas braising has a deeper flavor. Both have their advantages. This prince wants to try both. Then I'll stew half and braise the other half. Under the sunlight, there were 2 figures slowly disappearing in the distance. One was tall, the other short, one was sturdy, the other delicate. Time, when the male flowers grew on the corn, was the most crucial part of land management. At this time, all of the leaves on the corn were loose and large and the stalks were thick and sturdy. Only by having that could the kernels grow as large as possible, leading to a good harvest later on. Yu Xiaoxiao had her cheat device, the little divine stone, so none of this was a problem for her. The Yu family's fields were filled with healthy and mature corn stalks. Disease and lack of nutrients were not issues for them. All they were waiting for now was for the female flowers to recede and the male flowers to mature and let pollen loose. Yu Xiaoxiao's family's 6 mu fields of watermelon were now completely sold out. In total, they managed to make more than 15,000 taels from those fields. Watermelon wholesalers were mostly the few families that had good relationships with them. There were other wholesalers that came from other parts of the country due to the Yu family's reputation, but because there was a limit to how many ripe watermelons there were in a day, they could only get 1 to 2 carts of watermelon. Royal Prince Yong would send a few carts back every 10 days to pick up melons. He didn't take advantage of the Yu family and bought the watermelons according to their regular wholesale price, large ones for 5 taels apiece and small ones for 3 taels apiece. He then hauled them back to the capital, where they could be sold for double their price there with plenty of people lining up to buy some. Prince Jing was being bombarded at every step by his colleagues, who were trying to enter through the back door to buy watermelons, so he took sick leave and went to Tangu town to recuperate. When the emperor heard of this, he curled his lip and silently cursed the other man. What is this being annoyed by other people? More likely that he misses his wife too much, right? After more than a year's work on it, the vast majority of basic construction on Prince Jing's manor, which was on the West Mountain, had been completed. On the west side of Dongshan village and in the vicinity to Yu Xiaoxiao's home, there was a long stretch of stone steps that snaked up the West Mountain. Behind the trees in the forest, one could vaguely see the outlines of the red and green glazed roof tiles that glittered under the sunshine. A tall and lofty figure slowly went down those steps. Gradually, the person's appearance became more clear, a face that seemed to be perfectly carved, an exceptionally handsome figure, and a pair of strong eyebrows above a pair of aloof eyes that would occasionally flicker with the icy coldness from an ice age. The mountain breeze lightly lifted a few strands of his murky black hair and made his azure blue robes flutter. It was as if the god of war himself was descending from the heavens. At the foot of the mountain was Xiaoxiao, who finally had some leisure time. Zhou Shanhu and some other village girls around her age had successfully pestered her into gathering wild mushrooms with them. It had rained the previous night and all of the wild mushrooms in the soil shot up through the soil. They resembled a glade of tiny umbrellas. Zhou Shanhu raised her head and saw the azure figure walking down. She couldn't help but quietly exclaim, "Oh look! His Highness the Royal Prince is descending the mountain. He looks too handsome." Zheng Xiaokui, another village girl, clasped her hands over her mouth to muffle a giggle. She teased the other girl, "I heard that the royal prince isn't married yet and has no concubines. If you fancy him, then have Auntie Zhou send you over to become his concubine." "You silly lass, be careful that I don't rip your mouth apart." Zhou Shanhu was older than Xiaoxiao by a year and was already 11 years old. After a few more years, she could get engaged. Xiaokui's words made Shanhu feel simultaneously shy and angry, so she started tickling the other girl. Lu Yingzi, who was the daughter of Lu Xuanju, a good friend of the Yu family, quietly whispered into Xiaoxiao's ears, "That royal prince looks so scary. He has a knife-like intensity in his eyes and it makes me tremble to see them. Whoever becomes his wife or concubine would have to stare at that frozen face all day. If they don't get scared to death, then they'll definitely freeze to death. There's one advantage to this. In the summer, he can decrease the temperature around you and cool the air down. Qian Wen and Qian Wu's younger sister, Yifang, blinked her eyes in a silly manner as she quipped with a grin. Yu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth with her hands as a fit inadvertently came out. In her eyes, the young royal prince was only a paper tiger. He looked fierce but wasn't scary at all. However, it was only in her midst that Zhu Junyang was able to relax and tolerate her little antics. "Master, looks like Miss Yu is over there." Head steward Lu had sharp eyes and was able to spot Yu Xiaoxiao within the group of girls around her age. He made sure to bring this up to his master. Ever since Zhu Junyang was given the duty of monitoring the crops in Dongshan village, his heartless second brother had escaped. He didn't even say a word before he ran away to enlist in old General Zhao's army at the borders. Consequently, the responsibility of monitoring the construction of the West Mountain Manor fell to Zhu Junyang. Furthermore, Her Highness, the princess consort, had sobbed and complained to her youngest son, stating that all of them never cared about their parents' feelings and only cared about themselves. Her complaints covered his second older brother secretly enlisting in the army as well as him going out to sea. All of these had caused a lot of pain and suffering for her. Zhu Junyang, who was the unlucky recipient, felt so haggard from his lady mother's nagging that he used the excuse of completing his official work and left early that morning to escape to Dongshan village. After riding up the West Mountain, he did a quick look around to inspect the progress of the manor's construction and then descended. As he climbed down, he was scheming, trying to figure out what difficult dishes he could order for lunch from that little lass, who was always posturing in front of him. After hearing Steward Lu's prompt, he looked towards the sound of giggles and laughter in the distance. Sure enough, that familiar skinny and weak-looking figure was currently bent over and looking for something in the grass. "What are you looking for?" The dozen or so stone steps that were left were easily traversed by Zhu Junyang. The little girls, who were raucously talking, didn't notice that the topic of their conversation, the young royal prince, was only a few feet away from them. When they heard the sound of that hard, icy voice, the little girls were so scared that they all trembled. They even forgot about their own baskets as they all scampered off. Yu Xiaoxiao straightened herself and looked at the young royal prince who had somehow crept up behind her. She laughed. "I thought that there was some ferocious beast coming, but apparently it was you all. Look at you, scaring all of the other girls away." From the corner of his eye, Zhu Junyang faintly looked at the group of little girls who were hiding. Irritation bubbled up within his heart. He addressed Yu Xiaoxiao, who was ignoring him while she continued to pick mushrooms. In the future, spend less time with them. All small-minded and petty, not worth the effort. Yu Xiaoxiao almost pelted the mushroom in her hand at his face. She looked displeased as she replied, young royal prince, you have a lofty status and position. Naturally, us wild commoners are nothing to you. Please keep your distance in order to avoid this commoner's pettiness from sticking to your body. Even if Zhu Junyang didn't have his special ability, he would be able to tell that Yu Xiaoxiao was quite angry. He asked in a puzzled voice, this prince wasn't talking about you, why are you throwing a temper tantrum? Ah? They are all of my friends. If you don't respect them, it's the same as not respecting me. Yu Xiaoxiao puffed up her face and angrily glared at him before she turned around and only let him look at the back of her head. Zhu Junyang frowned and then looked in the direction of the little girls again. His ability told him that within that group of girls, there was at least one of them that didn't have pure intentions. He was afraid that that girl would end up influencing or harming Xiaoxiao, so he wanted to warn her but he didn't know how to explain. Awkward silence prevailed for a bit and then he finally said, you must be cautious when choosing your friends. If you're not, you might end up harming yourself as well as causing problems for other people. When Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that he was being quite serious, she placed the mushroom in her hands into the basket and looked him in the eye. Do you know something? Is there someone in that group who wants to hurt me? Whether or not she'll hurt you, I can't tell at this moment. However, someone within that group of girls doesn't have pure motives. You need to be careful. Zhu Junyang was afraid she would end up getting hurt in the end, so he ended up giving her a warning. One of them doesn't have pure motives. Within the group of 4 girls, 3 of them were all considered Xiaoxiao's close friends. Zhou Shan, who had a bright and open personality and didn't have any shrewdness. Qian Yifang was the youngest of the group, and she was sweet and adorable. Lu Yingzi had a straightforward personality and acted like their older sister. She was very good at taking care of others. The only girl she didn't know well was Zheng Xiaoqui. All she knew was that she was Lu Yingzi's neighbor and that the other girl had tagged along once she found out Lu Yingzi wanted to gather wild mushrooms. All of them were young little girls around the age of 10, who among them could have ulterior motives such that word even got into the young royal prince's ears. Yu Xiaoxiao sidled along closer to Zhu Junyang and beckoned to him with her hand to have him place his ear closer to her. She quietly whispered into Zhu Junyang's ear, did you hear something from somewhere? No. Zhu Junyang felt like his ear was itchy and hurriedly straightened up. He shifted a bit to the side and pasted an icy expression on his face. If someone looked closely at his face, he or she would notice that the tips this handsome youth's ears were slightly red now. Yu Xiaoxiao leveled a glare at him and said, if no one told you anything, then how do you know that one of them doesn't have pure motives? Zhu Junyang naturally couldn't tell her about his own strange ability as he was afraid that she would regard him as a freak in the future. He could only earnestly say, intuition. PFF'd, Yu Xiaoxiao almost choked on her own saliva. She laughed as she said, young royal prince, when did your gender change? Gender change? What do you mean? Zhu Junyang had a feeling that this wasn't a good term so he looked at her alertly. Female intuition, female intuition. Naturally, only women will believe their own intuitions. Young royal prince, when did you also become so irrational? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't quite know what to say at this point. When Zhu Junyang saw that she didn't take this to heart, he didn't pursue this topic of womanly feelings. He cautiously warned her, if you don't take this to heart, I have to tell you that this prince's intuition has always been very good. By relying on my innate intuition, I've been able to avoid a lot of plots against me. This prince is warning you out of the kindness of my own heart, it's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Zhu Junyang glanced at the group of little girls not far from them. He didn't know what those girls were doing but he could tell that they were gesturing and talking about something. Just who was the culprit that wanted to scheme against Yu Xiaoxiao? He needed to keep a close eye on that unruly little brat. However, he would have never expected that the girl's target wasn't Yu Xiaoxiao but was him instead. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't think she had anything that was worth someone else plotting against her. When she noticed that the young royal prince's mood seemed to be a bit down, she hurriedly interjected, in a moment, I'll go buy a rooster from Auntie Joe's house. For lunch, I'll make you some chicken stewed with mushrooms along with some flat bread. Although these dishes are examples of country cooking, they taste quite good. Okay, I also want to eat some sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli. Zhu Junyang liked strongly flavored foods, so last time he ate a plate of sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli. The dish had numbing, spicy, savory, aromatic, sour and a fatty without being greasy taste. It hit all of his favorite points and since then, he could never forget that dish. Earlier he had warned this little lass out of the kindness of his own heart, yet she laughed it off. Therefore, for lunch, he needed to make things difficult for her, so he ordered a Junshou restaurant specialty dish, sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli. When she wasn't able to make it, then he would laugh at her. However, he would have never expected that sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli was a dish that Junshou restaurant had spent 500 taels to get a hold of the recipe. And it was from Yu Xiaoxiao herself. At lunch, he devoured the authentic and incredibly delicious sour and spicy pig intestines with vermicelli. Only then did a thought pop up, what sort of relationship does this lass have with Junshou restaurant? How come she knows how to make almost all of their special dishes, and make it even more tasty than them? Zhu Junyang, who had been unable to trouble Yu Xiaoxiao with his requests, started to be picky again. This chicken stewed with mushrooms is such a commonplace dish. If you could switch it for a wild pheasant instead, I'm sure it will taste much better. Tomorrow, this prince will give you a hand and hunt some delicious game for you to make into food. When Yu Hai heard this, how could he possibly let the royal prince get into a possibly dangerous situation? What if royal prince Yong had an accident in the vicinity of Dongshan village? Other than himself, even the entire Dongshan village would be implicated by this. Yu Hai was stuck trying to figure out how to persuade Royal Prince Yong to not go when his youngest daughter interjected, there was heavy rain last night. The plants are thick up in the mountains. If you don't want to get your legs wet, then I advise you to wait several days before you go hunt. No one knew what the weather would be like for the next several days. Summer had just started and it was slowly starting to rain more. Perhaps in the next couple of days it would rain again. Although the young royal prince looked like he was good at hunting, there were too many uncertain elements in the mountains. It was better to avoid dangerous situations. However, the heavens appeared to have not heard Yu Xiao's prayer. For the next few days, the weather was perfect. The tide had been receding in the morning recently. Yu Xiao's friends also knew that she had more free time, so they invited her to gather seafood together. Within the group of three, Zhou Shanhu, Qian Yufeng and Lu Yingzi, they had somehow added a fourth person, Zheng Xiaoqui. With the addition of Yu Xiaosao, they were all around the same age and all of their families had decent situations. Although none of them were able to wear new clothing frequently, none of them wore clothing full of patches like a few years back. The group of 5 girls were all considered relatively good-looking in the village, so when they were together, they looked youthful and pretty as well as very pleasant. Whenever they came to find Yu Xiaosao, Zhou Shanhu and the 3 others were dressed in their ordinary working clothes. The only exception was Zheng Xiaoqui. She always wore her new set of clothing, which was a set made from blue cloth embroidered with yellow flowers. At the seaside, she was afraid of getting her clothing wet and dirty, so she always had the lowest yield out of all of them. Zhou Shanhu had once tried to persuade her, Xiaoqui, when you work it's best not to wear skirts. It's really too inconvenient. Zheng Xiaoqui wasn't grateful at all and held her handkerchief as she shyly replied, my father said that girls should act like girls, I can still do work while wearing a dress. As she talked, her eyes wandered towards the direction of the Yu family's residence. Zheng Xiaoqui was a bit older than the other 4 girls and was already 13. Her body had gradually developed and her slender figure, when clothed in aqua blue, looked quite delicate and pretty. However, she was still a daughter of a fisherman. Every day the sea breeze blew at her, so her skin looked a bit tan and rough. If she was paler, with her pretty features, she would be as pretty as those town girls who grew up in decent families. Yu Xiaosao hastily rushed out of the courtyard. This wasn't the first time she had sensed Zheng Xiaoqui sneakily looking at her courtyard. What was she looking at? What's so good about her family's courtyard? When Zheng Xiaoqui didn't see the figure she wanted to see, she couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression. Yu Xiaosao, this prince is going into the mountains to hunt today. Whatever game you want, I'll make sure to catch some. Zhu Junyang's voice sounded from the west. Zheng Xiaoqui was pleasantly surprised and craned her neck to look around. Today, Zhu Junyang was clothed entirely in black clothing embroidered with dull patterns. His trouser legs were tucked into his tall boots made of deer hide and his hair was bound tightly at the top of his head. A few loose strands casually framed his face. He looked agile and strong. After seeing Zheng Xiaoqui's star-struck eyes, Yu Xiaosao finally understood why this girl always came by every day to spend time with her. She glanced briefly at Zhu Junyang's handsome figure and couldn't help from inwardly sighing, a devilishly handsome man was a calamity. However, when she remembered what the young royal prince had told her the other day, Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but admire his intuition. At that time, Zheng Xiaoqui was quite a distance away from him and they didn't have any interactions together. How did he manage to detect that this little girl's motives weren't pure? Yu Xiaosao also carefully observed the other 3 girls, who were her good friends. She inwardly rejoiced that the one smitten with the prince wasn't any of them. Zheng Xiaoqui was only the neighbor of older sister Yingzi and had showed up uninvited into their little group. She didn't have as close a relationship with her as she did with the other girls, let alone having a good friendship. However, where did this little girl get the confidence to adore Royal Prince Yong, who was a relative of the emperor himself? The nobles in the capital all cared about crafting marriages that were well matched in terms of social status. Zheng Xiaoqui was only a little peasant girl from Dongshan village. Even if she caught the eye of Royal Prince Yong, she could only become his concubine. Did she think it would be easy to spend the rest of her life within the confines of a rich family? Perhaps her final ending would lead to a pile of dead bones that no one cared about. As Yu Xiaosao thought about this, she couldn't help but shudder a bit. If it were her, she would rather find a poor family where they couldn't eat their fill, than be concubine of a rich man. In the future, her husband could only have her as his sole wife. If he had other ideas, she would rather peacefully divorce than share her husband with other people. Even if he was extremely outstanding and she loved him to death, she would still stand by her principles. What are you thinking about? This prince is talking to you. Zhu Junyang lightly tapped Yu Xiaosao's forehead with the bow in his hand, interrupting her train of thought. Yu Xiaosao covered her head with her hand and angrily retorted, if you need to talk, then just talk. Why do you need to hit me too? If you hit my head again, I won't be polite to you anymore. Zhu Junyang looked at her slightly built body that was as flat as a board. He tsked in disdain, not be polite anymore. What can you do to this prince? Be careful, I might add some laxatives to your food. Let you stay on the toilet for 3 days and 3 nights. Yu Xiaosao revealed a slightly sinister expression on her face. Zhu Junyang didn't believe that she would do such a thing. Don't forget, we currently eat from the same plates. Don't tell me that you want to end up poisoning the rest of the family. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes and replied, don't forget that I'm quite proficient in medicine. I could just give my family members the antidote prior to eating the food and everything would be alright. Zhu Junyang inwardly thought, this prince also brings antidote pills along too. I wouldn't be afraid of a highly toxic poison, let alone something as mild as a laxative. The prince knows your personality, all bark and no bite. Even if someone threatened you, I don't think you would necessarily try to poison me. You're quite a bold girl. You even dare to poison me so obviously, who gave you the courage? Zhu Junyang lifted his eyes slightly which made his handsome face appear even more enchanting. Royal Prince, Xiao Xiao is only joking around, she doesn't have any bad intentions. The two of them suddenly heard a timid voice interject from the side. Yu Xiaoxiao turned in the direction of the voice and couldn't suppress her surprise. Zheng Xiaoqui, just how badly do you want to get the royal prince's attention? Are you trying to plead for clemency for me? If you want to do it correctly, you first need to disguise that seductive expression in your eyes first and also conceal your wild ambitions, okay? Zhu Junyang's expression immediately chilled as he looked out of the corner of his eye at the blue-clothed figure. Uneasiness bubbled up in his heart and he frowned unconsciously. Disgusting, how come he had to come across another person who could influence his feelings? Head steward Lu understood the hint in his master's expression and hurriedly hollered, outrageous. How dare you interrupt when the prince is speaking? Guards come, take her away from here. The order was only to escort her away and they were only being so lenient for the sake of Miss Yu. If it had been another person in another situation, they would have already dragged her down and started lashing with the whip. HMPH, a vulgar girl from a fisherman's family also had the guts to cozy up to the magnificent and glorious royal prince. Who gave her the confidence? Zheng Xiaoqui was scared witless at the sight of two large and burly imperial guards coming towards her. Her knees weakened as they escorted her out. Zhou Shanhu and the other three girls now saw a noble's fickle temperament. Earlier, the prince seemed to be doing fine, merely having a small quarrel with Xiao Xiao. How did he suddenly end up becoming angry? Yu Xiao Xiao didn't attempt to intercede for Zheng Xiaoqui, who had ulterior motives. A person needed to take responsibility for his or her own actions. Xiao Xiao merely looked at Zhu Junyang in the eye with a calm expression and said, "What are you being so mean for? You've scared the girl out of her wits." After Zheng Xiaoqui was forcefully escorted away, Zhu Junyang immediately felt like the air had become a lot more fresh. He couldn't help but warn Yu Xiao Xiao again, that girl's heart isn't pure. You need to stop spending time with her. Are you saying that someone who likes and adores you is someone who doesn't have a pure heart? You can't only blame the little girl, you have to look at that devilishly handsome face of yours too, right? Yu Xiaoxiao silently cursed the prince in her mind before she replied, how bad can a girl of 12 to 13 be? Don't make other people more complicated than they actually are. How bad can a girl of 12 to 13 be? Just wait until you see those supposed gently raised maidens in the capital fighting and scheming against others. In order to gain a personal advantage, they are willing to plot against their own sisters, step on their supposedly good friends, yet still pretend to be gracious and loving to them while stabbing them in the back. Only after seeing that could you finally understand just how bad 12 to 13-year-old girls could be. Enough, let's not talk about this anymore. This prince is going to enter the mountains. Zhu Junyang waved the bow in his hands at Yu Xiaoxiao and turned to leave. Yu Xiaoxiao looked up at the sky to observe the time and then advised him, young royal prince, you should eat lunch before you go. That way you won't miss a meal. Zhu Junyang hesitated for a second before he nodded his head, okay. I'll go with what you say. This prince will go to the thickets at the foot of the mountain and try my luck there. Maybe I can hunt a few pheasants or hares and add them to our lunch. When Yu Xiaoxiao saw that head steward Lu was following along, she thought that everything should be fine now. She had already inquired earlier about head steward Lu. Apparently, he was very skilled at martial arts and was similar to those giant bosses that guarded places in the dramas of her previous life. A lot of television dramas had head eunuchs that were very good at martial arts. Perhaps they had all practiced from the Sunflower Manual 1. When they saw Zhu Junyang leave, Zhou Shanhu and the three other girls, who were terrified by the previous scene, scampered over to Yu Xiaoxiao and exclaimed, that was super scary. Zheng Xiaoqui didn't say much. How did she end up offending His Highness so much? Aren't all nobles with high rank and power temperamental? Lu Yingzi had a better understanding of how the world worked, so she seemed to have sensed something more. She was feeling a bit displeased with Zheng Xiaoqui. No wonder Zheng Xiaoqui, who usually didn't spend much time with her before, always stuck around her whenever she was visiting the Yu family. She wanted to get closer to the royal prince. Lu Yingzi didn't know if Uncle Zheng knew Xiaoqui's inner thoughts, but she needed to tell her father when she got home and have him subtly make some inquiries. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled, alright, let's go gather seafood now. If we get there later, all of the good spots will get taken by other people. Qian Yifang gazed at Yu Xiaoxiao with eyes full of admiration. Older sister Xiaoxiao, you are too awesome. You're not even the tiniest bit afraid of that stormy royal prince and you even dare to argue with him. Yu Xiaoxiao pinched the other girl's chubby little face and grinned. Xiaofeng, you're wrong. I'm just a little peasant girl, how can I actually dare to argue with His Highness? I just have a better understanding of his personality since I've spent a little more time with him. As long as I don't cross his bottom line, there won't be any problems. Qian Yifang first nodded her head and then shook her head. My mother told me that I'm very bad at judging other people's expressions. In the future, I'll stay farther away from the royal prince then. Around noon, Zhu Junyang came back triumphantly with 2 hares and a pheasant in his hands. In the nearby thickets, there were many people who went there to pick up firewood, gather wild plants, so there wasn't a lot of game around. By coming back with such a haul in such a short period of time, it showed that the young royal prince's hunting skills were quite good. For lunch, Yu Xiaoxiao made salt and pepper rabbit meat, spicy wild pheasant, steamed egg with seafood, roasted garlic scallops, savory sandworms, sautéed eggplants with minced meat, and oyster tofu soup. There were a total of 6 dishes in one soup, and the meal contained both seafood and wild game dishes. Everyone ate the food with great relish. After finishing the meal, Zhu Junyang picked up his bow and arrows in preparation to enter the mountain. Since the West Mountain was giant, the Yu family was afraid that he wasn't familiar with the terrain and might get lost. Furthermore, it was possible that he might accidentally step into the wrong area and meet something dangerous. Thus, they had the experienced hunter, Yu Hai, act as his guide. Yu Xiaoxiao still didn't feel comfortable with the arrangements, so she found an excuse to leave the house. She secretly followed them from behind as they entered the mountain. Today, Zhu Junyang only brought head steward Lu along with him. As their guide, Yu Hai decided to bring the older adult and the youth on a loop around the outskirts of the West Mountains so they could hunt some wild deer, roe deer and other animals in order to satisfy the prince's desires. However, Zhu Junyang had already guessed what the other man was thinking about. After encountering some smaller game, he didn't stay put. His purpose today was to hunt some ferocious beasts in the mountains. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was following the three of them from behind, started to find it was harder and harder for her to keep up as they went further within the mountainous trails. Right now the plants and weeds around her were waist high and she had to use a lot of energy for each step she took. As she watched the gap between them get wider and wider, fear settled into her heart that she would get lost behind. Father, young royal prince, wait for me. Just as the three figures in front were about to disappear, Yu Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back and shouted towards them. Deep within the mountains there were trees all around, covering the sky and the ground. If she wasn't careful, she would quickly get lost in the thickets. Yu Xiaoxiao was still a little girl who was quite inexperienced in this setting. If she was lost by the others, it would be hard for her to find her way back on her own. The road in front of them was becoming steeper and steeper and the forest around them was thick. Head steward Lu stayed alert this entire time in order to observe their surroundings. He absolutely could not allow his master to encounter a mishap. Suddenly, his ears moved. He stopped moving in order to listen more closely to the sound. He quietly talked to Royal Prince Yong, who was in front of him. Master, do you hear that? Zhu Junyang thought that head steward Lu had heard a wild beast and immediately stopped and held his breath to listen. Father, young royal prince, wait for me. The thick forest muffled echoes in the area and the sound of the little girl's voice was only carried into the three people's ears by the wind. Yu Hai's expression immediately changed and he hurriedly rushed back as he stated, it sounds like Cower's voice. That girl, she's always been interested in hunting since she was a wee child. She must have secretly followed us. Zhu Junyang also looked more solemn. He did his best to figure out the direction of where the sound was coming from and walked in the direction. Father, young royal prince, where did you guys go? Yu Xiaoxiao was starting to get angry after shouting all this time. She didn't know whether her father or the young royal prince could hear her. She lowered her head to carefully look at the footprints the men left behind but she didn't realize yet that the more she walked, the further away she got from them. Yu Xiaoxiao found a wide open space and sat down on a rock. She retrieved a small porcelain bottle from her chest pocket and dripped a drop of mystic stone water into her mouth. Her throat immediately felt better and her exhausted body started to fill with strength again. Father, young royal prince, where did you guys go? It's Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao clumsily climbed up a crooked tree and sat at the bottom of the forked branches. She cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and started to shout loudly again. Zhu Junyang had followed the sound of her voice over and looked around. He didn't see Xiaoxiao anywhere. He turned around, raised his head, and was almost hit in the forehead by a pair of grubby, muddy, deerskin boots. Luckily, his reactions were quite agile and he managed to avoid getting stamped by stepping back. You also know how to climb trees. Looks like you're quite skilled. Exclamation mark quote. Zhu Junyang raised his head to look at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting astride on the tree. Her hair had been tangled with stray branches and there was even a dried leaf sticking on her temples. He didn't know whether the moisture on her face was from sweat or tears but she looked like a dirty little kitten. There were some holes in her clothing that had recently been ripped open. If he didn't look more closely, he would have thought she was a little beggar. Young royal prince, Yu Xiaoxiao almost wanted to cry tears of joy, that's great. I finally found all of you. Zhu Junyang watched as the little lass clumsily climbed down the tree. She slowly scampered down. Because her boots were covered with mud, she didn't have a good footing on the bark. She could only hug the tree tightly as she slowly slid down. Zhu Junyang couldn't stand watching her struggle anymore and sprung forward. He grasped the little lass's collar and jumped back as the little lass screamed to high heaven. The sudden weightless feeling made Yu Xiaoxiao think that she was about to fall down. She yelped mournfully as she gritted her teeth in preparation of the pain that was about to hit her bottom. Even when she was steady on the ground, with Royal Prince Yong supporting her up, she continued to holler shrilly with her eyes closed. Zhu Junyang used his other hand to pick at his ear. He felt like his ears were about to explode from the little lass's screams. He lifted Yu Xiaoxiao's hand and then lightly let go. The little lass's legs wobbled and she fell bottom first into the underbrush. Only then did she stop ravaging his eardrums with her voice. It doesn't hurt. How come I don't feel any pain after falling off the tree? Is it because the grass is too thick or is it because I have too much fat on my butt? Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed at her butt and looked up the tree again. Cower, why did you follow us? Yu Hai had heard Xiaoxiao's desperate screeches earlier and thought she had encountered danger. He bolted over, panting, and carefully inspected her from head to toe. He only relaxed after he discovered that she had no injuries. I was afraid you guys might get into trouble, so I followed along. Yu Xiaoxiao could tell that her father was getting angry very quickly, so she lowered her head and pulled at the grass as she stammered out a reply. Zhu Junyang let out a cold sneer. You were afraid for us. So you followed along. With that tiny stature of yours, if we encounter a wild beast, can you help us beat it off? Or can you protect us with your body? HMPH. This prince knows now, you probably planned on sending yourself into the jaws of the beast and give us an opportunity to run away, right? You're so tiny, you're not even enough to get stuck between the teeth of a wild beast. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't explain that she had the little divine stone, so she kept her head down as she obediently listened to him lecture. Yu Hai noticed that they were already in an area in the mountains where very few people tread. If he told his youngest daughter to head back on her own, she could get lost and then end up in a very bad situation. However, he couldn't, for the sake of his youngest daughter, ruin the royal prince's hunting mood. He braced himself as he said, Your Highness, my daughter isn't sensible and caused trouble for you, what do you think about letting my daughter follow along with us? Earlier on the way here, they traversed hills and threaded through the forest. The trail was quite hard to walk on. Zhu Junyan eyed the little lass who looked quite disheveled. He didn't know how that lass managed to go this far. When he thought about how the girl might end up breaking a leg or encountering some dangerous beasts on the way back, Zhu Junyan wished he could pick her up and give her a spanking. He looked around the area. They were surrounded by a thick forest and the mountain was loftily high. Who knew what type of ferocious beasts lurked in the area? They absolutely could not allow the little lass to stay here by herself. But they had already walked all this way, so they couldn't just leave empty-handed. Apparently, they could only bring this fellow along and hope that she didn't impede their way. You better keep up because if you don't, this prince won't wait for you. Zhu Junyan leveled a fierce glare at the little girl and then turned around to continue deeper into the mountain forest. At this time, head steward Lu discovered that his master's walking speed had decreased a lot compared to before. He looked back at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was doing her best to keep up with everyone. When did his master ever think of others? Was the sun about to rise from the west? With a useless tail behind them, Zhu Junyan had a premonition that his chances of hunting a ferocious beast had dwindled considerably. He no longer rushed forward and instead did his best to shoot at any animals that appeared. Yu Xiaoxiao soon found out that the young royal prince's archery skills weren't just good, they were astoundingly good. He almost never missed what he shot at and every arrow hit a vital spot. He never needed to shoot a second arrow to fell a beast. Red deer, wild goats, roe deer, hazel grouse, the most impressive one was that Zhu Junyan managed to kill a giant wild boar that weighed over 300 pounds by accurately shooting it in the head. A wild animal that was usually quite vicious didn't even make much noise before it was killed instantly by Zhu Junyan. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her father, who was carrying the red deer and wild goat on his back while his waist was strung with pheasants, badgers, and other small game. Head steward Lu had easily crafted a sledge out of branches and was pulling along the wild boar, roe deer and other game. Even she was holding 2 wild hares. Despite all that, the young royal prince continued deeper into the thicket enthusiastically. Young royal prince, if we continue to hunt through the afternoon, we won't be able to bring all of the game back. How about we go back home now and you can come back another day? Yu Xiaoxiao heavily sat down on a nearby rock. She really didn't want to get back up. Although the mystic stone water had replenished her energy, she was still very tired. Okay. Zhu Junyan attentively observed their nearby terrain and environment and then turned back to look her in the eye. You truly came over to be a deadweight. If you're tired, then just stand here and watch over the game. This prince will head deeper in to take a look. If I'm lucky, I might encounter a black bear. Didn't you say you wanted to try the taste of bear paws? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the pile of game that emitted the smell of blood. She was absolutely sure that all of this was the perfect bait to attract a carnivore. If she was in charge of watching over the game, did he want her to become the snack of a wild beast? Young royal prince, just what type of enmity do you have against me? Little glutinous dumpling, are you there? Yu Xiaoxiao lightly called at the little divine stone in her mind. It was currently in the multicolored stone on her wrist. A tiny, golden-colored kitten appeared behind her and jumped onto her shoulder. It arrogantly asked, what do you need this divine stone for? It wouldn't be that you want this divine stone to help you go hunting. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly thought that the little divine stone was quite similar to Zhu Junyan. Both liked to look down at everyone from their high statues, with their noses in the air. When they talked, they also made people feel like they immediately deserved a spanking. But the part that they most resembled each other was this: they were both annoying, but at the crucial point, they never disappointed her. Little glutinous dumpling, help draw a ferocious beast over. The best kind would be one that's not a fully grown adult and is easy to take care of. Either a tiger or bear would work. If there aren't any, then a wolf would do too. Tisk tisk, you take this divine stone to be bait for you. What advantage does this divine stone get out of this? If there are no advantages, this divine stone refuses to help. The little divine stone was feeling arrogant again. Every time she asked it to help her, it always acted as if it was very reluctant and made Yu Xiaoxiao quite unhappy. Yu Xiaoxiao took the little golden kitten off of her shoulders and held it by the scruff of its neck. She used some force to shake it around and pretended to be very fierce. She frowned and glared at it. Who's the master out of the two of us? Asking you to do something is like praying to the gods. I've already endured you for a long time. You're going against the wishes of your master. Are you not afraid of being punished for this? Yu Xiaoxiao had truly guessed correctly. The goddess of spirits was very familiar with the little divine stone's personality, so when she created this space, she added something to prevent the little divine stone from devouring its master. If it went against the master's wishes, 1% of its spiritual energy will drain away. If it helped its master, then 0.1% of its spiritual energy will recover. It was an extremely unequal rule. Consequently, even though the little divine stone really disliked Yu Xiaoxiao as its master, it could only fulfill all of her requests unconditionally. It could only wish that it could recover its powers sooner rather than later, break through its prison, and leave this energy-less world that was unsuitable for cultivation. The tiny golden kitten momentarily deflated like a balloon and its ears drooped down dispiritedly. Even its 2 usually bright and dazzling golden eyes also didn't have as much sparkle as before. This fellow had unexpectedly learned how to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly ran her hands through its soft and pointed little ears and sighed, since our contract was a success, then it means we are fated to be with one another. You shouldn't be in too much of a hurry. Heaven never bars one's way. Inevitably, there will be a method to restore yourself. When the moment comes, our destiny together will be considered at its end. Perhaps it's only a short few years or decades. Why not treasure the time we have together now? Stop saying these plaintive, useless words, HMPH. Isn't it just attracting a fierce beast over? For this divine stone, it's as easy as just thinking. The little divine stone seemed to not be used to these emotional words that were coming out of her mouth, so it jumped out of her hands and shook itself all over, allowing its shiny golden fur to settle. It transformed into a golden light and shot into the forest. Zhu Junyang had gone deeper into the forest for a short period of time and found that there was nothing interesting. He felt a bit disappointed. Yu Hai, who was next to him, would, from time to time, look back in the direction they came from because he was worried about his daughter. Zhu Junyang felt like his mood had also been influenced by the other man's and also started to worry about that foolish little lass. Let's go forward a bit more. If there's nothing to be found, then we'll head back home. Zhu Junyang felt an unfamiliar jittery feeling rise up within him and he lost his desire to continue hunting. He aimlessly stepped forward. Suddenly, head steward Liu, who was constantly on the lookout, felt his ears twitch and he stopped moving. Master, there's something that's rushing over to us, be careful. Zhu Junyang saw something that was moving extremely rapidly. He didn't even think when the bow in his hands moved and an arrow was shot towards that figure. The little divine stone barely managed to avoid that arrow that was headed its way. It used its paw to pat itself on its chest in a very human-like manner. How dangerous, I almost got hit by the arrow. This fellow's archery skills are pretty good. He's already gotten to the point where he can shoot accurately just based on his feelings. Although this kitten form was only something crafted by itself using spiritual energy, getting injured would still require the little divine stone to use up some of its hard-won spiritual energy to recover. The little divine stone let out a shrill meow as it was afraid that Zhu Junyang would shoot another arrow. At this time, Zhu Junyang was also very surprised. He knew how fast his arrows were, yet there was an animal that was able to dodge his heavenly arrows. Just as he was about to put another arrow to the string, he heard a coy mew from the underbrush. They were deep in the mountain forests, how could there be a cat in the area? Yu Hai recognized that delicate and dazzling little animal in the underbrush. He hurriedly interceded, that seems to be Cower's pet, a yellow kitten called, Little Glutinous Dumpling. Yu Hai carefully pushed aside the long grass and a tiny golden kitten, barely the size of his fist, appeared in front of the three men. The golden kitten seemed to know who almost injured it earlier and let out a resentful, yell, at Zhu Junyang's direction. Zhu Junyang bent over to pick up the tiny kitten by its scruff and lifted it to the height of his eye. He sized up the indignant, snarling little cat and finally chuckled, a pet takes after its master. This kitten is very similar to its owner. They both are the type who have more guts than the size of their own bodies. As he talked, he threw the kitten over to Yu Hai. The little cat executed a difficult rolling movement in midair and landed accurately on Yu Hai's shoulders. It resentfully raised all of the fur on its body and bared its teeth at Zhu Junyang. Yu Hai hurriedly caught the cat in his hands and lightly stroked it. He knew his daughter's pet was very aware and asked it, Little Glutinous Dumpling, how did you get here? Did you follow your master here? This divine stone was forced by your scoundrel of a daughter to come here. In a moment, when a giant black bear comes over, you better stay far away. If you get hurt, I will need to pay with my spiritual energy. The little golden kitten mewed at its master's father and didn't care if the man couldn't understand it. Zhu Junyang laughed, look at this fellow, it must be tattling on me. Exactly the same as its master. Head steward Liu lightly sniffed at the air and frowned, Master, this old servant can smell the distinct odor of an animal. A giant one must be coming over. Be careful. As the sun slowly set in the west, the grove slowly darkened. Other than the sound of the wind blowing around, the rest of the glade became dead silent. Something was wrong. Although the forest was quiet earlier, there were still sounds of birds chirping occasionally. Now it was too quiet, so quiet that it made people feel pressured. After hearing the startled calls of birds nearby, Zhu Junyang ordered Yu Hai somewhat hastily, it's here. Go hide behind the tree. Yu Hai was just about to reply when Steward Liu persuaded him, go hide first. If we have any trouble, you can go out then. Just as they finished talking, a large black bear that was as tall as a grown man and had a thick coat of fur appeared in front of them. Its large mouth was wide open and it seemed to be full of rage. It charged towards them and used its paws to break away all of the foliage in front of it. It easily snapped a young tree, that had a trunk about the size of small bowl, in half and the bear looked incredibly ferocious. Zhu Junyang calmly took aim and pulled the bowstring back. The arrow flew towards the bear's head. However, that bear seemed to have supernatural reflexes and slapped away the arrow accurately with one of its paws. The bear continued to rush over, its speed as swift as before. Quickly dodge. Zhu Junyang shot another arrow that didn't cause any damage and he scrambled up a nearby boulder. He took aim at the bear from the height as head steward Liu followed him blindly from behind. Zhu Junyang's third arrow had left behind a wound on the bear's forelegs. The pain enraged the animal and it charged even more crazily forward. Oddly enough, the furious animal didn't go after the main culprit who injured it and instead charged towards Yu Hai, who was hiding behind a large tree. The expression on Zhu Junyang's face immediately darkened. Yu Hai's pitiful hunting abilities were nothing compared to an enraged, full-grown black bear. The prince pulled back his bow again and shot the arrow towards the animal's back. The arrow punched through the black bear's thick hide and deeply embedded itself into the animal's flesh. However, it didn't hit a vital organ. Yu Hai naturally wouldn't stay there like a sitting duck when he saw the bear run over. He sensibly didn't try to fight head-on with the animal and, instead, darted around some nearby large trees. Although the bear had a large, bulky body, it wasn't the tiniest bit clumsy. It seemed to have latched onto Yu Hai as its prey and energetically chased after the older man. Yu Hai cried indignantly within his heart, that wound wasn't caused by me. If you want to take revenge, then you shouldn't go after me, the easier target, right? Lure the bear over here, climb up that tree. Zhu Junyang pointed at a tree with a trunk the size of two men that wasn't far from him and hollered at Yu Hai. Yu Hai, who heard the prince's instructions, circled around a tree and started to run for his life in the direction that was pointed out. From time to time, Zhu Junyang would shoot an arrow to distract the black bear and slow down the animal. Yu Hai stuffed the kitten in his hands into his chest pocket and stretched out his hands. He quickly scrambled up the giant tree. Zhu Junyang silently let out a sigh of relief. Luckily Yu Hai was stronger than his stupid little daughter. At least, his ability at tree climbing was a lot better. The giant bear gained a few more wounds and cuts as it chased after its prey. It only made the bear even more angry and furious. It used its large body and struck the tree trunk that Yu Hai had climbed onto. Its two paws scratched cruelly at the tree, leaving large gouges in the bark. Yu Hai clung onto the tree trunk for dear life. He was deathly afraid that the bear's violent thumps against the tree would knock him down. Zhu Junyang noticed that, without much effort, the bear had already savaged a third of the tree. If this continued, Yu Hai would soon be caught and ripped apart by the animal. Zhu Junyang took a deep breath and took out a special bowstring from his knapsack. He swiftly changed the strings on his beloved bow. With the bow in his steady left hand, he slowly pulled open the bow with his right. The muscles on his arms were so stretched that they were at the rupture point. Blue veins popped out from Zhu Junyang's neck and a faint sprinkling of sweat shone on his forehead. This bowstring was crafted from a special type of steel and had been made by a secretive mastersmith. Because it was crafted out of metal, it required 90 pounds of force to be pulled open. Normally, during practice, Zhu Junyang was only able to pull around 70 pounds of force. Today, he needed to bet it all on this one arrow and hit his target. The bowstring slowly stretched as Zhu Junyang's face turned a dark purple color. He breathed in deeply and concentrated all of his strength into his arms. By the time the bear had savaged over half of the tree trunk, the prince let go of the fully stretched bowstring and shot the quivering arrow towards the berserk animal. The arrow gave off an ear-piercing whistle as it shot towards the black bear. The savage animal was busy clawing at the tree trunk, doing its best to get its prey. It could apparently sense that danger was approaching and wanted to dodge. However, it was too late. The arrow smacked through the back of its head and punched through its right eye before it deeply embedded into the tree trunk that Yu Hai was hiding on. The only thing that could be seen from behind was the feathers. Steward Lu had a good understanding of his master's current strength and knew that it was hard for the prince to pull open something that required 90 pounds of force. The prince did it in order to save a person's life, but it was likely he had injured his tendons and muscles. He hurried over to inspect his master's arms and discovered that his master couldn't even hold onto his beloved bow anymore. Both of his arms continuously trembled at his sides. Master, why did you have to do this? Steward Lu hurriedly took out some bone-healing ointment and started to slather it on. Zhu Junyang acknowledged that he had never been a kind-hearted person, but when he saw that Yu Hai was about to get killed by a bear, there seemed to be a voice in his heart shouting, "Save him. You must save him." When he wanted to give up after injuring his arms when trying to pull the bowstring, the scene of Yu Xiaoxiao crying in sorrow suddenly appeared in his mind. He didn't want the smile that made him feel warm to disappear. He didn't want her clear, bright eyes to be covered with tears and tainted with sorrow. As he endured the pain from his arms, an inexplicable force rose and supported him to draw the bow, which he had never pulled back before. Seeing that the black bear was dead, Yu Hai jumped down the tree in cold sweat. Behind him, more than half of the trunk of the tree had been gnawed, and as if it was overwhelmed, it snapped. Yu Hai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. It was so dangerous earlier. For a moment, he almost gave up on living and waited for death. He must ill-fated with creatures like bears. Otherwise, the injured bear would have looked for the person who injured it instead of chasing after him, as if they were mortal enemies. It was the same as last time when he nearly got killed by a bear. Yu Hai reminded himself to stay far away from bears in the future. The good days had just begun, and he hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. When the tree collapsed, the little golden kitten jumped down and landed on the grass next to Yu Hai's feet. It licked its paws with its pink tongue. Just now, it had been on the tree branch above Yu Hai's head. On the one hand, it wanted to attract the bear's attention, and on the other hand, it wanted to stay close to protect its master's father. That's right, the little divine stone was the main culprit who caused the black bear to chase after Yu Hai. Didn't Yu Xiaoxiao always use it as a bait? The petty divine stone decided to take a small revenge by letting her father get a taste of being a bait. The little divine stone emitted a scent that was fatally attractive to the black bear and slowly lured it into Royal Prince Yang's hunting range. Moreover, it had been hanging on Yu Hai. In the eyes of the black bear, Yu Hai was like a piece of delicious red braised pork. It wished it could swallow him in one bite. In order to ensure the safety of its master's father, the little divine stone had been paying attention to the black bear's every move. Once the tree collapsed, it would immediately rush forward without hesitation. What a joke. Getting revenge was one thing, but if its master's father really got hurt, the 1/5 of its power, which it worked hard to recover, would probably return to its original state as a punishment. Yu Hai walked around the corpse of the bear and arrived in front of Royal Prince Yong and his servant. Seeing that head steward Lu was applying medication for the royal prince, he asked anxiously, "Did the royal prince get injured? Is it serious?" Head steward Lu forced out a smile and said, "It's nothing. He used too much strength when drawing the bow. He should be fine after resting for a few days." In actuality, he was also uncertain in his heart. The injury of one's muscles, bones, and meridians wasn't a small matter. If it was a light injury, he would recover in a few days as he said. In serious cases, it may be impossible for him to use bows and arrows for the rest of his life. He couldn't understand what the royal prince was thinking. To injure himself in order to save a low-status commoner, was it worth it? After all, the royal prince had gotten injured when saving him, so Yu Hai felt very guilty. He rubbed his hands and said, "My family's cow knows a little about medicine. When we get back, I'll have her make some ointment and apply it for you. You will recover faster. My leg was bitten by a bear before. All the doctors at Tongren Medicine Hall said that my leg needed to be amputated because the muscles and veins had ruptured. Later, my family's cow cured my leg. Originally, head steward Lu didn't take his words to heart. How good could the medical skills of a 10-year-old girl be? Could the herbal medicine be as good as the Imperial Palace's famous bone-healing balm? But, when he heard Yu Hai say that his previously ruptured veins in his leg had recovered, and his walking wasn't affected whatsoever, he immediately focused all his attention on him. Head steward Lu helped his master pick up his precious bow, and then he solemnly said to Yu Hai, I shall thank you first. We will have to trouble second miss you in the future. Yu Hai knew that head steward Lu was someone who was favored by the royal prince and had accompanied him since he was young. Seeing his solemn thanks, Yu Hai shook his hands in a slightly awkward manner and said, No trouble, no trouble. The royal prince was injured because of this lowly commoner. This is something that I should do. Zhu Junyang kicked the prey with his feet. The black bear was at least 300 to 400 catties, so transporting it back was a big problem. Should he just chop off the paws and bring them back? In the end, Yu Hai cut some branches and made a simple stretcher. With head steward Lu, he carried the bear back to the place where Xiao Xiao was guarding the game. The sun gradually set beyond the west mountain, and the forest got darker. The wind blew on the bushes and made a rustling sound, and the homing birds occasionally crowed. The bored Yu Xiao Xiao was worried about whether they could leave the forest before it got dark when the silhouette of her father dragging a bear appeared within her line of sight. When Yu Xiao Xiao saw the huge size of the black bear, she ruthlessly scolded the little divine stone in her heart. The bear looked so fierce. If something happened to her father or the young royal prince, she would definitely throw the little divine stone into a manure pit. With this divine stone here, who could hurt them? The tiny kitten jumped onto her shoulder and looked as if it was ready to fight her. She actually dared to threaten this divine stone and wanted to throw this divine stone into the dirty and smelly cesspool. Just because this tiger isn't showing my power, she's treating me like a sick kitty. The game was tied up on 2 stretchers, which were pulled by Yu Hai and head steward Lu. Fortunately, the 2 of them, one was used to manual labor, while the other knew martial arts. Thus, they were able to easily handle all the game. When they walked out of the forest, the sky had already completely darkened. Madame Lu and her 2 children were anxiously waiting at the foot of the West Mountain. Ever since Yu Hai got injured, Madame Lu had regarded the West Mountain as a synonym for danger. She strictly forbade her husband and the children from hunting in the mountains. She even stipulated that they could only pick mushrooms and dig for wild herbs around the foot of the mountain. Her husband went out with the royal prince at noon, but they still hadn't returned yet. Thus, it was inevitable that Madame Lu would have all sorts of ideas in her mind. Mother, is that father and the others? Yu Hang had sharp eyes and saw a group of people coming out of the forest. Madame Lu looked carefully. As she breathed a sigh of relief, she also asked in confusion, it's them. But, why is there another child? Xiaolian exclaimed in surprise, Mother, I didn't see younger sister when I came back in the evening. It wouldn't be her, right? Madame Lu creased her brows and thought about it, and then said with slight anger, it's definitely that lass. I haven't seen her since noon. That lass is getting too bold. She didn't tell anyone and secretly followed them up the mountain. With the help of the moonlight, Yu Xiaoxiao saw Madame Lu and the 2 kids. She ran over happily and said, Mother, we got a good harvest from hunting today. The young royal prince also caught a bear. It weighs more than 400 catties. Madame Lu gently twisted her younger daughter's ear and angrily said, who allowed you to follow them? It's so dangerous on the mountains. If something happened to you, wouldn't that be asking for mother's life? Feeling slightly guilty, Yu Xiaoxiao covered her ear and exclaimed, Mother, I'm wrong. In the future, I won't go up the mountain without telling you. Please don't be angry. If you fall sick because of anger, father and I will both be heartbroken. Zhu Junyang, whose arms were hanging on his sides, tried his best to endure the pain. When he saw the lass's grinning face and flattering expression, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This lass has such rich expressions. After dragging the game to the Yu residence, head steward Lu, who was worried about his master's injury, found an opportunity to call Yu Xiaoxiao and whispered, Second Miss Yu, I heard that you cured tendons and veins on your father's leg. Is it true? When facing this loyal, ruthless, and shrewish head steward Lu, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be more vigilant. She shook her head decisively and said, For my father's leg, Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall had prescribed effective medication and my father originally had a rather healthy body. Finally, the herbal paste that I made also worked. All 3 aspects are indispensable. Why, who got hurt? Yu Hai just happened to walk by and heard them, so he quickly said, Cower, the royal prince got injured because he was saving me. If your herbal paste works, you must properly treat the royal prince's injury. If it wasn't for him, your father might have died or been seriously injured. Yu Xiaoxiao reproached the little divine stone in her heart again, and said, Father, don't worry. My herbal paste doesn't have any side effects. It can clear the acupuncture points, improve blood circulation, and relieve pain. I'll go make some right now. But, we still need to see if the royal prince wants to use it. He was a dignified royal prince and a relative of the emperor. He was usually treated by the imperial physicians, so would he want to use home remedies from the countryside? From the small medicine box at home, Yu Xiaoxiao got some herbal medicine for promoting blood circulation and dissolving bruises. She crushed them into bits and boiled them into paste with highly concentrated mystic stone water. The herbal paste had a murky black appearance and didn't look very good, but it exuded a faint herbal fragrance that made people feel refreshed. When Yu Xiaoxiao brought the self-made herbal paste to the royal prince, she hadn't expected that he would choose to trust her without hesitation. Aren't you afraid that I would put something in this herbal paste? Or that the herbal paste was randomly made? Yu Xiaoxiao asked as she applied the herbal paste for the young royal prince. Zhu Junyang said firmly, You won't. Why are you so certain? Zhu Junyang's arms were smeared completely black by Yu Xiaosao, like a burnt wooden stake. Zhu Junyang felt a cool sensation emanating from the herbal paste, and the pain in his arms was immediately relieved. He didn't know whether it was an illusion, but he seemed to be able to feel his muscles, tendons, and veins swiftly recovering. Intuition. This prince's intuition tells me that you won't harm me. My intuition tells me that your herbal paste will definitely be effective to my injury. Intuition again. Could it be that the young royal prince has a very accurate sixth sense? He doesn't have superpowers, does he? Yu Xiaosao's imagination went wild. Both of Zhu Junyang's arms were covered with thick herbal paste. When it was time to eat, he could only wait for others to serve him. As for this important task, it somehow landed on Yu Xiaosao. Yu Xiaosao felt very helpless in her heart. Oh, young royal prince don't you have a head steward court eunuch, who serves you, with you? Why are you making things difficult for a nobody like me? Eggplant. Zhu Junyang sat in an unrestrained manner, looked at the sautéed eggplants with minced meat and unashamedly directed Xiaosao on what he wanted to eat. Yu Xiaosao, who had accepted her fate, picked up a piece of eggplant and stuffed it into the young royal prince's mouth, thinking, I'll just take it as helping my father pay a debt of gratitude. The next day, Yu Hai sent the injured royal prince Yong back to town on the horse carriage. Yu Xiaosao followed behind on the donkey cart, which was full of yesterday's game. The donkey, Little Gray, had become so fat and strong that normal horses couldn't compare to it. Once, someone offered a high price to buy Little Gray, but the offer was firmly rejected by Xiaosao. When they got to town, Yu Hai went to send the game to Junshou restaurant. The large black bear on the donkey cart attracted the attention of the people in town. Before the cart even stopped in front of Junshou restaurant, many people came to make reservations for a game banquet. In particular, there was an endless stream of people inquiring about the price of the bear paw. Although Tangu town wasn't big, there were quite a lot of rich people. When they heard that Royal Prince Yong had kept the bear paws, they had no choice but to take the next best thing, make reservations for the bear meat. Bear meat was good for supplementing deficiencies, strengthening muscles and bones, and treating disorders like rheumatism, disjointed limbs, and muscle spasms. It also tasted very good. Most importantly, bear meat wasn't something that one could eat whenever one wanted. The last time someone caught a bear was 1.5 years ago. They naturally didn't have to worry about not being able to sell this kind of rare food. More than 300 caddies of bear meat were completely reserved in less than 2 days. The rest, like deer, mountain sheep, roe deer, were stored in the ice house. With these game, Junshou restaurant's sales reached a new peak, which caused the other restaurants in town to be extremely envious. The manager of the old brand Fulin restaurant, in particular, regretted his past actions. Had he not been greedy for small advantages and forced the price down, it would have been Fulin restaurant flourishing with business right now. There was no such thing as a medicine for regret in this world. Everyone had to be responsible for their own decisions. Yu Xiaosao and her father went different ways to complete their tasks. Yu Hai went to Junshou restaurant, while she drove the horse carriage to take Royal Prince Yong back to the estate that Princess Consort Jing stayed at. When Princess Consort Jing heard that her youngest son was hurt, she nearly fell ill from the fright. She quickly called for the imperial physician to treat Zhu Junyang, and received the conclusion that he could no longer exert force with both his arms. Her youngest son had worked hard to practice martial arts since he was a child. If he couldn't use strength in his hands, wouldn't he be considered a cripple? The disbelieving Princess Consort Jing called over Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall and received similar results. When Princess Consort Jing heard this, she immediately clenched her chest and fainted. Dr. Sun rushed to save Princess Consort Jing. Fortunately, Princess Consort Jing's health had been nourished very well in the past 2 years. She had just fainted due to excessive grief. Dr. Sun pricked a needle in her philtrum point, and Princess Consort Jing woke up. The thought of her youngest son being a disabled person because of hunting made Princess Consort Jing extremely sad, and she appeared very pitiful as she wept. Both of Zhu Junyang's arms were injured, but he still comforted his lady mother. Lady mother, I have just strained the muscles and bones in my arms. It's not as serious as they're making it. I'll be fine after resting for a while. The imperial physician and Dr. Sun both said you can't even lift a bucket of water in the future. What are you going to do? Why did you suddenly go hunting? Fortunately, only your arms are hurt. If the wild beast, how is Lady Mother supposed to continue living? Princess Consort Jing gasped for breath as she cried. In her heart, she couldn't help but blame the Yu family for taking her Yanger to such a dangerous place. Princess Consort Jing couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her cheeks, and no one was able to comfort her. Dr. Sun hesitated for a while and finally said, Your Highness, in fact, it's not that there aren't any cases of recovery from injuring muscles and bones. Can my son's arms recover? With tears on her face, Princess Consort Jing quickly asked. Her eyes, which were filled with tears, were full of expectation. There was a villager in Dongshan village whose leg was injured by a bear. The damage to his tendons and muscles was much more serious than that of Royal Prince Yang's arms. However, he has recovered very well now. He can walk, run, and jump just like normal people, and he can also carry heavy loads and do heavy labor. Each time Dr. Sun recalled Yu Hai's injury, he always thought it was a miracle. As if she had grasped on a life-saving straw, Princess Consort Jing repeatedly asked, Who is it? Does his family have some secret medicine? Quickly find him. Let's buy his secret medicine. No matter how much it cost, we're willing to pay for it, as long as it can cure my son's arms. Zhu Junyang could clearly feel the abundance of care and motherly love from his lady mother. It was this great, selfless maternal love that left a sense of warmth in the corner of his cold, gloomy heart, and thus he didn't get lost in the negative emotions. With his injured arms, he gently took his lady mother into his embrace. There was a lot of pain in his arms, but it couldn't cover the warmth in his heart. He softly said, I know the person who Dr. Sun mentions. Lady Mother also knows him. Quickly let go. Be careful of your arm. Princess Consort Jing, who was embraced by her son, was stiff and didn't dare to move at all, for fear that she would hurt him. You said I also know that person. Who? Zhu Junyang retracted his arms and smiled a bit more tenderly. It's Yu Xiaoxiao, who Lady Mother is angry at and being punished to stand outside. Her father's leg was once bitten by a bear. Isn't it in a perfectly fine now? At the mention of this matter, Princess Consort Jing couldn't help but feel angry. What's wrong with that father of Yu Xiaoxiao? He had been bitten by a bear before, yet he still took you hunting in the West Mountain. What are his intentions? Had it not been for the fact that he's Xiaoxiao's father, I would have definitely punished him. Lady Mother, I have already said that I was the one who insisted on hunting in the mountains. He was kind-hearted and afraid that your son would get lost in the mountain forest, and thus suggested to guide me. Without his rich hunting experience, perhaps your son would still be wandering in the mountains right now. Zhu Junyang kindly put in a good word for Yu Hai. Upon hearing him mention this, Princess Consort Jing began crying again. Yanger, you're not allowed to scare Lady Mother again. If something really happened to you, Lady Mother doesn't want to continue living either. Aren't I fine now? When faced with Princess Consort Jing's tears, Zhu Junyang felt helpless. You call this fine? With your arms like this, you still think it's fine? Will you only consider it a problem when your whole body is covered in wounds after being bitten by a bear? Princess Consort Jing really wanted to beat up her worrisome son of hers, but she was also worried about his swollen arms. Zhu Junyang quickly said, Lady Mother, why don't you call Yu Xiaoxiao in and ask how her father's leg was cured? Hearing this, Princess Consort Jing wiped her tears and hastily nodded and said, yes, that's right. Quickly tell Xiaoxiao to come in. I need to ask if her family has some good medicine to cure muscle and tendon injuries. Mei Xiang complied and quickly walked out the door. She said to Yu Xiaoxiao, who was bored to death as she stood in the corridor and kicked at the brick under her feet, Miss Yu, the princess consort asked you to come in. Holding the herbal paste that she had just heated this morning, Xiaoxiao followed Mei Xiang through the door and bowed a greeting at Princess Consort Jing, whose eyes were red. Princess Consort Jing, who was still somewhat angry, expressionlessly said, stand up. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that Princess Consort Jing was angry with her. The young royal prince got hurt because of her father. She would even be willing to take a beating, let alone getting the cold shoulder. Seeing that the princess consort didn't intend to speak, she summoned up her courage and whispered, Your Highness, the young royal prince's arms, it's time to change the medicine. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Consort Jing asked anxiously, You applied the medicine on Yanger's arms. Is this the medicine that healed the injury on your father's leg? Yu Xiaoxiao quickly nodded and said, In reply to your highness, my father's leg was cured after consuming the medication prescribed by Dr. Sun and applying this herbal paste. It got better with the combination of external application and internal treatment. Dr. Sun and the imperial physician seemed very interested in the herbal paste in jar in her hands. Dr. Sun tried to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't help but ask, Miss Yu, can you let this old man look at the herbal paste in your hands? Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid of being found out by him because the ointment she brewed was really made for muscle and bone injuries. But, without the most critical component, the mystic stone water, it became the most common muscles and bones ointment on the market. Dr. Sun and the imperial physician took the jar of medicine and studied the properties of the herbal paste together. After a discussion, they realized that it was made of very common ingredients. However, Dr. Sun noticed that there was an ingredient in it that could activate the properties of the medicine and make the medicine work to its fullest. Perhaps, it was this ingredient that caused an originally common medicine to become effective enough to cure Yu Hai's leg. Dr. Sun wanted to ask what this ingredient was, but on second thought, this was their secret medicine. It was already pretty good of them to let him look at the medicine. If he asked them how the herbal paste was made, wouldn't that make things difficult for them? Seeing that the imperial physician and Dr. Sun had studied the medicine for a long time, Princess Consort Jing anxiously asked, How is it? Will this medicine work? Will it be able to cure Yanger's injury? Dr. Sun gave the herbal paste back to Yu Xiaoxiao and nodded, This herbal paste is good for Royal Prince Yang's injury. If used together with the medication for relieving acupuncture points, there is an 80% chance that Royal Prince Yang's injuries will be completely healed. 80% chance. Although Princess Consort Jing wasn't completely satisfied, it was already considered pretty good compared to the death sentence that the imperial physician and Dr. Sun imposed on her son's arms. Xiaoxiao, quickly apply it for Yanger. Princess Consort Jing's tone had softened a lot. She wasn't an unreasonable person, but concern caused her to be in a confused state of mind. It was inevitable that she would vent her anger on others upon hearing that her youngest son's arms were going to be crippled. It was understandable since this was due to a mother's love for her son. Yu Xiaoxiao asked Mei Xiang to bring over a basin of warm water. With her back facing everyone, she placed the multicolored stone into the warm water. The little divine stone cooperated and emitted some spiritual power into the water, which turned the warm water into mystic stone water. Yu Xiaoxiao carried the water to the table next to Royal Prince Yong and said in a soft voice, Take off your clothes. When head steward Lu took off his outer garment, there was a casual sleeveless garment inside. The two maid servants, Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang, blushed slightly and turned around. As a citizen of the 21st century, Yu Xiaoxiao was used to men wearing nothing but a pair of shorts in the summer, let alone he was wearing a large tank top. With a straight face, Yu Xiaoxiao calmly washed off the herbal paste on the young prince's arms with gauze, and then she applied a thick layer of the herbal paste on his arms. Does it need to be wrapped in gauze? Wouldn't the medicine lose its effect if it accidentally got rubbed off? Princess Consort Jing asked with concern. Sure, it can also be wrapped up. Since the patient's family requested it, Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't disagree. With the gauze, she wrapped the young royal prince's arms up like a mummy, and even his elbows couldn't be bent. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhu Junyang, whose two arms were hanging straight to his sides, and nearly rolled on the floor laughing in her heart. Zhu Junyang looked down at his arms, which were tied too tight to bend. With the corner of his eye, he saw Yu Xiaoxiao secretly snickering like a little mouse. He faintly asked, how long will it take for this prince's arms to be able to move freely? Yu Xiaoxiao hastily suppressed her laughter and said in a serious manner, it takes 100 days to recover from serious injuries. No matter how effective my medicine is, it would still take at least 1 or 2 months for you to recover, right? Then, I will have to trouble you for the time being. Zhu Junyang had noticed something from Xiaoxiao's expression, but he didn't expose her and replied in a very natural manner. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt as if she had dug a pit for herself. Like an angry kitten, she looked at Zhu Junyang defensively and asked, what do you mean by that? Zhu Junyang faintly glanced at her and said, the literal meaning. You're the one who made the herbal paste, and you're also the only one who knows how to make it. You must know the most about the medicine. Thus, for the sake of this prince's arms, I will have to trouble you in the future. Thinking about how the young royal prince ordered her around like a maid at home, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately felt dark clouds gathering above her head. She tried her last attempt at struggling out of it. Actually, there's no special technique for applying my herbal paste. It just needs to be applied evenly on the arms. I can send it over after I finish making it every day. You can just let a maidservant or manservant to apply it for you. Princess Consort Jing understood her youngest son's meaning. The injury of one's muscles and tendons was a serious matter. If he wasn't careful, both his arms might become crippled. Thus, they naturally had to be more careful. Princess Consort Jing held Yu Xiaoxiao's small hand and said earnestly, Xiaoxiao, you're a good child. Please understand a mother's feelings regarding her injured son. My Yanger is only 17 years old, which is the period of youth. He hasn't even found a wife yet, so he can't have injuries that aren't fully restored. This child has a hard life. When he was young. Lady Mother, Zhu Junyang quickly interrupted Princess Consort Jing's words. Why are you talking about these? Go straight to the point and keep her here. As she spoke, Princess Consort Jing's eyes, which were similar to her youngest son's, filled with tears again. She gently patted the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief, looked at Xiaoxiao sincerely, and said, for the sake of the injuries on Yanger arms, I hope Xiaoxiao can stay at the residence for some time. I can only rest assured if you personally handle the herbal paste. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't in front of the lofty princess consort, but a loving mother who cared about her son. How could she refuse her? Biting her lips, Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, this commoner will go back to inform my godparents, and I also have to send a message back to Dongshan village. Princess Consort Jing apparently breathed a sigh of relief. She sent the steward of the outer court to send the message to Dongshan village, and then had a horse carriage send Yu Xiaoxiao back to the Fang estate in town. When Lady Fang, who was packing up and getting ready to return to the capital, heard about her goddaughter returning in Princess Consort Jing's carriage, she inwardly wondered, I have become closer with Princess Consort Jing since coming to Dongshan village, and the Princess Consort also really likes Xiaoxiao, but it's very rare for someone to have the honor of being sent back in Princess Consort Jing's carriage in the capital, let alone in Tangu town. Did Xiaoxiao win Princess Consort Jing's favor by doing something extraordinary again? After Yu Xiaoxiao came in, she recounted what had happened. Lady Fang suddenly realized, it turns out that they were actually interested in Xiaoxiao's family's secret recipe for the bone healing and acupuncture point relieving medicine. Not to mention that Royal Prince Yong had gotten injured in order to save Xiaoxiao's father, but with Royal Prince Yong and Princess Consort Jing's identities, she wouldn't be able to refuse them. Hearing that it would take at least a month for Royal Prince Yang's arms to recover, Lady Fang said with slight disappointment, Cower, you can't go back to the capital with godfather and godmother this time. I was going to introduce you to our relatives and friends in the capital during Linner's 100-day ceremony. Who knew that this would have happened? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at little Linlin, who was lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed. His fair and tender face was as delicate as an egg with its shell peeled. He should be dreaming of drinking milk. His small mouth gently moved a few times and curled up into a satisfied smile. In regard to this younger brother, she had nearly witnessed all his growth and changes every day, from a red, wrinkled and monkey-like little thing to a beautiful, angel-like baby. Although they weren't related by blood, her feelings for him were no less than that of real siblings. The introduction isn't really important. I just feel that it's a pity that I can't attend Linlin's 100-day ceremony. Yu Xiaoxiao gently caressed the little fellow's soft, little head. As if his sleep had been disturbed, he scrunched up his face unhappily and appeared like he was saying, if you continue to disturb my sleep, I'll let you see me crying. Yu Xiaoxiao took back her hand, looked at the little guy's cute appearance with a smile, and said to him, although I can't attend little Linlin's 100-day ceremony, older sister has already prepared the present. Lady Fang knew that although the Yu family had made some money, it was money that they worked hard from dawn to dusk to earn after all. She smiled and said, why mention presents when we're all one family? You're still a child yourself. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a small wooden box with elegant and simple carvings from her chest pocket. After opening it gently, a bright and lustrous pearl that was the size of a quail egg appeared in front of Lady Fang. Even Lady Fang had seldom seen such a big and beautiful pearl. Perhaps only the East Pearl on the Empress's crown could rival it. Cower, you, where did you get such a big pearl? It's too valuable, so quickly put it away. This pearl is definitely a rare treasure that cannot be easily bought with money. Keep it yourself and save it for your dowry. Lady Fang pushed back the wooden box with a firm attitude. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled nonchalantly and said, I inadvertently found this pearl when I was diving. I'm a very good swimmer now. If I want to get some pearls, I can easily get them whenever I want. This is for my younger brother Lin. When he's a little older, he can shoot it as a pellet. Playing with a valuable pearl like it's a toy. Wouldn't that be apparently flaunting one's wealth? Lady Fang still insisted on declining the gift, but Yu Xiaoxiao forced it into her hands. Yu Xiaoxiao pouted and spoke before her godmother could say anything. Godmother, if you don't accept it, then you're not treating me as part of the family. Wife, since our daughter said that, you should just accept it. If you feel sorry about it, then you should prepare more for our daughter's dowry. At that time, prepare 5 kilometers of dowry, so that stinky brat, whose current whereabouts are unknown, won't mistreat our daughter. Fang Zizhen, who had entered the room without them noticing, had overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter. Seeing that Lady Fang had carefully put away the pearl, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her godfather and unabashedly said, "That's right. With a general as my father, I want to see who would dare mistreat me. My godfather's fists aren't just for display." Zhu Junyang, who had been ordered by Princess Consort Jing to stay in bed, sneezed 2 times in succession. He wrinkled his brows and whispered, "It goes without saying that it's that last Yu Xiaoxiao who's talking behind my back." Princess Consort Jing, who was next to him, worriedly had someone add another quilt for him for fear that he would get sick. Although it wasn't very hot in early summer, it was uncomfortable to be covered by so many quilts. Zhu Junyang quickly used the excuse of sweating would affect the healing of the wounds to reject his lady mother's good intentions. In the following days, Yu Xiaoxiao lived in Princess Consort Jing's temporary residence. Like she was entertaining an esteemed guest, Princess Consort Jing prepared an elegant and exquisite courtyard for her. This courtyard wasn't far from Zhu Junyang's courtyard, and was within 2 minutes away on foot. She also specially sent maidservants and senior servants to serve her. All of the arrangements were not even slightly inferior to that of the noble young ladies in the capital. However, in addition to decocting the medication and changing his medicine, she also had to serve the young royal prince 3 meals a day. What exactly was going on? Didn't she come to be a doctor? How did she ended up becoming the young royal prince's personal maidservant? Standing next to the table with chopsticks in her hands, Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the young royal prince, who was waiting for her to feed him with his mouth wide open as if he was a hungry swallow, and had an urge to flip the table. Shrimp crystal steamed bun. Seeing that he didn't receive the food he requested after waiting for a long time, the young prince emphasized once again. His eyes swept across the ashen-faced Yu Xiaoxiao, and he was in a strangely good mood. Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at the maidservants who usually serve the young royal prince's daily life and said with displeasure, "Young royal prince, I don't think I'm one of your maidservants. It doesn't seem to be one of my responsibilities to serve you when you eat, right?" Zhu Junyang's icy gaze swept over the maidservants in the room. The maidservants trembled and went out of the room one after another. He took back his gaze with satisfaction, shook his arms, which were wrapped up like a mummy, in front of Yu Xiaoxiao, and said, "Now, this prince and you are the only ones in the room. This prince's arms got injured because I was saving your father. So, it's not too much to ask you to serve this prince while I eat, is it? Don't all gentlemen show kindness without expecting repayment? Young royal prince, is it really all right for you to mention that you got injured in order to save my father 8 times a day? This is apparently the ungrateful act of taking advantage of a good deed and seeking repayment. Ah." Yu Xiaoxiao angrily picked up a crystal steamed bun and tried to choke him to death by stuffing the whole thing into the young royal prince's mouth. Zhu Junyang worked hard to chew the food in his mouth and finally swallowed it after chewing for a long time. "Are you trying to kill me? Kanji, this prince nearly died from choking." Yu Xiaoxiao slammed the chopsticks on the table, picked up the bowl of kanji, scooped out a spoon of kanji, and shoved it into the young prince's mouth. The kanji on the spoon dripped onto the clothes that Zhu Junyang had just changed into in the morning. "You're too unprofessional when serving people. You need to practice more," Zhu Junyang scolded in an irritating manner. After she finally finished serving this great lord breakfast with much difficulty, he opened his hands and said to his trusted little maidservant, "Just look at how you defed the kanji. It sprinkled everywhere. Had it been someone else, this prince would have flogged her already. Come, help this prince change my clothes." Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted towards the outside, "Who's on duty outside? Come in and help the young royal prince change his clothes." When the people outside heard this, there was a series of disorderly footsteps, and then it became dead silent. Yu Xiaoxiao opened the door and rushed outside to take a look. Not even a trace of the people, who should be serving outside, could be seen. With no other choice, Yu Xiaoxiao took out a set of clothing that she thought was the ugliest from the wardrobe and helped the young royal prince change into it. Zhu Junyang also didn't like this attire and had never worn it. When he appeared in front of the princess consort in this dark reddish-purple outfit, she couldn't help but look surprised. "Yu Xiaoxiao, help this prince change. I need to go out." "Why do I need to help you change your clothes? Don't you have a lot of maidservants at your house?" Yu Xiaoxiao was irritated. She had to wash his face, comb his hair, and feed him. Sometimes, she also had to cook the dishes that he requested in the small kitchen. Now, she also had to help him change his clothes. Was he really taking her as a maidservant? Zhu Junyang looked at the maidservants, who were assigned by his lady mother, with disdain. His gaze was as cold as snow as he said, "This prince hates being served by people with impure intentions. It makes me feel disgusted." When the maidservants heard this, their faces were ghastly pale and dripping with cold sweat as they kneeled on the ground, trembling. These maidservants were all carefully selected by the princess consort. Their figures and appearance were considered more outstanding within the estate. Seeing that her youngest son was already 17 years old, Princess Consort Jing reckoned that it was time for him to understand certain things. Thus, she picked out several bed servants for her son. Although this matter wasn't explicitly stated, the maidservants all clearly knew within their hearts. The young royal prince had a cold and indifferent temper, but he was handsome, had a high status, and was trusted by the emperor. Thus, he would surely have a bright future. To be able to the young master's bed servant, if they could give birth to 1 or 2 offsprings, the mother's position would definitely rise due to the child. There was no hope of being his ranked concubine, but becoming the concubine of the royal prince would be the best outcome for the maidservants. For this position of the bed servant, not only did the maid servants fight openly and secretly in private, but from time to time, they also tried to get closer to Zhu Junyang. They wanted to show their faces more in order to gain a more favorable impression. Unbeknownst to them, with his special ability, Zhu Junyang could clearly detect their strong desires, which made him feel repulsed. He would rather do things himself, or have head steward Lu serve him, than let those maid servants with ulterior motives get close to him. After hurting his arms, Zhu Junyang began ordering Yu Xiaoxiao around in a right and self-confident manner. Although he couldn't detect Yu Xiaoxiao's feelings, the scent from her body could give him a sense of peace and tranquility, which made him want to get closer to her. Poor Yu Xiaoxiao was temporarily used as a worker, and was ordered until she was screaming and yelling. Her energetic appearance made small ripples in Zhu Junyang's character, which was like a pool of dead water. After meeting Yu Xiaoxiao, the people around Zhu Junyang, especially Princess Consort Jing, could all clearly feel the change in her son. This was something that she was very happy to see. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao was still doing her best to get out of this situation. You don't like to be served by the maid servants, but don't you still have head steward Lu? Head steward Lu, who was standing on the side and watching the show, suddenly got dragged in. He naturally wouldn't ruin his master's happy matters, so he immediately put away the smile on his face and solemnly said, "Master, this servant will go accomplish the task that you assigned to me this morning." After saying that, he hurriedly went out the door, as if someone behind him was trying to chase him out. Completing a task that was assigned in the morning now. Who is he kidding? So, you want to play with me? Yu Xiaoxiao refused to work. I was invited to help you, the young royal prince, to cure your injury, so I should be considered half a doctor, right? Is this how you guys treat doctors who help treat patients, heal wounds, and rescue those who are dying? From now on, I won't do anything other than my duties as a doctor. Don't even think of telling me to do things like help you change your clothes. I'm not your family's servant. Seeing that the little kitten was angry, Zhu Junyang pretended to be pitiful. All right. This prince will change myself. As he said that, he straightened his arms, took a set of clothes from the wardrobe, and spread it out on the bed. He turned his body around and tried to poke his ramrod straight right arm into the sleeve of the garment on the bed. Once, twice, as if the clothes were deliberately against him, no matter what, his arms couldn't go in. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the young royal prince's sweaty face. Feeling somewhat soft-hearted, she picked up the clothes on the bed and carelessly put it on for him. A complacent smile appeared within Zhu Junyang's eyes. This lass is the epitome of someone who has a sharp tongue but soft heart. I knew she would be willing to compromise. After helping the young prince put on his clothes, Yu Xiaoxiao pouted even more and sullenly said, "It's done. Hurry up and leave. This prince is bored from staying at home recently, so I want to walk around in Tangu town. However, I'm not very familiar with Tangu town. I need a guide." Zhu Junyang glanced at her and slowly said. Yu Xiaoxiao had already resigned to her fate. This guy really knew how to make trouble for others. She could only anticipate that his arms would get better soon so that she could escape from this torture. "Where do you want to go? Tell me," Yu Xiaoxiao asked in low spirits. Zhu Junyang couldn't bear to see her being so lifeless, but he felt that Yu Xiaoxiao had been trapped in the compound for the past 2 days. She had never been indoors for so long like this. He was afraid that she would feel stuffy and bored, so he used different ways to give her things to do. But, it seemed like the other party didn't understand his good intentions. Let's just stroll on the street and relax. Zhu Junyang turned around and headed out. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily followed him. When they were about to reach the main entrance, head steward Lu suddenly came out of nowhere and silently followed them. As soon as they went out of the residence, there was a bustling street that was lined with various shops. Zhu Junyang walked leisurely on the street, and both of his arms were hanging to his sides without the slightest movement. It looked somewhat funny, but it didn't affect the amount of attention he attracted at all. Who let him have such a devilishly attractive face? Older sister Zhuang, look at that person. He's so good looking, I wonder whose son he is. After Miss Wang saw Zhu Junyang, her eyes lit up and she whispered to eldest young Miss Zhuang. Eldest young Miss Zhuang looked at her scornfully and thought that there was something wrong with the upbringing of the Wang family. A young maiden actually commented on the appearance of a man on the streets. Good looking, how good looking could he be? Her second older brother was universally acknowledged as the most handsome man in Tangu town, and her eldest brother and third brother were also very good looking. She was already tired of looking at good looking men. Okay. Eldest young Miss Zhuang casually glanced in the direction that Miss Wang pointed at, and as a result, she couldn't pull her eyes away as if they were stuck. Among all the people in the crowd, he was like a gem among the rubble. What a beautiful yet indifferent face. He had a handsome face with long eyelashes that left a deep shadow on his eyelids. A pair of dark eyes that seemed to be able to clear through everything, and emitted cold air like a deep pool of water. He had a straight nose bridge, crimson lips, and a profile that was as sharp as a knife. His black attire further enhanced his tall and upright figure. Compared with those physically weak scholars, eldest young Miss Zhuang preferred this type of lean and tall figure. Miss Wang, who was next to her, interrupted her infatuated gaze. Older sister Zhuang, isn't that Miss Yu, who sells watermelons behind the handsome man? Did she stop selling watermelons and became a maidservant? Eldest young Miss Zhuang finally turned her attention to another person. With Yu Xiaoxiao's inconspicuous appearance and head steward Lu's humble and respectful manner, she classified them both as the dazzling man's servants. Eldest young Miss Zhuang boasted about having a good family background and an outstanding appearance. She was also familiar with poetry and books. Among those vulgar men in town, third young Master Zhou was the only one who was barely decent, but he was a little too young. With her age, it was about time she looked for a husband. Eldest young Miss Xuang's parents were very worried about her pickiness. However, eldest young Miss Zhuang always wanted to find someone who was on par with her. Tangu town was only so big, and there were only so many families of equal social ranking who were suitable for marriage. After picking and choosing, there still wasn't anyone who she was satisfied with. Today, Miss Wang happened to come look for eldest young Miss Zhuang, who had been somewhat depressed from being rushed by her family, to go shopping, so she took this opportunity to come out and relax. They didn't come out in vain this time. She had finally met a man who was good enough to match her. Eldest young Miss Zhuang blocked half of her face with the round fan in her hands, and with her pair of pretty eyes, she carefully observed him from behind the fan. Looking at the handsome youth's low-key but luxurious clothing and the air that he exuded, he was definitely born in a wealthy and respectable family. An unfamiliar face in town, who had a noble status and knew the little lass of the Yu family from Dongshan village. He should be Royal Prince Yong, who took the emperor's order to come to Tangu town. Royal Prince Yong was the youngest son of Imperial Prince Jing, and thus he was a true member of the imperial family. If one could gain his interest, eldest young Miss Swang's cheeks were flushed, and there was an amorous gaze in her eyes. Miss Yu, I was going to visit you at the Fang estate, but I just happened to meet you here. It's really fate ah. Eldest young Miss Zhuang stopped Yu Xiaoxiao, who was following behind young Prince Yong dejectedly with her head lowered, and walked over leisurely. Her gesture was like a light wind blowing on a willow, very graceful. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes and looked strangely at eldest young Miss Zhuang. When did she ever become friends with eldest young Miss Zhuang, who was like a haughty peacock? Seeing that her eyes kept wandering towards Royal Prince Yong, she suddenly understood in her heart. She inwardly scolded, this young royal prince, why does he have to be born so good-looking and attracting all these admirers? May I know why eldest young Miss Zhuang is looking for me? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at eldest young Miss Zhuang with a smile and commented in her heart, this girl looks pretty good and has a good figure. She was like a ripe peach. It's just that she has a big temper. I don't know if the young prince can tolerate it. Eldest young Miss Zhuang stealthily glanced at Royal Prince Yong. Seeing that he didn't even look at her as if he didn't see her at all, she felt angry inwardly but forced a smile on her face and said, recently, there will be a distinguished guest coming to my house, so I wanted to ask if your family have any more watermelons left. Watermelons had stopped being sold in town half a month ago. If people still had watermelons at home, who would keep them instead of selling them? Wasn't that a really bad excuse? Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly twitched her mouth, and she said, I'm really sorry, but our family's watermelons had long been sold out. We have even uprooted the seedlings in the fields and planted sweet potatoes. There are many unique things in our Tangu town. You can reserve a banquet in advance at Junshou restaurant to entertain the esteemed guest. Eldest young Miss Zhuang glared at her and thought, talking to you was just an excuse to get closer to Royal Prince Yong. You must really think you're so special, chattering endlessly. Yu Xiaoxiao, who got glared at after reminding her out of kindness, touched her nose and thought, a good heart is struck by thunder. Let's go. Why are you wasting time here? Royal Prince Yong looked back at her with slight impatience, yet he wasn't even willing to take one look at eldest young Miss Zhuang before walking away. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled apologetically at eldest young Miss Zhuang, and then jogged after him. Zhu Junyang said to her angrily, open your eyes. Don't be someone who helps others count the money after being sold. Yu Xiaoxiao giggled and teased, young royal prince, you also noticed that eldest young Miss Zhuang have ulterior motives ah. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect you to be popular even when you're always pulling a long face. You can have a romantic encounter just by strolling on the street. What are you saying? If Zhu Junyang could move his arms, he would have knocked on her forehead, how can that be considered a romantic encounter? She's just a disgusting toad. Peesh, well, someone is quite thick-skinned ah. Comparing himself to a white swan one. Yu Xiaoxiao tutted endlessly. This time, Zhu Junyang really raised his arm, which couldn't bend, and lightly knocked on her head. He sullenly said, such a young age, yet your mind is filled with all these weird thoughts. Come on, where do you want to go? This prince will accompany you. Yu Xiaoxiao covered her head and made a funny face at him. Who was the one who needed to be accompanied ah? She thought about it and said, let's go to Junshou restaurant first to buy roasted chicken and osmanthus duck, and then go to Rongshuan Academy. Since Headmaster Yuan said her family's little Shishtu could try taking the county-level examination next year, her younger brother had taken Rongshuan Academy as his home. Even when it was break time, he still seldom went home. He said he wanted to have more time to study. Although Headmaster Yuan wasn't at the academy, he had entrusted the supervisor and head teacher of the academy to look after his young disciple. He also got many of the previous exam questions for the county-level examinations and told Yu Fan to work on them during his spare time, and then he would give him some advice when he got back. She hadn't seen little Shishtu for a period of time, so she really did miss him. Recently, in order to not disturb her younger brother's studies, Xiaoxiao didn't visit him as frequently as before. Did my younger brother get thinner? Zhu Junyang had originally come out for a walk because he was bored at home. He didn't mind where they went, so it wasn't a bad idea to go check out the famous academy of the Great Ming Dynasty. Yu Xiaoxiao went directly to the back kitchen of Junshou restaurant and greeted Yang Feng. After that, she took a roasted chicken and osmanthus duck, cut them up, wrapped them in oiled paper, and took them away. Dine and dash, you're not paying. Zhu Junyang didn't know about Yu Xiaoko's relationship with Junshou restaurant. He silently watched everything that happened and couldn't help but ask. This maiden has never needed to pay when eating at Junshou restaurant. You must be surprised because of ignorance, right? Yu Xiaoxiao waved the roasted chicken in her hands in front of him and smiled at him in a flaunting manner. Zhu Junyang knew that one had to make a reservation in advance in order to eat at Junshou restaurant, especially for private rooms. When the business was good, people still might not be able to get a seat even if they made a reservation over 1 month in advance. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's smug expression, he couldn't help but want to make things difficult for her. You have so much face ah. Then let's eat lunch at Junshou restaurant. You're treating. He originally thought that he would be able to see Yu Xiaoxiao being embarrassed, but he hadn't expected that she would nonchalantly nod, okay. Isn't it just a meal? Easy. Last year, with just the year-end dividends from roasted chicken and salted ducks, Yu Xiaoxiao had received more than 30,000 taels. She divided the money into 5 portions and deposited them into the Zhou family's bank in town. The 4 siblings each got a share, while 1 portion was saved up as pension for Yu Hai and his wife. Originally, Yu Hai, Yu Hang, and the others felt that it was money earned by his daughter, younger sister, so they firmly refused to accept it. However, Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude was even more resolute. She said that she was a member of the family, so of course, the money that she earned was considered the family's. If they didn't accept it, then they weren't treating her as a member of the family. Seeing that Xiaoxiao was really angry, they reluctantly accepted the money and decided to save it up for her dowry. Xiaolian also offered to put the money that she earned into the family account since she was also a member of the family. However, her suggestion was rejected with one remark from Xiaoxiao: the little money that you make isn't even enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. Does it really matter whether you contribute it or not? Xiaolian didn't concede within her heart, isn't my business doing pretty well right now? With an income of several dozens taels a month, I can earn several hundred taels annually. Although it can't compare with the younger sister's abnormal speed of making money, I'm still one of the few in Dongshan village who can earn so much. However, within her heart, she knew that her younger sister was being partial to her and letting her save up more private savings. For this matter, Yu Xiaoxiao had gathered the entire family and held a family meeting. In the future, the money that the family earned would be divided into 5 portions and each person could freely decide what they wanted to do with their own portion. In the future, the siblings would be responsible for all the expenses of their own weddings. For their parents' share, they could subsidize whoever they wanted and other people weren't allowed to complain. Since they separated from the main family, which method of making money didn't come from Yu Xiaoxiao? The most profitable business was also contributed by Yu Xiaoxiao. Since she had made this decision, what could the others say? The siblings all felt that they had taken advantage of their younger sister, second older sister, and felt very embarrassed inwardly. Ahem, seemed to have gone off topic. Back to the present, with roasted chicken and salted duck in her hands, Yu Xiaoxiao bought some of the children's favorite sweets and pastries from a famous snack shop on the street. After that, she headed in the direction of Rongshuan Academy in a valiant and spirited manner. Zhu Junyang was quite critical of the pastries in the snack shop. Is this the most famous snack shop? Those few kinds of snacks that they have doesn't look appetizing, so they're probably not very tasty either. When this prince gets back to the capital, I will take you to eat the capital's most famous, fresh Chinese wisteria cake, sponge cake, hibiscus cake, and various flavors of sesame candies. I guarantee that you will want to eat more after trying them and never be tired of them. Royal Prince Yong said these words in the snack shop. The worker in the shop heard him and kept shooting daggers at him, yet he still didn't notice and kept blabbering on. After Yu Xiaoxiao paid, she nearly fled out of there. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that the worker would beat them up and kick them out. Young Royal Prince, you're quite talkative today, Yu Xiaoxiao vaguely reminded him. Zhu Junyang thought that she was scorning him for being too talkative, so he glared at her and said, you think that this prince is talking too much? Had it been someone else, this prince would have been too lazy to even say anything. Zhu Junyang also didn't know the reason, but in front of Yu Xiaoxiao, he no longer had to be in a state of extreme nervousness and be on guard at all times. He could finally completely relax, and thus he naturally became more talkative. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, hung the pastries that she just bought on his finger, and continued to walk towards Rongshuan Academy. Zhu Junyang looked at the snacks in his hands and didn't know whether he should laugh or cry, so who was supposed to be the minion now? Head steward Lu didn't dare to let his master carry things, so he hastily took the pastries from the royal prince's hands. He complained about Yu Xiaoxiao in his heart, master's arms haven't recovered, yet she made master carry things. What are they going to do if he pulled a muscle? If Yu Xiaoxiao could read minds, she would definitely roll her eyes at him. It's only a little more than a caddy of pastries. How would that tire out your master? That's too frail. With one in the east side of town and the other in the west, Rongshuan Academy and Princess Consort Jing's temporary residence were in opposite directions. From the residence, they had to travel across nearly the entire Tangu town. Xiaoxiao checked the time. It was still too early for lunch break, so they leisurely strolled towards Rongshuan Academy. They arrived at the entrance of Rongshuan Academy right at noon. To the academy's gatekeeper, Yu Xiaoxiao was already considered a familiar acquaintance. After warmly greeting the gatekeeper uncle, Yu Xiaoxiao went into the small door of the academy with 2 tails. Right at this time, the bell for dismissal rang and students, who were dressed in different colored clothes, came out of their classrooms. Although their height and figure were all different, they all exuded the strong air of scholars. In groups of 2 or 3, they discussed the teacher's lectures in low voices. Second sister, second sister. Little Fatty's loud voice attracted the attention of the students around him. After seeing the sea blue uniform of the primary class, they smiled and turned around. The senior students were quite tolerant of their younger schoolmates. This is your younger brother. Zhu Junyang looked at plump Sun Runs in front of him and tried hard to find a trace of similarity with Yu Xiaoxiao from his face, but he failed. Could it be that he was so fat that his facial features were squeezed together by his flesh, so he couldn't see the similarity between the siblings? Little Shishtu pushed Sun Runs' chubby body away and said with his lips pursed, how many times have I told you? She's my second sister, not your second sister. When did you change your surname to Yu? Sun Run stared at the oiled paper in Yu Xiaoxiao's hands and sniffed hard with his nose. After smelling the rich scent of roasted chicken, he grinned and put his arms around little Shishtu's neck, saying, Yu Fan, what's our relationship? Your second sister is my second sister. Why do we need to be so clear about it? Second sister, you haven't visited in a long time. What did you bring for your younger brothers? Little Shishtu's gaze turned towards the cold-looking man behind his second sister, frowned, and said, "Second sister, who is he?" Yu Xiaoxiao finally remembered that there was someone else behind her. She smiled and said, "Him. Royal Prince Yong. Ah, didn't you see him at the docks when the young royal prince set out on his voyage? You almost cried because you were scared by him. Ah." Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's words, Royal Prince Yong felt that something like that did happen before. Was he really so scary in the past that he nearly made children cry? Little Shishtu also recalled the scene at that time. He wasn't the same as before. Little Shishtu bowed a greeting at Royal Prince Yong in a refined and courteous manner. His roommates also dropped their usual joking manner and greeted Royal Prince Yong. Seeing that the kids had become restrained in front of the young royal prince, Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head and said to Zhu Junyang, "Young royal prince, didn't you say that you wanted to see what Rongshuan Academy looked like? It's lunch break right now, so you can freely walk around the academy. Don't go too far, I'll go find you later." When did this prince said I want to walk around Rongshuan Academy? She actually sent me away in such a casual manner. I must ruthlessly slaughter this lass at noon and let her release some blood. Zhu Junyang glared at Yu Xiaoxiao, and then slowly walked away with head steward Lu. Before head steward Lu left, he gave the pastries to little Shishtu, patted his shoulder, and looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with a faint smile on his face. This lass was quite bold. No one had ever treated the prince like an eyesore so apparently and shooed him away. Once the royal prince left, the kids became lively again. Little Fatty volunteered to help little Shishtu get rice so that the siblings could have some time to talk in private. "How are you doing recently? Is there a lot of assignments? Don't give yourself too much pressure. Next year, you will only be 8 years old. Will it be too early to take the county-level exams?" Yu Xiaoxiao didn't want her younger brother to become a bookworm who only cared about studying. She never let her younger brother touch books during his breaks from school. Instead, she took him to the mountains and sea to play, hoping that he would have a happy and unforgettable childhood. Little Shishtu confidently replied, "Second sister, don't worry. The headmaster also said that I have a gift for studying. He even said that although we can't guarantee I'll get a placement on the entry exams next year, I'll definitely pass. Second sister, just wait for when you'll become the older sister of a scholar who has passed the county-level exams." Ah. Little Shishtu, who was only 7 years old, already had his own plans. He knew that his family had bought a decent amount of arable land in town and they were renting them to some tenant farmers. Judging from the speed of his second sister's current ability to earn money, in the future, they would definitely be buying more farmland and creating more businesses. He was currently young and was studying to be a scholar, so he wasn't able to help out much. However, if he managed to pass the county-level exams, then everything would be different. All of the farmland and other industries his family had wouldn't be subject to taxes anymore, so they could save a whole lot of money. He didn't do this to pursue fame, to become the person who placed first in the exams. He also didn't care about becoming someone who had placed first in all 3 exams either. He only wanted to pass the county-level examinations earlier, so he could help his family out. In the future, once he had his feet firmly planted on the ground, he could work harder to get a better result at the exams. 1 roasted chicken and 1 osmanthus duck was more than enough to feed 4 half-grown children. Little Shishtu had also invited over a few more friends to enjoy the meal. Yu Xiaoxiao felt immensely gratified as she watched the little rascal, who had been just a brat running around in the mud when she first transmigrated over and had now matured into a fine little scholar, interact joyfully with his group of friends. The children ate exuberantly and praised the food without end. One of Yu Fan's best friends, Zhao Datong, was born in a salt merchant's family, so he was very familiar with money. He asked little Shishtu in a low voice, "Yu Fan, did your family reserve this roasted chicken and duck days in advance? My father thinks it's inconvenient, so he only occasionally reserves one. I don't necessarily get to eat it every month." Little Shishtu thought for a bit and decided that he should be magnanimous to his friends. He explained, "My family's relationship with Junsho Restaurant's third young master Joe is decent, so we never have to make reservations to buy their roasted chicken." Little Fatty Son yelped in a voice full of envy and jealousy, "What? You guys are that awesome? Then in the future, if we want to eat roasted chicken, can't we just beg your second sister to help buy some?" Little Shishtu somewhat hesitantly replied, "Occasionally is fine. But, after all, Junsho Restaurant's roasted chicken and osmanthus duck is too popular right now. They also only have a fixed number that's available every day and all of that is reserved in advance. If we buy too many, I'm afraid we would end up disturbing their sales." Lu Jinye was older than the rest of them by 2 years, so he naturally was a bit more steady. When he heard that, he nodded his head, "Yu Fan is right. We can only occasionally take advantage of this. Otherwise, the mutual regard they have for your family will be wiped away." "Hee, you guys don't need to say this, I know this already. As long as I can eat some every 10 days to half a month, I will be perfectly content. If I eat it too often, my mother will see that I've gained weight again when I go back for break and she'll punish me to jog outside. So tiring." Sun Run's mother disliked the fact that he was fat and was always thinking up ways for him to lose weight. This made him feel quite helpless. Satu Ching was on the younger side so he didn't know how to conceal his curiosity. He gnawed on a chicken wing as he asked inquisitively, "Yu Fan, aren't your family members farmers? How did they end up having a relationship with the Zhou family's third young master?" All of the other kids were also curious. However, they were afraid that by asking they might end up upsetting Yu Fan, so they endured it and didn't ask. When they heard the question, all of them stopped eating the chicken and duck meat in their hands and the whole group of them turned their inquisitive eyes over to look at Yu Fan. Second sister had often told him that one's status and position in life can be changed through one's own hard work. Although he had been born in a poor family, he absolutely couldn't look down on himself. The environment was only a place for a person to mature and grow. Even though his family was currently farmers, he firmly believed that through his and their own hard work, they could become the envy and goals of others in the future. Historically, weren't there examples of scholars born from humble families getting first place in the imperial examinations? And weren't there a decent amount too? Yu Fan calmly smiled at them. My father is good at hunting and fishing. In the past, whenever he caught some good game or high-quality seafood, he would always sell it to Junsho restaurant. Gradually, they got to know each other. Afterwards, my family's out-of-season vegetables also supplied their whole restaurant. Perhaps they make an exception for my family due to these previous favors. Little Shishtu had long known that many of Junsho restaurant's specialty dishes were made with the contribution of his second sister. However, the reason why second sister knew how to craft these dishes was too mysterious and profound. He didn't want too many people to find out and cause trouble later on. His explanation didn't arouse any of his friends' suspicions. After all, at the start of spring, only Junsho restaurant was able to advertise their stunningly expensive green vegetable dishes. For people living in ancient times, after eating a whole winter's worth of radishes, cabbages, and meat dishes, they all wanted something fresh. Each plate of green vegetables cost at least a couple taels, yet, if you arrived there late, they would be all sold out. Perhaps it was because of their previous relationship that the Yu family only sold their vegetables to Junsho restaurant and no others, right? At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't even aware that her younger brother was thinking up ways to cover for her. She was currently sitting inside one of the private rooms at Junsho restaurant. Other than the young royal prince, there was also third young master Zhou in the room, who was looking eagerly at her. The situation was simple. After she left Rongshuan Academy, it was already close to noon. Yu Xiaoxiao took the young royal prince and his servant on a stroll and ended up at Junsho restaurant. Fortunately, third young master Zhou had managed to snatch a moment of leisure time today and was resting in the private room drinking tea. When he heard Yu Xiaoxiao had come over, he was pleased beyond expectation. He had something he wanted to discuss with Yu Xiaoxiao. After inviting Yu Xiaoxiao and her group into the private room, third young master Zhou suddenly discovered that the capital's current hot topic, Royal Prince Yong, was there too. Why was Royal Prince Yong currently a hot topic? There were several reasons. First of all, the court gossips all said that Royal Prince Yong had lived up to expectations by bringing back the high-yielding crops that were drought-resistant, corn and potatoes. The emperor himself had rewarded the youth. Secondly, he had brought back exquisite items that had never been seen before. For example, a desk cloth that could accurately tell the time, beautiful enamelware, delicate ivory carvings, and they were all being sold at Treasure Pavilion, which was under his name. The shop was blazingly popular. Thirdly, Royal Prince Yong had managed to procure some ripe watermelons out of season from a place no one knew. These watermelons set off a frenzy of buying at the capital. In short, everyone in the capital was talking about Royal Prince Yong, the man of the moment. After they greeted each other, the three people took their seats. Yu Xiaoxiao started off the conversation. I was still under the impression, third young master Zhou, that you were currently in the capital busy beyond compare. How do you have the time to come back to Tangu town? In the last few years, the imperial family hasn't carried out any large construction projects. Thus, their requirements for lumber has not been high. The Zhou family has their own lumber operation, so there's no need to worry about it. Furthermore, our dried seafood quota has been fulfilled for the next couple of months. The second branch store of Junsho restaurant in the capital has also formally opened. Third young master Zhou had something to ask of her, so he described everything very clearly. Zhu Junyang felt quite surprised inside. He raised his eyes to look at the future head of the Zhou family and thought, what is this fellow trying to do in telling all of this to Yu Xiaoxiao? However, he couldn't feel any malice or ill will coming off of Zhou Zixu. He lowered his eyes again and stared at the cup in front of him before he curtly ordered, tea. Yu Xiaoxiao tacitly understood his request and lifted up the teacup and placed it near his mouth. Zhu Junyang leisurely blew on foam in the cup and then lightly drank a sip. He nodded his head as a hint to Yu Xiaoxiao. Zhou Zixu watched as Xiaoxiao helped Royal Prince Yong drink tea in a practiced manner. Only when she placed the cup down did he stare at her with astonishment. This little lass, who was never polite when she spoke to him, had suddenly become so obedient. Was this the same Yu Xiaoxiao whose temper blew all the time? Perhaps, Royal Prince Yong used his power to suppress her. Zhu Junyang could tell that the future head of the Zhou family had an inquisitive look in his eyes. He continued to sit silently and play the mysterious guest. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed hollowly and pretended to not see third young master's astonishment. She stated, third young master, you don't need to report to me about your Zhou family's industries. It has very little bearing to me. Third young master Zhou nodded. The Zhou family's industries aren't related to you, but you have quite a stake in Junsho restaurant. The Junsho restaurant in the capital has encountered some difficulties, so I need you to help me. Yu Xiaoxiao was now the one who was surprised. The capital's Junsho restaurant. The furthest I've been is the prefectural city. I don't know anything about how the capital works, so I can't really do much. Third young master, you're looking for the wrong person, okay. Zhu Junyang raised his head again to look at third young master Zhou in the eye. What was the point of finding a little rural village girl for help when there was a problem with the Junsho restaurant in the capital? If he needed to find someone, then he should find someone like himself, someone with the status to act as a patron. I will just say it bluntly then. Third young master Zhou looked at Royal Prince Yong and clenched his jaw. Our osmanthus duck has met a rival. One of the capital's long-standing restaurants, Defang, has come out with a new duck called furnace roasted duck. It has skin that is glossy and crisp, exquisite white meat, tastes astoundingly delicious, and is flavorful without being greasy. Furthermore, they have also copied our starvation marketing strategy and limit their daily sales quota. Their price is a bit more expensive than our osmanthus duck, yet their supply does not meet the demand. They have taken away quite a few customers from Junsho restaurant and the sales volume of our osmanthus duck keeps dropping. Apparently they had met a business rival. She remembered that in her previous life the people selling Peking duck claimed that it had been around for a millennium. Was this when it first started? This, furnace roasted duck, was likely the predecessor to Peking duck. She was very good at making roast duck. In her previous life, at her braised food shop, she had also especially learned how to make fruit-scented roast duck. This wasn't hard to make. All it required was an oven, accurate heat control, and a special blend of spices. Fruit-scented roast duck was considered a type of roast duck that was cooked by hanging in an oven and had its pros and cons over furnace roasted duck. Roasting duck by hanging in the oven created a product that had less fat under the skin, so the skin was crispy and the meat tender. Furthermore, it had a fruity smell. On the other hand, furnace roasted duck had more fat and moisture in the end product, so the meat was even more tender. The duck that came out of a furnace seemed like a steamed roll, flexible and soft. She not only knew how to make fruit-scented roasted duck but also knew how to make floral-scented flaky roasted duck and vegetal crispy roasted duck. She was not convinced that the products from more than a millennium of food experimentation in her previous life couldn't beat a recently new furnace roasted duck in popularity. Third young Master Zhou lowered his head and fidgeted in his chair as Yu Xiaoxiao pondered. He shifted forward a bit and said, Xiaoxiao, do you have any new recipes that could compete with this new roast duck? We can go with what we did with the osmanthus duck recipe. I will give you dividends for the next 20 years from the sales. How's that? Judging by the current sales volume of the osmanthus duck, she was currently earning 2 to 3,000 taels a month. That meant in 1 year, she would get 30,000 taels from the sales. If it was roasted duck, the sales wouldn't be much lower than this. Third young Master Zhou had a lot of sincerity and had extended the terms of the contract by an additional 10 years. The profits to be earned from an additional 10 years weren't a small number. I know a recipe for fruit-scented roast duck. The first thing we need is to build a giant fireplace and the heat in that oven must be homogeneous. As she talked, she drew and wrote the specifications of this fireplace that she needed on a piece of paper. Actually, the duck needed for the fruit-scented roasted duck needs to be raised in a free range and has to be thin. If it's too fat, then it would turn out too greasy. Also, there's a certain ratio for the wood from the jujube trees, pear trees, apple trees, and other fruit trees that are used. I will write down the proportions for you later. For fruit-scented roasted duck, the duck must be marinated in 28 kinds of spices, not a single one can be missing. I'll send you the proportions of the type of spices later. Let Uncle Wong think it over. The difference between a hanging furnace and the braising furnace is that with the braising furnace, you can check the duck at any time while it's being roasted. After putting the duck into the furnace, the position of the duck should be changed regularly with the rod to make sure the duck is evenly cooked. The differences in professions made one feel worlds apart. Third young Master Zhou felt bewildered as he listened. He carefully collected the directions and precautions Yu Xiaoxiao wrote down. After thinking he asked, how about, I let head chef Wong come back and consult you on this personally. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, the capital's Junsho restaurant is currently going through a turbulent period. If Uncle Wong were to be called back again, I'm afraid the business will suffer a disastrous decline. Aren't Uncle Wang's 2 apprentices based in Tangu town? Currently, Tangu town's market has been stable. Although it may be busy for one person, he should be able to handle it if there's an additional assistant. Let either Brother Yong or Brother Lu learn the techniques of making this roasted duck. Head chef Wang's 2 apprentices, Yong Feng and Lu Bai, had already finished their apprenticeship. Their skills in making braised roasted chicken and salted ducks weren't inferior to their masters. Between the two, Yong Feng was more talented and able to accept new things quicker. As such, he was selected to learn how to make the fruit-scented roasted duck from Yu Xiaoxiao. However, the most pressing matter was building the oven. Third young Master Zhou saw that the dishes were being served and Prince Yong had no intention of letting him stay for the meal. So he stood up to take his leave. Xiaoxiao, as expected you didn't let me down. I'll invite you to a meal another day to show you my thanks. I'll go ask someone to make an oven in the back kitchen first, enjoy your meal. After third young Master Zhou went out, Zhu Junyang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and waited for her to explain. Yu Xiaoxiao touched her face and asked him strangely, is there something dirty on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Was the osmanthus duck recipe for the Junsho restaurant given by you? Zhu Junyang lightly asked but he didn't forget to point at the delicious dishes on the table and instructed, duck meat. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been waiting on this lord and walking around all morning, had been hungry for a very long time. She thought she could finally have a peaceful lunch, but ever since they entered the private room, head steward Lu had played the disappearance game and she couldn't find a trace of him at all. The young prince's arm couldn't bend, so she naturally had to wait on him during the meal. Alas, she silently sighed, dragged the chair over to the young prince's side, and picked up the chopsticks in front of him. After picking up a piece of osmanthus duck, she carefully removed the bones from it and stuffed it into Zhu Junyang's mouth. Taking advantage of the time the young prince spent chewing, she hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of vegetables looking as if she had been hungry for 800 years. This prince is asking you something. Zhu Junyang slowly swallowed the delicious piece of duck meat and gently kicked Yu Xiaoxiao's chair, continuing their previous conversation. Yu Xiaoxiao took a big generous gulp of tea swallowing the food in her mouth and nodded, yes. Is there a problem? No wonder you don't have to wait in line to buy osmanthus duck at Junsho restaurant. But, how did you get the recipe for the osmanthus duck? Zhu Junyang asked as he pointed at the roasted chicken near his hand. Yu Xiaoxiao forgot to change her chopsticks and used her own chopsticks to pick up a piece of the chicken leg. Just as she was about to put it into the young prince's mouth, Zhu Junyang turned his head to the side and said with dislike, change the chopsticks, who would want to eat your saliva? Yu Xiaoxiao curled her lips and complained in heart, clean freak. Even if you are willing to, I'm not willing to let you. Wouldn't that be considered an indirect kiss then? I am a virgin in my previous life and in this life, I still have my first kiss. She smoothly put the piece of chicken in her bowl, changed chopsticks, and fed him another piece of chicken. After Zhu Junyang ate it, she laughed and clapped her hands. Do you know what you just ate? Chicken butt. Upon receiving a sharp glare from the young prince, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately caved. All right, I'm lying to you. Don't be so serious, it's just a little joke. Do you want to eat chicken skin? The strongest flavor and essence of the roast chicken is here, the chicken skin. Zhu Junyang didn't listen to her rambling. He looked at the other chicken drumstick on the plate and said, drumstick. After successfully eating the drumstick, he continued the conversation topic, osmanthus duck, fruit-scented roasted duck, where did you get these recipes? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around and she answered in a seemingly serious manner, if I said that I have an extraordinary innate talent and these delicious dishes are known without any effort, would you believe me? Tell the truth. Splitting out the chicken bone in his mouth, Zhu Junyang slightly glanced at her and said with a commanding tone. Yu Xiaoxiao purposely sighed deeply and shook her head. Ah, the world's moral degeneration is getting worse day by day, and human hearts are no longer what they used to be. No one believes the truth these days. Use human speech. Zhu Junyang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's exaggerated performance and secretly felt that it was funny but he didn't express anything. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and said, who's not using human speech? How can you call me names? Alright, I'll tell you. Under the sharp eyes of Zhu Junyang, Yu Xiaoxiao surrendered once again. 2 years ago, I went with Zhao Han, the grandson of General Zhao, into the mountains to catch rabbits. By accident, we became separated and I met an injured old man with white hair. Seeing that he was so pitiful, I saved him with my dabbling medical skills. The old man felt that he was unable to repay my kindness, so he gave me the fragments of a recipe book. All the dishes I know come from that book. After she finished speaking, she showed a, this time you should believe it, expression. Zhu Junyang's subordinates, who he sent to investigate her, didn't mention this event. He slightly frowned, perhaps, because it happened deep in the mountains and the little lass didn't tell anyone when she came back, so it was left out. Where are the fragments? Zhu Junyang asked after instructing Yu Xiaoxiao to give him a bite of a dish again. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed to her head and made a triumphant expression, it's in here. It's a magic weapon for our family to make money. Of course, it's safer to keep it in my mind. Don't worry, I have a good memory. I'll never forget it. Looking at the little lass's proud expression, Zhu Junyang didn't ask anymore and focused on commanding Yu Xiaoxiao to get food for him. I finally came up with a plausible explanation. Yu Xiaoxiao quietly sighed in her mind. This story was pretty good. In the future, if someone asked her why she knew so many dishes she could just use it as a reply. Who cares if they believed it or not? If they had the ability, then they could go investigate it. In order to launch the fruit-scented roasted duck as soon as possible to compete with Defeng restaurant, third young Master Zhou built the oven overnight according to the requirements Xiaoxiao had given. He also found branches that had been cut in the spring from nearby households that planted fruit trees. Once everything was ready, he invited Yu Xiaoxiao over the next day. Royal Prince Yong said that he had nothing to do and followed along. Yu Xiaoxiao showed step by step how to marinate with the spice, how to turn while roasting, and how to control the fire. While showing Yongfeng how to do it, she also gave him detailed explanations. When the first batch of roasted duck came out, it smelled delicious. Even the customers eating in the front could smell the scent of the roasted duck. They all asked what new dish Junshou restaurant was launching that had such a strong fragrance. The head manager took the opportunity to advertise the fruit-scented roasted duck in the restaurant. He also said that at noon, no matter if they were dining in a private room or in the dining hall, he would present a plate of roasted duck for sampling. During lunchtime, there were more than 50 tables in the dining hall and private rooms. Of course, they couldn't send a whole duck to each table. Each table would get half a duck and a total of 25 ducks would be roasted. Yongfeng, who was indeed very talented, quickly mastered the technique of making the roasted ducks. Yu Xiaoxiao personally roasted more than 10 ducks before letting Yongfeng handle the rest while she gave directions on the side. By noon, 30 roasted ducks had been made. Yu Xiaoxiao also took advantage of the extra time to make a pot of sweet bean sauce. The roasted duck alone wouldn't be able to show the uniqueness of Junshou restaurant, so Yu Xiaoxiao also launched a 1 duck, 3 meals menu. First of all, cut and put the crispy duck skin with a thin layer of meat on a plate. Serve it with cucumber strips, scallions, and other side dishes. When eating, add sweet bean sauce and wrap it in a thin pancake. For the next dish, cut thin shreds of meat off the duck and make stir-fried shredded duck. Lastly, the bones were used to make delicious duck bone soup. When the fruit-scented roasted duck was served to the tables, it was met with many praises. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao, Royal Prince Yong, and third young Master Zhou sat in their exclusive private room enjoying the delicious 1 duck, 3 meals. With an outsider in the room, Prince Yong saved Yu Xiaoxiao's reputation and didn't let her serve him. Yu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally have a peaceful meal. Yu Xiaoxiao put the duck meat and duck skin, sweet sauce, green onions, and cucumber on a thin pancake and rolled it up. She opened her mouth wide and ate it in one mouthful. She chewed it carefully with her eyes closed, and her expression looked like a cat that was eating a fish. The chef of the Junshou restaurant had really good skills with the knife. The slice of duck meat was thin and even, the shredded duck meat was long and thin, and the bone soup was also delicious. Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't had such delicious roasted duck in a long time. Her hands kept wrapping the pancakes and she kept eating with gusto. Head steward Lu got the look his master gave him and quickly learned from Miss Yu's actions, making a duck meat roll. Zhu Junyang glanced at him and lightly said, I don't eat green onions. Head steward Lu hurriedly asked for forgiveness. Why did he make such a low-level mistake? Putting down the duck roll in his hand, he made another one without green onions and placed it by his master's mouth. Zhu Junyang took a bite in a refined manner. The skin of the duck was crispy, and the duck meat was tender with a light fruity fragrance. When paired with the unique taste of the sweet bean sauce, it made people unable to stop eating. The meat is tender and the flavor is rich. It's not bad. Zhu Junyang gave a positive opinion after eating a roll. Third young master Zhou nodded his head and said, Xiao Xiao's products are all top quality. I've eaten Defang Restaurant's furnace roasted duck. That taste is nothing compared to our fruit-scented roasted duck. The Junshou restaurant in the capital is saved. Don't exaggerate so much, okay? If Junshou restaurant collapsed because of one dish, then it's better to just close it down earlier. Could Yu Xiaoxiao still not understand him? 1 point was exaggerated into 10 by him, wasn't it just to get recipes from her? Third young master Zhou laughed and smiled. Some of the older stores in the capital have started joining hands to go against Junshou restaurant. If we don't show some creativity, we will be dragged down by those old crafty guys one day. Xiaoxiao, you said that you know how to make floral-scented flaky roasted duck and vegetal crispy roasted duck. Teach Yongfeng how to make them. Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated slightly but she didn't persist. She also taught Yongfeng how to make 2 kinds of roasted duck, reminding third young master Zhou that he could launch them later on to keep the novel feelings and attract customers. Third young master Zhou had a talent in business that surpassed a lot of people. Even without the reminder from Xiaoxiao, he would have done as she said. When they came out of the Junshou restaurant, Zhu Junyang, who had kept silent and pretended to be cool, suddenly said to third young master Zhou, there are still a few roast ducks made by Yu Xiaoxiao in the kitchen, pack all of them and have them taken with us. Put it on Yu Xiaoxiao's tab. Yu Xiaoxiao yelled on one side, young royal prince, aren't you being unfair? Let's not talk about how these 2 days, you've been freeloading off of me. Why are you packing the roast duck and letting me pay for it? How much money is the third young master of Imperial Prince Jing's estate and the favorite of the emperor, Royal Prince Yong, lacking? Third young master Zhou was surprised at Yu Xiaoxiao's manner of speaking in front of Royal Prince Yong. The cold-faced prince was young but he had a strong atmosphere. Even he had to be careful in front of him in fear of saying the wrong word. The other party gave him a look and he immediately became as quiet as cicadas in the winter. This last was really brave, treating the cold-faced prince like she treated him, becoming angry and yelling whenever she wanted. What surprised him the most was that although the cold-faced prince's voice was still cold, he didn't seem to be getting angry. He just glanced at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was hopping around full of vigor and expressionlessly said, just think of it as payment for my company today. Yu Xiaoxiao immediately rolled her eyes in an exaggerated manner, who let you follow me? Wasn't it you who was bored at home and insisted on following me? You ate quite a bit of the food at Junshou restaurant, and you even ate most of the roast duck. What do you mean you are accompanying me? Young royal prince, can you confuse right and wrong anymore and be any more shameless? Alright, I'll pay, I'll just think of it as showing filial respect to the princess consort. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that princess consort Jing liked osmanthus duck. The fruit-scented roasted duck was fatty but not greasy, crispy and delicious, princess consort Jing should like it too, right? After leaving third young master Zhou, on the way back to the compound, Zhu Junyang, who had nothing to do, quarreled with Yu Xiaoxiao, the roasted duck is in your hands now. If someone's going to show filial piety then it would be me, what does it have to do with you? Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes again and said, if I didn't make the fruit-scented roasted duck, what would you use to show filial piety to the princess consort? The fruit-scented roasted duck you made wasn't for my lady mother. Do you want my mother to accept your love? No way, where was the cold-faced prince character? If any of the rich playboys saw Zhu Junyang now, their chins would drop to the ground. Head steward Liu, who was carrying the roast duck behind them, was very pleased. His master finally acted like a 17-year-old. Only when he was in front of Miss Yu did the master take off his protective shell and show his human side. That evening, Princess Consort Jing, who had delicious duck in 3 different ways, was very happy and excited when she heard head steward Liu's report. Her decision to let the little girl from the Yu family stay was right. Yu Xiaoxiao was a girl that could give people warmth and happiness. Princess Consort Jing believed with her company, her young son's icy appearance and heart will fade layer by layer. Time passed slowly between Zhu Junyang and Yu Xiaoxiao's squabbles and battle of wits. In a blink of an eye, it was the middle of June and the middle of summer. The corn had been planted for 3 months and has entered the grouting stage. On each corn stalk, there were at least 2 corn cobs. Some had 3 but not many, and even fewer have 4. This was very good already. On ordinary corn plants, there were only 1 or 2 corn cobs. As long as there weren't any unforeseen accidents, the corn yield of the Yu family's fields would be more than the previous yield of 1500 caddies per mu. A conservative estimate would be that 2000 caddies should be no problem. To Princess Consort Jing's relief, her little son's arms had almost recovered. It had only been a little longer than a month. After the imperial physician's diagnosis, he was full of praise for Yu Xiaoxiao's ointment. Zhu Junyang's arms, apart from not being able to use martial arts, was no different from ordinary people's arms at this point in time. The ointment originally was changed 3 times a day and now it only needed to be changed once a day. Every day Yu Xiaoxiao massaged him with the ointment and used the little divine stone's power to help him heal his muscles and tendons. She believed it wouldn't be long before he recovered and be back to normal. Just when Zhu Junyang was enjoying his leisurely life of shopping, eating delicious food, and squabbling with Yu Xiaoxiao in Tangu town, the emperor decided to call him back to the capital. Yu Xiaoxiao was the happiest out of all of them. Her dark days of enslavement and oppression were finally over. The day after the young prince left Tangu town, she said farewell to the princess consort Jing and happily returned to Dongshan village. Their daughter, who had been staying in town for more than a month, finally came home. Madame Lu and Yu Hai were very happy, so they killed some chickens and geese to fill her up. My dear daughter, how could Princess Consort Jing's compound be more comfortable than staying at home? Look, you've become so thin. Madame Lu wiped her tears and held her little daughter in her arms. She was only 10 years old and had lived alone with an unfamiliar and influential family. That royal prince didn't seem like an easy master to serve, so her daughter must have suffered a lot. Yu Xiaoxiao wiped the tears from her mother's eyes. With a smile, she explained, "Mother, I was asked by Princess Consort Jing to help with the young royal prince's arm. It's not hard labor. She provided delicious food and drinks every day. I also had servants waiting on me, and the courtyard I stayed in was bigger than our east courtyard. I don't have to do anything except make the ointment. Touch my waist, it has gotten rounder." Madame Lu stopped crying and smiled. She pinched her daughter and said, "You're a child, how can you have a waist?" Yu Xiaoxiao took out Lao Lazy's one entertainment skills and pointed to her side waist, who said children don't have a waist. "What's this?" "That's the belly," Madame Lu teased with a smile. Yu Xiaoxiao patted her back and said, "What about here? Isn't this the waist?" "That's the back," Madame Lu continued. Yu Xiaoxiao pouted, "Then where's my waist?" "Children don't have a waist." Madame Lu chuckled. Looking at the unhappy face of the little girl, Yu Hai said, "All right, don't bully our daughter anymore. Make some more delicious food for lunch to give her a reception." "Cow, or what do you want to eat? Mother will make it for you." Madame Lu smiled as she looked at her daughter as if she couldn't see enough of her. Yu Xiaoxiao went to the Junshou restaurant early in the morning. She took the fruit-scented roasted duck from the first batch of the roasted ducks. With a smile, she said, "For lunch, I'll make duck 3 ways for everyone. I saw that there were clams in the water basin, so let's add spicy stir-fried clams and 2 random vegetable dishes." At this time, the sandworm and oyster collection business wasn't busy. Yu Zhong could handle the business by himself. Yu Hang had come over with a moment of leisure and looked at his little sister with a smile. He watched her take out a roasted duck from the oiled paper bag and a strong fragrance floated out. "It smells so good, isn't this the new fruit-scented roasted duck from Junshou restaurant? It's rumored that it's even more popular than when roasted chicken first came on the market. It's gotten to the point where it's hard to find a duck." "Little sister, was this fruit-scented roasted duck your recipe again?" Yu Hang sniffled and said in surprise. Yu Xiaoxiao gave him a thumbs up and, with a proud expression, she said, "Big brother, you have good eyes." "Correct, I taught them how to make fruit-scented roasted duck. We can earn 5 taels for each duck sold. When the end of the year bonus comes, just see." Yu Hang rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Little sister, you're just like a golden egg-laying hen in the stories. It makes me want to open your head and see what's in it." Yu Xiaoxiao pushed aside her big brother's hand on her head. She rolled her eyes and said, "The result is the same as the story. It's not worth the loss. Where's oldest paternal aunt and uncle?" Yu Xiaoxiao had been back for a while, and it was quiet next door as if no one was there. There wasn't any need to ask about the corn now. In the original watermelon field, sweet potatoes were also planted. There wasn't any work in the fields, so what was oldest paternal aunt's family doing? Yu Hai took the roasted duck from his little daughter and took it to the kitchen. Hearing her question, he said, "The village head has allocated a homestead for your aunt. Your uncle has found some people from the village. They are digging the foundation and making the sun-dried dirt bricks to get ready to build the house before the autumn harvest." After selling watermelon for more than a month, Lu Hu had also earned dozens of taels of silver. As soon as he and his wife thought it over, they decided to first build 2-roomed adobe houses to live in first. The rest of the money was saved to see if they could rent a shop in the town and do some small business. Lu Hu went to do odd jobs again, so his annual income was also enough to cover his family's food and daily expenditures. After living at his brother-in-law's house for a few months, bad rumors were spread by someone in the village. The rumors said that Lu Hu's family relied on his younger brother-in-law to live and Yu Hai was supporting his elder sister's family, a family with a different surname. Yet, he didn't ask after the elderly in his family. It was clear who spread the rumor without any questions. Lu Hu didn't want to cause his younger brother-in-law any trouble. As soon as he had some money, he decided to quickly build a house. Yu Xiaoxiao listened and angrily said, "Those rumors must have been spread by Madame Zhang or Li Guihua. Besides the 2 of them, who else has the free time to gossip about our family? They really do have a short memory. I think it's necessary to give Madame Zhang a reminder. We still have material on her on hand." Yu Hai sighed and said, "Forget it. A young couple is each other's company in old age. For your grandfather's sake, don't get on the same level as Madame Zhang. By the way, your grandfather is sick, take a roast duck over and take a look at him." Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't happy. Grandfather was sick, and greasy things like a roasted duck shouldn't be eaten. If she took it over, it would just be given to Madame Zhang. She pouted and asked, "What sickness does grandfather have? Is it serious?" "Yu Dashan and your grandfather set off to the sea some time ago and they encountered a storm. Yu Dashan was swallowed up by the sea, so your grandfather choked on some water while saving him. When he returned, he started coughing, which later on turned into a fever. It has been going for over half a month already, and he still hasn't gotten better." Yu Hai said in a worried tone. Yu Hang snorted and said, "Grandfather's sickness wasn't serious at the beginning. His illness must have gotten worse because that cheap Madame Zhang didn't want to use money to get grandfather treated. Father shouldn't have given her the 10 taels of silver last time. Instead, you should have used it to get a doctor to treat grandfather's illness. That money is probably never coming back now." In the recent year, Madame Zhang's cheap antics had worsened. The main dish was coarse grain flatbreads without any fine grain mixed into it. As if that wasn't enough, all the vegetables came from the garden that she planted, and she wouldn't use any oil to cook it. Now that Madame Li's son had the ability to work, she had complained numerous times that she wanted to live on her own. But, as soon as she heard that she had to leave all her properties, including her house behind, she stopped complaining. However, Madame Li, who was a big mouth, did not refrain herself from talking behind her mother-in-law, Madame Zhang. She said that Madame Zhang favored her younger son more by giving him all their family's income to support his studies in the prefectural city. Not only that, she also said that Madame Zhang treated her family badly. Her son had turned 15 already, yet Madame Zhang still hadn't helped him with his marriage affairs. She was just draining the entire family's blood in order to feed the bottomless pit, Yu Bo. Upon Yu Xiaoxiao's return this time, she got them 3 roasted ducks because clearly one wasn't enough for everyone. When her third uncle went back later, she would ask him to get one more. One roasted duck cost 5 to 6 taels of silver. If she took it to visit grandfather, they probably wouldn't get to eat it. Instead, Madame Zhang would probably sell it for money. Yu Xiaoxiao bought a fat hen and 50 eggs from her neighbor, the Zhou family. After that, she went to visit her grandfather with her older brother, Yu Hang. When they pushed open the old wooden door, there was no one in the courtyard and it was very quiet. Her younger uncle was studying in town, so her aunt and Dudu went back to live in their maternal family home. After her youngest paternal aunt got married, only her grandfather, Madame Zhang, and Yu Dashan's family lived here. At this time, Yu Dashan should be back from the sea and selling fish in the fish market by the dock. Madame Li went somewhere to gossip in order to avoid doing labor. Madame Zhang went to the beach during the low tide to dig for spoonworms in order to earn more money to pay for her younger son's tuition. Apart from the sounds of the hungry pigs in the hog pen, there were no other sounds. Suddenly, the sound of severe coughing could be heard from the west room. This was where Yu Hai and his family used to live in. The cough was followed by another cough, as if someone was about to cough his lungs out. It made everyone worried that he might faint the next second due to suffocation. Grandfather, the siblings exchanged looks and ran towards the west room hurriedly. It may be because no one had lived in that room for so long that it appeared even more worn down. There were only sparse haze on the roof, and it was unknown how long the room hadn't been repaired. If it rained, droplets of rain would probably leak in. Since Yu Hai's family moved out, this room had been used as a storage room. How did grandfather ended up living here? Pushing open the nearly falling door, the darkness in the room blinded the siblings and made it hard for them to clearly see the situation in the room. After a while, they saw a scrawny figure lying on the worn-out Kong bed with his body hunched over and having another coughing fit. Grandfather, Yu Xiaoxiao put down the stuff in her hands and rushed into the room. She helped old Yu sit up and patted his back to make him feel better. There was a disgusting odor in the room. People couldn't help but want to retch because of the strong stench that came from her haggard grandfather's body, as well as the smell from the hog pen next to him. When his coughing finally stopped, old Yu quickly pushed Yu Xiaoxiao away and said with great effort, "Xiaoxiao, stay away from grandfather. They all say I have tuberculosis, which is contagious. Both of you need to get out of here quickly to avoid being infected." Yu Xiaoxiao saw that her grandfather's clothes were full of urine and sweat stains. It was obvious that it hadn't been changed for a long period of time. Looking at her grandfather, who was helplessly lying on the bed, her nose turned sour. She tried to hold back her tears and said to Yu Hang, "Eldest brother, find a set of clean clothes for grandfather and help him change into it. I will go boil water and help him wash." "There's no need. You guys need to go back. There is no cure for my disease, so hurry and go. Don't let the disease get to you. There's no cure." Old Yu became so anxious that he wanted to sit up straight, but his skinny arms had no strength and he panted heavily on bed. Yu Xiaoxiao checked his pulse. It wasn't tuberculosis at all, but instead it was only pneumonia caused by a severe fever. She reckoned that her grandfather didn't take his fever seriously at first, and then it slowly turned into pneumonia. Madame Zhang was too cheap to find him a doctor and just got him some herbal medicine for him to eat. Hence, the fever had now developed into such a serious condition. "Grandfather, who told you that you got tuberculosis?" Yu Xiaoxiao saw the dry skin on her grandfather's lips and the empty cup next to the bed. No wonder it would turn into pneumonia. Grandfather had a fever, yet they didn't even give him water to drink. After Yu Xiaoxiao boiled a pot of water, she scooped out a cup for it to cool off, added a drop of mystic stone water, and fed it to her grandfather. Old Yu hadn't drunk water for 2 days already, so the warm water moisturized his dried body like sweet dew. At the beginning, Madame Zhang would still deliver him the food and water, but after his coughing worsened, especially when he coughed out blood 2 days earlier, she started to get anxious. A man in her ex-husband's village had gotten tuberculosis, and he spread it to the whole family, so his entire family died off. Madame Zhang was scared that old Yu's disease would spread onto her, so she told her older son to carry him to the west room. Every time she delivered food and water, she used a towel to cover her nose and mouth. Seeing that old Yu had gotten so sick that he couldn't get up anymore, she thought he would die within these 2 days, so she stopped giving him food and water, only leaving him to die in the west room helplessly. Yu Xiaoxiao dipped the towel in cold water and wiped her grandfather's forehead, neck, and armpits in order to help lower his body temperature. Old Yu was very worried. He was already so old, so he didn't mind if they had just let him die. His granddaughter was still in her best years and she had learned a great amount of skills. She couldn't die because of an almost dying person. But no matter what he said, Yu Xiaoxiao still wasn't moved. It would be fake if old Yu said he wasn't touched. Adversities prove the sincerity of relationships. He had seen all of Madame Zhang's coldness and Yu Dashan's cruelty these days, and it pained his heart. Yu Dashan was only 2 years older than Yu Hai. He was only 7 or 8 years old when he first joined their family, and old Yu never treated him as an outsider. He never favored anyone over the other. Anything Dahai and Kaifeng had, Yu Dashan also had them. He fell ill because he went to save Yu Dashan. But now that he was sick, he didn't even show up. He wasn't his biological son after all. He had raised an ungrateful being all these years. As for Madame Zhang, they had been married for decades. She didn't even bother to care for him when he fell sick. She just left him in the west room indifferently, hoping that he would die faster so that she could save more food. There was an old saying, a day together as husband and wife means endless devotion the rest of your life. How was Madame Zhang acting any different from someone who killed their husband? How disappointing. If he was lucky and ended up surviving this time, he cannot tolerate living with such a cruel and cold-hearted woman. Or else he might get killed by that malicious woman when he was asleep. These days, old Yu had been thinking about his first wife. It was retribution. He knew that his first wife had been murdered by Madame Zhang, but for his children and his reputation, he opened one eye and closed the other. Now, it was his turn. Well, so be it. If he could find his first wife when he arrives at the netherworld, he would confess his sin to her. He didn't even take care of their 2 children. He deserved to die. Older brother, why is it taking so long? Yu Xiaoxiao asked in confusion as Yu Heng entered the room with a familiar set of clothing. Yu Heng glanced at his grandfather and sighed. Grandfather's clothes were all piled up at the corner of the courtyard and no one has been washing them for him. There are no clean clothes in the box, so I ran home and brought a set of father's clothes here. Old Yu sighed heavily. She just couldn't wait for him to die, could she? What was the use of washing a dead person's clothes? While Yu Heng helped old Yu take a bath, Yu Xiaoxiao killed a hen and made it into stew. She was going to use the chicken soup to make porridge for her grandfather. Madame Zhang was really cruel. Not only did she not find a doctor to treat her sick husband, but she also didn't even give him any food or water. When Madame Zhang returned home, she saw the smoke rising from the kitchen. She thought that Madame Li was secretly cooking things to eat for herself. She quickly strode into the house with her bound feet. As soon as she entered through the door, she saw Yu Xiaoxiao carrying a bowl of chicken porridge. Xiaoxiao glanced at her indifferently and headed towards the west room. When she smelled the chicken stew in the air, Madame Zhang patted her thigh. My chicken. She hurriedly walked to her chicken pen and carefully counted the number of chickens inside twice. When she found out that she wasn't missing a chicken, she let out a sigh of relief. After that, as if she remembered something, she ran to the kitchen and found that the basket of rice she had concealed had been touched. When she took it down to have a look, she realized that some of the white rice was missing. She was about to throw a tantrum and scold her when she realized that Yu Xiaoxiao had never listened to her. What's more, her weakness was in her hands. Madame Zhang slammed the basket of white rice down on the kitchen counter. When she saw that there was still more than half a chicken remaining in the pot, she took a clay pot out and filled the remaining chicken and stew into the clay pot. She decided to bring the chicken soup for Dudu to drink when she goes to visit him in town tomorrow. After she hid the chicken soup, Madame Zhang arrived at the door of the west room. Old Yu had changed into a clean set of clothes and the Kong bed had also been cleaned up neatly. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently holding a bowl and feed her grandfather food. She used her hand to cover her mouth and nose, and strangely said, "Don't blame me for not remaining you, but your grandfather has tuberculosis. There is no cure and it's contagious. It's better if you guys hurry up and go home. Don't forget to take a bath and use mugwort to air out the clothes. In addition, you should use boiled water to heat up your clothes a few times." Yu Xiaoxiao handed the bowl of porridge to Yu Heng and stood up. She walked in front of Madame Zhang, coldly looked at her, and said, "How do you know that my grandfather has tuberculosis? Did you invite a doctor here to treat him? You aren't a doctor, so how can you diagnose him?" Madame Zhang was frightened by her imposing manner, so she backed away 2 steps. She pursed her lips a few times before saying, "My neighbor from my old house contracted tuberculosis and the entire family was infected and died. The symptoms are the same as your grandfather's. They started out coughing, and then they coughed out blood. After that, they wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. It's not because I don't want to spend money to treat your grandfather, but it's because tuberculosis is incurable. No matter how much money I spend on him, it would be wasted. Why not save the money and use it to provide for my youngest son's studies?" Yu Xiaoxiao sneered and said, "Is a human life more important or is studying more important? I don't know how younger uncle's teacher and classmates will look at you after they find out that you traded his father's life for him to be able to study. Don't talk nonsense, little girl, you're too malicious. Your younger uncle can't stay in town anymore because of you. Now, you still want to slander his reputation, but he's your uncle. Are you still a person?" Madame Zhang's youngest son was her weakness, so she would never hesitate to argue with someone for him. She recalled the scene of her grandfather as he laid in a small, black, run-down room with wind leaking in, appearing as if he were waiting for death alone. Yu Xiaoxiao felt her anger skyrocket. The person who tarnished younger uncle's reputation is you. Grandfather has worked himself tirelessly every day for more than 20 years for this family. Furthermore, to save your eldest son, he got ill. Yet when he got sick, you didn't even spare some money to help him get treated. His minor illness was dragged on until it became serious, and you even threw him into a rundown house. You didn't even give him any food or water, nor did you help him change his clothes as they got that filthy. My grandfather is your husband. You just can't wait for him to die, can you? You're a ruthless and heartless mother, and younger uncle will sooner or later be dragged down by you." Yu Xiaoxiao's voice was sharp and clear. The Yu family's courtyard wasn't remote and desolated like their old residence. When their neighbors heard their clamor, they all stretched their necks to eavesdrop for news. When they heard Yu Xiaoxiao's words, they saw how Madame Zhang's gaze had changed. This old woman was quite vicious. She'd rather watch her man die than to spend 2 taels of silver to get him treated. They recalled how before Yu Xiaoxiao's family had split from the main branch, she also became ill. At that time, Madame Zhang also refused to give Xiaoxiao's father any money to get her treated. Yu Hai had to borrow money from everywhere, so that his daughter could see a doctor. They originally thought that it was because she wasn't her blood-related granddaughter, so she was able to steal her heart. But now, it seemed that Madame Zhang really has a poisonous heart. It could be seen that nothing was more important than money in her heart. When Madame Zhang heard how her neighbors were quietly gossiping about her, she angrily said, "Your grandfather has tuberculosis. There is no cure." Who said my grandfather has tuberculosis? Which doctor gave you this diagnosis? Why don't you tell us? I've studied medicine and from my diagnosis, grandfather has just received a fright and caught a cold. But the cold wasn't treated and was delayed, so it became serious. You don't even want to spend money to get grandfather's illness diagnosed. It's not like you don't have any money in your hands. What happened to the 10 taels of silver my father gave you a few days ago? That's the money my father gave to grandfather for him to see a doctor and get medicine. Yet, you don't even want to spend a copper coin on grandfather. Is it because my grandfather is old now, and can't earn money for you, so you want to just kick him away? The more angry Yu Xiaoxiao became, the faster she spoke, giving Madame Zhang no room to refute her claims. I knew you were a ruthless person, but I didn't expect your heart and lungs to be completely black too, rotten into pus. When my father was injured, Uncle Zhao had given you 300 taels of silver he earned from selling the bear. He gave that money to you and told you to take good care of my father's leg injury. At that time, you said that there was no hope for my father, so you concealed the 300 taels of silver that my father had used half of his life in exchange for. When we split households, you obviously had around 300 to 400 taels of silver, but you made a big fuss saying that you don't have any money. In the end, you only gave us some worn-out furniture. Xiaoxiao paused and then continued, when you saw that we were doing well after the split, you went to the place where we did our business in town and caused a ruckus. You made the older brother, who had moved out and split from the household, to pay the tuition for his younger brother. That was fine. My younger uncle was cheated by a scammer and wanted to walk through the back door to get into Rongshuan Academy, so you stubbornly asked us to give you 500 taels of silver. When we split our households, you practically made us leave with nothing. Our family was injured, sick, and young. If it wasn't for maternal grandfather's support, we wouldn't even have a house to live in for winter. How thick-skinned are you? As soon as you reached out your hand, you asked us for 500 taels of silver. Okay, it's fine if you treated my father that way because he's not your blood-related son. But my grandfather is your man, he's the father of your son and the pillar of this house. You don't want to part with your money, so you just left him to die in the West Room. Are you still a human? Do you have any humanity in you at all? What Yu Xiaoxiao listed were actual situations that happened. Madame Zhang wanted to refute her, but she didn't know what to say. She could only sit on the ground, patting her thighs and cried without any tears, is there any more law and order? Does it make sense that someone from the younger generation would point their fingers at an elder and scold them? God, why aren't you striking her to death? After Yu Heng finished feeding grandfather some porridge, he stepped out of the room, and threw the broken bowl at Madame Zhang. The bowl hit Madame Zhang's head and then shattered into pieces when it hit the ground. Yu Heng pointed at Madame Zhang and angrily said, if God has eyes, then the first person he'll strike will be you. You should know all about the vicious things you did. Madame Zhang's heart became fearful because they knew a lot of her weaknesses. She lowered her head and began to brawl, as if she had been greatly wronged. After the neighbors heard Xiao Xiao's accusations, how could they sympathize with her? They looked at Madame Zhang with contempt and disdain. Yu Xiao Xiao said coldly, Elder. Who is my elder? I only called you grandmother because of your relationship with my grandfather. But since you want to kill my grandfather, aren't you considered to be our enemy? Yet you still have the face to say that we should call you an elder. Cower, go invite the village head and your eldest granduncle here. Old Yu had recovered some of his energy after eating a bowl of shredded chicken porridge, so he allowed Yu Heng to support him to walk out here. The neighbors couldn't help but gasp in surprise when they saw old Yu's appearance. They haven't seen him for over 10 days, how did the old man become like this? He appeared emaciated, his appearance was haggard, and his eyes were sunken. From time to time, he would let out a fit of coughing, it was as if he might stop breathing at any moment. In the past, old Yu was capable and full of spirit. When he was young, he was able to support his entire family by himself. There were only a few people in Dongshan village whose fishing techniques were comparable to old Yu's. Madame Zhang was really malicious. It hadn't even been a month, yet she had already maltreated him to this point. Wasn't she basically trying to kill off her husband? Yu Xiaoxiao moved a chair over for old Yu to sit on. Old Yu was just about to talk, when he began to violently cough again. When he removed the hand that was covering his mouth, the glaring bloodstain on his hand was seen by everyone. Madame Zhang refused to be defeated as she jumped up from the ground. She took a few steps to the side and cried out, look at it. Look at it, he's coughing up blood, if it's not tuberculosis, then what is it? Everyone beware and keep your distance from him to prevent yourself from getting infected. When the neighbors heard her words, the expressions on their faces changed as they quietly moved away from the courtyard. Madame Zhang, don't try to frighten everyone away. This won't help you cover up your evil deeds. Everyone, I have studied medicine under Grandpa Yu for a while. Dr. Sun from town would also give me some pointers. I can distinguish the difference between tuberculosis and a cold. If you don't believe me, you can invite a doctor over to diagnose him, and see if he has tuberculosis or just a cold. Yu Xiaoxiao fed her grandfather some warm water that was infused with mystic stone water. When the neighbors saw how close Yu Xiaoxiao was standing to old Yu as well as her firm expression and unhesitating tone, they believed 70% of her words. That's right, Xiaoxiao could be considered half a doctor. After Dr. Yu left, if anyone had a headache or fever, they would always go to Xiaoxiao to get some medicine. Her medicine was effective as soon as they took it. It was even more effective than the medicine Dr. Yu prescribed when he was here. People who studied medicine would never put themselves in a situation where they would risk being infected. Old Yu couldn't have tuberculosis. How dark was Madame Zhang's heart? She didn't allow people to get treated when they were ill. Instead, she forced them to drag their illness until they died. She even falsely accused someone of having tuberculosis. Go, find the village chief for me, I want to divorce my wife. Old Yu shouted loudly. He was finally able to breathe smoothly. Just that sentence from old Yu was able to subdue both the neighbors and Madame Zhang's clamor. Repudiating his wife. It had been several decades in Dongshan village since someone divorced his wife. However, Madame Zhang's actions could be considered as attempted murder on her own husband. It would have been impossible for old Yu to tolerate that. Which man would want the person sleeping next to him to wish for him to die? Old Yu was seriously ill these past few days, but he wasn't muddle-headed. If he had really gotten tuberculosis, then it would have been fine. But Madame Zhang didn't even invite a doctor over to give him a diagnosis before sentencing him to death. If he hadn't died of illness, then he would have died from starvation and from all the coughing. With his understanding of Madame Zhang, she would even kill her female cousin to reach her goals. Since she didn't succeed this time, in the future, when he couldn't work anymore and became a burden on the family, she would definitely kill him then. Why didn't he take advantage of this opportunity and break things off once and for all? He didn't even need to ask Xiao Sao to invite them. There was a busybody among his neighbors, so he already invited the village head and old Yu's brother here. Old Yu's other brothers lived far away, so it would be difficult to invite them over upon such short notice. But the village head and Yu Lichun were both persons of virtue and reputation, so it was enough to have them as witnesses. In one breath, old Yu told them all about how Madame Zhang and how Yu Dashan's family had treated him. In the end, he said despondently, Madame Zhang, after what you've done, I think that divorcing you wouldn't have been excessive. But for Yubo and Katie's sake, I don't want them to have an abandoned mother. It would ruin their reputation, so let's have a peaceful separation. Madame Zhang knew that things couldn't been undone, and since old Yu was sick to such a point, he wouldn't be able to live for many days. Even if he didn't die, his body was too weak to do any heavy jobs, and would just become a burden soon. Madame Zhang had her head lowered, and her entire mind was thinking about ways to fight for her own interest. There was an ominous glint in her eyes as she raised her head confidently and said, we can have a peaceful separation, but our youngest son must follow me. She had devoted much of her life to nurture her youngest son, hoping that he will pass the imperial exam with a high ranking, giving her fame and glory. Seeing that her youngest son was almost able to reach her goal, how could she be willing to let him go? My youngest son needs money for his studies. I can't do any heavy labor or work, so the house and the money should all go to me. Your body isn't like what it was before, so you might not be able to go out fishing at the sea again even if you recovered. Our eldest son has called you father for over decades, why don't you give the family's fishing boat to him? Madame Zhang's abacus was making clack 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 sounds as she quickly calculated everything, making sure that all the valuables in the family would rest in her hand. She was about to make old Yu leave this marriage empty-handed. When the village head and the neighbors heard this, they thought that Madame Zhang's approach to this was too over the top. The Yu family's family property had all been earned by old Yu and Yu Hai. In the end, they would both leave their own house empty-handed. The way Madame Zhang handled matters was too extreme. Although old Yu didn't want to rip apart the family, this last event had left a deep scar within him. Today truly was the last straw. Madame Zhang was too malicious. If he continued to live with her, he was afraid that one day he would end up losing his life to one of her unknown schemes. However, if he steeled himself and forcefully divorced Madame Zhang, his two youngest children, Yubo and Yu Katie, would also be affected. They were both of his flesh and blood. His son's scholarly career would be negatively influenced and his daughter would have no status with her in-laws anymore. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he revamped the laws and established peaceful separation as an option. The main idea was to protect women's rights and raise their status in society. It encouraged women, who were being abused in their husband's family, to raise the possibility of separating peacefully from the marriage. Peaceful separation was something that was protected by the law. For the sake of his two youngest children, old Yu decided to choose to peacefully separate. However, he didn't expect Madame Zhang's greed to have no end. She wanted to take all of the Yu family's assets with her. He knew what type of person the old woman was. Asking her to take out the money that had already reached her hands was something that even the gods couldn't do. Old Yu had lost his will to fight and didn't want to strive for anything. He weakly shook his head and said, I only have one request. All of the Yu family's assets can only be inherited by the Yu family's bloodline. The reason why Madame Zhang was shamelessly demanding the assets, other than trying to guarantee her own income in the future, was mostly for her precious youngest son. She had a cold heart. Although Yu Dashan was also blood related to her, he was nothing compared to Yu Bo. Her youngest son, who had been guided since childhood by her, was the most important person to her. The paperwork for the peaceful separation was very quickly written out. Old Yu and Madame Zhang both placed their handprints on the document to seal the deal. By the time the two siblings, Yu Hai and Yu Kaifeng, heard the news, everything was already done. The two siblings took their father back to the old residence and moved him into the west courtyard, where Yu Kaifeng was currently living. They then invited Dr. Sun from town over to treat him. Sure enough, as Yu Xiaosao previously said, old Yu had inflammation in his lungs that led to him coughing up blood. While Dr. Sun was treating the patient, Yu Lichun and some other villagers who had good relationships with Yu family were all waiting in the west courtyard. All of them heard Dr. Sun say that old Yu's illness wouldn't have gotten so bad if he had been treated promptly. Old Yu's body was now weak. If they waited for another 2 days, he likely would have lost his life and died. Lung inflammation was quite a serious condition and eating medicine alone may not be enough. He also had to lie in bed and recuperate while eating highly nutritious foods. Dr. Sun had also said that old Yu was getting old, so he might not be able to do much physical labor even if he became well. Yu Lichun and the other villagers all sighed in sorrow. Everyone cursed Madame Zhang for being ruthless and having a venomous heart. A perfectly healthy man had been turned into an invalid just from delaying his care. Yu Lichun said a few comforting words to old Yu as he wanted him to heal at ease and not have any other pressures. Old Yu, who was now at Yu Hai's place to heal, was quite upset inside. Ever since his previous wife had passed away, this son of his had been neglected. Before they separated from the family, Yu Hai had always done the most work yet received the least. At that time, old Yu thought that the most capable people were the ones who did the most work. It was right and just for someone to work so much for the sake of the whole family. After they split from the family, old Yu believed Madame Zhang's words and focused all of his efforts on his son, who was studying, and his youngest daughter, who had not yet married. He almost didn't give any assets to Yu Hai. As a father, for these years, he had truly owed his son too much. However, in the end, the son he neglected the most was the son who came through for him. Old Yu had tried to excel his entire life and now he felt he had no face left. His mood directly influenced his recovery. Although he ate medicine and nourishing foods every day, old Yu's illness continued to stay and he never healed. Yu Xiaoxiao would always add some mystic stone water to her grandfather's medicine when she decocted it. She was even able to save her oldest uncle from the brink of death, so how come her grandfather never seemed to get better? Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that old Yu looked depressed and dead inside. As someone who had lived 2 lives, she concluded that her grandfather's mood was influencing his recovery. She brought the problem up with her father and oldest paternal aunt. The 2 siblings started to talk to their father. Yu Kaifeng supported old Yu to sit upright on the bed and covered him halfway with a blanket. As she fed him chicken noodle soup, she softly said, "Father, eat some noodles. Xiaoxiao made this especially for you. There's no point in eating anything for this body, leave the rest for the children." Old Yu had heard Dr. Sun say that even if he got better, he wouldn't be able to do work anymore. Whenever he thought of becoming a dead weight for his son and daughter, anxiety bubbled up in his heart and he couldn't keep anything down. Yu Hai said, "Father, the children all have some." Xiaoxiao stewed a whole old hen and cooked enough noodles for the whole family to eat. "Father, you need to recuperate at ease and don't worry about matters regarding money. Our family has planted vegetables and melons these past 2 years, so do you think we lack the money to feed you?" Old Yu moaned, "Even if I get better from this illness, I'll still be a dead weight. It's better for me to die." "Father, why are you saying this? Are you trying to cut open my and Xiaohai's heart right now?" Yu Kaifeng felt a wave of sorrow hit her after hearing her father's words. Her eye sockets slowly turned red. Yu Hai hurriedly patted his older sister's shoulder and spoke to old Yu, "Father, the doctor isn't necessarily completely right. It's just like my leg, didn't the doctor also say that it was hopeless? But aren't I perfectly fine now? This son remembers when you were young, you were not only an expert at fishing but you were also one of the best at farming in this village. Cowers corn and potatoes should be ready to harvest in about a month. When that happens, we're counting on you to help us. This is an assignment given to us by the imperial court and we can't have any mishaps happen." Old Yu looked at his son's right leg, which had completely recovered. His gray complexion slowly brightened up with hope. That was right. At the time, the doctor had said that Dahai's leg needed to be amputated or else he would die. Now, not only was the man perfectly fine but his leg was also completely preserved. A doctor's diagnosis was not always completely accurate. The doctor had said that his illness wasn't anything serious at first, only that they had waited too long to treat it. If he healed completely, perhaps he'd be able to help his son for another few years then. What Dahai says makes sense. "Feng, give the bowl to me, I'll eat it myself." Old Yu, who had recovered his will to fight, wheezed as he devoured the bowl of noodles. The next few days, old Yu energetically complied with his treatment and took his medicine. Yu Xiaoxiao also continued to provide medicinal cuisine to him as if it didn't cost any money. Old Yu ended up recovering very quickly from his illness. His body was also being slowly nourished, so it regained its strength. About half a month later, people could see the figure of old Yu strolling along the cornfields with his hands clasped behind his back. "Uncle Yu, you've recovered quite quickly. Recently, more than a month had gone by without much rain, so the soil was quite dry. Many families who had farmland all carried poles of water along their fields to water their plants. Dongshan village's terrain was decent, so they always had a supply of spring water from the West Mountain all year round. As long as they didn't have a drought that lasted years, they wouldn't feel the effects too much." Old Yu grinned until his face folded like an accordion. He nodded his head, "That's right. My son feeds me eggs, meat, and fish every day, so how can I not recover quickly? Wang Ergo had lent his fields to Yu Hai to plant watermelons in the spring. At this time, there were newly planted sweet potatoes in the fields. After he made a lot of money with Yu Hai, Wang Ergo had become more steady and no longer needed his wife to push him. He had gone out to water the sweet potato plants on his own. Wang Ergo smiled, "Uncle Yu, in the future, you'll be with older brother Dahai and you'll definitely be able to live comfortably." Old Yu nodded his head in approval. Dahai and the rest of the children are all filial. Wang Ergo stepped forward a few steps with the buckets of water on his back as he said, "Uncle Yu, when I'm done watering all the sweet potatoes here, I'll help brother Dahai water the corn. Your body just got better, so don't walk for too long. If you get tired, then go sit in the melon shed over there to rest." "Okay, go do what you need to do then. I'm going to stroll around a bit." Ever since he was able to get out of bed, old Yu followed the doctor's directions and exercised a bit every day. At first, he only walked around the courtyard. Afterwards, once he got more strength back, he would go into the fields to stroll around. He was able to strengthen his body as well as help his son watch over the cornfields to prevent malicious people from spoiling the crops. Right now was the most important time for the corn growing season. The beginning of summer had been on the drier side. In order to prevent the corn from losing output, Yu Hai, his wife, and Yu Hai's sister and brother-in-law had all been watering the corn by hand for the past couple of days. Dongshan village's condition during the drought was actually considered not bad. The people who had traveled from the southern parts of the country had said that the situation there was much more serious. Many brooks and streams had stopped flowing and the level of water in the lakes had gotten to an all-time low. If any of the farms were able to make any harvest, it would be considered a miracle from the gods. Yu Kaifeng and Lu Hu, who had just experienced drought conditions in the northeast, were especially energetic as they irrigated the crops. Even Lu Junping worked like an adult. All of them had personally experienced the bitter conditions of a drought, so they prayed every day to the gods to bring some rain to relieve the dryness. However, the gods didn't answer their prayers. Several days of scorching hot weather came next that intensely heated the environment. The Yu family's corn and potatoes were doing fine as Yu Xiaoxiao had secretly used some mystic stone water to irrigate them. Thus, they had above-average drought-resistant abilities and still grew vigorously. However, the families nearby, who had planted sweet potatoes, all saw the leaves on their plants slowly withering. Any water that was given to the plants evaporated almost instantaneously. The sweet potato plants still needed another month of growth before they could be harvested. With the drought raging on, the output would definitely be less than before. That evening, Yu Hai and the entire family sat around the stone table to eat dinner. Old Yu heavily sighed and said, "These past 2 years have had constant disasters. There was that disastrous blizzard the year before last. Last year was slightly better, so us commoners were just about to see better days, but now we have the drought this year. I don't know how many people there are that won't be able to fill their stomachs." Xiaoxiao served a bowl of nourishing ginseng astragalus pork bone soup to old Yu. This medicinal cuisine required stewing together astragalus root, ginseng, and pork bones together to make a soup. Astragalus root strengthened the spleen and lung by making them stronger and more efficacious. This type of food was very nourishing to old Yu's body. Old Yu ate 3 meals a day with this type of medicinal cuisine. Because medicinal cuisine required both food and medicinal ingredients, old Yu's meals alone was enough to bankrupt an ordinary family. The old man noticed the ginseng within his food and said to Yu Hai, "I don't know how long the drought this year will last for, but the price for food will definitely go up. My body is already much better, so I don't need to eat any more medicinal cuisine. Save some money and buy more grain for us to store here. As commoners, as long as we have a good storage of grain, there's nothing to be worried about." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled as she explained on her father's behalf, "Grandfather, don't worry about money. The most important thing for you to do right now is to strengthen your body until it is hale and healthy. The herbs I use for the medicinal cuisine are mostly obtained from the mountains, so they're not worth much money. You, should just relax and nourish your body. There's no need to worry about money. I can't say this for anything else, but I am positive that we are more than able to afford to eat meat, fish, and eggs every day." Old Yu drank the pork bone soup as he shook his head. "Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. Save more money so you have some on hand when problems arise in the future. Oh right, Dahai, tomorrow you should go into town to buy some more grain. Judging from what I see, I don't think it is going to rain anytime soon. If the drought doesn't break, the prices of grain will definitely go up." Yu Kaifeng frowned. "It's the hottest period of the year, so it's very easy for grain to draw insects over. If we buy too much and it starts raining in a few days, won't all of the grain go rotten?" Old Yu finished gnawing on the last pork bone in his bowl and looked at his children, "Then buy some more sorghum, wheat, and other grains like that. We can let them dry in the sun on clear days, so we won't end up losing too many." Yu Kaifeng recalled what had happened to her family in the northeast and said in a voice full of concern, "Father, we should remind the village chief to have the villagers store more grain. Otherwise, when our family has food and they don't, all of them will come to borrow or take some and we won't be able to last a long time. If people are starving, they won't care about feelings or sensibilities." Last year, in the northeast, the drought was ongoing. Her family had originally had enough grain to last until spring, but afterwards other people around them eyed that food. This was the reason why they had to flee their old home and rely on her maternal family to help. She didn't want her younger brother's family to have to walk down the same road. Old Yu thought for a bit and then nodded his head. "After we're done eating, I'll go to the village chief's house and talk to him." Yu Xiaoxiao was currently eating delicious boiled corn. That's right, boiled corn. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao always bought a few ears of corn right when they became ripe. She boiled them until they were soft and tender so that when she ate them the taste of fresh corn would dominate her mouth. She just loved the first bite. After she transmigrated over, corn hadn't reached the country yet, so she couldn't eat them even if she craved some. The young royal prince had gone to great lengths to bring corn over. After planting 10 mu of corn, how could she not pick a few ears to eat to her heart's content? She took advantage of the fact that the overseer, the young royal prince, wasn't around these past few days. Yu Xiaoxiao had the little divine stone promote the ripening of a few corn stalks. Today she picked over a dozen ears of corn to boil for the whole family to try. Corn was, after all, a crop that the imperial court attached a lot of importance to. When Yu Xiaoxiao came back home with the harvested ears of corn, Madame Lu, who was in the kitchen cooking dinner, almost fainted at the sight. Eating corn on the sly while they were experimenting for the court was a crime worthy of beheading. Her daughter's courage was really sky high to be able to silently harvest a few ears of corn and bring it back home. It was too late to fix the problem, so it made Madame Lu so angry that she picked up a wooden dowel and tried to give Xiaoxiao a beating. Luckily, Xiaoxiao was agile and was able to quickly avoid suffering Madame Lu's evil scheme. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiao happily gnawing at the ear of corn as if she was a tiny squirrel, Madame Lu gritted her teeth and snarled, "Eating. You truly dare to stick it in your mouth and eat. If the royal prince found out, it'd be surprising if he didn't beat you with a plank. If this news became known to the imperial court, they might even chop off your head." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Aren't I just eating an ear of corn? Is this necessary? Even if the young royal prince was around, there are so many ears of corn in the fields, what does it matter if we eat a few ears? That being said, I've already picked them and they can't grow back. If I don't eat it, it'll all go to waste. Oldest paternal aunt, oldest paternal uncle, Junping, you all should eat. If you don't eat, then I'll eat for you." When Yu Kaifeng saw that Yu Xiaoxiao was at ease, the nervousness within her heart dissolved a bit. Her niece was right, since the corn was already picked, then it might as well be eaten. She picked up an ear and gave it to her husband as she smiled. How big is your stomach that you think you can more than a dozen ears of corn? Not afraid of blowing up. Lu Junping saw that both his mother and father were eating the corn, so he also picked an ear up and copied Yu Xiaoxiao's motions. He gnawed off a large bite. The unique delicious taste of corn slowly spread through his mouth and each soft kernel had a hint of sweetness. It had to be said that corn that had been watered with mystic stone water tasted a lot better than regular starchy corn. Even little Fang Ping ate with relish. Yu Xiaoxiao reminded the little boy, "Little Ping Ping, you need to chew the corn carefully before you swallow ah. Otherwise, when you go to the bathroom, you'll end up pooping out the kernels you didn't chew." Little Fang Ping chewed carefully and he couldn't be bothered to reply. He nodded his head furiously to signal his assent. Lu Yanner also loved the taste of corn. She slowly enjoyed each bite of corn in her mouth before she finally swallowed some down. She stated, "This corn is truly a high-yield crop. Just 3 to 4 corn stalks yielded enough ears to fill this huge basin. I weighed it a bit and I think a bushel of corn must be at least half a caddy. Uncle, how many stalks of corn do we have per mew? How many caddies of corn does that yield ah?" Little Fang Ping swallowed down the corn in his mouth with a large gulp and grinned, "That's right, that's right. There's so much corn that even if we ate it every day, we wouldn't be able to finish it all." Lu Junping gently knocked the little boy on the head and remarked, "You little foodie. You only think about eating. Uncle is helping the imperial court to grow these fields of corn. If we ate them all, when the court officials come, what will we give them? You absolutely cannot tell anyone that we have eaten corn. Otherwise, the authorities will arrest you and put you in prison." When little Fang Ping found out that eating corn could cause him to be imprisoned, he immediately stopped gnawing on his half-eaten ear of corn. He didn't know whether he should continue eating or not. Yu Xiaoxiao thought the distressed expression on his face was super adorable and pinched his cheek as she said, "As long as you don't tell anyone, the authorities won't find out, so they won't imprison us. We've planted so much corn, who would notice if 1 or 2 stalks were gone? Quickly eat up, when you're done, older cousin has something else that's delicious for you." What Yu Xiaoxiao was referring to was the stalks of the corn plants. After the corn was harvested, Yu Xiaoxiao also had the little divine stone hasten the growth of the corn stalks. With the mystic stone water inside the stalks had a sweet and delicate flavor. It was even more delicious than sugar cane. After they finished dinner, the children all held a cut-off portion of corn stalk as they enjoyed the flavor. Little Fang Ping grinned, "Older brother, the authorities won't catch me for eating corn stalks, right? In the future, when they harvest the corn, we can cut off the corn stalks and eat it as a snack. When the corn stalks are dried, they don't have any moisture anymore. If you want to eat some, you must eat it within 1 to 2 days of harvesting. Otherwise, the corn stalks are good for feeding livestock. Our family's little gray and horse will all have their winter rations. Corn stalks that are dried are also useful as firewood." Yu Xiaoxiao introduced all of the applications that corn stalks could be used for. Little Fang Ping happily remarked, "Every part of a corn plant is a treasure. In the future, we should plant more ah." Yu Xiaoxiao calculated out loud, "We planted 10 mu, so we can at least get around 20,000 caddies of corn. Corn can be ground into cornmeal. Staple foods made out of corn taste a lot better than those made out of ground millet. Furthermore, eating a lot of corn doesn't cause stomach issues like eating a lot of sweet potatoes do." Old Yu was stunned silent and it took him a while to digest his thoughts before he said, "A mu of corn can grow up to 2,000 caddies. It truly is a high-yielding crop. No wonder the emperor sent the royal prince on a 1,000-mile journey to the western hemisphere. If this corn can be spread throughout the country, the common people will no longer fear going hungry." Yu Xiaoxiao sighed, "That's right ah. The emperor is truly a good ruler who cares about the people." At the present time, this old transmigrator friend of hers was considered pretty okay. At least the man wasn't an incapable ruler. Perhaps when she finally got exposed and had to confront this rival, her ending might not be too bad. The knot cobs and the corn leaves were left out to dry under the sun for an entire day. After getting dried, they were used to burn in the fire. Madame Lu only felt relieved when the corn cobs and leaves were all completely burned away and stirred into inconspicuous ash. Now no one should find out they ate some corn, right? The drought continued. Every day the Yu family went to the foot of the West Mountain to carry water to bring back to irrigate the corn crops. The sweltering heat and the cruel rays of the sun seemed to bake the earth until it was cooked. On one particular day, Yu Xiaoxiao wore a straw hat as she helped irrigate the corn plants. The little golden kitten seemed to dart across the faraway ground near the thickets of the mountain like a bolt of lightning. It scampered over towards the fields of corn. The little divine stone's voice was full of worry with a hint of joy intertwined in, "Master, master. Something bad is about to happen." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take its words to heart. Just what sort of bad event could cause it to sound so happy too? "Master, my spiritual energy has recovered to the point where I can communicate with animals." The little golden kitten jumped onto Yu Xiaoxiao's shoulders and triumphantly trumpeted its new skill to her. "Congratulations, congratulations," Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly thought, "isn't it a good thing that you can speak to animals now? What's bad about it?" The little golden kitten seemed quite dissatisfied that Yu Xiaoxiao's words were said in such an absent-minded manner. It used its claws to scratch at her cheek as it said, "Pay attention. It's truly a bad situation. If you have something to say it. If you have to fart, just fart. Don't hold it for the sake of suspense, alright." Yu Xiaoxiao was so busy that she couldn't straighten up her back. She didn't have the time to play word games with the stone. The little divine stone grunted in displeasure and stated, "All of the birds in the forest are flying towards the south, do you know why? Flying south, it's not the time for the weather to get cold now ah. Is it because the drought is getting worse and the animals that can sense it are migrating early? Yu Xiaoxiao was somewhat nervous now. After all, natural disasters were often closely followed by human disasters. Perhaps they needed to buy a larger residence in town and move the whole family there. The town had authorities there, so it shouldn't get too rowdy. The little divine stone shook its head and replied, "No, it's worse than the drought." Yu Xiaoxiao was now even more nervous. She picked up the little golden kitten by the scruff of its neck and shook it as she anxiously said, "Can you just spit everything out? Don't just stop halfway to get people to listen to you." The little golden kitten rolled its eyes at her antics. It turned into a golden mist, drifted through her fingers and then formed itself back into a golden kitten next to her. Yu Xiaoxiao looked around her like a sneaky thief to see if anyone was around her. When she saw that there was no one there, she let out a long sigh of relief. She reminded the little divine stone to not morph in broad daylight in the future. Otherwise, it might be considered a monster and get burned at a stake. The little divine stone rolled its eyes again at her. "Do I need you to remind me? This divine stone had long used my energy to scout the area. There are no people around us." Before Xiaoxiao could question it further, it continued in a serious tone, "I learned from that bird that there is a swarm of innumerable locusts from the south flying towards us. All of the birds are going to the south so they can eat a giant feast." Locusts. Oh right, she faintly remembered that swarms of locusts often followed drought, which was why there were the sayings, "A long drought will cause a locust swarm," and "Locusts and droughts go hand in hand." The drought conditions in the south were quite severe, so the locust swarm arose in the south. Yu Xiaoxiao was no longer calm anymore. A locust swarm was absolutely not a joke. Once a plague of locusts arrived, millions of locusts would descend to the ground and devour the vegetations and trees around them. The farm crops and the surrounding forests in the mountain would all be eaten clean, and all of the people would suffer tremendously. Locusts liked areas with water and low-lying ground, so they often gathered in dry areas to swarm towards areas that had more moisture. Dongshan village was also an area struck by drought, so these locusts should only be passing by. However, once these locusts passed by, they would only leave the people with a devastating loss of crops. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the not yet ready corn growing in the fields. Her eyebrows came together in a deep frown. If the plague of locusts came, then everything here would be hard-pressed to escape. The corn still needed about a month's worth of growth before it was ready to harvest. If the plants were harmed by the locusts, then their losses would be inestimable. The family's economic damage wasn't even their first concern. The imperial courts and the young royal prince were ardently hoping for this crop of corn to go well as they only had a small subset of fields growing corn in the capital. In the future, the plan was to slowly push out this crop to the whole nation, especially the northern and northwestern parts of the country. Those areas truly needed a high-yielding crop that wasn't picky about the soil. Now back to her family's concerns. 10 mu had all been planted with corn. If all of that was destroyed, then all the work they had done for a season would be gone. Yu Xiaoxiao reckoned that the emperor, whose policies had always helped the commoners, would not have their family plant these crops for the court in vain. He would very likely buy this corn back from them at a high price to be used as seeds later. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't able to guarantee anything else, but she was pretty sure that there was no one in this era who was better at raising crops than her. Although the officials in the capital had her growing methods, this was still the first year they were growing corn. How could they compete with her years of experience with raising corn in her past life? That being said, the mystic stone water in her hands was more effective than any other fertilizer. Corn watered by it produced large ears of corn that were incredibly delicious. Other people couldn't even dream of growing corn like hers. The young royal prince had also said that once the bumper harvest of corn was done, he wanted to help them get a reward. The things that the emperor would give them not only would have a lot of glory attached to them, but they would also be incredibly valuable. In short, if they encountered the locust swarm, her family's losses would be disastrous. That wouldn't work. She needed to think up an idea to contain their losses to a minimum. Little divine stone, do you know when the locust swarm will arrive here? Yu Xiaoxiao inhaled a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. The little divine stone's consciousness was linked with hers so it could detect that she was feeling quite uneasy. It became serious to fit the mood. From what the birds were telling me, they should be about 2 days away by flight. That wasn't too bad. At least they had about 2 days of time to think of something to do against these locusts before they arrived. Didn't the little divine stone have the ability to ripen plants faster? Starting from today, they needed to harvest however much corn they could get their hands on. When Yu Hai came by with a bucket of water for irrigation, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward to bring him over to the side. She carefully looked around and mysteriously pulled Yu Hai to a secluded area. Yu Hai noticed that his daughter had a very serious demeanor and there were some hints of anxiety leaking out of her. He repeatedly asked, "Cower, what's wrong? What's going on? Father, do you believe that our world has gods that warn us through our dreams?" Yu Xiaoxiao pretended to be extremely nervous as she quietly asked him. Yu Hai remembered that 2 years ago Xiaoxiao had hit her head open. She had said that she had toured the underworld. Furthermore, she had even talked to beings that resembled King of Hell and the God of Wealth. Perhaps, his youngest daughter had met another god. "I believe what's going on? You dreamt of the gods?" Yu Hai nervously stared at his youngest daughter. His youngest daughter was clever beyond her age. Some of the village elders even said that she was the reincarnation of an immortal child from the heavens and thought that she wouldn't reach adulthood before the heavens would descend down and take her back. Perhaps. "Father, when I was watering the plants earlier, I suddenly fainted and lost consciousness. The god who taught me how to plant crops and cook food suddenly appeared in front of me. The god told me some very important news." Yu Xiaoxiao crafted a very believable lie. She had a sincere expression on her face that was slightly colored with some worry. Yu Hai became more uneasy. "What news? Does the god want to take you away? Cower, your father's good daughter, please don't agree with the god taking you away. If you ascend to the heavens, father and mother will never be able to see you again in this lifetime." Drops of cold sweat fell off Yu Xiaoxiao's forehead. Her father's imagination was even more bizarre than hers. How could there be gods around? Why would she be brought up to the heavens? Although this space is quite deficient in spiritual energy and is lacking in resources needed for cultivation, there are still gods around. Do you really think it was a coincidence that lightning struck the owner of that carpentry store? This divine stone had negotiated with the god of thunder and goddess of lightning to help us all. The little divine stone silently corrected her mistake within their bond. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her thoughts at it. What do the gods existing have to do with me? In any case, I haven't seen any and I don't want to. After she finished her statement, she continued to ignore the little divine stone, who was repeatedly saying that there were gods around. She started to placate her father, whose eyes were turning red. Father, I don't know why you think the gods are going to take me away, but the god didn't want to do that. He told me that in 2 days, there will be a plague of locusts that hasn't been seen in 100 years descending on Dongshan village. He wanted us to get ready. What? Although Yu Hai had never experienced a swarm of locusts, he had heard about the destruction the insects could cause. When he was a child, he had heard Grandpa Gao, who was 90 years old at the time and an elder of the village, talking about the horrible aftermath of a locust plague. That was truly a devastating scene to imagine as there was no food at all to be had. Similar to Yu Xiaoxiao, Yu Hai's first thoughts were about the test fields of corn and potatoes that his family had. Neither of these crops were ready for harvesting. If they delayed the court's missions, then his family would naturally be punished. The imperial court might forgive them in light of the natural disaster. However, the young royal prince had traveled thousands of miles across the seas to get these seeds from the Western Hemisphere. He had spent so much time on these crops and almost came over to Dongshan village every day to inspect the crops. Author's note, he actually came over to bum a meal, okay. The prince obviously cared a lot about these crops, so he would naturally be very disappointed and angry if they get spoiled. What could they do? What could they do? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered as she replied, Father, don't worry. The god gave me a piece of magic that is able to ripen corn and potatoes early. However, this magic is only good for one time. Once we use it, it'll be gone. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly use the magic on the crops and ripen them early. Our whole family will have to work harder these next 2 days and harvest all of the corn and potatoes. Yu Hai lightly let out a sigh of relief when he heard his daughter's words. Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a second before she said, Father, do you think we should warn the other villagers about the locust plague? If they ask us where we got the news from, what should we tell them all? Yu Hai clenched his jaw and replied, Don't worry about this, I'll go tell the village chief. You should go and ripen the cornfields in the middle right now. Be careful, don't let anyone see you. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head, Father, don't worry. The corn stalks are so high and thick now that no one will be able to see me once I step in. Yu Hai watched as his daughter stepped into the cornfields and then lowered his head to think a bit. He stamped his feet and then dashed towards the village chief's residence. His youngest daughter had said that the swarm of locusts were going to arrive in about 2 days. Time was food, so time was the difference between living and dying. When he got to the village chief's residence, Yu Hai was panting heavily as he pushed open the gate. The village chief was drinking tea inside the courtyard and looked in surprise at Yu Hai, who was puffing with a worried look on his face. The man swiftly stood up and repeatedly asked, What's going on? Village chief, something bad is going to happen. A plague of locusts is going to descend soon. Yu Hai hollered out this sentence before he even caught his breath. The village chief was startled by this and his face immediately paled. What's going on? Plague of locusts. Dahai, this is not a joking matter. Yu Hai deeply inhaled a couple of breaths and organized the story within his mind. He stammered as he continued, I was carrying water from the stream at the foot of the West Mountain and saw a snow-white elk. I wondered if I could catch it and add it to my dinner tonight. Who knew that by the time I caught up with it halfway up the mountain, I met an old man whose entire head of hair and beard had gone white. This elk was his mount. The old man told me that, in 2 days, there will be a disaster arriving in our Tangu district. I inquired further and he only mysteriously said that this disaster was a plague of locusts that hadn't been seen for 100 years. He couldn't bear to see the people suffer, so he sent his elk to lure me over to tell me this news. Chief, do you think this is reliable? Sure enough, Yu Hai was related to Yu Xiaoxiao. They were both experts at crafting believable stories. The village chief anxiously circled around the courtyard a few times. He knew what type of person Yu Hai was. He wasn't someone who would come up with something like this to joke around. If what that old man said was true, then when the swarm of locusts arrived, all of their spring crops would disappear into thin air. The land around Dongshan village was not very suitable for growing crops as it was relatively infertile sandy dirt. However, many villagers had fields they tended. For the most part, they usually grew high-yielding crops like sweet potatoes. Right now, it was about a month before the sweet potatoes would be ready for harvest. They didn't have the time to wait anymore. Everyone needed to harvest what they could now. The village chief sounded the alarm bell and gathered the entire village over. He repeated the meeting that Yu Hai had to all of the villagers. Finally, he added, given Yu Hai's personality and character, I believe that he is definitely not trying to trick the entire village. As for what that old man passed along, I rather believe it than not. If things are truly going to happen as he warned, we need to harvest everything we can now. Although we'll lose a great amount of harvest from our sweet potatoes, it's still better than having the locusts eat it all. Right now it's up to your own decisions. If you want to believe it, then harvest early. If you don't, then do as you please. Everyone needs to consider this carefully. When a locust plague passes by, not a single grain is left behind. A whole half a year's worth of work will disappear into thin air. Currently, Yu Hai's credibility with the other villagers was second only to the village chief's. The vast majority of people living in Dongshan village voiced that they believed him and immediately went home to get their farming equipment to start harvesting their sweet potatoes. The village chief also repeatedly reminded everyone that when harvesting the sweet potatoes they should also remember to dig up sweet potato shoots. In a pinch, the shoots could also be eaten in times of famine. The families that didn't have farmland all rushed around harvesting whatever other vegetables they had planted in their gardens and stored them in their cellars. The people who had straw houses also hurried about gathering up more straw. Once the locusts passed over, they needed to repair their houses. There were also some villagers who didn't quite believe the news and wanted to wait and see. For example, Madame Zhang's vegetable garden still had many vegetables that were immature. If she harvested them now, she would lose a lot of potential food. If the old man that Yu Hai met was not reliable, then wouldn't all those vegetable shoots go to waste? Madame Zhang, who was banking on her luck, only harvested the vegetables that were ready. She still left half of her garden full of vegetable shoots. Yu Dashan suggested that they should go into town and buy some grain in case the locusts did come. That way, when the grain prices inevitably rose after the disaster, they would still have something. Madame Zhang, on the other hand, felt that the current weather was too hot and would make it easy for the grain to attract pests. Thus, she only gave Yu Dashan enough money to buy 100 caddies of coarse grains in town. There were a few others who were like Madame Zhang and hoped for the best. All of these people felt their hearts ache at the thought of harvesting their premature sweet potatoes and vegetables. Naturally, there were also people who had more malicious thoughts. They envied Yu Hai's abilities and consequently hated him. They thought he was spewing nonsense and didn't place his warning into their hearts. The Yu family didn't have the time to consider those people's reactions. Everyone wished they had 8 arms at this moment. Ever since old Yu heard that a plague of locusts was coming, all he could talk about was grain, grain, and grain. Although he had not completely recovered from his illness, he insisted on going with Yu Hai on the family's horse cart and from town to procure grain that everyone liked to eat. All of the storage rooms and cellars in the house had been crammed full with coarse and fine grain. In addition, they even secretly stored a few hundred caddies of grain in their house in town. Under Yu Xiaoxiao's leadership, Lu Hu and all of the family members began to harvest all of the corn that was already ripe. Baskets full of corn were then transported back to the house on the donkey cart. Yu Xiaoxiao carefully avoided other people and promoted the ripening of the corn using the Little Divine Stone's power. The Little Divine Stone's current capabilities allowed it to ripen 1 mu of corn every hour. She worked until night fell before all 10 mu of corn was completely ripened. Following that, the 1 mu of potatoes was also ripened. Lu Hu abandoned his half-built house and took his family of 5 to work crazily within the cornfields. Other than little Fangping, who had just turned 6, all of the other members were well versed with hard work. Even Lu Yanner, who wasn't much older than Xiao Xiao, was harvesting corn and managed to do more than half of what older people could do. Madame Lu sent Yu Heng to go to the docks to bring Yu Xiaolian, who was doing business there, back. While he was there, he also passed on the news that the old immortal had told Yu Hai to his 2 maternal aunts. Madame Han didn't even bother to help Xiaolian clean up the stall once she heard the news. She hurriedly rushed back home. The Lu family had planted more than a dozen mu of sweet potatoes and they needed to harvest them all that night. Currently, the sweet potatoes were only the size of a person's fist, but harvesting some was still better than having no harvest due to the locusts. Madame Lu and her 2 daughters rushed to harvest all of the vegetables in their courtyard. The ones they couldn't finish now could be used to make dried vegetables. Recovering after a locust swarm was a slow process. After the locusts passed, there would be a long period of time when there wouldn't be any vegetables to eat. Even if the vegetables they harvested rotted, it was still better than leaving them for the locusts to eat. That being said, with the mystic stone water on hand, the freshness of the vegetables could be preserved for a period of time. The father-son pair, old Yu and Yu Hai, worked unrelentlessly in the corn and potato fields with the rest of them after they crammed all of their storerooms full of grain. Because they were afraid that the locusts might come early, the Yu family didn't even rest at night and chopped corn stalks the entire time. The family had 2 work animals along with some rabbits and other pets. All of them required fodder. Thus, they also needed to transport all of the corn stalks back home and store them. Like this, everyone worked without stopping for the next 2 days and nights in order to store all of the crops in the fields back at home. Even the recently planted sweet potato seedlings were also pulled up. Luckily, the Yu family's residence had been enlarged during the last set of renovations and they had many rooms. The 2 wings of the courtyard had both been used to store grain and food. All of the vegetables that were harvested from the vegetable garden at home filled up an entire room. Everyone made sure to lock all of the rooms very tightly and they even used mud to fill in any cracks in the door and window sills. Once everything was in its place and ready, the Yu family members, who had all worked their hearts out for the past 2 days, were finally able to close their eyes and go to sleep. There was a clamor of news in the village on the morning of the 3rd day. Yu Xiaoxiao and her family all came out to see what was going on and saw a sheet of dark gray clouds from the south roiling forward as it covered the sky. The villagers often saw dark clouds. However, this was the first time they saw dark clouds such as these, which almost touched the ground. As the dark gray clouds got closer and closer, someone in the village hollered, "Locusts! Countless locusts! Quickly, quickly harvest any grain or vegetables that hasn't been taken already." For the past 2 days, some of the villagers, who were counting on their luck, only harvested a portion of their sweet potatoes. Furthermore, nothing had happened for the past 2 days, so it allowed some people to relax further. There were also some villagers, who had harvested all of their crops, who started to have complaints within their hearts. They grumbled that if the news about the plague of locusts were false, then it would have harmed them from harvesting more crops in the future. Now, when those people who had those doubts saw the panicky expressions of their other villagers, they rejoiced that they had listened to the words of the village chief and Yu Hai and had harvested everything they could. As for the villagers who didn't listen, all of them regretted their actions deeply. Even if they wanted to harvest what they could now, how could their speed compare to the speed of the flying locusts? The insects would all be there before they could even get to the fields. It was truly a disaster that hadn't been seen in 100 years. The swarm of locusts covered the entire sky and formed an impenetrable wall. The countless army of locusts flew as they pursued the 3 gone policies: eat until it's gone, gnaw until it's gone, and bite until it's gone. Every bit of vegetation that could be devoured was not spared as the insects passed. Even a layer of tree bark was not off from the trees. As for the more tender saplings, they also could not escape the damage from the evil locusts. The only thing left on the samplings were pitiful little trunks that could barely support themselves. The main forces of the locusts very quickly arrived at Dongshan village. The swarm descended onto the old elm tree at the mouth of the village, and the tree was immediately engulfed by what looked like a dull brown layer. Locusts crawled all over the trunk, branches and leaves of the tree. The sound of their nibbling rustled and pricked the villagers' ears. The whole village was soon engulfed by the locusts. They covered the ground, the houses, the farming tools, the whole area was carpeted with a layer of insects. Even the air above the ground was still swarming with flying locusts. If a person stepped outside at this point, just a single step could smash more than a dozen locusts underfoot. People needed to use clothing to wrap their heads when they went outside, as the feeling of locusts striking their bare skin was not a pleasant sensation. The villagers who hadn't harvested all of their crops before all started to cry loud howls filled with remorse. In a split second, almost all of their crops had been covered by countless locusts. By the time they tried to harvest them, all that was left would be some pathetic roots in the ground. What was to be done? In the future, these villagers were all facing the endless suffering from lack of food and debt. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at their expressions full of despair and couldn't help but shout, "Locusts can also be eaten. Catch as much as you can and you can use salt to pickle them. That way you'll have something to eat." All of the villagers suddenly realized that everyone in their childhoods had roasted grasshoppers to eat. When they were roasted to a golden color, the grasshoppers were quite savory and delicious. Locusts were the same. Thus, the entire village mobilized. Some used bamboo baskets, some used burlap sacks, and some used fishing nets to hold all of the insects they could catch. Yu Xiaoxiao's family's courtyard still had some half-rotten vegetable leaves in the fields, so they had attracted quite a bit of locusts over. Countless locusts crawled on the ground as the vegetable leaves disappeared at an astonishing speed. Lu Fangping was so wrapped up under clothing that only his 2 eyes peeped out. He courageously stepped out and caught a locust in each hand. He stuffed them into the sack his older brother held. Everyone else in the Yu family also started moving. They all had a sack in one hand as they swiftly caught the insects and stuffed them in. The ground crawled with them and the sky buzzed with activity. There were too many locusts in the area. If there was anyone who had claustrophobia, he or she would have long fainted over. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had more courage than the usual person, had goosebumps all over her body at the sight of the numerous locusts. When Madame Lu saw that her youngest daughter's hairs were all standing up straight on her arms, she thought that she was frightened and said, "Cower, if you're afraid, then stay in the room. Our family doesn't need to catch the locusts to add to our rations." The Yu family had stockpiled a lot of grain and food, so why were they still catching the insects? Old Yu had seen just how many insects were congregated in the area. After calculating, he had a hunch that the disaster wouldn't go by that quickly. Even if the vast majority of insects left, there would still be a large number of locusts left in the village. It was possible that for a long period of time, no one would be able to plant any more crops. Since the locusts could be eaten, why not capture some more and relieve the burden on their stored grain? When the Yu family heard old Yu's thoughts, all of them expressed their approval and started to work hard to catch locusts. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a fishing net and started swinging it through the areas that were concentrated with insects. In one pass, she was able to catch more than a dozen locusts in the net. She shook her catch into a sack that Xiaolian was holding open and then continued to swing the net. Although she didn't have to physically touch the insects, she still caught locusts at about the same speed as everyone else. With the both of them cooperating together, they quickly managed to fill a whole bag of locusts. After tying the bag closed, Xiaolian picked up another burlap sack that was about as long as half an adult's height and the two of them started working together again. After pretty much all of the vegetation in the vicinity of Dongshan village was devoured clean, the vast majority of locusts flew up and towards the north. All of the villagers could finally see the sky after a day had passed. Although there were fewer locusts flying around, there were still a decent amount of them still crawling on the ground. The villagers came out of their homes and solemnly looked at the devastation in front of them. All greenery had been stripped throughout the village and the West Mountain looked bald and barren now. The people who had lost all of their crops and vegetables in the swarm kneeled on the ground and wailed in sorrow. However, what was the point in crying? No one had a surplus of grain lying around. With an uncertain future in front of them, who knew how long the disaster would last? No one would give out food, which could be the difference between life and death for their own family, to help others now. At this point, the village chief stood up and looked at the villagers who were crying bitterly. He sighed deeply and said, "Don't be too sad. Our Dongshan village is supported by the ocean. As long as you work hard, it's unlikely that you'll starve. You should all quickly go into town and see if you can buy any grain to bring home. I'm afraid that the price of grain will only go up and not down in the future." All of the wailing villagers immediately stopped crying and took out every last bit of copper they had saved up at home. The Yu family selflessly took out their donkey and horse carts to help their fellow villagers get to town. However, the vast majority of grain stores were closed by the time they got to town. Although the Zhou family's 2 grain stores were still open, their prices were quite excessively high, about 5 times the price as it was a few days ago. This wasn't considered the most excessive price hike. There were some black-hearted merchants who had raised their prices to up to 10 times the price of before. This was nothing more than hitting someone when they were already down. The villagers, who already had a shortage of grain at home, now couldn't buy as much grain because the prices had gone up a lot. Some people wanted to wait and come back in a few days to buy food. However, with the village chief reminding them, they didn't have any choice but to grit their teeth and exchange their money for grain. The village chief said, "Who knows when this locust swarm will finally disappear and we can plant crops in the ground again. The grain prices will only rise in the next half year and not go down." The villagers had a good amount of faith in the village chief. Thus, in front of the Zhou family's grain store, there was a long line of people waiting. The villagers from Dongshan village dispiritedly lined up at the end. All of the people in line had depressed expressions and it was dead silent. The atmosphere was stifling. By the time the Dongshan villagers got to the end of the line, a smartly dressed servant muttered something into the store's shopkeeper's ear. The shopkeeper frowned and then hollered at the remaining line, "There's no more grain left. Everyone should leave now and go somewhere else to buy, okay? We don't have any grain left." The village head, who had already queued up till the side of the door, extended his head to peer inside the grain shop, only to see that the grains inside had been piled to the height of half a wall. How could they say there was no grain? At this moment, the shop assistant of the grain shop took up the door plank, ready to close up shop. The village head panicked and was about to debate with the shopkeeper when Yu-hai walked over, lightly waving at him and whispered, "Village head, it's no use even if you argue with the shopkeeper. You've also seen the man who had come just now. It was only because of something he said to the shopkeeper that made him announce that there was no more grain left. Even the shopkeeper cannot defy the wishes of his superiors." The shopkeeper of the grain shop, hearing bits and pieces of their conversation, nodded his head at Yu-hai. He thought that this man looked somewhat familiar, and only realized a few moments later that this seemed to be Yu-hai of Dongshan village. Any servant of any importance in the employ of the Zhou family knew, the Yu family of Dongshan village was extremely trusted and respected by the future head of the Zhou family. Although the shopkeeper had no idea why the future head of the family would hold a mere farmer in such high regard, but as a servant of the Zhou family, being able to judge and act according to the master's wishes was the way to attain the master's favor. The servant, who told him to shut their doors and raise the prices by half the next day just now, was currently the favorite of the eldest young master from the first branch. Even though eldest young master was in charge of the Zhou family's grain shops, but in the end, it was still third young master from the second branch who was going to be the future head of the family. Naturally, the shopkeeper of the grain shop would have his own considerations in his heart. The shopkeeper of the grain shop walked over with a smile and said to Yu-hai, "Is this brother Yu-hai?" Seeing Yu-hai nod, he continued, "May we speak elsewhere?" At this time, the doors of the Zhou family's grain shop had already been closed shut. The queue in front of the door made some ruckus for a while, but they had all slowly scattered in time. The 10 or so villagers from Dongshan village, who had come to buy grain, were the only ones left. They looked helplessly at the village head, waiting for his word. The shopkeeper of the grain shop called Yu-hai to the side and asked with a smile, "Brother Yu-hai came to buy grain. What else could he have come for? Could he have been queuing in front of a grain shop to buy meat?" Yu-hai nodded his head and said, "Yes, the village is suffering from a locust plague, so there is no harvest. We want to stock up on some grain and see if we can last through this famine." The shopkeeper of the grain shop thought for a moment, and then said, "Brother Yu-hai, how much grain are you planning to buy? As you can see, our eldest young master had given out orders to close the shop and raise the price. But if it's brother Yu-hai who wants to buy, I'll sell it to you at today's price, take it as making a new friend." Eldest young master didn't know how much grain the shop sold today anyways, so he could do a favor for Yu-hai today and make plans for his future. The shopkeeper of the grain shop had capabilities, but he lacked opportunities. If he could get a chance to appear in front of the future head of the family due to Yu-hai, with his capabilities, he definitely wouldn't be a mere shopkeeper of a small grain shop in the future. Yu-hai appeared conflicted upon hearing this. He shook his head slowly and said, "There are 30 or so families in my village who are all waiting for grain to survive. As fellow villagers, I will not be selfish and care only for my own, disregarding the survival of others." The shopkeeper of the grain shop hesitated for a while before giving Yu-hai a thumbs up, saying, "Brother Yu-hai is indeed an affectionate and righteous man. How much grain does your village need? If it is within 1,000 catties, your brother, I, can still make the decision." Yu-hai was elated, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Really? That's excellent. I'll go and ask the village head how much grain we need." Yu-hai ran over and pulled the village head to the side, quietly telling him that the shopkeeper agreed to sell Dongshan village 1,000 catties of grain in private. The villagers who came to buy grain this time were mostly the ones who didn't have much grain in their store and also had no harvest. There was a total of 13 families. Coarse grains usually cost about 5 copper coins per catty, but the Zhou family grain shop was currently selling them for 5 times the usual price, which was 25 copper coins per catty. These 10 or so families had all saved a small fortune from selling spoonworms and oysters, so even though they were quite distressed about spending the money, all of them were still capable of buying grain. Once they heard that the shop was raising its prices, they wanted to buy more grain back. However, the shopkeeper only supplied them 1,000 catties of grain for them to distribute among themselves. What should they do? In the end, the village head made the decision for everyone to distribute according to the head count in each family. The families with more family members would get a little bit more, while smaller households would get less grain. On average, each family would obtain at least 70 to 80 catties of grain. If they wanted to buy more at this price, it would be impossible. Tomorrow, the price of grains would increase considerably. 1,000 catties of grain were all loaded onto the horse and donkey carts from Dongshan village. Yu-hai also symbolically bought about 100 catties of fine grain, totaling up to a cost of nearly 5 taels. Yu-hai silently thought that the grain shops was really a profitable business. When he came to purchase 2 days ago, 100 catties of fine grain only cost about 1 tael, and now he had gratuitously spent 5 times the original price. When he reached home, everyone in the family were busy with work. The hot weather made it unsuitable for the locusts to be left out for too long, so the adults and children worked together to preserve the locusts that they managed to catch. With Madame Lu and oldest aunt's help, Yu Xiaoxiao made grasshopper sauce. Locusts were more commonly known as grasshoppers and had a delectable texture, delicious like prawns. It also contained protein and all kinds of amino acids that would be beneficial towards the human body if eaten. In her past life, she had tried making grasshopper sauce according to a recipe she found on the internet. It was delicious and went well with meals. She let her mother and oldest aunt put the locusts into water to drown them before cleaning. After that, they plucked off the wings because the wings could not be chopped into smaller pieces and would affect the overall texture. Then, using the ratio of 1 catty of locusts against 1½ ounce of salt, they pickled the locusts, letting them ferment naturally. In about 20 days, the sauce would be ready for consumption. Another type of sauce would be fresh fried grasshopper sauce, which was made by stir-frying crushed deep-fried grasshoppers with minced meat, spring onions and chili together. When it was ready, it would be even more fragrant than fried shrimp. However, anyone would be able to consume fermented grasshopper sauce, but if it was fresh fried grasshopper sauce, it was easy to get an allergic reaction to grasshoppers. So, Yu Xiaoxiao cleaned 8 earthen jars, which could hold 10 catties each, and made a lot of fermented grasshopper sauce. At noontime, none of them had the mood to cook anything else, so Yu Xiaoxiao made cold grasshopper sauce. After deep frying the locusts until they were cooked, she diced them and added some crushed, fried peanuts and parsley. After that, she drizzled hot oil on top and mixed it well with salt, sugar and chili oil. She also made stir-fried grasshopper sauce. First, she cut fatty meat into small pieces and diced the cleaned and dried grasshoppers into small pieces. She continued to mince them together until the mixture had a mashed texture. She placed the wok over a big fire and heated the cooking oil. Pouring in the minced grasshopper, she stir-fried it until it was fragrant, slightly dry, and had oil seeping out of the fatty meat. Then, she mixed it thoroughly with the minced grasshopper. After throwing in some spring onions, she stir-fried until evenly mixed, and added salt and MSG, along with some chili flakes. The dish was done after a few more light tosses. The fragrant smell of the grasshopper sauce was carried by the wind to the Zhou family not so far away. Zhou Shanhu, who could not hold her composure, rushed towards them and asked, "Xiaoxiao, what tasty food are you making now? It's so fragrant that I'm almost drooling." Yu Xiaoxiao told her the recipe for making grasshopper sauce. Once Zhou Shanhu heard that this fragrance was actually made from locusts, she immediately became excited. "Wait for a moment, Xiaoxiao, I'll call my mother over. You have to tell her." Zhou Shanhu was older than Yu Xiaoxiao by a year and didn't have much talent in cooking, and thus belonged in the able to cook edible rice category. If she were to learn how to make grasshopper sauce, she would probably not be able to produce even one plate of grasshopper sauce by the next day. After teaching Auntie Zhou the method of making grasshopper sauce, Yu Xiaoxiao carried on with making a lot of pancakes using mixed grain, so lunch was pancake-wrapped grasshopper sauce. Fortunately, no one in the Yu family was allergic to locusts. The fried grasshopper was extremely crispy and exceptionally delicious when eaten. Combined with the distinct fragrance of grains in the pancakes, the entire family enjoyed the meal thoroughly. Little Shishtu, who came back from town, ate 4 big pancakes in one go and still wasn't sated. "Fangping, let's go to the foot of the West Mountains later and catch more locusts back. That way, we'll be able to eat grasshopper sauce all year long." Lu Yanner glanced at him and said, "With such hot weather, the locusts can hardly last for more than a few days. Even if we made all of them into grasshopper sauce, we also don't have so many earthen jars." Little Fangping spoke childishly, "It's all right. We can make grilled locusts, deep-fried locusts, stir-fried locusts, stewed locusts, we can have a locust feast every day. Older cousin's cooking skills are so good that whatever she makes will definitely taste good." Everyone pictured the sight of the table filled with locusts, which had turned into an insect feast, and they couldn't help but shudder. However, little Shishtu smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't forget that we have the skills to make ice. We can make an ice house at home to freeze the locusts. This way, even when the locust plague has passed, we can just take them out from the ice house and make grasshopper sauce whenever we want to eat it. Isn't that great? Ice house, that's something only a wealthy master can afford." Lu Hu mumbled to himself. At these times, wealthy folk were mostly collected ice from the river during winter and then stored them in their cellars. It was apparent how much manpower and material resources was needed for that. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaoxiao knew the technique to crafting ice, so even if the weather was hot, she could still produce ice. No sooner said than done. In the afternoon, Yu Xiaoxiao specially took charge of making the ice, and Yu Hai led the entire family to carve out the cellar. By nighttime, the first batch of ice had already been made successfully. Quite a lot of ice was made in this batch, and it managed to fill up 1/3 of the cellar. The people who were in charge of collecting the locusts in the afternoon also sent their first batch of locusts into the ice house. Yu Kaifeng worriedly looked at the ice inside the cellar. "The ice won't all melt in just one night, right?" Yu Xiaoxiao was full of confidence as she replied, "Don't worry, oldest aunt. There's a lot of ice in store, so the temperature of the ice house will be low, they won't melt too fast. Besides, our cellar was dug quite deep underground, and the heat insulation was done nicely, there's definitely no problem in transforming it into an ice house. Even if a portion of it melted today, we'll just make more to replenish it tomorrow. The ice house of wealthy masters could be used from winter till summer, so how could ours not last for even one night?" With the existence of an ice house, they started worrying that the locusts that had been caught would rot. All throughout the night, under Yu Kaifeng and Madame Lu's lead, they started tidying up the locusts that had been caught, and only after storing them into the ice house did they feel relieved. All members of the Yu family had gone through difficult times before, and especially as this was a year of disasters, they were extremely zealous towards food. After working hard for the entire night, everyone except the few children, who didn't stay up for the night shift, were tired and dazed. They returned to their own rooms to make up for some sleep after having breakfast. Little Shishtu excitedly took bags and baskets and brought Lu Fangping to catch grasshoppers. When the locust plague struck, he was studying in the academy in town. The swarming locusts had really scared him, and he wanted to go home to have a look, but he was stopped by the teachers of the academy. As such, he had no experience catching locusts. Now, the large army of locusts had already passed, but there were still a lot of locusts left that were eating any edible dried grass and roots. They would actually still be able to catch an abundance of locusts in one day if they went. Little Shishtu was excited and eager to experience the joy of catching locusts. Seeing the two excited fellows, Yu Xiaosao also picked up a bag and followed behind them towards the forest at the foot of the West Mountain. Throughout the entire journey, the path that was supposed to be surrounded by lush greenery was now left with the bald stems and roots of plants, and the dirt brown color of the soil. There were still green or yellowish-brown locusts enjoying the stems and roots of the plants that were left. The West Mountain that was so full of life before was now akin to an old man showing signs of exhaustion. All the leaves of the forest that were edible had been consumed, leaving behind only stark branches, making it feel as though it were winter solstice. Among the once dense shrubbery, locusts were overflowing, still unceasingly eating. If one were to listen carefully, one could faintly hear the rustling. Let's catch locusts here, there's no need to go further into the woods. Yu Xiaosao felt uneasy seeing the forest like this. If all the plants had already been eaten by the locusts, then the herbivores would most probably die of starvation. If the little herbivores died, then would the savage carnivores come down from the mountains to attack the villagers? Yu Xiaosao let out a long sigh, hoping that her worries were for nothing. The two little fellows, Little Shishtu and Lu Fangping, had already thrown themselves into the bushes, immediately pocketing any locusts that they caught. Naturally, when locusts came into contact with humans, they would hop or fly away, so catching them was a little difficult. However, the two boys had a lot of experience catching grasshoppers, so even though their speed in catching the insects wasn't as fast as when the locust plague first hit, they still managed to catch a few catties within 2 hours. Hare. After Lu Fangping rushed into a bush, a lithe, gray figure immediately leapt out and quickly escaped. The little boy chased after it but lost sight of it after a few steps, so he returned unhappily, pouting. Little Shishtu laughed heartily. Little Fangping, how could your legs outrun a rabbit? I'll tell you, my second elder sister is the master of trapping hares. If you're craving rabbit meat, you can ask her to help you trap a few to bring home. Lu Fangping's bright eyes sparkled with joy and eagerness and he rushed towards Yu Xiaosao. Is it true, second older sister? You know how to trap hares? This past half year, Lu Fangping had been eating and sleeping well and having fun every day under his uncle's and aunt's care, so he had long since lost his original emaciation. Yu Xiaosao pinched his plump cheeks, smiling. I know, but it's not as fantastic as how your brother Shishtu had described. Don't cry if we don't catch some. Lu Fangping wagged his tail and ran around Yu Xiaosao in circles, saying eagerly, I won't. What do you need, second older sister? I'll go back and bring it here. Like magic, Yu Xiaosao procured a rope from her pocket and chose a dense bush to set her trap. In order to not disappoint the two children, she also dripped a few drops of mystic stone water around the dried grass. Just like this, it's done. Lu Fangping asked disbelievingly as he circled back and looked at the simple rope trap on the ground. Yu Xiaosao patted his little head and said, the rope trap is set, but it's hard to tell whether or not a hare would pass by as it all depends on luck. Let's go and continue catching your locusts. Yu Xiaosao set a total of 5 rope traps. Approaching noontime, the two children had already caught half a big bag of locusts, and impatiently ran towards their older cousin's sister's side with the same hopeful and excited looks on their faces. Yu Xiaosao playfully used her hands that were stained with the juices that the locusts spat out to wipe the two brats' faces at the same time. Then, without waiting for little Shishtu to complain, she waved her arm. Let's go. Let's collect the rope traps. Among the 5 traps, 3 were empty, and the remaining 2 both caught something. One was a live hare, while the other was a wild chicken. Looking at the hare that was so thin it was only skin and bones, the sense of foreboding became even stronger in Yu Xiaosao. At noon, the two brats thoroughly enjoyed the little meat that was on the hare and wild pheasant even more than red braised meat because they felt like they caught them together with older sister, older cousin. Yu Xiaosao also shared her worries to the rest of the family. Yu Hai's thick eyebrows furrowed. The Yu family's old home was built at the base of the mountains, and it was only a couple kilometers from the West Mountain. If there really were ravenous wild animals coming down from the mountains, the first few families that they would rush towards would be the ones that lived at the foot of the mountains. After lunch, Yu Hai found the Qian family and Zhou family who lived nearby and told them about Xiaoshao's worries. The two families immediately began to panic, and Qian Fugi, Qian Wen's father, looked at Yu Hai, saying, Brother Dahai, among the 3 of us, only you know how to hunt, so we will follow whatever that you say. Yu Hai expressed his opinions to the 2 of them, saying, I think we should take preventive measures. We should dig trapping pits near our courtyard walls in the empty land around us, so we are prepared when the wild animals come. Fortunately, our courtyard walls are higher, so the wild animals may not be able to jump across even if they came. The only thing we need to do is to guard the main door. I'm planning to visit town this afternoon to buy some hunting gear and distribute them among our 3 families. We'll start digging the trapping pits tonight, what do you think? Qian Fugi and Zhou Danian had nothing to oppose, and, after a discussion, the 2 of them said, we will have to trouble Brother Dahai in the afternoon. As our courtyard walls aren't as sturdy as yours, we'll have to renovate it this afternoon. While Yu Hai was busy discussing how to guard against wild animals, Yu Xiaosao was preparing to go to the secret spot to observe the conditions. Little Shishtu insisted on following her once he found out about it, and Yu Xiaosao could only helplessly bring along this little tale. Who would expect that they would be seen by Lu Fangping when they were heading out? Once he heard that they were heading into the mountains, he jumped up and down eagerly telling them to bring him along. No matter how much Yu Xiaoxiao tried to explain the dangers of the forest, the little brat still did not listen. He even said, if you can go, why can't I? Older cousin, if you don't bring me along, I'll cry. Fine, he even resorted to threatening her. Yu Xiaoxiao was forced to bring along 2 little burdens as she traversed the familiar forest. Most of the shrubbery was already gone thanks to the locusts, leaving, at the most, pitiful stems and roots, which made walking much easier for the 3 children. 2 hours later, the 3 of them arrived at the mouth of a pitch-black cave. Little Fangping clutched tightly onto the corner of the shirt of his older cousin, speaking fearfully, second older cousin, there wouldn't be a man-eating beast inside the cave, right? Little Shishtu wanted to frighten him, of course. How could there not be one? The last time I came with second older sister, we even encountered a massive and imposing wolf. Little Fangping's voice trembled as he asked, then, how did you escape from right below the wolf's snout? Didn't you get hurt? Little Shishtu teased him as a coward, continuing, at that time, the wolf wasn't hungry. It left after my second sister fed it some water. Therefore, don't run around carelessly, or else beware that a big, grey wolf will eat you. Lu Fangping nodded his head obediently, vowing, I'll be good and follow beside second older cousin, I won't go anywhere else. At both sides of the cave there were smaller openings. Little Shishtu once explored inside them. Some openings could only fit 1 or 2 people, while others were really big and able to contain a couple hundred people without a problem. Little Shishtu triumphantly shared his experience at exploration with his little cousin Wo was only a little more than a month younger than him, and Lu Fangping marveled jealously once in a while. Second older sister, what's that green light from over there? A will-o'-the-wisp. Lu Fangping looked in the direction that little Shishtu pointed in, only to see that there was a pair of green lights slowly approaching them. It frightened him so he hid behind Yu Xiaoxiao, only daring to peek his head out and watch the green fluorescence in fear. Little wolf, is that you? Yu Xiaoxiao called out at the fluorescence anxiously. The green light paused for a moment. Then, it sped towards their direction. Lu Fangping let out a scream, coming, it's coming. Second older sister, let's run. As the green fluorescence got closer, little Shishtu recognized the grey wolf and tossed away the rock that he had grabbed for self-defense, turning back to comfort little Fangping, don't be afraid, this is the big, grey wolf I've told you about. It won't bite. Lu Fangping now saw clearly the grey wolf in front of him that was even taller than him, and fearfully said, you said that last time, it didn't eat you because it wasn't hungry. Who knows if it's hungry now? The grey wolf had already stopped 2 steps away from them, observing them curiously with its head tilted. It seemed to have recognized Yu Xiaoxiao upon seeing her, as its tail, which drooped behind him, slightly swung left and right and it took slow and graceful steps towards her. Lu Fangping got so scared he shrieked, and the grey wolf stopped in its steps, turning to observe him cautiously. However, Yu Xiaoxiao went up to it, lightly patting the grey wolf's head, smiling, little wolf, why are you here in the cave? Is it to welcome us? The grey wolf looked at her longingly as it licked her palm. Yu Xiaoxiao poured 2 drops of mystic stone water from a porcelain bottle which the grey wolf quickly licked clean. It's true, this big, grey wolf really doesn't bite. Just now he was so terrified, but now, he looked at the little wolf in surprise, asking Yu Xiaoxiao, second older sister, can I pet it? Little Shishtu deliberately tried to scare him, no. Little wolf wouldn't even let me touch it, moreover you mustn't outstretch your hand, or beware your hand will be chomped off. Hearing this, Lu Fangping hurriedly hid his hands behind his back, nervously watching the grey wolf. Sunlight shone through an opening from the top of the cave so the cave wasn't dark. Yu Xiaoxiao smilingly watched as her little brother teased her little cousin. She patted the little wolf and was about to head towards the valley when she felt a tug at the corner of her clothes. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao thought it was little Fangping, but she turned her head and found that it was in fact the grey wolf who was biting the edge of her clothes. She was surprised, so she asked, what is it, little wolf? What is the matter? The grey wolf turned and headed towards another opening. After a few steps, it whisked back and looked at Yu Xiaoxiao who had not moved, as though asking, why are you not following me? Holding her younger brothers in each of her hands, Yu Xiaoxiao followed the grey wolf into the dark cave. Fortunately, in the past few years, her eyesight had been strengthened by the mystic stone water that she added to their drinking, cooking, and bathing water. Although the cave was very dark, she could still vaguely see in the pitch dark. As she walked, she reminded her 2 younger brothers about any loose stones under their feet. After stumbling for about a quarter of an hour, the grey wolf that was leading the way stopped. Yu Xiaoxiao blinked and tried to look at where the grey wolf was standing. There was a smaller hole there, and it was about half of a person tall. If she and her brother ducked, they would be able to fit. There were indistinct sounds of small animals coming from it. The grey wolf went in and took a small black animal out, putting it beside Xiaoxiao's feet. Xiaoxiao squatted down to see that it was a pure black wolf cub. Xiaoxiao looked at the grey wolf's belly in surprise, you gave birth to a pup. It doesn't look like you. The grey wolf's blue-green eyes flashed with scorn, I'm male. Male, he then turned his back and went back over to the hole and picked up a lure white wolf cub in his mouth. With one black and the other white, either of them looked like him. What do you mean by this? Are you showing off your children? Yu Xiaoxiao guessed. The grey wolf looked at her with contempt and shook his head. Yu Xiaoxiao thought of her worries that morning. Was this a grey wolf with intelligence, foreseeing the difficulties of hunting in the future, so he wanted her to help raise the cubs? Little wolf, do you want me to raise the cubs? Yu Xiaoxiao stared at the grey wolf's eyes as she asked, placing emphasis on each word. The grey wolf looked lovingly at the 2 pups and nodded slowly. The mother of the wolf cubs went hunting a few days ago and never came back. She must have met an unfortunate end. The wolf cubs were crying due to hunger. The little cubs were too young to eat the prey that the gray wolf brought back, and they only survived till now by licking the blood remains. Without their mother's milk, the blood of the prey wasn't enough to feed the two cubs. The gray wolf could only watch as his children became more and more weak, unable to do anything. He didn't expect that he would meet the human who gave him the good-tasting liquid from before. After drinking those drops of water, his physical fitness had improved drastically and his wounds healed faster. After gaining intelligence, his intuition told him that this female human would be able to help him save the life of his two cubs. Second sister, if you have something to say, can we wait until we get out of here? It's too dark here, so little Fangping is afraid. Little Shishtu didn't say he was afraid, pushing it onto Lu Fangping instead. Lu Fangping, who hadn't been able to see for a while, was also afraid and said, yeah. It's too dark, which makes it quite terrifying. Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the two weak wolf cubs and said to her two younger brothers, grab onto my clothes and don't get lost. You two, little wolf, follow me. After walking for half an hour, 3 humans, 1 wolf, and 2 wolf cubs walked out of the cave and arrived at Yu Xiaoxiao's secret base, the Hidden Valley. The valley wasn't spared by the locust plague. The originally brilliant flowers were completely gone, and the scene of verdant green trees was worse than when she came in the winter. The green vegetation had been eaten up, only leaving uneven branches and roots. The hideous ground was exposed with protruding stones. Fortunately, the small stream was still running. The 2 little fellows, who were finally able to see again, saw the 2 puppies in their elder sister's hands and excitedly surrounded her. Second sister, where did you get these puppies? They're so cute, let me carry one. Lu Fangping jumped up and reached with his small hands. He screamed, me too. I want it, too. However, he was frightened by the gray wolf protectively baring his teeth. So, he obediently stood to the side and stared at the little white dog in Yu Xiaoxiao's hands. Yu Xiaoxiao looked down at the 2 cubs that probably weren't even 1 month old. They were so thin that she could see their ribs. The cub's eyes were open. The black one had pure blue eyes, like a clear and transparent sapphire. The white one's eyes were taupe like a shining opal. The 2 little ones lay in her arms obediently and looked at her with 2 pairs of cute and trusting big eyes. This was because she had the same smell as their father. The 2 wolf cubs were too weak. They were motionless in her arms and didn't even have the energy to look up. Had she come by any later, these 2 little guys would have been in a perilous situation. Yu Xiaoxiao took the 2 pups over to the stream. She dropped a drop of mystic stone water into the palm of her hand, diluted it with the stream water, and held it next to their mouths. Mystic stone water was more tempting than their mother's milk. The 2 wolf pups, who hadn't eaten for a long time, instinctively licked the mystic stone water. The mystic stone water was quickly licked up. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't give them more because the wolf cubs were too small and weak to bear so much spiritual energy. If they drank too much, then it would be counterproductive. While she was feeding them mystic stone water, the gray wolf sat beside Yu Xiaoxiao and watched the 2 wolf cubs drink the water with loving eyes. His throat moved, but he resisted the temptation of the mystic stone water. Little Shishtu and Lu Fangping sat beside Yu Xiaoxiao. Little Shishtu looked at the thin appearance of the 2 wolf cubs and worried whether they could support them. Seeing the wolf cubs seemed unsatisfied as they licked their mouths after drinking the water, Little Shishtu said, second sister, are the puppies hungry? I'll catch some fish and roast them. Quote. The unique little white fish in the stream were tender and delicious. No matter if it was roasted or stewed in the soup, Shishtu liked them. This time, since he came with his second sister to the secret base, he had purposely brought an earthenware jar and prepared to catch some small fish. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him mischievously and said, okay, if you can catch them. Little Shishtu was eager to try, but he thought of his past embarrassment when trying to catch the little fish. He squatted down and acted like a spoiled child. I can't catch them, but don't we still have you, second sister? Second sister, I'll hold the puppies for you while you go catch the fish. Make sure to catch more. Yu Xiaoxiao carefully handed over the 2 wolf cubs to her younger brother. The gray wolf didn't make any radical responses, but he followed little Shishtu step by step, staring at his children without blinking. Xiaoxiao caught several grasshoppers from the grass and pinched them into sections. She sprinkled a few drops of mystic stone water on them, and then she placed the sections of the grasshopper on the edge of the stream. Second older cousin, are you making bait? Are the little fish going to take the bait? What if they don't eat the grasshopper? Lu Fangping curiously asked. Just wait and see if the little fish will take the bait. Shortly after the grasshopper parts were put into the stream, a group of small white fish came. Each one was only the size of a palm and their bodies were long and thin, similar to the shape of a willow leaf. Lu Fangping excitedly reached out his hands to catch the fish and shouted, fish! Fish, quick, second older cousin, quickly catch the little fish. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled at his effort to catch the fish and said, slow down. Don't fall into the water. Let's wait a little longer. When more fish gathers over, we can use the net to catch them. Yes, it was not easy for them to come to the secret base, so the siblings were well prepared. More and more small white fish gathered over. They squeezed together in the stream and appeared like white flowers. Under the sunlight, they shined with pearl-like luster. Lu Fangping picked up his net impatiently and reached out toward the area with the most fish. With one scoop, more than a dozen small fish were caught. Lu Fangping happily put the fish into the earthen pot and said, these fishes are so stupid. They didn't even hide when the net went down. Maybe there's no natural enemy in the valley for them, and thus it's too peaceful. If it wasn't for the bait made by second elder sister, do you think the fish would hide or not? I've tried before, it's lucky to catch 1 or 2 in an hour. Little Shishtu pouted and said to himself. Without the bait made by second sister, do you think the fish would hide or not? I've tried before, it's considered lucky to be able to catch 1 or 2 in an hour. Little Shishtu pouted and thought. However, little Shishtu didn't say what he had in mind. He knew that there were many secrets surrounding his second sister. His intuition told him that if these secrets got out, it would be detrimental for his second sister. Therefore, at a young age, he buried the secrets in his heart to protect his favorite sister. 2 children, one was holding the pups and watching, while the other was happily fishing for small fish. Seeing that there was no danger nearby, Yu Xiaoxiao took a stroll along the stream. Many of the flowers that once bloomed were now all bare poles. She remembered that her godmother said that many of them were precious species. What a pity! Yu Xiaoxiao sprinkled the diluted mystic stone water on the roots of some of the flowers and wondered if they would grow out next year. She had planned to dig up a batch and sell them in the prefectural city, or ask her godparents to help sell them in the capital to make a small profit. The valley wasn't very big, so she had returned in less than half an hour. The valley was surrounded by mountains with only one secret entrance to the outside world. It was a good place to use as a refuge. If there ever was a war or something in the future, this place would be a paradise. Yu Xiaoxiao was amused by her own thoughts. In this peaceful and prosperous age, people lived and worked in contentment. There was no war. Even if there was war, it would start in the borders. If it got to Dongshan village, then the Great Ming dynasty could be considered doomed. The Great Ming dynasty's army was strong, and they had many outstanding generals. Thus, there shouldn't be any wars for the next few decades. Yu Xiaoxiao would have never thought that her random thoughts and speculations would become a reality in the near future. This valley would become the greatest thing that protected the people of Dongshan village. This shall be recounted later. After Lu Fangping filled the earthen jar, which was capable of holding 10 caddies of wine, with small fish, the 3 of them bid farewell to the Grey Wolf. They went through the cave and crossed the forest, returning home at the foot of the West Mountain. On the way down the mountain, they met the craftsmen, who were building the mountain villa. More than half of Prince Jing's mountain manor had been built, but as a result of the Locust plague, they were forced to stop work. The craftsmen were worried about the situation of the disasters at their homes and didn't want to stay in the West Mountain. A few days ago, Royal Prince Yong returned to the capital and had taken Princess Consort Jing with him. The steward, who supervised the construction of the mountain manor at the West Mountain, had to go back to the capital in person to report the halt of the construction to his master. Yet, the far-off capital was also plagued by locusts. The surrounding farmland had been affected by the swarm of locusts. However, compared to Dongshan village, where there wasn't a single blade of grass left, it was still pretty good. At most, the crop yield would be reduced. Zhu Junyang came back fatigued from the experimental plot of a field on the outskirts of the capital. He dusted off the dirt on his body and took out a moon-white daily robe from his wardrobe. Head steward Lu requested to enter the room from outside, and, when he got permission, he hurriedly entered. Master, I've heard that Tangu town is in the disaster area of the locust plague. After the locusts went through, there wasn't any grass or crops left, Head steward Lu reported while carefully watching his master's reaction. Zhu Junyang stopped getting dressed, his face had become serious and his forehead was wrinkled. Head steward Lu suddenly felt that there was a pressure spreading from the top of his head, and a suffocating oppressiveness was aimed at him. He bowed lower and buried his head as deep as he could. In other words, Dongshan village's 10 mu of corn that's about to be harvested is going to yield nothing. Zhu Junyang's first thoughts were not of whether the corn seeds would be able to be recovered but whether if the girl with big eyes would cry brokenheartedly in despair at this serious blow. When they were in Tangu town, Head steward Lu and his master were busy running between Tangu town and Dongshan village. His master had great expectations and hopes for that corn, and he had watched the corn seedlings grow with his own eyes as it sprouted, grew taller, and matured. Miss Yu had said that the corn would be ready in the next few days and she would cook some for the master to try. Who would have thought that such a big disaster would happen once the master came back to the capital? It seemed like Miss Yu's promise wouldn't be fulfilled this year. Master, what happened to the corn is quite a pity but it's already happened. Don't be upset about it. Aren't there still some seeds in the storehouse? Just plant them again next year. Head steward Lu couldn't help but open his mouth to comfort his master after he saw that the prince was silent for a long time. Zhu Junyang slowly put on his clothes. Head steward hurriedly went forward to help his master fasten his belt and tidied up his clothes for him. Zhu Junyang continued to be silent for a long time before he finally said, Dongshan village is in the disaster zone. What's the current price of food? Head steward Lu was glad he had asked this question when he was inquiring about the situation. He hurriedly answered, it's said that when it first started, with the exception of the Zhou family whose grain prices increased by not even 5 copper coins per caddy, the other prices increased by 10 copper coins per caddy. Currently, it has already risen by 100 copper coins and a limit had been placed on quantity bought. The price of white rice and noodles are even more outrageous. 1 or 2 silver taels can only buy 2 caddies, the reserves of grains in many of the grain shops aren't able to keep up. It's estimated that in the near future, the price will rise exponentially. In order to grow corn and watermelon in the Yu family's fields, not 1 mu of grain was planted in the spring. They all depended on buying grain to eat. That lass only cares about money, how would she be willing to spend that much money to buy grain? There are so many people in their family, have they run out of food yet? Zhu Junyang said to himself in a low voice. Thinking of the thin figure with skinny arms and legs, Zhu Junyang's frown became more prominent. The next time he went to Dongshan village, would he see a famine refugee who was as thin as a stick? Head steward Lu, transport 2 carts of grain from the estate to the Yu family of Dongshan village first. Just tell them that I'm going over in a few days and that they don't need to worry or feel guilty about the corn. No one can stop a disaster. Tell the county magistrate of Tangu town to maintain order in Tangu town and the surrounding villages. The imperial court will issue disaster relief as soon as possible. Speaking of the food supply, the people just need to try to hold on. The food for disaster relief will arrive soon. In addition, let Fang Shuan start the fleet to go south and purchase food immediately. As for money, use my private savings first. Famine was often accompanied by riots, and the Yu family were considered rich by people in Dongshan village. If there was chaos, then they would be the first ones to suffer. Head steward Lu hesitantly looked at his master. The imperial court hadn't said anything, yet the master ordered the fleet to go purchase food supplies from the south. Wouldn't that arise suspicions from the top that he was trying to buy the hearts of the people? Zhu Junyang took one glance at head steward Lu and knew what he was worried about. He waved his hand at him and said, "Go ahead and follow my orders. I'll go into the palace." In the imperial study, Zhongwen Emperor called all the ministers to discuss the matter of disaster relief. After several years of recuperation and development, although there were minor disasters every year, Zhongnan, as the Ming dynasty's breadbasket, had good weather and the national treasury was full. This locust disaster occurred mostly in the coastal areas, with a wide area and serious repercussions. It also happened right before the spring harvest, making it impossible for people to take precautions. The head eunuch came quietly to Zhongwen Emperor's side and whispered in his ear, "Emperor, Royal Prince Yong requests for an audience." Zhu Junfan waved his hand and said, "Let him in. This subject would like to go to Tangu town for disaster relief. I hope your Imperial Majesty can approve this." Zhu Junyang's face was cold, but his eyes, although cold, showed deep concern. "Ah, Junyang, the corn in Dongshan village can be harvested in about half a month, right? It's better for you to go there and see for yourself how much corn the Yu family have collected. Pass on my decree, just say that even if corn isn't harvested, their family still has a meritorious service." Zhu Junfan lamented. The worries in Zhu Junyang's eyes receded a bit and he continued on to ask, "This subject also would like to ask to send the fleet to support the disaster relief." For the sake of the citizens of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Junfan didn't refuse. With a stroke of his brush, he threw an imperial edict at Zhu Junyang and said, "Agreed, Royal Prince Yong will be appointed as the Minister of Disaster Relief and will be responsible for the National Treasury's millions of relief fund." Seeing this edict is the same as seeing us in person. No one can delay the disaster relief for any reason, otherwise, immediate decapitation. This subject receives the decree. Zhu Junyang bravely walked out of the imperial study holding the bright yellow imperial edict. All the ministers looked at Royal Prince Yang's quickly disappearing figure. It seemed a bit more elegant. They all inwardly sighed, the younger generation will surpass the older generation. Those that were jealous, who really hated how much the emperor favored Royal Prince Yong, hoped that he would screw up the disaster relief. In the imperial court, the tides were changing and the young 17-year-old Royal Prince Yong had become the emperor's favorite. It had only been half a year since he came back from overseas, and he had already been entrusted with an important task. It seemed that they should focus on making connections him. Soon people began to earnestly pull to make a connection with Royal Prince Yong. Royal Prince Yong was cold and indifferent to everyone. That didn't matter, wasn't his father Imperial Prince Jing? As long as they could make friends with Prince Jing's estate, then nothing can go wrong. Royal Prince Yong was going to immediately leave the capital to deal with the disaster relief, and they wouldn't be able to find his shadow. That was a small matter, hadn't Princess Consort Jing already returned to the capital? Their wives' connections were still very useful. At this time, the royal prince didn't know or want to know about any of these events. He transferred a batch of grain from his estate and personally led a team of imperial bodyguards to escort the food to Tangu town. After receiving the imperial edict, the fleet left for Zhongnan under the command and leadership of Fang Xuan on the same day to purchase food for disaster relief. Fang Xuan had followed Royal Prince Yong to the Western Hemisphere. This journey not only opened his eyes to the world, but it also promoted his rank. He was promoted from a strong cavalry guard of the 5th rank to a commander of the 4th rank, rising 2 ranks at once. Although he encountered many risks at sea, Fang Xuan also had a taste of receiving wealth and many benefits by following Royal Prince Yong. As soon as he heard Royal Prince Yong was in charge of the disaster relief and that he was appointed to purchase the food for the disaster relief by the recommendations of the prince, he felt deeply moved and naturally gave 120% of his effort to carry out his appointed mission. He was ready to live up to Royal Prince Yang's trust and recommendation by making some achievements. Royal Prince Yong escorted 2 carts of grain. On the way to Tangu town, he met many refugees. Fortunately, the wagons containing the grain were disguised as vehicles containing coal and were protected by strong bodyguards. Thus, they avoided unnecessary complications. In order to avoid a delay, the prince ordered them to pass the prefectural city and go straight to Tangu town. 3 days later, the wagons transporting the grains didn't enter the town and turned onto the official road to Dongshan village. When the party arrived at Dongshan village, they arrived just in time for dinner. Looking from afar, he could see smoke curling up from the kitchen chimneys. Zhu Junyang saw that the situations in Dongshan village were better than that of the other villages they passed along the way, since they were still able to cook. Thinking that the villagers must have saved some money from selling seafood and, along with the ocean, they should still be able to find food, his heavy heart suddenly became lighter. Due to the Locust disaster, Rongshuan Academy had a holiday break. Little Shish too, who was bored at home, took Lu Fangping with him to go up the mountain to catch locusts or down to the sea to pick seafood. He also took the time to review the tasks assigned by the teacher, so his days were busy and full of life. Brother Shish too, a group of official soldiers seems to be heading toward our home. Lu Fangping shouted after seeing the party dressed as bodyguards when he was looking up from having caught a locust and put it in a cloth bag. Little Shish too straightened, squinted at the group, and worriedly said, "It seems that the young royal prince is walking at the front. I don't know if we will get punished for harvesting the corn early." Quote. "But, if we didn't harvest them in advance then they would have been all eaten by locusts. We hurriedly harvested so much corn, so we should be rewarded." Lu Fangping hurriedly followed up, thinking of the scene of them harvesting day and night for 2 days. During that time, he had also done his best to do a part. Although he couldn't do any large tasks, he still made himself useful by doing small errands. Little Shish too wasn't in the mood to catch locusts anymore. Let's head home and have a look, he said to little Fangping as he took the bags. The official soldiers led by Zhu Junyang had come to the Yu family's house under the curious and timid looks of the villagers. In the shack outside of the Yu family's house gates, the purchase of marine products was still going on. There was a long line in front of the shed. Yu Heng and Yu Zhong were busy weighing and settling accounts. When he saw that official soldiers had stopped in front of his family's door, Yu Heng looked up and stopped working. He went up with his uncle to greet them. Zhu Junyang got off the horse's back and threw the reins to the manservant beside him. He nodded to them and said, "No need for the ceremony." He raised his feet and walked toward the inner courtyard without any welcome. Those who were selling seafood were mostly the people of Dongshan village. When the Locust disaster came, each family had suffered some losses. Fortunately, they only stopped work on the wharf for 2 days before recovering to normal. A part of the younger labor force went to the docks to find work. More and more villagers were now leading their families to dig for sandworms and pick oysters. This meant that they at least had some income every day. The price of grain had risen again and their savings were dwindling. Every villager had to plan for the future. There were so many people who came from other villages to sell seafood to the Yu family. Seeing the formation being led by Prince Yong, they all asked in a low voice, "Who is this? He looks more imposing than the rich young masters in town." "Shish, be quiet, don't let those imperial bodyguards hear you." Most of the villagers of Dongshan village could recognize Royal Prince Yong. In a low voice, they proudly explained to the people around them, "This noble man is His Highness the Royal Prince. He is a true member of the imperial family. If you offend him, you will be executed." When the villager, who came from another village, heard this, he quickly shrunk his head and hid in the crowd. He didn't dare to say another word. A villager, who had a decent relationship with the Yu family, asked Yu Zhong in a low voice, "Zhongzi, I heard that your family harvested the corn in advance. Will it affect the yield? Will the royal prince be angry at Dahai's family because of this?" Yu Zhong looked anxiously at the guards in front of the courtyard. He shook his head and worriedly said, "I don't know either. The royal prince has always thought highly of my second brother's family. The corn grew very well before the disaster, moreover, it wasn't a human error. So, there shouldn't be any major problems, right?" Zhu Junyang walked into the courtyard and was shocked by the glistening yellow and dazzling corn cobs. The Yu family's yard was originally very large. The place where they used to grow vegetables had been cleared up and filled with corn cobs for drying. The corn kernels were all plump, and they were bigger and brighter than the kernels that he brought back from abroad. The Yu family were currently sitting around a table with smiles on their faces as they happily chatted and rubbed off the corn kernels. Yu Xiaosao was also among them, and her smile was as dazzling as the summer sun. With her small snow-white hands, she was holding corn cob without any kernels and another corn cob. She rubbed them against each other, and the golden kernels fell into the basket in front of her. It seemed as if the heavy boulder that Zhu Junyang had within his heart when he came over had completely disappeared now. He turned his gaze from the dazzling little girl to the corn drying in the yard. He noticed several small animals frolicking around the corn, chasing locusts that occasionally landed on top. There were many dead locusts in the gaps between the corn cobs. Were they all killed by these cats or dogs? Not only were the members of the Yu family capable, but they also raised outstanding little animals. Wait, wasn't that a roe deer? Weren't roe deer herbivores? Why was it chasing after locusts like a cat or dog? Young royal prince, you returned from the capital. Yu Xiaosao looked up and saw Zhu Junyang strolling in the courtyard, so she greeted him warmly. The rest of the Yu family also quickly came forward to welcome the royal prince. Zhu Junyang said, "Don't stand on ceremony," and told them to continue doing what they needed to do. He had Yu Xiaosao stay behind and casually asked, "When did you start raising 2 more puppies? They look like a mixture of wolves and dogs." Yu Xiaosao naturally wouldn't tell him that little black and little white were purebred wolves. She shrugged her shoulders and said, "I found them in the forest a few days ago." At that time, the 2 little fellows had just opened their eyes and looked very pitiful. They are also living beings, so I took them home to raise. Zhu Junyang looked at her and expressionlessly said, "It seems like this prince's worries are unnecessary. When there's a natural disaster, other people would want to kill all their pets, for fear of wasting food. You, on the other hand, bring animals home. Are you afraid that you have too much food at home and don't have anywhere to throw them?" Yu Xiaosao, who had long been used to his cold face, replied with a grin, "How much can 2 little puppies eat?" The little fellows learned to catch locusts to eat by themselves. They even knew that they should pick locusts with seeds in their stomach. They're so smart. Young royal prince, how's the situation in the capital? Zhu Junyang thought of the corn leaves that had been bitten and filled with holes in the experimental fields. He sighed and said, "The locust plague isn't that serious in the capital, but it's still a disaster. The corn is at the important stage of grouting. The drought and locust plague will definitely reduce the yield. Your family's corn wasn't affected by the swarm of locusts." Yu Xiaosao improved the explanation that her father gave to the village head and told Royal Prince Yong, "When my father was getting water from the mountains to water the fields, he encountered a fortune teller, who claimed to be a half-immortal. He predicted that there would be a disaster in 2 days, but he didn't say what kind of disaster it would be. We saw that the corn was almost ready to be harvested, so if there really was a disaster, we would have all worked in vain. With the mindset that it was better to believe it was true, we worked day and night and reaped all the corn. Fortunately, we usually took good care of them. After a few days of drying, it seems that there isn't a very serious drop in the output of corn." Zhu Junyang didn't ask about the so-called half-immortal. Looking at her with approval, he slowly nodded and said, "You guys did the right thing. A slight reduction in output is better than no harvest at all." "What about the potatoes? Were they also quickly harvested?" "Yes, they are reaped. They're all in the East Wing room." Yu Xiaosao led the way to the East Wing room. The windows in the Yu residence were all made of glass. There were many windows in each room, so it wasn't dim inside after opening the door. Zhu Junyang saw a pile of potatoes inside, and the smallest was about the size of an adult's fist. A trace of emotion appeared on his originally expressionless face. This prince remembers that we only planted 1 mu of potatoes, right? There can be such a big harvest in 1 mu of land. Yu Xiaoxiao snickered unceasingly in her heart and thought, is this considered a lot? We also secretly stored a lot in the cellar of the west courtyard. However, she appeared serious as she nodded and said, yes. Potatoes are quite productive. There were at least 5 to 6,000 caddies in 1 mu of land. Head steward Lu, who followed behind his master, was so stunned that he couldn't close his mouth. A harvest of over 5,000 caddies in 1 mu of land. It was even more high-yielding than sweet potatoes. Moreover, they were planted in sandy land that wasn't very fertile. If they were planted in fertile land, wouldn't the yield be even higher? If the emperor found out, he would definitely be very pleased, right? Over the years, the emperor had always been searching for high-yielding crops so that the people could fill their stomachs and live a prosperous and contented life. With the high-yielding potatoes and corn drying in the yard, the emperor's wish should have been fulfilled. Zhu Junyang bent down and picked up a palm-sized potato. He carefully examined it, and then asked, do you know the methods of eating potatoes? Do we just cook it like sweet potatoes? Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and answered in a vague manner, I think so. But potatoes don't have much taste. It has a very plain flavor, so it's better to dip it in salt or sugar. However, during times of disasters, it's enough to satisfy our hunger. Also, unlike sweet potatoes, eating too much won't cause heartburn. How do you know? Did you secretly taste it? Zhu Junyang gently glanced at her with his charming phoenix eyes, but there wasn't any sense of blame at all. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed hollowly and said, while digging out the potatoes, quite a few of them were damaged. We were afraid that they would go bad, so we tried making a few dishes with the potatoes. It tasted quite good. Young royal prince, should I prepare a potato feast for you for lunch? At least you still have a heart. Zhu Junyang looked at the room full of potatoes with a faint trace of a smile in his eyes. He looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and said, this prince will make the decision and give 1/10 of the potatoes in this room to your family. It's up to you how you want to eat them. You don't need to sneak around. May young royal prince live for 10,000 years. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao shouted, her mouth was covered by head steward Lu, who came out from nowhere. The expression on royal prince Yang's face also abruptly changed. In a flustered and exasperated manner, head steward Lu cried in a low voice, do you want to kill our royal prince? How can you casually say words such as, long live? If someone heard it and wants to accuse our master of treason, would you be able to take responsibility? Yu Xiaoxiao remembered now that, long live, could only be used for the emperor during ancient times. It wasn't a synonym for cheering like in her previous life. She also realized the severity of this matter. Her eyes were red, and tears welled up in her eyes. Young royal prince, I didn't do it on purpose. I was so happy that I didn't know what I was saying. What should I do? I'm just an ordinary commoner, so it doesn't matter if I die. But will this cause trouble for young royal prince? Zhu Junyang looked outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's voice wasn't very loud earlier. Based on the response of the members of the Yu family, who were rubbing off corn kernels in the yard, it seemed like they didn't notice the incident here. The entrance of the courtyard was far away, and the imperial bodyguards guarding outside were all his trusted subordinates. He signaled head steward Lu with his eyes, telling him to check around the area to see if there was anyone else around. Head steward Lu glared at Yu Xiaoxiao like he wanted to eat her, and then he took his order and left. Zhu Junyang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was so scared that all color had drained from her face. He unconsciously softened the expression on his face, and his words of reproach also turned into comfort. This prince believes that it was unintentional. In the future, you must be more careful when speaking. Not everyone is as forgiving as this prince. If you said such treacherous words in the capital, all your family's properties will be confiscated, and your entire family will be beheaded. With tears flowing down her face, Yu Xiaoxiao nodded, sniffled her nose, and said, I understand. In the future, I won't mention that phrase again. Zhu Junyang seldom saw her being as obedient as a rabbit. Usually, when he said one word, she would readily refute him with several words. When faced with a pitiful and obedient Yu Xiaoxiao, the cold-faced young royal prince was actually in the mood to joke with her. It's not that you can't mention it, but it depends on who you are addressing. If you see the emperor, you can still say that phrase. Yu Xiaoxiao's tears hadn't dried up, but she started arguing with him again. I'm just an ordinary commoner, so how can I have the chance to see the emperor? You're the most honorable person who I have ever met. No, I think I have cooked for the emperor emeritus when he traveled incognito in the past. Zhu Junyang remembered his imperial grandfather, who would mention delicious food in every 3 words, and didn't know what to say. Last time, when he returned to the capital, his imperial grandfather had specially visited him to ask for the pig head meat and pig ear ribbons made by the little lass of the Yu family. He also said that the ones made by the capital's Junsho restaurant wasn't authentic, and only the ones made by Yu Xiaoxiao suited his taste. When he heard that he didn't bring any back because of the hot weather, his foodie imperial grandfather clamored about going to Dongshan village. He said that he hadn't eaten the meals of a peasant family cooked by the little lass of the Yu family in a long time and really missed it. In the end, he finally stopped after his older cousin, the emperor, tried his best to persuade him and made a promise to find an opportunity to bring the little lass of the Yu family to the capital to cook a table of delicious dishes for him. Imperial grandfather was getting old, so the emperor was afraid that his body couldn't withstand him traveling all over the country. Thus, he didn't want him to get exhausted from running around and had him stay and relax in the imperial palace. However, his imperial grandfather insisted, life lies in movement. He could never stay still for a moment, which caused all his imperial children and grandchildren to be worried all the time. He heard that a few days ago, if the emperor hadn't noticed in time, his imperial grandfather would have ran to the borders to do some military drills with General Zhao. Yu Xiaoxiao handed a peeler to him. With a potato in her left hand and a scraper in her right hand, she demonstrated to him and then said with a smile, just scrape the potato skin like this. We're depending on you for the potato feast at noon. Madame Lu, who came to see if they needed help, cried out in surprise, this child, how can you let His Highness the Royal Prince work? What shocked head steward Lu the most was that his master didn't say a word and swiftly peeled a big potato with the peeler in his hands, making it clean and smooth. He even showed it to Miss Yu with a proud expression, look. This prince scraped it faster than you. Would your clumsy little hands be capable with a knife? You're probably just good with a cooking ladle. Head steward Lu covered his face, my dear lord what is there to show off with a potato peeler? However, he was very pleased and happy that his master was able to show his childlike side. With her innocence and sincerity, Miss Yu allowed his master to wholeheartedly relax, and even his temperament became much more easygoing. Imperial Prince Jing, who had also noticed this, had specially called him to his study and asked if something special happened to his master in Dongshan village. When Prince Jing found out that master's change was due to a little peasant girl, who was only 10, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry as he shook his head, it's fate Perhaps it's because Yanger is the youngest in the family and doesn't have any younger siblings, so he treated the little girl as someone who was weak and needed protection, right? When head steward Lu came out of the study, he heard Imperial Prince Jing whispering to himself, Maiwan's Prince Jing's pet name for princess consort Jing body has gotten much better. Is it time to give Yanger a younger brother or sister? Head steward Lu nearly tripped over his own feet. Did his master change only because Miss Yu was younger than him and needed protection? Among the young girls accompanying the noble madams in the capital, there were many who were younger than his master, but why didn't he see his master even look at them? Last time, the young 10-year-old daughter of the senior official of the Supreme Court wanted to get closer to his master, but she ended up crying after being scared by his gaze. How come he didn't see his master treating her more tenderly? Compared with the girls in the capital who boasted about being noble young ladies, always put on airs, and had fake smiles on their faces, Miss Yu possessed the innocence, naturality, sincerity, and kindness that they lacked. Perhaps the thing that his master wanted to get close to were these qualities that Miss Yu had. Head steward Lu put away his thoughts. He wanted to take the potato from his master's hands, but Zhu Junyang evaded him. Zhu Junyang had become more adept at peeling potatoes. He pointed at the large basin of potatoes that Yu Xiaoxiao brought over and told head steward Lu, don't steal from this prince. If you want to practice, there's more than enough over there. 2 rows of tears immediately flowed down head steward Lu's cheeks, my dear prince This old servant wants to help you get out of the laborious task of peeling potatoes. I didn't expect you to be ungrateful and drag this old servant into it too. He accepted his fate and picked up a potato. Since his master was able to do this, as a servant, what could he say? Head steward Lu worked hard to peel the potatoes. If he peeled more, then his master would have less work to do. Yu Xiaoxiao poked her head out of the kitchen and looked at the imperial bodyguards who were standing in a row at the entrance, like pillars. She boldly hollered at the young royal prince, your subordinates have nothing to do so they might as well sit down and help us rub the kernels off the corn cobs. Look, not only in this courtyard, but there are also corn being dried in the adjacent courtyard. Since the weather is good these days, let's rub off all the kernels and dry them thoroughly, so that we can put them into bags as soon as possible. Zhu Junyang glared at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was being insatiable, and then waved his hands at the guards at the entrance. The leader of the imperial bodyguards, Wu Deshan, marched over and waited for his master's orders. Tell your brothers to come over and learn how to rub the kernels off the cob. It was difficult to get these corn back, so don't make any mistakes. Hurry up, Zhu Junyang ordered expressionlessly. Wu Deshan secretly glanced at the potato that his master was peeling in his hands and thought, even master was ordered to do work, so there was no way that we, the subordinates, can stay idle. There's no need to say anything. I need to quickly rub off the kernels. When Yu Xiaoxiao poked her head out of the kitchen again, a dozen or so imperial guards were sitting in the courtyard. They had strong hands, so when they rubbed the corn cobs, only the sound of kernels falling down could be heard. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled so much that only her teeth could be seen. She shouted out towards that yard, Imperial bodyguard older brothers, thank you for the hard work. I'll add more food for your lunch Little Shish too, go buy 5 caddies of pork belly and 10 caddies of spare ribs from the neighboring village's Uncle Li. Little Fangping, go to Auntie Joe's house and buy 5 cockerels, and then ask your older brother to help slaughter them. After receiving their tasks, the 2 little fellows put down the corn in their hands. Little Shish too ran into the room to get the money, gave his younger cousin a silver bit, and then they split up to accomplish their tasks. Among the imperial bodyguards, Wu Deshan and 2 other guards had been to Dongshan village before. They knew that the little girl from the Yu family was an excellent cook, and her cooking was much better than many of the famous restaurants in the capital. Thus, he smiled and said to his fellow brothers, brothers, work hard. There will be a delicious meal at noon. The other bodyguards didn't think too much of it. Wasn't it just pork belly, spare ribs, and chicken? They frequently ate these at home. Even if the meals from peasant families were tasty, how special would it be? When a tantalizing fragrance drifted out of the kitchen, the imperial bodyguards couldn't stay calm anymore. They kept rubbing the corn in their hands, but their heads all looked towards the direction of the kitchen. Their eyes were all fixed in that direction, and they swallowed their saliva from time to time. Looking at his hopeless subordinates, Wu Deshan shook his head with a smile and freed a hand to rub his own tummy. So fragrant it was so appetizing that the gluttonous bug in his stomach was rebelling. As if there was someone dragging its tail, time slowly passed by. After waiting and yearning, it was finally time for lunch. The Yu family took out stools and wooden boards and set up a simple dining table under the shed built for rubbing kernels. They also borrowed some chairs and stools from their neighbors. With a dozen or so imperial bodyguards and over 10 members of the Yu family together, the scene was quite spectacular, as if they were holding an all-day banquet. The imperial bodyguards sat in rows, and they all looked eagerly towards the kitchen. It was time to serve the dishes. It was indeed a potato feast. Braised potatoes, pan-fried potato bites, cumin-baked potatoes, sliced potatoes sautéed with green pepper and tomato, sautéed spare ribs with potatoes, braised pork with potatoes, sliced pork stir-fried with potatoes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, sliced potatoes pot, shredded potatoes stir-fried with eggs. There were also French fries, potato chips, and mashed potatoes, which were the children's favorites, as well as their homemade ketchup. Even the staple food were made of potatoes, such as pan-fried potato pancake, shredded potato egg pancakes, and the delicious-smelling crispy potato pancakes, such as sumptuous potato feast. They were all homemade dishes, but after all, potato was a new type of food and it was also very tasty. The guards relaxed their cheeks and ate until their mouths were covered with grease. They couldn't stop eating. Her grandfather and oldest aunt's family, who sat at the same table as the young royal prince, didn't even know what to do with their arms and legs, let alone eat. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao considerately set up a table for them in the west courtyard and brought the dishes over. The Yu family members were already used to eating at the same table as the royal prince. Although the royal prince didn't really smile a lot, he was quite a good person. He didn't put on airs, and he also didn't require them to follow formalities. Young royal prince, you should try my second sister's French fries. Dipping them in the ketchup, there is a sweet and sour taste. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's very delicious. Little Shishtu held the French fries that his second sister specially placed in front of him and suggested royal prince Yong to try it. Zhu Junyang readily picked one up and dripped it into the ketchup. He put it into his mouth and carefully tasted it, and then slowly nodded to little Shishtu, who was looking at him expectantly, saying, delicious. Suddenly, as if he had found an ally, little Shishtu beamed with delight and said, if it's tasty, then you should eat more. With my second sister's cooking skills, she can make something different out of anything. Zhu Junyang took a bite of the pan-fried potato bites. The freshly fried potatoes were crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside, and retained the purest flavors of potatoes. It had a delicious smell, and with a bite, the tangy taste melted within one's mouth. It was indeed a simple and good taste that people couldn't easily give up on. Little Shishtu, you can't just eat French fries and potato chips. These can only be considered snacks. If you want to grow as tall as the imperial bodyguard older brothers, you need to eat more proper meals. Seeing that her younger brother was eating the French fries with relish, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but remind him. Little Shishtu obediently nodded and said, I'll eat one more. Second sister, when school starts, can you fry some French fries and potato chips for me to bring back? Little Fatty, brother Jinye, and Situ definitely haven't eaten them before. I want to let them try it. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the young royal prince and said to little Shishtu, of course. But, you have to explain to your friends the potatoes that our family eats were the ones that got damaged when being harvested. The potatoes can't be used as seeds. Zhu Junyang looked at her and said, no need to be so careful. With around 1,000 caddies of potatoes, this prince can still make the decision to give you some. In principle, these potatoes and corn are grown by your family, and thus belong to your family. When I gave the seeds to you, I made it clear that the imperial court will buy them according to the price you set after they are grown. Have you guys decided on the price? The Yu family were very genuine and honest people. Zhu Junyang wasn't concerned that they would set a high price at all. These potatoes taste quite good and the cooking methods are also very simple. If they are popularized, the common people can learn them too. Zhu Junyang kept eating, but he also didn't forget to say to Yu Xiaoxiao, you should organize the cooking methods for potatoes, and it will be best if you write it down in a book. This prince will take it back when I go back to the capital next time. Yu Xiaoxiao grumbled, young royal prince, you want to take my recipes with just a few words. You're not going to give me some benefits in return. Back then, when the Emperor Emeritus traveled incognito, he had spent 300 taels to buy my recipes for pig head meat and braised food. My family is also continuously receiving money for the roasted chicken and roasted duck recipes that I sold to Junshou restaurant. Mother, why did you hit me? Madame Lu looked at the young royal prince's expression and pretended to hit her younger daughter again as she said, this child, is money the only thing you think about? The royal prince and the emperor got these high-yielding potatoes and corn so that the common people can fill their stomachs. You, on the other hand, had only done a small favor but still wants some benefit. Aren't you ashamed? Yu Xiaoxiao replied in a justified and confident manner, the emperor is doing it for the future of his country, and the young royal prince wants to successfully complete his task. What do you think I'm doing this for? Aren't I doing this to earn more money so that my family can eat well, wear warm clothes, and not suffer from poverty? Our family has over 10 mu of farmland, but we didn't even plant 1 mu of grain. Grains are really expensive right now. The locust plague hasn't ended yet. If we want to plant grain, we have to wait until at least the beginning of spring next year and harvest them in the summer. During this period of nearly 1 year, we would have to constantly purchase overpriced grain. Although our family has made some money, it's still not enough for our family to use it in this way for a year. Madame Lu thought about the price for coarse grain in town, which had risen to over 100 copper coins. Moreover, the price was inflating day by day. It was already considered good if the food they hoarded could last them until the autumn. Although these corn and potatoes were high-yielding crops, they didn't have any control over the disposition of them at all and had to hand them all to the imperial court. After hearing her younger daughter's words, the whole family became downcast, and the originally delicious potatoes turned tasteless in their mouths. Taking in everyone's expressions, Zhu Junyang ate a piece of potato from the braised pork dish, slowly swallowed it, and then said, it makes sense. But you missed a point. Missed what? After shouting, Yu Xiaoxiao felt relieved and started eating the sour and spicy shredded potatoes in big mouthfuls. In her previous life, this dish was her favorite, and she would never be tired of eating it. You forgot that this prince is here. Seeing that she was eating with relish, Zhu Junyang also grabbed some with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He continued, this prince never mistreats the people who works for me. Do you see the 2 carts of goods in the yard? 1 cart of white rice and 1 cart of wheat flour. There are at least 2,000 caddies. It should be enough for you guys to eat for a while, right? The Yu family members were stunned when they heard this. Over 2,000 caddies of fine grain. If each person ate 15 caddies of grain per month and there were currently 12 people in the family, they would need about 200 caddies of food each month. With 2,000 caddies, it would be enough for them to eat for more than half a year. Almighty young royal prince, Yu Xiaoxiao almost jumped up with joy and kissed him a few times on his face. However, she remembered that it was ancient times now. If she did that, it would be extremely shocking. It was better to keep a low profile. Zhu Junyang looked at the young girl, who had a fawning expression, snorted and said, the emperor personally bestowed this prince with the position of the Minister of Disaster Relief. The imperial court has already allocated money and food, and it will soon be distributed to all the prefectures. This prince has already checked. Tangu town is a serious disaster area, and we will prioritize providing disaster relief to the more severely affected regions. Yu Xiaoxiao worriedly asked, but, the capital was also affected. How much food can the imperial treasury provide? This isn't something you need to worry about. Zhu Junyang took another bite of the sour and spicy shredded potatoes and had fallen in love with the taste of the sour and spicy food. He said, the fleet has already set sail. In these past 2 years, the weather has been good in the south and they have an abundant amount of grain. There will be enough food for the disaster relief. After hearing this, the Yu family finally felt relieved. They were very grateful for and had a lot of good words to say about the emperor, who loved his country and people. With more than a dozen free laborers, they finished rubbing off the kernels for all the corns in the Yu residence and packed them in uniform-sized sacks in 3 days. In the 10 mu of land, they harvested a total of nearly 18,000 caddies of crops, which also meant that the average yield per mu was 1,800 caddies. One must know that the current grain output was very low, right, so a harvest of 500 caddies of wheat per mu was considered very high. What did it mean to have a yield of 1,800 caddies per mu? For example, if the income from 1 mu of farmland could support a family of 2, then this 1 mu of farmland could support 6 or 7 people. Just think about it, with such high-yielding crops, would they still have to worry about the common people not being able to fill their stomachs? After a discussion, Yu Xiaoxiao's family decided to sell the potatoes and corn at the price of improved varieties. 1 caddy of corn cost 100 copper coins. Out of the 18,000 caddies, Zhu Junyang only took 15,000 caddies and left the remaining 3,000 to the Yu family as seeds and grain ration. In this way, the Yu family received 1,500 taels as income with just corn alone. Potatoes were sold at the price of 200 taels per caddy, so 5,000 caddies of potatoes cost 1,000 taels. To the present Yu family, 2,500 taels didn't mean much compared with the dividends that Yu Xiaoxiao earned from Zhengzhou restaurant. But, on second thought, it was definitely the first time in the Great Ming dynasty that anyone had earned more than 2,000 taels in 1 year for their harvest in 11 mu of farmland. Ahem, of course, that was with the exception of the Yu family's early maturing watermelons. Right now, besides the 2,000 caddies of fine grain that the young royal prince brought over, the Yu family also had 3,000 caddies of corn and 600 to 700 caddies of potatoes. In addition, they also had the grain that they hoarded in the storage room. Yu Xiaoxiao no longer had to worry about losing the money in her hands due to buying high-priced grain. The Yu family's corn and potatoes weren't affected by the disaster, and they still had a good harvest. Moreover, there was a high yield too. Zhu Junyang couldn't sit still anymore. After hastily arranging the matters of the disaster relief, he took a few carts of corn and potatoes back to the capital to receive his reward for accomplishing his task. The food for the disaster relief arrived in the Jinwei prefectural city 3 days later. The prefectural magistrate knew that the Minister of Disaster Relief, Royal Prince Yong, was in Tangu town, so he naturally sent the grain to Tangu town first. 5 days later, a cart of food for disaster relief arrived at the county yamen in Tangu town. County Magistrate Zhao was also born from a poor family, so he could deeply understand what natural disasters meant to the common people. He worked tirelessly with the officials sent by Royal Prince Yong to distribute the food for the disaster relief to every village. In particular, the 4 villages that were more seriously affected received larger portions of food. Dongshan village was one of them. On this day, the bronze bell of Dongshan village rang again. The villagers all gathered at the open space in front of the village head's house. Clearing away the previously dreary atmosphere, everyone was beaming with joy. County Magistrate Zhao personally took care of distributing grain in Dongshan village. Several days ago, the Minister of Disaster Relief, Royal Prince Yong, went to Dongshan village every day to investigate the situation of the disaster. But, how could County Magistrate Zhao not know the importance of Dongshan village's Yu family to Royal Prince Yong? If the disaster relief in Dongshan village was arranged properly, then he would have completed most of his work. The village head couldn't stop smiling as he shouted to the villagers, His Majesty is a brilliant ruler who cares and sympathizes for the people in the disaster-stricken areas. He sent us food and solved our urgent needs. His Majesty is indeed an excellent emperor who loves the people as his own child. Long live the emperor. As he spoke, he knelt down in the direction of the capital and seriously kowtowed 3 times. The villagers also followed the village head and kowtowed 3 times while shouting, Long live the emperor. The village chief tottered as he got up. He looked at the villagers and said, The first batch of food for the disaster relief has arrived. After deliberation by the upright magistrate Zhao and the disaster relief official from the capital, the food will be distributed based on each individual. Adults will each receive 15 caddies of grain, while children will get 10 caddies of grain each. A half-grown child will eat more than his parents can afford, so those over the age of 13 are counted as adults. The villagers instantly burst into cheers. Each person could get 15 caddies of grain. If they consumed it sparingly, then they would have enough to eat for 2 months. If they bought it in town right now, they wouldn't be able to buy 15 caddies of grain without spending at least 2 or 3 taels. Although the villagers of Dongshan village had some savings in the past 2 years, they still couldn't afford to squander their money on such expensive food. The village chief asked County Magistrate Zhao, "Magistrate Zhao, do you have anything else to say?" County Magistrate Zhao stood up and scanned over the villagers with his burning gaze. The originally whispering voices soon quieted down. County Magistrate Zhao nodded with satisfaction and said, "Villagers, the difficulty is only temporary, and the disaster will eventually pass. The Imperial Court attaches great importance to the disaster relief and sent Royal Prince Yong as an Imperial envoy to supervise the matters regarding the disaster relief. Villagers, you don't have to worry. Royal Prince Yang's fleet, which had traveled to the Western Hemisphere, has already gone to the south to buy grain. Royal Prince Yong has said that the grain that they bring back will be sold to the common people at the capital cost, and they will not earn a single copper coin from it. If we persist for 2 more months, we will be able to put the low-priced grain on the market. Those profiteers, who privately raise the price of grain to make huge profits, won't last long." When the villagers heard this, they gave another thunderous cheer. Royal Prince Yang's prestige reached an unprecedented height in Dongshan village. The village head was also very excited, but he forced himself to suppress the exhilaration within his heart. He calmed the villagers, "Fellow villagers, we are fortunate to have a good emperor and good officials. Now, everyone can line up to receive food. Don't fight and don't rob. There's enough for everyone, the elderly and children in one line, and adults in another. Everyone hurry home and get your utensils." The villagers dispersed, and the Yu family was also among them. Originally, Yu Hai didn't think that they should take the food from the disaster relief. However, they were also afraid that it would be too eye-catching if they didn't, and it would cause certain people to pay attention to them. Each adult received 15 caddies of grain, so if they persisted for 2 months, it could only guarantee that they wouldn't starve. It was impossible to fill up one's stomach. If the Yu family didn't go get food, wouldn't that be telling the other villagers that, "I have food in my hands"? When the time came, different families would be asking to borrow several caddies of grain. As fellow villagers, would it really be possible for them to only lend grain to certain families? There were more than 30 households in Dongshan village, so no matter how much food they had, it still wouldn't be enough for them to lend out. After deliberation, the Yu family decided that it was better to keep a low profile. They went home to get baskets and sacks, and then returned to the open space in front of the village head's house. At this time, the food distribution had already started, and there were 2 long, crooked lines. The twin sisters took their younger brother, Little Shish Tu, and Lu Yan'er led her younger brother Lu Fangping, and followed behind old Yu to queue in the line for the elderly and children. Yu Heng hesitated on the side. His nominal age was 13, but in actuality, his 12th birthday hadn't passed yet. Would people say something if he stood in the adult line? After briefly thinking about it, he went to the children's line and lined up behind his younger sisters. Beside them, a villager couldn't help but praise, "Dahai's family really knows how to teach their children. Xiaoshek Yu Heng's nickname is really an honest and good child." There were also people who disagreed. That person pursed his lips and said, "We're about to starve to death, so who still cares about being honest? It's 5 caddies of grain less for a person. 5 caddies of grain are enough for a family to eat for several days." The others turned silent. In times of natural disaster, nothing was as important as survival. People from the yamen were responsible for distributing the food. The utensil in their hands was called a dipper. Using the dipper, when they scooped out grain from the cart and flattened it with a board, it would be 15 caddies. On the elderly and children's side, they also specially made a smaller dipper, which scooped out 10 caddies. In this way, the speed of food distribution greatly increased since each person received 1 scoop. It was soon the Yu family's turn, and Yu Hai let his older sister and brother-in-law go ahead of him. When the people from the yamen was filling the grain for Yu Kaifeng, a sharp voice suddenly sounded, "Can a married daughter also take the food for the disaster relief?" Magistrate Zhao, who happened to walk by for inspection, heard this and said with a frown, "If she married someone in this village and their household registration belongs to Dongshan village, then of course, she can receive food from the disaster relief." The Yu family looked towards the voice and found that it was Li Guiwa, who was gluttonous and lazy and liked to cause trouble for others. With a hand on her waist, she pointed at Yu Kaifeng, who was getting grain, and spluttered, "Yu Kaifeng married out of the village, all the way to the northeast. Everyone in the village knows about this matter. She fled to Dongshan village in spring. Can she be counted as a part of Dongshan village?" Li Guiwa was harming others without benefiting herself. It wasn't like she would be able to get an extra caddy of grain if Yu Kaifeng couldn't get any of the food. Even if Yu Kaifeng got the grain, it still wouldn't affect how much grain she would receive. What did food mean during a year of famine? They were all precious living lives. Li Guiwa stopping others from getting food was no different from killing others for money. What grudge and enmity did she have with Yu Kaifeng for her to be so vicious? The villagers of Dongshan village all looked at Li Guiwa with complicated gazes. This woman was a poisonous snake that might suddenly jump out and bite people. When they returned home, they must tell their wives to stay far away from people like her. The village head, who was busily helping to distribute the grain, pulled a long face and scolded her, "Li Guiwa, just go and get your food. Why are you talking so much?" Shaking the fat on her body, Madame Li smiled at the county magistrate and said, "Aren't I helping my lord, the magistrate, pick out the people who are trying to take advantage of the situation? The food distributed by the imperial court can't be taken by these random people." Village chief, you can't shield the Yu family just because you're close with the Ma. Madame Li's heart was full of resentment towards Yu Hai's family. Lu, who was an outsider with a different surname, yet he took him in, supported his family with food, and let them live in a brick and tiled roof house. He also helped them build a house, while telling others that it was built with the money that Lu Hu earned himself. In the past half a year, besides selling watermelons outside of the village, when did Lu Hu ever go out to make money? Yu Hai would rather help an outsider than do small favors for Yu Dashan. Allegedly, Yu Hai's family ate meat and fine grain every day. She, on the other hand, could only eat the little coarse grain and flatbread given by her mother-in-law. Her maternal brothers were also becoming annoyed with her going home to take things. Her older sister-in-law, in particular, always made harsh remarks. She was bringing back less and less food each time, which wasn't enough for her to eat at all. The feeling of hunger was so unbearable, and she even dropped down a size. After old Yu divorced Madame Zhang, Madame Li repeatedly clamored about dividing the family. However, Madame Zhang threatened that they would have to leave empty-handed. With Madame Zhang, they could at least eat something every day. If they really left the house with nothing, then they would need to do everything themselves. Madame Zhang still had several hundred taels in her hands, so she couldn't just readily give it all to that good-for-nothing Yubo. There was also another advantage of not splitting from the family. If Yubo passed the examination to be an official, her family could also benefit. But, every time she saw old Yu, who had a ruddy and healthy complexion from being nourished, Madame Li couldn't sit still anymore. Exactly how much money did Yu Hai's family have? They were able to restore a nearly dying person's body to become even more hardy than before he had gotten ill. She didn't get any of these benefits at all. There was no way that she would be satisfied without causing some trouble for them. With such a rare chance, Madame Li immediately jumped out. County Magistrate Zhao looked doubtfully at the village head and raised his voice, asking, "Village chief, what is going on?" The village head was so angry that his face had turned into the color of pig liver, vividly purple. He couldn't argue with this woman, so he could only glare angrily at Madame Li and explain to County Magistrate Zhao, "My lord, don't listen to her nonsense. Although Yu Kaifeng's family escaped to Dongshan village, they have already transferred their household registration to Dongshan village and settled down in the village. I personally took them to the Yamen to complete the formalities. If you don't believe me, I can have Yu Kaifeng bring the household registration over for you to see." After hearing the explanation, County Magistrate Zhao's expression somewhat softened. He nodded and said, Bring the household registration over and show it to the villagers on the spot, so that no one will talk behind their backs." Lu Junping stepped forward and said, "My lord, village chief, I'm quick on my feet. I'll go get it." Yu Kaifeng gave the key to the cabinet in the room to her eldest son and reminded him again. Lu Junping glared angrily at Madame Li with a ruthless gaze, and then ran towards the old residence with the fastest speed. Yu Kaifeng was afraid of delaying the progress of the food distribution, so she stepped aside and let the villagers behind her go first. The matron smiled at her and said, "Kaifeng, we're all from the same village, so everyone knows each other very well. We all believe in you." Someone in the line whispered, "This Madame Li has such a vicious heart. The food belongs to the government and has nothing to do with her," but she jumped out to report her own older sister-in-law. How did she offend her? Another person smirked and said, "Husband's older sister. That Yu Dashan was brought here by Madame Zhang when she got remarried. He has no blood relationship with Kaifeng. Besides, old Yu has already gotten a peaceful separation with Madame Zhang. Yu Dashan has nothing to do with Dahai and Kaifeng now. Madame Li and Madame Zhang are truly one family, they both have such cruel hearts. Old Yu is fortunate to have a real son like Dahai, otherwise he would have been dead a long time ago. With Madame Zhang's stingy attitude, she might not even prepare a coffin for him. She will probably just roll him up in a straw mat, dig a pit, and throw him in. This Madame Zhang isn't even afraid of getting retribution." While the villagers discussed in low voices, Lu Junping had retrieved his family's household registration certificate. Dongshan village was clearly written on the neatly folded household registration. Although there were a lot of refugees in Tangu town at that time, the people at the Yamen took into consideration that Yu Hai's family was adoptive relatives of the imperial envoy and highly valued by royal Prince Yong, and swiftly completed the process. They didn't even take the "thank you" money that Yu Hai offered. Facts spoke louder than words, and thus certain people with malicious intentions finally stopped. Under scornful looks of the public, Madame Li timidly avoided everyone's gazes. After she got the food, she quickly ran away as if she was being chased by a wolf. Besides this small incident, the food distribution went very smoothly. With 6 adults and 6 children, the Yu family received a total of 150 caddies of grain, which would be enough for them to eat for a month. However, the food that they received was mostly coarse grain. If they added around 1 ounce every time Xiao Xiao made steamed buns or pancakes, it would take a long time for them to finish it. With their large accumulation of grain at home, the Yu family felt a sense of security in this disaster year. The vegetables harvested from the garden in the yard had all been dried. At present, the only flaw was that they couldn't eat fresh vegetables. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it. Since mystic stone water could kill locusts, was there anything she could do with it? That's right, in her past life, didn't they terminate bugs with pesticides? Could they use herbs to develop a slightly toxic and volatile solution as a cover for her mystic stone water? One day, Yu Xiaoxiao rode her little red horse to Tongren Medicine Hall to find Dr. Sun and told him about her idea. He was very interested in it, so the two of them worked together and really developed a liquid that had the effect of insect repellent. But, without mystic stone water, the solution was a lot less effective. Because the solution was made of herbal medicine, the price was relatively high and not everyone could afford it. Hence, it was unlikely for it to be popularized. Yu Xiaoxiao's real purpose of making this solution was for it to act as a cover for the mystic stone water. After creating the pesticide, Yu Xiaoxiao bought a lot of medicinal herbs from Tongren Medicine Hall and started busily working when she got home. When the Yu family heard that the pesticide was costly but effective for killing the locusts, they immediately became full of energy again. They had long plowed the land in the courtyard. In the front and backyards of the east courtyard, they had sowed seeds of green vegetables with short-term growth periods. In the west courtyard, they planted autumn vegetables like cabbage and radish. Yu Xiaoxiao went to the blacksmith in town and made some watering cans. The watering cans were filled with pesticide mixed with mystic stone water, which needed to be used to irrigate the crops every day. Although the little divine stone's mystic stone water was good for animals and crops, it needed to be used with moderation. For example, the 2 little wolves that her family raised could bear 1% concentration of mystic stone water. If the concentration was higher, it would be harmful to their bodies. If they consumed pure mystic stone water, they would die due to the overload of spiritual power. The concentration that locusts could bear was even lower, which meant that they only needed to use a few drops of mystic stone water every day to kill the locusts. Crops had a higher tolerance for mystic stone water. A higher concentration of mystic stone water could accelerate the growth of crops. It also left a slight amount of spiritual power in the crops, which was beneficial to the human body. This was also one of the reasons why the Yu family never had to worry about the sales of their vegetables despite being more expensive than others. The planted vegetable seeds soon sprouted tender buds, and the locusts naturally wouldn't give up on such delicious food. However, the scent that the pesticides emitted caused most of the locusts to make a detour. Occasionally, a few locusts would fall down and die because they couldn't bear that spiritual energy in the mystic stone water. Every day, the children of the Yu family could pick up many dead locusts from the ground. Yu Xiaoxiao thought that it was a pity to throw away the locusts, so she bought more than 30 recently hatched chicks from Auntie Zhou. Zhou Shanhu was very curious about it and asked, "Xiaoxiao, people don't have enough to eat in times of famine. Where are you going to get food to eat the chicks? For my family, we can sell the grown chickens for money. As for those half-grown chicks, my parents are worried about what to do with them." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Our family has a lot of kids. Every day, we can go up the mountains to catch a lot of bugs back. In addition, we also have the corn leaves and sweet potato leaves that we collected. It should be enough to raise the chickens. If we don't have food in the winter, we can slaughter them to eat." As a result, Lu Junping led the children of the Yu family to go around and catch locusts. After catching the locusts, they froze them in the ice house. Every day, the Yu family would make several barrels of ice to replenish the ice that melted in the cellar. Besides ice, the 50 or 60 square meters cellar was filled with baskets of locusts. They could probably raise 30 more chickens, let alone the mere 30 chickens. They sun-dried the locusts that died in the cellar, ground them into powder, and mixed them in the chaffs. The chicks were very fond of eating it, and they grew even faster than when they were only fed grain. The imperial court had sent the relief in a timely manner. Although the people in the disaster area had to go through some hard times, they were able to maintain their daily lifestyles. There didn't seem to be people leaving their homes to flee the calamity. The common people were very grateful to the imperial court, and many people set up longevity plaques for the emperor. Yu Xiaoxiao's maternal grandfather's family lived on the west side of the West Mountain, which was separated from Dongshan village by the West Mountain. There was a rugged path in the mountain that led directly to Qishan village. Although the path was about half as long as the official road, it was difficult to travel on the mountain road, and occasionally there would be wild animals hurting people. The Yu family had enough food to eat until the beginning of spring when the crops were ready to be reaped, so they weren't worried about not having enough to eat. Madame Lu finally felt relieved, but now she was concerned about whether the 15 members of her maternal family had enough to eat and if they would starve. After Madame Lu mentioned for the nth time about her concern for her maternal family, Yu Hai decided, "Since you're so worried, let's send some grain over then. As children and grandchildren, it's not right for us to eat lavishly while our parents and siblings starve." They couldn't grow grain because of the locust plague. Except for Lu Hu, who went to work as a stevedore at the docks, most of the family just idled at home. Old Yu took several of the children to gather seafood at the beach and Yu Xiaolian sold starch jelly at the docks. The ingredient for making starch jelly was the dried red marine algae that they hoarded last year. Due to the high price of grain, they couldn't sell cold noodles. The reason was very simple. A bowl of cold noodles usually cost 5 copper coins, but the price of grain had soared to the sky-high price of 30 or 50 times more than usual. If they set a low price for cold noodles, then they wouldn't be able to make any profit. If they raised the price, who could afford to eat it? Fortunately, they still had a lot of the red marine algae that they collected last year. They should have enough to sell for 2 to 3 months. However, they needed to slightly raise the price for starch jelly, which cost 5 copper coins a bowl now. The business at the docks wasn't as good as last year's, but there was still some profit every day. Thus, Yu Xiaolian naturally wouldn't give up on it. Now, the busiest members of the family were Yu Xiaolian and Yu Hang. They both had their own businesses to take care of. Everyone else was just idling at home and tending the several mu of garden in the yard. Madame Lu handed the task of spraying pesticide on the vegetable garden to her older sister-in-law, Yu Kaifeng. Yu Hai loaded 10 sacks of grain onto the horse carriage, and each sack contained around 50 caddies of grain. Madame Lu was very moved when she saw this. Her maternal nephews and nieces were all grown and ate the same amount as adults. With just the food from the disaster relief, it would be considered pretty good if they were half full. She didn't know when the average priced grain that the officials mentioned would arrive, so she couldn't just watch her maternal family starve without doing anything. No matter how much food they had at home, it was food that the Yu family earned with their own capabilities. No one would say anything even if they didn't give the Lu family any. After all, food was the most important during famine. She had only briefly mentioned, but her husband had gotten a cart full of grain for her to take back to her maternal family. How could Madame Lu not be moved within her heart? Mother, I have never been to maternal grandfather's house. Can you take me along so I can see which house it is? Before Yu Xiaoxiao transmigrated over, she was bedridden every day and couldn't go anywhere. After splitting from the main family, for one reason or another, she had never gone to Qixin village. She had been very bored at home these past 2 days. When she heard that there was a chance to go out, she quickly asked to go along. Little Shishtu also rushed out of his room and shouted, I want to go, too. I want to go, too. Yu Hai chuckled and said, okay, let's all go together. Madame Lu rolled her eyes and said, you're always spoiling them. Yu Xiaoxiao took out the grasshopper sauce from the cellar, and brought a bag of the biscuits that she made yesterday, as well as her homemade cured meat and dried duck. These gifts were absolutely presentable. The grain on the horse cart was covered by straw thatches and corn stalks. Yu Xiaoxiao and little Shishtu climbed to the top of the grain and sat on it. Madame Lu sat on the shaft, while Yu Hai drove the cart. The 4 members of the family traveled on the newly built road at the foot of the West Mountains and headed in the direction of the official road. Originally, from the Yu family's old residence, they had to travel across the entire village to go out. Later, when Imperial Prince Jing was building his mountain manor in the West Mountain, he specially opened a road, which just happened to pass by the gates of the Yu residence. It went around the village and led directly to the official road, saving a lot of traveling time. The gossiping matrons in the village saw a horse cart coming out of the Yu residence from afar, and it was full of unknown goods. Madame Shang, who was the most garrulous one, said to Madame Li, your brother-in-law just drove a cart of goods somewhere. Madame Lu also went with him, are they delivering grain to her maternal family? Madame Li's rolled her eyes and said, who is my brother-in-law? Yu Bo is my only brother-in-law. He is currently studying in the prefectural city and waiting to take the county-level exams next year. Another woman, who disliked her, smirked and said, that's right. You guys have already severed relationships with Uncle Yu, so you're no longer one family. Brother Dahai would rather subsidize his in-laws than give you guys anything. Madame Lu glared at her, but when she saw that the person in front of her a matron who was good at fighting, she turned cowardly again, calling him, Brother Dahai, you seem quite close. It's a pity that no matter how much you fawn on them, they won't give you even 1 granule of grain. The matron curled up her lips again and said, I'm not like a certain someone, who is gluttonous and lazy and also being oppressed by her mother-in-law. My family collected all our sweet potatoes before the disaster, and with the food from the disaster relief, we definitely have enough to eat for 3 to 5 months. It's so sad that some people can't even eat the food that they have received. Hearing this, the rage in Madame Li's heart flared up, but she couldn't find a way to vent. Why was she able to come out to gossip with others today? It was because her mother-in-law wasn't home. She had gone to the prefectural city to send food and money to her precious son. All the grain that she brought home was locked in the cabinet by her mother-in-law. She was going to be away for 3 days, but only left 3 caddies of food for them. There were 2 adults and 1 half-grown boy at home, so 3 caddies of grain wasn't even enough to eat for a day. Madame Li kept complaining to her husband about how her mother-in-law had given all the food that they received to her younger brother-in-law. Madame Li had even gotten in a big fight with Madame Zhang regarding this. However, she wasn't good enough to be Madame Zhang's opponent. She became more well-behaved after being punished to go hungry for a meal. The matron saying this was equivalent to rubbing salt on her wound. Madame Li instantly stood up with widened eyes. She was about to let out a series of curses when she saw the matron rolling up her sleeves as if saying, if you dare to scold me, then I'll slap you silly. Seeing this, she immediately deflated like a balloon. She glared angrily at the matron. If shooting daggers from the eyes could kill people, then that matron would have already died countless times. With a humph, Madame Li patted her bottoms and went home. Madame Shang sourly said, Yu Hai's family have made a lot of money in the past 2 years. Before the disaster, I saw them buying grain from town. There must be no shortage of food at their house. That horse cart is definitely loaded with grain and seems like they're heading in the direction of Qixin village. This Yu Hai is so generous to send a full cart of grain. The Lu family of Qixin village is so fortunate. They are blessed with several hundred caddies of grain by just sitting at home and doing nothing. Why doesn't my family have such rich relatives? The matron, who was at odds with Madame Li, couldn't stand Madame Shang's way of conduct. She stood up and prepared to leave. What's the point in saying so much? It's no one's business who they send food to. No matter how much we talk about it, it still won't have anything to do with us. I'm going to help our head of the household to dig for spoonworms. In a day, we can earn enough money to buy salt. It's better than sitting here and waiting for a pie in the sky. Yu Hai's family didn't know that people were talking about them, and hurriedly drove the cart all the way to Qixin village. There were almost no pedestrians on the road. Those who could find work had already gone to work, while those who couldn't all stayed at home. By minimizing their activities, they could consume less food. The family set out rather late, and the horse cart didn't move very quickly because it was pulling several hundred caddies of grain. Despite only having a difference of a single character, Qixin village and Dongshan village were vastly different. First of all, there wasn't any prince building a mountain manor in Qixin village and repairing the road for them. Thus, after getting off the official road, there was a section of road that was full of bumps and hollows, which was very troublesome. In addition, Qixin village wasn't close to the sea. Unlike the villagers of Dongshan village, they couldn't gather seafood in their spare time and sell them for money. However, Qixin village had more good farmland. Besides growing sweet potatoes in the wasteland on the mountains, wheat was grown in all the fields. The locust plague had caused great losses for Qixin village. The wheat could have been harvested soon, but all of it had been destroyed by the locusts. The sweet potatoes were buried in the ground, so they could more or less reap some of them. The Lu family had 10 or so good farmland, and there was no harvest of wheat at all. They only planted 5 mu of sweet potatoes. Before the disaster, they had heard the news from the Yu family. Under the lead of their father, the three brothers of the Lu family quickly reaped all of their sweet potatoes and worked around the clock to cut their several mu of wheat fields. Although the wheat had not matured, it was in the last stage of grouting. After roasting green wheat with fire and rubbing the grain out, it could be eaten. The four members of Yu Hai's family arrived at the gates of the Lu residence. The whole family were sitting in the yard and rubbing grain out of wheat. Father, seeing that her father had more white hair on his head, Madame Lu felt tears rise and she couldn't help but call out. Lu Jimin, the 13-year-old son of Xiaoko's third maternal uncle Lu Hao, raised his head and exclaimed in surprise, "Younger aunt." "Grandfather, younger aunt came." Lu Kuijin looked up and saw his daughter standing at the entrance with reddened eyes. He hastily stood up and greeted, "Las Yun, why did you come? Is it because you don't have enough food to eat? Our family harvested a lot of green wheat, so take some back for emergency use." When Madame Lu heard this, she burst into tears. She was the youngest in the family, one and the only daughter. Since childhood, she had been favored by her parents and pampered by her three older brothers. Before she got married, she had lived without any worries. When she got married, her family gave her a lot of dowry, which had all been confiscated by Madame Zhang with the excuse that she would keep them until they separated from the family. After that, she never saw her dowry again. After she got married, she lived a hard life and would occasionally complain to her maternal family. With a lot of people in the family and relatively little land, her maternal family wasn't very well off. But, every year, they would save some money and food from the little resources that they had and send them to her. Unfortunately, she failed to put up a fight, and all the money and food were taken by Madame Zhang. When they separated from the main family, it was the most difficult time for her family. It was her elderly parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law who helped them repair their house, sent them food, and gave her money for daily necessities. They were the ones who helped her family overcome their most difficult time. The first thing her father thought when he saw her was whether or not she lacked food to eat. He even took out a large amount of grain from his own family to give to her. How was she supposed to hold back her tears of gratitude? Xiao Xiao's maternal grandmother, Madame Yao, immediately became anxious when she saw her daughter cry silently. "What's wrong? What's going on? Tell us all. No matter what it is, as long as we work together, we can all survive these hard times." Madame Lu's older sister-in-law, Madame Han, also came over and looked at her with concern. Madame Lu wiped her eyes and a smile crept out as she laughed. "It's nothing, I just missed all of you. I came over to see how you were all doing and if you needed any grain." When Lu Kunjin heard that his daughter was doing fine, he immediately relaxed a lot. He chuckled, we're fine. We got your message and managed to hastily harvest a lot of green wheat. We got around a few dozen caddies of grain from each mu. Added on to the disaster relief grain that the court sent over, we have enough to last us a few months. How's your family? Did the corn and other crops get ruined by the locust thaw?" Madame Yao gave her husband an exasperated look and said, "Do the two of you just plan on chatting here the entire time? Stop blocking the gate and let our daughter come sit inside." "Grandmother, grandfather." Little Shishtu was on top of the grain sacks and was just carried down. He immediately ran through the gate and hollered his greetings to Lu Kunjin and his wife. Yu Xiaoxiao was right behind him and also greeted her two elders. Then she also faced the courtyard where Madame Han and Madame Bian were standing and greeted them, eldest maternal aunt, third maternal aunt. Madame Yao happily hugged little Shishtu into her arms and then freed a hand to rub Xiaoxiao's head. She grinned until her eyes squinted up and said, "Oh, our Xiaoxiao and Shishtu also came over. Ah, look at your little faces, all red from being under the sun. Come, go into the house, grandmother will give you some sugar water to drink." Little Shishtu perceptively replied, "No need, grandmother, we're not thirsty. Let me help you rub the green wheat, okay." As he talked, he picked up a shaft of wheat from where Madame Yao was previously sitting and started to rub it between his hands. Madame Yao hurriedly restrained him, "Be careful, don't hurt your hand from rubbing wheat. Our Shishtu's hands are used for writing and learning. If they get injured, how will you be able to complete your homework that the teacher assigns?" Yu Hai, who was outside, was currently unloading the cart. The Lu family's neighbors heard the noise and came out to look. When they saw the cart full of grain, they were so envious that their eyes turned red. Everyone says that old Lu's daughter has hit the jackpot. As expected, look. Grain is so expensive right now, yet they sent a whole cart's worth. That's right. This cart of grain must have around 400 to 500 caddies, right? If they eat it carefully, I'm sure old Lu's family could last a few months. In the past you even laughed at old Lu because his daughter had married a poor man and had a stern mother-in-law. She likely had a difficult time. Old Lu's family had spent a lot subsidizing this daughter who had married out already. Now look at them. If they had known earlier that their son-in-law would gain a fortune, then they wouldn't be at a loss even if they gave more in the past. Obviously, this cart of grain must be worth around dozens of taels now. Hasn't Uncle Lu already earned back everything he sent out before? Under the jealous and envious gazes of the neighbors, Yu Hai hauled a sack of flour on his shoulders and went into the courtyard. Lu Kunjin had been preoccupied with his daughter ever since she came back and only now realized that his son-in-law was outside. When he saw him bring in the grain, Lu Kunjin frowned and said, "Visiting is one thing. Why do you need to bring grain over? Is my family so poor that we can't even supply a meal to my daughter and son-in-law?" Madame Lu hurriedly interjected for her husband, "Father, that's not what we're trying to imply at all. We had stored up a lot of grain in the past and then the royal prince also gave us 2 carts full of grain. Our family can't finish the food, so we brought some over for you all." Lu Kunjin continued to look displeased as he said, "We're in the midst of a disaster year, so having more grain stockpiled is a good thing. The locusts will only freeze to death when it's winter, so we won't be able to plant anything in the ground until next spring. How much grain does your family have? How could you all possibly not be able to finish it all?" Quickly take the grain back. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily stepped in. Grandfather, don't worry about us. Let me tell you a secret. The young royal prince gave us 2,000 caddies of grain and we also managed to harvest 3,000 caddies of corn. Even if we ate until we were bloated every day, we wouldn't be able to finish the grain in 1 year. Little Shishtu also spoke up. Second sister also managed to create a pesticide that's able to kill and expel locusts. Our family's courtyard is now planted again with a lot of green vegetables, and they're this tall now. Little Shishtu used his hands to gesture. Madame Yao reacted in delighted surprise. A pesticide that can kill locusts. Then can't we plant some soybeans now? Lu Kunjin thought more thoroughly than his wife and quietly asked, Cower, is it expensive to make this pesticide? How much would it cost to use enough pesticide to cover 1 mu? Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at her maternal grandmother, who was somewhat excited, and quietly replied, there are 2 ingredients in this pesticide that are quite expensive. It takes at least 5 taels to make a caddy of pesticide, which is enough to cover 4 to 5 mu. When Xiaoxiao's grandmother found out that 1 mu required 1 tael's worth of pesticide, she immediately backed off and said, a mu of soybeans can only be sold for a couple hundred copper coins. No point in using this pesticide, we'd end up losing more than we gained. This business is completely not worth it. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed, we can't afford to plant too much but we can still plant a few autumn vegetables and other crops. That way we'll at least have vegetables to eat come winter. Grandmother, grandfather, I brought over a pitcher of pesticide over for you. You can take a few drops out every day and dilute it in water and use that to water the plants. I guarantee that all of the locusts that come over will die in spades. Madame Han's youngest daughter, Lu Feiyan, exclaimed in admiration as she looked at the pitcher in Yu Xiaoxiao's hands. She then quietly said, is it that powerful? Mother, can we go prepare the vegetable gardens now? The earlier it's done, the faster we'll be able to plant vegetable seeds. Madame Bian, who had a gentle and sweet personality, lightly shook her head, we can't plant them in our vegetable garden. Just think, no one else is able to grow food at this point. If our family is able to, we'd end up attracting thieves. In my opinion, we should prepare the rear courtyard and plant some radishes and cabbage. With the addition of our dried vegetables, we should be able to get through winter. Second maternal uncle's youngest daughter, Lu Feiyan, blinked her large eyes and said, anyway, all of our chickens were slaughtered earlier, so we should tear down the chicken fence and plant some green vegetables there. That way we'll have green vegetables to eat during autumn. Eldest maternal uncle, second maternal aunt, youngest maternal uncle and second maternal uncle's eldest son, Lu Jiwei, were all out working and not at home. Other than the people who were missing, the rest of the Lu family surrounded Xiaoxiao and started a lively discussion on what vegetables they should plant. Madame Yao pushed aside some people and rescued Xiaoxiao from within. She rebuked them all with a smile, whatever you all need to do, go do it now. We can all discuss what vegetables we need to plant in the evening. Cower, come inside with grandmother so you can wash your face with some nice cool water. Xiaoxiao's 2 maternal aunts took their children back to where they were previously sitting and continued to rub the green wheat. Second maternal uncle, Lu Han, went along with Yu Hai and carried all of the grain from the cart into the family's cellar. Lu Kunjin and his wife watched them as they repeatedly said, why did you give us so much grain? You're not going to have enough at home. Maybe you should take half of this back home. Madame Lu pulled both her parents into the room and laughed, father, mother. We, your daughter and son-in-law, are showing our filial respects to you too. Can you just take the gift as it is? If there still aren't any fairly priced grain available in a couple of months, I'll bring more over. The 2 men in their prime only had to go back a few times to move all of the grain into the cellar. Lu Han rubbed his hands and spoke to Lu Kunjin, father, younger sister only gave us fine grains. There are 7 bags of white flour and 3 bags of well-polished rice. Just look. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly interjected before her grandfather could speak, grandfather, the young royal prince only gave us fine grains. If you want to ask if we have any coarse grains, I'm afraid my family really doesn't have any. When Lu Kunjin heard this, he swallowed down the words he was about to say. His entire face was wreathed in smiles as he looked at his daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren as he said, then I won't bother saying polite gratitudes. In the future, if your family has more work than you all can handle, just remember us. Our family doesn't have much but we definitely have lots of bodies to do hard work. Even that youngster, Jamin, is almost able to do half a grown man's work. At this time, he suddenly recalled his son-in-law's 10 mu of corn that they had planted for the imperial court. He asked, Dahai, how is the harvest of your corn? Did you lose any of it? Aish, who would have thought that right before it was ready to harvest, we'd encounter a plague of locusts. If it wasn't for the old immortal warning us, there absolutely wouldn't be any corn left, and then the court would blame you, the heavens are looking after us. They truly left us a living road. Yu Hai sheepishly smiled, our corn's output was quite good and the royal prince was quite pleased. He came over earlier and took away more than a dozen carts full of corn. He even said that he would ask for a reward for us. Lu Han was an expert at farming. He calculated silently. More than a dozen carts full of grain and each cart had to be at least 500 to 600 caddies. That meant that his younger sister's husband's family had to produce at least 10,000 caddies of grain from their 10 mu, a shocked expression spread on his face, more than a dozen carts. Then, each mu must have produced at least 1,000 caddies. Corn is such a high-yielding crop. 1 mu of corn produces as much as 6 to 7 mu of our regular crops. Yu Xiaoxiao grinned in delight, second maternal uncle, if corn becomes a widely planted crop, it could only be considered a coarse grain. It'll be very similar to millet and won't be very expensive. Lu Han caught onto the main point very quickly, the price of coarse grains is usually a half or a third of the price for fine grains. Judging from that, planting corn is still quite profitable. Furthermore, wouldn't planting a high-yielding crop mean that we no longer have to worry about starving? Even if we ate our fill, we wouldn't be able to finish the entire crop. Yu Xiaoxiao's head bobbed up and down as if she was pounding garlic with it, If we can't finish it, we can even use it to feed chickens and pigs. Once the animals get plump, we can slaughter them for meat. In the future, we won't have to wait until the New Year's to eat a meal with meat in it anymore. Lu Jimin's eyes glistened with light as he stared at Xiaoxiao. Younger cousin, from what you're saying, our family will be able to eat meat at least a couple times every week. Madame Bian laughed as she tapped her son's head and said, you're such a gluttonous little cat that you're not afraid of your younger cousin laughing at you. Haven't you eaten enough meat in the past year? The Lu family's circumstances were now considered one of the best in all of Qixin village. The two eldest brothers of the Lu family had followed their younger brother-in-law in selling watermelons and earned a whole lot of money. The third son was a skilled craftsman and had been hired by Prince Jing's estate to build their manor on the West Mountain. Every month he had a salary of 20 taels, so he had quite an income after a year. The family's meals and conditions continued to rise. Although they couldn't eat meat every couple of days like the Yu family, they were definitely able to eat meat a few times a month. At lunch, Madame Lu's two sisters-in-law had used the dried duck and preserved meat that Xiaoxiao had brought over to make a few dishes. They also used all of the eggs that were left over in the house for a stir-fry. In the end, they crafted an entire table full of food. There were a lot of people at home, so the adults sat at one table while the children had their own. Everyone ate and chatted happily. When the Yu family of 4 was about to leave, Lu Kunjin, who knew his daughter liked to eat porridge made with green wheat, gave all of the 30 sokatis of green wheat that they had finished rubbing to them. Yu Hai repeatedly declined the offer and the old man became angry. Do you dislike my family's gift as not being presentable? If you don't take it, then take all of the grain back as well. Madame Lu was very familiar with her father's crabby character. She hurriedly pulled at her husband's sleeve and smiled. This is the gift that father is giving me. You don't have the right to refuse. Father, you still remember that I like to eat green wheat porridge, ah? Of course I remember, why wouldn't I remember? Lu Kunjin's expression relaxed quite a bit when he saw his daughter placing the green wheat in the horse cart. Madame Yao chuckled from the side. Dahai, don't lower yourself to that old man's level. He loves his daughter very much. Our daughter Yong loves to eat porridge made with green wheat, so the house always has a pot going. Every time summer started, he would go pick some wheat from the fields without telling the family and secretly rub the grain out so he could make some porridge for his daughter to eat. After our daughter Yong got married, every year he would always mutter under his breath, looks like our daughter can't eat green wheat porridge this year. How about we send a couple caddies over for her? Yu Hai also dearly loved his daughters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Xiaoxiao to do all of her crazy ideas. He hollered in a voice full of emotion, Father, we'll take the green wheat. When we get back, I'll especially simmer some green wheat porridge for Muyun to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao added in from the side, Father, I also like to eat porridge made of green wheat. Don't just think of mother and forget this daughter of yours. Yu Hai chuckled shyly, then we'll make an extra bowl. Cower can eat with your mother. Little Shishtu interjected somewhat unhappily, there's still me. Yu Hai lightly patted the back of his son's head, you little kid, what are you trying to do? Have we ever slighted you on food or drink? Don't we also have white rice and wheat around? Your mother and second sister just have a few likes, yet you try to insert yourself in. Little Shishtu deflated and looked for comfort from his grandmother, father is biased. Shishtu is so pitiful as I have no one who loves and cares about me. I'm just like an abandoned little cabbage in the fields. Madame Yao laughed as she hugged him closely and comforted him, don't cry, Shishtu, grandmother loves you. We have a lot of green wheat at home, so you guys can't be harsh on your children. If you finish it, just ask your second older brother to send some more over. Yu Hai leveled a glare at his son and then smiled, Mother, don't be fooled by this little guy. He doesn't actually love eating green wheat porridge. He's just trying to worm himself in. The phrase, worm himself in, was a term he had learned from his daughter. Lu Kunjin looked at the color of the sky and then spoke to Madame Lu, it's getting late and roads here are a bit rough. Don't rush too quickly back home. If there's nothing going on the next few days, your mother and I will come over to see you. Don't flaunt any wealth and keep an eye on the grain at home. Don't be too generous and don't forget what your roots are. After he finished speaking, Madame Lu nodded her head in assent. Although her father's words were a bit crude, every word he said was for her sake. The horse cart quickly left Qixin village. When she turned her head back to look, she could still see her white-haired parents waving towards her in fading light. Madame Lu felt a burst of sadness within her heart and vowed to visit her parents more often in the future so they wouldn't have to worry so much about her. When they got back to Dongshan village, the sky was completely dark. Luckily, other than the stretch of road just outside of Qixin village, the rest of the roads were wide and smooth. The horse was able to pull the cart at a steady pace in the dark. When they got home, Old Yu told them that Junshou Restaurant's assistant steward, Qian Xiaoduo, had come by today under the orders of third young master Zhou with a cart full of grain. When he saw the courtyard full of vegetables, he was so moved that he insisted on placing an order. However, after finding out that Yu Hai and his family members had gone to Qixin village, he knew no one was around to make a decision, so he stated he would come by tomorrow to discuss this. Dahai, Junshou Restaurant treats us quite well. We should just give them some of the vegetables we're planting here. Old Yu thought that the Zhou family, who were grand imperial merchants, had helped the Yu family quite a bit. In fact, they didn't even forget to bring some grain over during this year of disaster. To return the favor, they should give them some vegetables. Yu Hai didn't directly reply and instead looked inquiringly at his youngest daughter. Yu Xiaoxiao thought a bit and then said, our vegetable garden in the courtyard has at least 3 to 4 mu, so we definitely can't finish all of the vegetables in there. However, the pesticide we use every day to drive away the locusts is quite expensive. How about, we reserve 2 mu of vegetable fields for Junsho restaurant and only charge them the money used to make the pesticide? Yu Xiaolian, on the other hand, was not pleased with this idea. So are you saying that the seeds and the labor used to grow these vegetables are not worth money? If we do as you say, we'd definitely be on the losing side. In my opinion, Junsho restaurant is a large business and they don't care one iota about a little chump change, so we need to sell our vegetables at the current market price. Our family's vegetables are the only ones available right now in town. If Junsho restaurant is able to offer green vegetable dishes, they absolutely wouldn't sell them for cheap and it would attract a lot of customers to them. Where else would they find such a lucrative business opportunity? Yu Xiaoao grinned at her sister and said, Xiaolian now has a head full of business. Everything you said was right. Okay, tomorrow, you're in charge of negotiating the terms with brother Xiaoduo. Yu Xiaolian twisted around and grumbled, no I won't. Tomorrow morning, I need to go sell starch jelly so how would I have the time to manage this? Aren't you quite familiar with Qian Xiaoduo? You can discuss with him what his plans were in regard to our vegetables. The next day, Qian Xiaoduo came by in the early morning to Dongshan village. The head steward also came along, which showed just how much importance they regarded this particular business. With the Zhou family's assets, it wasn't impossible for them to bring vegetables from the south here. However, the amount of money it would take to buy and transport all of the vegetables was also not a small sum. That being said, could vegetables transported from afar be as tasty and fresh as vegetables just picked from the ground? All of the rich people in town had picky tongues and they could tell with one bite if something was fresh or not. With Qian Xiaoduo leading, the head steward came into the Yu family's courtyard. The expansive courtyard was planted completely with fresh and tender green vegetable sprouts. There were a mixed variety of plants. Some had just come out of the ground in tiny sprouts while others had already grown about an inch above the ground. The leaves on the plants were a soothing green and seemed to be full of water. There wasn't a single sign that any of these plants had been nibbled on by any insects. Yu Xiaosao was currently in a field spraying pesticides. She waved in welcome at the head steward. Head steward uncle, why did you personally come over? Please go sit in a room and I'll pour some tea for you. The head steward waved a hand and replied, no need, you can continue with what you were doing. He walked down a thin walkway that was between the vegetable fields to Yu Xiaosao. He noticed the spray can full of pesticide that was a faint brown color and asked, is this the pesticide that can destroy locusts? Yu Xiaosao nodded and said, this pesticide not only can kill locusts but it can also drive them away. My family's courtyard is quite big, yet there aren't a lot of locusts flying over. The ones that do fly in don't end up going around for long before they die. They don't even have the chance to defile any of our vegetables here. The head steward looked in the direction that Xiaosao was pointing. Sure enough, a locust had just landed on a vegetable sprout. Right after it landed, it only managed to walk a few steps before it fell down and stopped moving. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, not bad. If this pesticide could be spread to everyone, wouldn't we be able to exterminate all of the locusts? Yu Xiaosao sighed, this pesticide has a few ingredients that are a bit hard to find and some of the ingredients are quite expensive. Most commoners wouldn't be able to afford it. A normal mu could produce enough food to make 100 copper coins. However, the cost to make the pesticide is well above that income. Do you think anyone would do a business that would obviously lose money? The head steward looked at her with a smile on his face and stated, don't worry, we won't let you lose money. There's no need to hint at me about the costs of growing your vegetables. Yu Xiaosao let out a couple of dry laughs and then continued, then I'll just tell the truth to you. 1 mu of vegetables from start to finish requires 3 taels worth of pesticide. For vegetables such as these, 1 mu can produce around 3,000 caddies or so. What I'm trying to say is that 1 caddy of vegetables now is going to cost around 3 to 5 copper coins more than the usual price. The head steward waved a hand and said, don't worry, we absolutely won't have you guys lose money. I'll increase the price by an additional 10 copper coins per caddy, what do you think? Yu Xiaosao lifted the pot full of pesticide and a bright smile appeared on her face. She gave a thumbs up at the head steward and said, very generous. You are truly the head steward of Junsho restaurant. However, we don't have a lot of vegetables for sale here. The most we can give you is 2 mu worth. 2 mu worth meant 6,000 caddies of green vegetables. Junsho restaurant usually used that many vegetables in a dozen to 20 days. However, this season was different. Green vegetables, especially fresh green vegetables such as these, were much more valuable now. They could naturally sell them at the restaurant for a much higher price. The head steward slapped his hand down, okay. I hope that after we harvest the first batch that you'll be able to plant another round very quickly and continue to grow them until autumn. Furthermore, you guys absolutely cannot sell your vegetables to a second buyer. Not a problem, that's absolutely not a problem. Yu Xiaosao was able to make a decision on her own. She nodded her head, my family's courtyard is only this large, so even if we wanted to sell to more people, we wouldn't be able to. Oh right, we also planted some autumn vegetables next to this. We can also reserve some for you as well. The head steward pointed a finger at her and laughed, you have a natural talent for business. Okay, Junsho restaurant will take all of the autumn vegetables that your family can't finish. The price will also be increased by 10 copper coins per caddy. Before an hour had passed, their cooperative business had been set up. The price they agreed upon was the price they used for the early spring plus an additional 10 copper coins per caddy. This meant that lettuce was 30 copper coins a caddy, romaine lettuce was 35 copper coins a caddy, spinach was 25 copper coins a caddy, Indian lettuce was 28 copper coins a caddy. Although this wasn't the season for growing spinach, Yu Xiaosao had her cheat item, so what kind of vegetables couldn't she raise? Although the prices for these green vegetables didn't seem very high, the price of pork was usually around 30 copper coins a caddy. Selling a caddy of green vegetables at the price for a caddy of pork was an astoundingly expensive prospect for the average commoner. However, currently pork wasn't hard to find, yet fresh green vegetables were now very rare. Recently, Junsho restaurant's business had gone down a bit. One reason was that there were too many meat dishes, while the vegetables weren't very fresh yet extremely expensive. Their taste was also average. Luckily, their signature dishes were still able to bring in customers. Otherwise, they would also have to be like the other restaurants in town and close for this season. After finishing the talks to seal the deal with the Yu family, the head steward contentedly left Dongshan village with Qian Xiaoduo, who had recently risen to an assistant steward. When Yu Xiaoxiao's family heard about this business deal, they were all quite pleased. Using the lettuce as an example, one Yu could produce at least 3,000 caddies of lettuce. If they sold each caddy for 30 copper coins, then they could make around 90 to 100 taels from the field. Other than their watermelon fields, where else would they be able to make this type of profit from their farm? Because they had agreed to help third young Master Zhou obtain the best quality abalones and seafood, Yu Hai spent his entire summer going out to sea with Lu Xuanju. Lu Xuanju caught fish while Yu Hai dove down. Yu Hai's swimming skills were quite good, and with the help of an air bladder made of sheepskin, he was able to dive around 20 meters down. Every time he dove down, he had quite good luck. He was able to pick up some lobsters, sea cucumbers and abalones. However, most of them were not considered of the best quality, so all of these seafood ended up being at the table for the Yu family to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao also spent a lot of time this summer diving in the water. Every time she made sure to look presentable with her shark skin diving suit and a sheepskin bladder full of air. Her father repeatedly warned her to be careful, so she always went into the shallow parts of the water. Her little dolphin friend knew how to find her, so it was always waiting for her nearby when she dove in. With the help of the little dolphin, she was able to swiftly swim into the deep parts of the ocean. Furthermore, with the little divine stone's magical bubble, she didn't have to worry about running out of air or getting crushed by the water pressure. Sometimes, the little divine stone was in a good mood and would lead her directly to some areas that had the best quality seafood. Thus, her little sack at her waist was always bulging with her finds. After diving a few times, she was able to get enough seafood to fill the Zhou family's yearly quota. Every time she gathered seafood, Yu Xiaoxiao had to surreptitiously go into town and then come back home to assert that third young Master Zhou wanted her father to turn this seafood into dried goods. Yu Hai couldn't help but lament in admiration every time he saw the seafood. In the wider world, there are always people more talented than oneself. I don't know who is so talented and fortunate to be able to gather such good quality sea cucumbers and abalone all the time. After the highest quality seafood was turned into dried goods and sent into the capital, the patriarch of the Zhou family couldn't help but rejoice within his heart that his grandson was able to have a good relationship with the Yu family. There were very few people in the world who had the swimming ability and fortune of the Yu family. He repeatedly advised his grandson to make sure to have a good relationship with the Yu family. In the future, all of the seafood the Zhou family gave to the imperial court relied on the help of this family. Third young Master Zhou naturally didn't need his grandfather to remind him. The Yu family's father and daughter pair were too astounding. If he didn't try his best to maintain a good relationship, then he would be the one who was stupid. He especially had to maintain a good relationship with Yu Xiaoxiao. She was extremely talented despite her young age. Many specialty dishes of Junsho restaurant had come out of her hands. Furthermore, from his understanding, she was the person who managed to bring out early ripening vegetables and watermelons to the market. Recently he had heard from the head manager of Junsho restaurant in Tangu town say that the little lass had come up with a new pesticide to destroy locusts and had planted vegetables in her courtyard. When this harvest of vegetables came onto the market, who knew what kind of sensation that would cause? 2 years ago, they had met by chance in an alleyway in Tangu town. Out of the kindness of his own heart, he had helped the little girl and ended up being rewarded for his good deed. With Yu Xiaoxiao's help, he was able to make Junsho restaurant a sensational success. They also opened a condiment factory and started manufacturing vermicelli and century eggs together. All of this allowed him to be looked upon highly by his grandfather and be groomed as the next family successor. His successes had defeated his highly ambitious older brother and he was now the acknowledged heir. The saying, good deeds lead to good outcomes, had truly come to circle for him. As the Yu family's vegetables matured until they were about ready to be harvested, Royal Prince Yong, who had been away in the capital for more than 20 days, had finally returned back to Tangu town covered in dust and travel worn. He rested for merely 1 day at the manor in Tangu town and then set off the next day to Dongshan village. As soon as Zhu Junyang passed through the Yu family's front gate, Yu Xiaoxiao joyfully rushed over. When she saw that there was nothing valuable in his hands, she curled her lip and turned around to leave as she muttered, "Didn't you say you were going to get a reward for my family? Ah. Where's the reward?" One absolutely cannot believe a man's words. Fit, an unfamiliar laugh caused Yu Xiaoxiao to turn back again. She looked curiously at the strange figure who was behind the young royal prince. The stranger had a tall and imposing figure, pale luminous skin, and a dazzling pair of dark eyes that seemed to be able to see into the depths of a person's soul. When he laughed, he looked as bright as the moon, and when he was serious, he looked as austere as a cold star. He had a straight nose bridge and dark red lips. His face seemed gentle when he smiled and foreboding as ice when he was stern. The profile of his face seemed to be perfectly sculpted by a sharp knife and he was stunning without looking like a gentle beauty. In essence, he was a perfect example of an extremely handsome man. And Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed by her earlier petty actions. She gazed at that man who was more handsome than any of the actors or idols of her previous life and asked in a somewhat hesitant tone. Zhu Junyang naturally didn't miss the flash of astonishment that had gone through her eyes. His face became ice cold and he frowned as he turned around to look at the man behind him. He seemed not to know how to properly introduce this person. The emperor was seriously too much. He actually had so much free time that he wanted to travel incognito among his people and insisted on coming with him to Dongshan village. He really didn't know what he was thinking. The man smiled slightly and calmly replied, "Oui, ahem ahem. I am Junyong's eldest brother. You can call me older brother Junfan." The young royal prince's eldest brother. Oh right, Prince Jing had 3 sons. She had already seen his second and third sons, so the only one she hadn't met and only heard about was his heir. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly bowed and delicately said, "Greetings to the heir of Prince Jing, may you have much fortune." Ahem ahem, the heir of Prince Jing seemed to have choked on his own saliva. After coughing a bit, he hurriedly replied, "No need for such courtesy. As brothers all tend to have easygoing temperaments. Miss Yu doesn't need to act so politely." The person who was pretending to be Zhu Junyang's eldest brother was the current emperor. Since the two of them were cousins, he technically wasn't lying. Calling him older brother was something that Zhu Junyang should do. Why did the emperor decide to come to Dongshan village? It was quite simple, he was very interested in the Yu family. When he saw the corn and potatoes that Zhu Junyang sent back, as well as the booklet containing pages and pages of potato recipes, Zhu Junfan was certain that one member of the Yu family was also a transmigrator like him. From what he was able to pry out of his younger cousin's mouth, he was pretty sure that his fellow transmigrator was probably the clever and interesting, talented at cooking, Yu family's youngest daughter. In order to confirm his hunch, he traveled along with his younger cousin to Dongshan village while incognito. As soon as they met, this little girl used a phrase that was out of turn. Wasn't it one of those sappy phrases from those historical dramas in his previous life? This era didn't have anyone saying, "And may you have great fortune," as a greeting. When he saw the entire courtyard filled with verdant green vegetables without a single locust on any of them, Zhu Junfan was quite surprised. Despite his astonishment, he didn't reveal any of it on his face. He grinned slyly and pointed towards the green vegetables with the fan in his hand as he said, "Did you spray pesticides on these vegetables?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded her head, "My lord is wise." This commoner girl followed the precepts of traditional medicine and, with the help of Dr. Sun from Tongren Medicine Hall, created a pesticide that could destroy locusts. "I spray some on the plants every morning and evening, and it protects the vegetables from being eaten by the insects. Since this pesticide can kill locusts, that means it has a bit of poison in it, right? Would there be any adverse effects to the people who end up eating the vegetables then?" When Zhu Junfan found out that this pesticide could kill locusts, he thought further ahead. If this could be mass-produced and disseminated, wouldn't the people be able to plant a crop before the start of autumn and harvest something? However, if this was similar to the pesticides in his previous life and had bad effects on the body, then he would forget about it. Yu Xiaoxiao proudly smiled and explained, "Although my pesticide does have some poison in it, the poison is volatile and completely dissipates within 12 hours of being sprayed. As long as I don't spray any on the vegetables about 12 hours before we harvest, there won't be any harm to a person's body. Furthermore, even if someone accidentally ate some vegetables with the pesticide still on it, it's not a big deal. The poison isn't very strong. Those with strong and healthy bodies won't feel any effects. As for those who are weaker, they'll just end up going to the bathroom to relieve themselves a couple of times. As long as they drink enough water, they should be fine." Volatile. Zhu Junfan repeated this term a few times as a mysterious smile flickered on his lips. "Aha, I've caught your little tale." He was willing to bet the head on his shoulders that the Yu family's youngest daughter was a transmigrator. Yu Xiaoxiao thought he didn't understand what the term, volatile, meant and hurriedly gave an explanation. Volatile means that it dissipates quickly. The pesticide's poison has a time limit for how long it is effective. When enough time passes, then the poisonous effects will disappear. It doesn't go into the air and actually truly disappears. It won't have any polluting effects on the air or soil around it. Pollution. Haha, Miss Yu Xiaoxiao, the more you say the more mistakes you make. It is you. You are my fellow transmigrator. Zhu Junfan was calculating the possibilities within his mind and didn't beat the grass to scare the snake. If he had to choose between Yu Hai and Yu Xiaoxiao being the transmigrator, he would rather Yu Xiaoxiao be the transmigrator. Why? The reason was simple. Men tended to have ambitious thoughts. After all, didn't his current grandfather, who was previously a general in his past life, snatch an opportunity during the chaos of the previous dynasty and became the emperor who established the Great Ming dynasty? Although he wasn't very attached to being the emperor, he also didn't want the hard work that his grandfather had done in establishing this dynasty to be destroyed by someone else. If this little girl, Yu Xiaoxiao, was the transmigrator, then he didn't have to be worried. From his taciturn younger cousin, he could tell that this little girl had either been a farmer or a small restaurant owner in her past life. Otherwise, how could she come up with methods in growing vegetables and watermelons early as well as be able to cultivate potatoes and corn so well? If his hunch was correct, then he didn't have to worry that the little girl was someone like Wu Zetian. Today he was finally able to meet this weak, delicate, and adorable little girl. He could tell in one glance that she wasn't someone who had raging ambitions. This made him relax even more. When Zhu Junyang noticed that all of Yu Xiaoxiao's attention was on the emperor, he immediately felt as if he had been coldly abandoned. He dryly coughed a couple of times and stated, "Yu Xiaoxiao, I want to eat pork stewed with vermicelli and savory and spicy river snails." Yu Xiaoxiao turned around and rolled her eyes at him. "We don't have any river snails today. We only have potatoes stir-fried with potatoes, green vegetables sautéed with green vegetables, and locusts fried with locusts." Locusts. You can also eat locusts. Zhu Junfan had been born and raised in a city in his previous life. Thus, he had only seen locusts as illustrations in books. Yu Xiaoxiao turned back to face the heir of Prince Jing, and immediately changed her aggressive expression into one filled with smiles. Although locusts look quite scary, they are actually very tasty. Furthermore, locusts are very nutritious, so they don't harm the body and only strengthen it. My lord, do you want to try some at noon? Zhu Junfan was just about to agree when his younger cousin with the stiff face interjected, if you don't have any river snails, you can go gather some. There's still some time between now and noon. If you gather some now, you'll still have time to clean them of their dirt. If you want to eat them, go gather some yourself. The back courtyard has a gate that leads to the lakeside. I'll have little Shishtu show you the way. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him again and replied in a voice full of impatience. Savory and spicy river snails. I've heard that they are quite good. I would also like to try some. Zhu Junfan started reminiscing about his college days. At that time, he had gone out with 3 of his buddies and they had ordered a plate of river snails and a few bottles of beer. It was the summer, so they were shirtless as they sat next to the small food stall as they ate food and drank beer leisurely. Those were the times that he missed the most. Unfortunately, it was highly unlikely that he would ever see those buddies of his again. Since our honored guest who has traveled from afar has a request, as the hosts we will do our best to fulfill it. Little Shishtu, find Fangping and grab that bucket. We are going to gather river snails. Yu Xiaoxiao naturally treated this stunning beautiful man, whose every elegant motion spoke of royalty, with great importance. Who knew what type of temperament the heir of Imperial Prince Jing had? Exclamation mark. Although he always had a smile on his face, she felt deeply scared of him. There was a type of person in the world that could be called a smiling tiger. These people could cut off your head with a gentle smile on their face. Naturally, these people were much more scary than the young royal prince, who outwardly had a grouchy exterior. Although the young royal prince had a somewhat explosive temper and nasty tongue, he had never exploded at her. Even when she infuriated him to the point of him glaring at her, he never accused her of a crime. The young royal prince was probably someone who had a lot of bark but no bite, right? If she had seen Royal Prince Yong in the past, when he killed people without blinking, she wouldn't be thinking this. The cold-faced death god wasn't his nickname for no reason. Zhu Junyang was only able to tolerate the tyrannical antics of Yu Xiaoxiao alone. When Zhu Junyang saw Yu Xiaoxiao fawning over the emperor like a slavish dog, he felt his temper rise as he sourly remarked, "Why is it that when he wants to eat some, you jump to make it, yet you don't take my words to heart?" Yu Xiaoxiao righteously replied, "The heir of Prince Jing is my guest, so I naturally have to cater to his requests." "Am I not a guest then? Zhu Junyang pointed at his nose as he asked discontentedly. Yu Xiaoxiao curled her lip, "Are you still considered a guest? You come over every few days to bum food and drinks off of me. If I truly treated you as a guest, wouldn't I be exhausted to death? Alright, I'll bring you along to gather river snails and allow you to experience this novelty. Do you want to come?" "Don't want to." Zhu Junyang arrogantly turned his head away as he lifted his head up high and snorted, "You won't make the food I want to eat and even make me do work. No manners." Everyone in the Yu family had long gotten used to these two bickering and picking at each other constantly. So, they all went about their business as usual. Zhu Junfan, on the other hand, regarded the two of them with growing interest. His younger cousin always had a stiff expression on his face and regarded his words like gold. In fact, he even faced him, the emperor, with that constipated look on his face. He never would have expected that the cold-faced death god also had such a childish side as well. For the sake of a plate of savory and spicy river snails, he was actually willing to quarrel until he was flushed with anger. Tisk tisk tisk, this was truly eye-opening. "Second sister, young royal prince, are you guys coming to gather river snails? Little Shishtu had been watching the two of them quibble back and forth silently. He looked at the color of the sky and decided that if he didn't stop them now, they wouldn't have enough time to gather river snails for lunch. Yu Xiaoxiao answered in assent and turned around so Zhu Junyang could only see the back of her head. "Doesn't matter to me whether you come or not. You can just stay in the courtyard. My lord, do you have any interest in coming to gather river snails with us?" Zhu Junfan had never had the opportunity to experience farming in both of his lives. It was a rare chance for him to leave the imperial palace, so he naturally wouldn't bypass this hard-to-get opportunity. Yu Xiaoxiao held a bucket as she took her 2 younger brothers along as well as the heir of Prince Jing to go into the back courtyard. The back courtyard was also completely planted with vegetables. There was a small, stone-paved pathway in the garden that brought them to the back gate. After opening the gate and walking a few steps, they were at the shore of a lake. This lake was quite large. Its waters were a tranquil aqua-green color. In the distance there was a flock of ducks cheerfully swimming around in the water and their occasional quacks could be heard. Qian Wu, who was at the lakeside watching over the ducks, swiftly scampered over when he saw little Shishtu and Lu Fangping. When he saw the buckets in their hands, Qian Wu became even more happy and called out, "Little Shishtu, are you here to catch some fish? Let me help too." Little Shishtu waved the bucket in his hands and laughed, "Nope. Second sister is bringing us to gather river snails. We're going to stir-fry them for lunch." Qian Wu smacked his lips in delight. "Xiaoxiao's savory and spicy river snails are so good. I'm also good at gathering river snails, let me help you." The 3 little boys grouped up together and ran into the shallow waters of the lake together to gather river snails. Perhaps it was because of the drought, but the lake waters were quite low right now. The children rolled up their pant legs and stepped into the mud at the shore. They carefully put their hands in the water to find river snails. "I found a big one." Little Shishtu's shout of pure glee broke the silence as he thrust his hand into the air. He had managed to find a river snail that was the size of a pigeon egg. "I also found one." Lu Fangping refused to be outdone and took the river snail he found and compared it to the one that little Shishtu found to see which one was larger. No matter who found a bigger one, neither would be unhappy. The sounds of their delighted laughter echoed around the lakeside. Yu Xiaoxiao found a relatively gently sloping area by the lakeshore and spread a bunch of straw on the ground. She said to the heir of Prince Jing, "My lord, you can sit down here and rest a bit. The lake has a lot of river snails and we have a lot of people. We'll be able to gather enough for lunch in a jiffy." She rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the lake. She carefully inspected the water for any signs of river snails. After her parents passed away in her previous life, she spent a lot of time in the nearby waters looking for river snails to add to her younger brothers and sisters' diets. She was quite experienced at this. After seeing some hazy signs in the water, she accurately thrust her hands in the water and never came back empty-handed. The bucket inside her hands very quickly filled up with a layer of river snails that differed in size. Zhu Junyang, who had stealthily followed them from behind, had also been lured over by the gleeful shouts of the children. He felt an itch inside him and copied them by taking off his shoes to also search for river snails. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but roast him a bit. Weren't you not interested in gathering river snails? Then why did you secretly come over and try? This prince is happy and interested. Can you stop me? Zhu Junyang's arrogant demeanor was the exact same as the little golden kitten that followed Yu Xiaoxiao around. Yu Xiaoxiao curled her lip and stealthily laughed. Gathering river snails wasn't a task that required skill, so Zhu Junyang quickly got the hang of it. In fact, when he found a particularly large one, he had to go to Yu Xiaoxiao and brag a bit. However, Yu Xiaoxiao took out an even larger snail from her pail and proudly grinned at him. When he saw how joyful the children were, Zhu Junfan also felt an itch. He took off his shoes and was about to step into the water when one of his personal bodyguards stopped him. Imperial Majesty, please reconsider this. Reconsider what? I've already considered everything. The water is so shallow, so who can get into trouble? Whoever tries to stop us again, we will have them thrown into the lake to feed the ducks. Zhu Junfan threw the fan in his hands at the bodyguard. Only after confirming that the bodyguard had caught his favorite fan did he finally step down in the water barefoot. In the summer, the lake water had been warmed up under the sun, so his feet didn't feel bone cold in it. Zhu Junfan copied the children's actions and started to search for river snails in the water. Oh, I feel one. Before he could be happy, he took it out of the water to look and discovered that it was a small rock. The smile congealed on his face and Zhu Junfan sulkily continued to search in the water. His group of personal bodyguards all trembled as they bent over next to him. They were all afraid that he might slip and fall into the lake water. Just as they were worrying, they heard a plop sound and then saw water splashing everywhere. All of the children burst out into giggles. Zhu Junfan raised his head to look and also couldn't hold back his laughter. His taciturn younger cousin, who was currently sitting in the water, had such a blank expression on his face. It was really too funny. Perhaps he was laughing too hard, but Zhu Junfan suddenly felt his body losing control. He flailed his arms behind him but he couldn't keep his balance as he watched himself heading closer towards the lake. His two bodyguards next to him swiftly grabbed onto his arms and pulled him back to shore. After having that false alarm, when Zhu Junfan went back down to the water to gather river snails, his bodyguards did their best to dissuade him. Spittle flew as they persuaded him, and they finally managed to convince the emperor to stay put. All of the bodyguards were dripping with sweat afterwards. If the emperor had fallen into the water earlier, then they would definitely be punished later. Aish, protecting the emperor truly wasn't a job for humans. Before an hour passed, Xiao Xiao and the two boys managed to fill up their buckets with snails. Xiao Xiao had also managed to catch a bunch of small fish when no one else was paying attention to her. She planned on frying them after coating them with a thin breading. The fried fish would be flaky and savory and their taste would definitely be astounding. When they returned back to the residence, Yu Xiaoxiao poured all of the river snails into a large wooden basin and filled it with some clean water before adding some salt. She also secretly added a few drops of diluted mystic stone water. By adding that, it would speed up the process of removing dirt from the snails. Yu Xiaoxiao then went into the few rows of vegetables that hadn't been sprayed with pesticide this morning and picked a couple from each type. After thinking a bit, she also retrieved a few locusts that had been frozen in the cellar. She wanted to prepare some dishes that the heir of Prince Jing had probably never seen let alone eaten before. At lunch, a giant bowl of bright red savory and spicy river snails was presented to the table. Because Qian Wu gave all of the snails he found to little Shish too, Yu Xiaoxiao had her younger brother send a smaller bowl of the finished dish to the Qian family. Since they sent some to the Qian family, they naturally had to send a portion to Zhou Shanyu's family, who they were closer to. After sending portions here and there, they were only left with this large bowl. Zhu Junfan tasted one and immediately was transported back to his memories of eating river snails while drinking beer. The savory and spicy taste of the snails paired with a bottle of ice-cold beer was truly a refreshing taste. Unfortunately, he was a shipbuilding major and didn't know how to brew beer. Even if he wanted to drink beer he could only do so inside his dreams. Lunch ended up being quite sumptuous. There was the dish that Zhu Junyang ordered, pork stewed with vermicelli. The pork was fatty without being greasy and the vermicelli was perfectly cooked and shimmered under the light. Just looking at it raised a person's appetite. There was also a plate of fried fish. Yu Xiaoxiao had especially gathered fish about the size of a finger. After cleaning them, she then added seasonings and coated them in a thin layer of flour. She then placed them in a pot full of sizzling oil and fried them until they were golden. All of the bones in the fish had been cooked until they were soft. The fish was flaky and crispy and incredibly tasty. There was also a plate full of pig ears seasoned with chili oil and a plate of pig head meat. This was because Madame Lu saw that there were some guests over and thought that they didn't have any good dishes to welcome them. While the children were gathering river snails, she had gone down to the cold cellar, retrieved a pig's head and braised it. Madame Lu's current skill at braising pig head meat was on the same level as Yu Xiaoxiao and the meat she braised was just as delicious. Furthermore, there were also plates of lettuce seasoned with oyster sauce romaine lettuce, and Indian lettuce sautéed with garlic. All of it looked pleasing to the eye and smelled incredible. It was so tantalizing that the imperial bodyguards couldn't take their eyes off of them. The most special dish on the table was a plate of golden fried locusts. Although they looked quite scary, they were even more delicious than fried little fish and had a texture very similar to fried shrimp. At first, Zhu Junfan was a bit leery of trying them. He watched as the Yu family's children all stuffed their mouths full and chewed noisily on the crispy food. Even his younger cousin, Zhu Junyang, ate several in a row. When Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that the heir of Prince Jing had an expression that was both curious and hesitant, she quickly selected a locust that had roe in it. She placed it into Zhu Junfan's bowl and smiled. "My lord, the roe of a locust is even more tasty than the roe of a crab. Go ahead and try this one. If you don't like it, feel free to spit it out." Zhu Junfan didn't live like a prince in his previous life. He had eaten silkworm cocoons and also tried fried cicadas. Thus, unlike other officials or nobles, he didn't reveal a disgusted expression when looking at the fried locusts. He picked up a locust that had its wings cut off and stared at it intently for a short period of time before he started to deliver it towards his mouth. Before he could, a pale, beardless, and handsome youth hurriedly stopped him and said, "Master, may this servant try it?" Yu Xiaoxiao had read quite a few novels in her past life and knew that the emperor often had eunuchs test his food for poison prior to eating. Did the heir of Prince Jing also have a taste tester eunuch as well? She regarded this young man with curiosity. He had skin that glowed with health and she couldn't even see his pores. His face was delicately pretty. Although he didn't have the masculine handsomeness of the heir of Prince Jing and the young royal prince, he was still the epitome of a delicately beautiful young man. He had a tall, straight figure that did not resemble someone who was used to being an eunuch. Most eunuchs were always bowing and bending to people, so when they walked they seemed to be slightly hunchbacked. This person had an air of being neither too arrogant nor too servile, and he didn't have the greasy flattering expression that most eunuchs had. The only thing that made her feel uncomfortable was that his voice sounded extremely gentle and mellow. However, it also didn't resemble the shrill voices of the eunuchs she had seen in dramas. Zhu Junyang noticed that the little girl was unabashedly studying Su Ran and he couldn't help but frown. What did Su Ran have that made him so good to look at? This prince was also quite handsome. Okay. Yu Xiaoxiao, just what are you looking at? Zhu Junyang felt a burst of irritation spark inside him and he couldn't help but interject to interrupt her thoughts. When they heard Zhu Junyang's voice, both Zhu Junfan and Su Ran turned a bit to look at Yu Xiaoxiao. Caught off guard, Yu Xiaoxiao accidentally made eye contact with Su Ran's clear and limpid eyes. She immediately flushed bright red and glared at the young royal prince. She smiled politely at Su Ran and said, "Sir, you have an aura about you that reminds me of a tall graceful glade of bamboo on a desolate mountain. I was entranced by it and lost my senses." Zhu Junfan guffawed, "Little girl, you have good taste. I also believe that Su Fan has an aura worthy of an elegant gentleman, so I think the metaphor of tall bamboo is quite fitting. Su Ran, I'll give you the nickname of cultivate morality. Cultivate oneself, govern one's family, organize the country, let peace abound to all. Master, Su Ran is a crippled person, so I absolutely cannot live up to such a name. Which man didn't harbor dreams of being a hero in his heart? Unfortunately, his dreams had all been shattered in his youth, when he had to sacrifice himself at the gates of the imperial palace to allow his family to survive a disastrous year. Luckily, he had been given to an enlightened master who took him along to learn the classics, study martial arts, and discuss the governance of a country. His master never looked down upon him. Compared to the other eunuchs, who were firmly stepped upon by the older, more experienced eunuchs, or someone who had been used as scapegoat, he was truly quite fortunate compared to his other colleagues who had also had their dignities erased at the gates of the palace. Zhu Junfan's eyes opened wide and he slapped the table. "If this lord says you can live up to the name, then you can." Su Ran, what has this lord normally said to you? A deficiency in the body doesn't mean much. A true man has self-confidence, self-love, and self-dignity. Su Ran, with your talents and abilities, you absolutely would be able to govern and pacify the country if you left the palace. You're not worse than other people. Whoever claims you can't live up to this name, make them find me. Su Ran could only treat this master, who was simultaneously his teacher, friend, master, and confidant, with the utmost sincerity and return his kindness with all of his efforts. If the master required it, he would gladly sacrifice himself through all tortures without a single thought. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit regretful inside. What a wonderful person, yet he was a eunuch. Although he was quite eye-catching, he couldn't be considered a real man in this era. This old society was too hateful to have such palace customs abound. Su Ran was just about to say something when the expression on his gentle face changed. His whole body started to itch as if he had just been bitten by multitudes of mosquitoes. He tried to endure for some time but finally couldn't stop himself from using his hand to scratch his neck. His neck, right arm, and other parts of his body that were hidden by clothing all had large welts raised on it. "Master, these locusts can't be eaten." Su Ran stopped Zhu Junfan from placing a locust in his mouth as the itchiness caused his face to flush a bright red. Yu Xiaoxiao acutely spotted the large welts on his neck and exclaimed, "Sir Su, you're allergic. Those who are sensitive often have allergic reactions to locusts. Let me go grab some prepared medicinal solution, just wait a moment." At first, when Zhu Junfan saw Su Ran's uncomfortable expression, he felt quite nervous. After hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's explanation, he immediately grinned, "So apparently Su Ran is allergic to locusts. I'm pretty sure that you also can't eat foods like silkworm cocoons and other similar creatures. Fried cicadas are quite delicious. What a pity, what a pity." Yu Xiaoxiao retrieved a small bottle from her room. The bottle was filled mostly with mystic stone water and the rest of the ingredients were some herbs that stopped itching and reduced inflammation. She handed the bottle over to Su Ran. "Use half of it to drink and half of it on your body. It should work very quickly. Little Shish too, bring Sir Su to your room. Help him treat the areas on his back that he can't easily reach." After he saw Su Ran enter the west room with little Shish too, Zhu Junyang picked up another fried locust and ate it noisily and with relish. He commented, so delicate, he can even have problems from eating locusts. This prince has eaten so many, yet I don't have any problems at all, right? Once Zhu Junfan found out that his eunuch wasn't allergic to a medicinal ingredient, he knew that it wasn't too serious. Furthermore, Su Ran only ate one locust too. He watched as his younger cousin eat the locusts with obvious delight and also grabbed a locust that was fat in the belly. He placed the food in his mouth and slowly tasted it. As expected, it was truly quite good. It was actually very similar to the fried butterfly shrimp from KFC and had a savory and addicting taste. However, the dish that he liked the most still had to be that bowl full of savory and spicy river snails. He used his hands to pick up one and then placed it by his mouth as he sucked. All of the broth and meat was delivered into his mouth. After gently chewing a couple of times, the savory and spicy taste lingered in his mouth and could not be forgotten. In one meal, almost half of the large basin of savory and spicy river snails had been eaten by him alone. He also ate a lot of fried locusts and pork stewed with vermicelli. Only after his stomach was so bloated that he couldn't eat another bite did Zhu Junfan finally put his chopsticks down. His eyes whirled around and then Zhu Junfan pointed at the plate of vermicelli to ask, "This vermicelli is quite delicious. Was it personally made by Xiao Cao?" At first, little Shishtu was a bit reserved when he first met the heir of Prince Jing, since the man had a noble identity. After spending time with the guest and noticing that he was quite easy to get along with, even easier than the young royal prince, he relaxed. He smiled in delight. "My second sister's handmade vermicelli isn't even in thickness and is a bit ugly. This vermicelli is all from third young master Zhou's factory." So what you're saying is that Xiao Cao truly knows how to make vermicelli? Zhu Junfan continued to ask with an ulterior motive. Little Shishtu proudly replied, "My second sister is too awesome!" Exclamation mark. Vermicelli is something that my second sister had taught third young master Zhou's factory workers to make. My second sister also knows how to make roasted chicken, salted duck, roasted duck, and they're all more authentic than the ones made by Junshou restaurant. My lord, if you're not in a hurry to go back to the capital, you can spend some time trying my second sister's culinary talents. After my headmaster ate the food my second sister made, he said that he never wanted to eat the food at restaurants again. He stated all of the food was only fit for pigs to eat. Zhu Junfan was even more sure now that Yu Xiaoxiao was a transmigrator. He pouted and said, "From what you're saying, I've eaten more than 27 years worth of food, only fit for pigs to eat." Eating food that was only fit for pigs to eat, didn't that also mean he was a pig? Little Shishtu didn't dare to reply and stared imploringly at his second sister. Yu Xiaoxiao received her younger brother's gaze asking for help and glared at him. "Are you still proud now? The more you talk, the more likely you'll make a mistake. You can't offend someone by not talking. What was the point of studying so much?" She smiled at the heir of Prince Jing, and said, "There are many famous chefs in the world. Any one of them would be able to bypass me, a commoner girl. My younger brother is only boasting because I am his family, you know, just trying to sell me up. My lord, don't take these words to heart and lower yourself to this little boy." At this point, Su Ran had just come out of the west room. Although he still had some welts on his neck, it looked like it wasn't as itchy as before. The expression on his face had also become gentle and elegant again. Zhu Junfan made fun of him. "Su Ran, fried locusts are quite delicious, it's such a pity that you can't have any. Luckily, I'm not allergic to locusts so I can eat my fill." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled. "It's not that he can't eat any. I've made a few jars of grasshopper sauce. After fermenting, it won't cause an allergic reaction. If Sir Su is interested, I can give you a jar when you head back to the capital. When you're eating it, make sure to stir-fry it in some oil and it'll really make the food go down." After Zhu Junyang heard this, he grumbled sourly from the side, "You're so cruel. The last time I was here, how come you didn't give me a jar to bring back to the capital? Those 2 carts of grain were used to feed an ungrateful dog." Yu Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips and retorted with quite a bit of heat, "What are you saying? If you don't feel happy about sending us the grain, then pull them back to the capital. It's not as if we'll starve to death without your 2 carts of grain, right? The last time you left, the jars of grasshopper sauce hadn't finished fermenting yet. How could I let you bring some back?" Zhu Junyang felt the knot in his heart relax when he found out that she hadn't given him any grasshopper sauce because it wasn't ready, not because she was treating him differently. He looked up at Yu Xiaoxiao, who still had her hands indignantly on her hips, and quietly muttered, "You only show your temper around me. You're always gentle and accommodating to other people, with a smile on your face. However, when it comes to me, it's like you want to strangle me." Yu Xiaoxiao let out a laugh to relieve her temper. "Isn't it because I treat you like one of my own family members that I'm this impolite to you? That being said, it's only because you, young royal prince, have an easygoing temper that I can be this unrestrained in front of you." Zhu Junfan watched the 2 of them squabble with great interest. The only thing he was missing was a plate full of roasted melon seeds for him to snack on. After hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's last sentence, he almost choked on his own saliva. Royal Prince Yong had a good temper. That was the most unbelievable lie he had ever heard. Did she think his nickname of cold-faced death god was just for giggles? When this guy lost his temper, he didn't recognize any of his family members and would even beat up the heavenly emperor himself if he came down. All of the rich playboys who tried to mess with him had all been beaten until they cried for their parents. His younger cousin had caused a lot of trouble for him ever since his childhood. This fellow gave him such a headache, yet there was someone praising him for having a good temper. Yu Xiaoxiao, are you blind? As for Zhu Junyang, who had just been called one of my own family members by Yu Xiaoxiao, he was feeling quite good now. All of the resentment he had earlier had immediately dissipated. Everything this little girl said was right. People generally treated the people closest to them with their truest natures. The little girl was as clever as a fox, so she naturally knew who truly treated her well and thus treated them back with the same sincerity. Zhu Junfan inspected his younger cousin with renewed interest. His cousin was smiling like a fool after being flattered by a little girl. Zhu Junfan couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. Zhongwen Emperor, Zhu Junfan, spent 5 days in Tangu town, and he went to Dongshan village with his younger cousin every day. The villagers of Dongshan village were burning with curiosity, and they kept talking about the Yu family being so lucky. First, they became adoptive relatives with a general. After that, they received special treatment from Royal Prince Yong. Now, they had also become acquainted with the heir of Prince Jing's household. Madame Zhang curled her lips and sourly said, so what if they're acquainted with Prince Jing's heir? Can they be rewarded with a position of an official? When the lord returns to the capital, will he still remember who the heck Yu Hai is? The villagers are so snobby. Seeing that Yu Hai's family has become rich, they're all fawning over them. So shameless. Madame Li, who she was talking to, wrinkled her big face and groaned, Mother, if we didn't divide the family, wouldn't these benefits apply to our entire Yu family? Perhaps younger brother-in-law can also benefit from this. As the saying goes, the gatekeeper of the Prime Minister's estate is considered a 7th-rank official. If one can be liked by the heir of Prince Jing's household and become the gatekeeper of the Prince Jing's estate, then that would be even more honorable than being a county magistrate. Madame Zhang was especially concerned about everything related to her youngest son. When she heard Madame Li's words, Madame Zhang's heart somewhat swayed. Her triangular eyes darted around as she considered the possibilities. It was impossible with Yu Hai since he had a grudge against her for the murder of his mother. That grateful Yu Hai probably wanted to devour her, let alone help her. However, she could try talking with old Yu. Even if they were no longer a married couple, Yu Bo was still their son. If their son became well off, wouldn't the father also benefit from it? As a result, one evening after dinner, Madame Zhang blocked old Yu's path when she saw him coming out for a stroll. Looking at Madame Zhang's wrinkled old face, old Yu couldn't help but turn his head and say, We're already divorced, why are you looking for me? With how you treated me, I have already left you off easily by not reporting you to the Yamen and suing you for attempted murder. Stay away from me so that no one will gossip about us. Madame Zhang's mouth twitched, but she forced out a smile and said, Zhaobo's father, no matter what, we were once husband and wife. I used to be muddle-headed and made irreparable mistakes. For the sake of the children. Don't mention the children. Over all these years, it's not like you don't know how I treated the child who you brought over from your previous marriage. But, what about you? How did you treat my children? You married Kaifeng off to a remote village far away, moreover, he was a widower. Dahai is such a capable and kind child yet you treated his family so harshly for so long. I won't settle these old grudges with you. We're people who have gotten divorced, so if we meet in the future, it's better to pretend that we don't know each other. With his hands clasped between his back, old Yu didn't even look at Madame Zhang. Since he came to Dahai's house, he had been drinking extremely expensive tonics and eating lavish meals. Moreover, they didn't let him do any work at all. Kaifeng and Dahai were both very filial, and their children also lived happily together with their parents. He didn't have to listen to Madame Zhang's shrill and sour complaints, as well as the sound of Madame Li indirectly scolding Dashan. With the exception of being somewhat worried about his youngest son, who was studying away from home, old Yu felt very content with his life. Madame Zhang must have regretted her decision, and thus stopped him in order to talk to him. She wanted to trick him to go back to do laborious work for her, and then kick him to the side when he couldn't work anymore. Did she think he was stupid? Why would he go back to be tortured by her when he could enjoy a good and leisurely life? Madame Zhang stepped forward and blocked in front of old Yu, saying, Child's father, I don't blame you for not thinking of our past relationship as a married couple. However, Zhaobo is a descendant of your Yu family. You can't disregard him. Old Yu stopped in his tracks. His expression changed as he said, What's wrong with third son? What happened now? Didn't I tell him to focus on studying and don't try to advance through crooked methods? If he can't continue to stay in the prefectural city, then tell him to come back to farm. Madame Zhang couldn't bear others saying bad things about her younger son. She raised her sparse eyebrows and hollered, My Zhaobo is doing very well in the prefectural city. How can you curse your son like that? He said that he will definitely pass the county level examination next year, so you can just wait to have a county official as a son. Old Yu finally felt relieved. He glared at the old woman and said, You said he's doing fine, so what do I need to worry about? I barely know how to read, so what can I help him with? Just tell him to study steadfastly. That's better than anything. Seeing that old Yu still cared about their son, Madame Zhang immediately felt slightly more relieved. She looked around and said, In the plays, they say, it's easier to be an official if one knows someone in court. Our Zhaobo will certainly become an official in the future, but if he doesn't have any connections, he will definitely have to work a difficult path. What do you mean? Just say it. Old Yu frowned as he looked at the old face that moved closer to him. Madame Zhang suppressed the displeasure in her heart and said, Didn't that good son of yours become acquainted with some heir in the imperial court? The heir will inherit the prince's position in the future, so how can he not have some assistants beside him? Our Zhaobo is a capable and fine-looking man. If someone can help him out, the heir will definitely recognize his abilities. He will surely have a bright future. As his father, won't you also feel honored? Old Yu's heart slightly swayed, but as if he thought of something, he scolded Madame Zhang, You're thinking of crooked methods again. Don't you think that you have harmed your son enough already? Did you already forget the lesson from last time? As long as he has the capability, why would he need to worry about not having opportunities in the future? Is this your idea, or third son's idea? Madame Zhang shrunk her neck and said unwillingly, It's my idea. If it wasn't for that stupid girl, Yu Xiaosao, would Zhaobo's incident become so big? Zhaobo was implicated by Yu Xiaosao. Upon hearing this, old Yu's temper immediately flared up. This stupid woman was deliberately distorting the truth. Had it not been for Dahai's family's xiaoxiao, the family's money would have all been cheated by that swindler. How would they still have money to send their son to study in the prefectural city? Shut up. If you and third son weren't harboring improper intentions and trying to enter Rongshuan Academy through the back door, would you have been deceived? Had it not been for our xiaoxiao, you too would be helping them count the money after being sold. Yet you still have the face to complain about xiaoxiao. At that time, we shouldn't have helped you guys. What an ungrateful and vicious person. Ah. Old Yu was so angry that he lost his temper. He ignored Madame Zhang's shouts and left with great strides. Old Yu had recuperated at Yu Hai's house for over a month, so his body had become stronger than before. His waist wasn't bent, and his back wasn't hunched. There were less wrinkles on his face, and thus he looked several years younger than Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang's life wasn't very happy right now. Her eldest son, who was encouraged by his wife, had actually started to keep a private purse. She was receiving less and less of the money that he earned from selling fish every day. From time to time, her younger son, who was in the prefectural city, would send messages back asking for this and that. Her savings were getting smaller and smaller. Madame Zhang couldn't eat or sleep well. She was already so old, but she still had to go dig for spoonworms like those young people. Before Yu Hai separated from the family, she only needed to collect the money and didn't have to personally do the housework. It was such a leisurely life. Now, she couldn't depend on that lazy woman, Madame Li, at all. She had to worry about every aspect of their household. As a result, she had aged considerably over the past 2 years. Meanwhile, when old Yu got home, he kept tossing and turning on the bed and couldn't fall asleep. After all, Yu Bo was also his flesh and blood, and they had spent over 10 years nurturing him to be a scholar. There wasn't any father who didn't want their child to be successful. But, he couldn't open his mouth. Yu Hai was just helping Royal Prince Yong plant some corn because he was a good farmer. The Royal Prince was just giving them some face because they were helping him. Disregarding whether the Royal Prince would agree, if he asked Dahai to help him ask for a favor, he was afraid that the prince would blame Dahai for being insatiable. This night, old Yu hardly closed his eyes. When he got up the next day, the dark circles under his eyes were particularly apparent. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her grandfather's depressed appearance in surprise and asked, "Grandfather, are you not feeling well? Do you need to see a doctor?" Old Yu waved his hands and said, "I'm in good health. There's nothing wrong. It's not easy to earn money, so don't spend them so easily." Yu Xiaoxiao advised, "Is money more important, or people? The money spent can be earned again. If you're ill, then you must treat it quickly. If it's delayed and becomes more serious, then we'll have to spend more money." Old Yu sighed and said, "I'm really fine. It's just that there's something bothering me, so I couldn't sleep the entire night. If something is bothering you, just tell the family and we'll think of a solution together. No matter how difficult it is, as long as the whole family works together, it can be solved." He was fine yesterday, but grandfather suddenly had something on his mind after taking a stroll last night. Could it be that Madame Zhang's side caused trouble again? Yu Xiaoxiao had inadvertently stumbled on the truth. Although this granddaughter of his was young, she had a lot of ideas. After coming here, he had seen very clearly that even Yu Hai, the head of the household, would first ask for the lass's opinion before making any decisions. This lass was indeed very capable. With just one trip to town, she was able to create a pesticide to kill the locusts and plant vegetables. These vegetables were sold at the price of meat, and they could make several taels of income daily. Perhaps, she could come up with a solution. Old Yu briefly hesitated, and then told her what Madame Zhang said to him yesterday. He looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and slightly anxiously said, "Cower, what do you think?" Sure enough, it was Madame Zhang again. This Madame Zhang was such a troublemaker. Everyone related to her would be unlucky. However, seeing old Yu's anticipating gaze, she really couldn't outright reject him. She thought about it and decided to stall for some time. "Grandfather, I'm not really sure either. Why don't I ask the young royal prince later?" Yu Xiaoxiao replied. Old Yu repeatedly nodded his head and seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief as he said, "Yes, that's right. Ask the royal prince first. He's closer to our family. Even if we say something wrong, he won't punish us." Not long later, the heir of Prince Jing came with his imperial bodyguards, and Royal Prince Yong naturally also came along. Zhu Junfan was apparently in high spirits. Displaying the bow and arrow in his hands, he said to Yu Hai, "This prince heard that you're good at hunting. Come, let's compete to see who catches game first. We can add something for lunch." Yu Hai was still frightened by the incident with the bear last time. These two noblemen in front of him, one was the heir of Prince Jing's household, while the other was someone favored by the emperor. If there were any mishaps, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. "My lord, we're in the midst of famine. The wild animals in the mountain lack food, so they're very ferocious now. Even if we catch game, they are probably just skin and bones. If you want to eat pork, this commoner can go buy some in the neighboring village." Before Yu Hai had finished speaking, Zhu Junfan interrupted, "How can purchased pork be better than meat hunted by oneself? Don't worry, this prince's imperial bodyguards can all single-handedly fight with a ferocious tiger. I'm afraid we won't encounter them, but if we do, I'm certain that they won't be able to return." With no other choice, Yu Hai could only take the heir of Prince Jing and his party to walk around the periphery of the West Mountain. Yu Xiaoxiao was also conveniently taken along by Zhu Junyang. The drought was still ongoing. The grass and trees on the mountain that had been eaten by the locusts had all withered. The entire West Mountain was like an old man with a scalp full of lumps. Yu Xiaoxiao's initial worries weren't superfluous. The herbivores who lost vegetations as their source of food were faced with hunger, and some had died because they couldn't find food. In a gap between stones not far from the road, Yu Xiaoxiao found a dead wild hare that was scrawny and had mottled fur. It looked very miserable. The group didn't travel for long before encountering a family of wild boars. 2 adult boars came out to search for food with 3 young boars. Fortunately, the wild boars could use their tusks to dig out the grass roots in the soil and gnaw on the tree barks. Although they looked slightly thin, they still appeared quite spirited. The imperial bodyguards of the heir of Prince Jing surrounded the boar family as their master pulled back his bow and shot his arrow at the male boar's eyes. Wild boars had thick and rough skin, so it was usually very difficult for ordinary arrows to penetrate their thick skin. In order to kill it in one shot, one had to aim for its weakness, the eyes. The male boar seemed to have noticed the upcoming danger, becoming grumpy and restless. With the female boar and his children, he was about to leave this place that made him uneasy. Just as he blinked his little eyes and wanted to find a way out of this dangerous situation, Zhu Junfan shot an arrow through the wild boar's eyes and penetrated deeply into the boar's head. The male boar instantly died before he could even make a sound. Seeing this, Yu Hai inwardly complimented, excellent skills. When the female boar realized that her husband had been killed, she became crazy and ran aimlessly through the forest. Coincidentally, she was charging directly towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Due to the little divine stone, Yu Xiaoxiao had an affinity with taming animals, but she had no way to deal with a crazy boar that could allegedly defeat a bear. As the tusk of the wild boar was about to penetrate her body, Yu Xiaoxiao felt her body becoming light and found herself on top of a tree in a blink of an eye. She looked at the arm that was around her waist, and then turned to see the young royal prince's icy face. It turned out that at that critical moment, Zhu Junyang had hugged her waist and jumped up on a big, slanted tree nearby. Qinggong, you know how to use Qinggong. Yu Xiaoxiao's pair of big eyes twinkled with light. Her apparent admiration made Zhu Junyang very confident about himself. He feigned indifference and faintly said, it's a basic skill for martial artists to be able to raise their qi and lighten their bodies. It's nothing special. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to look at him with admiration and asked, after practicing Qinggong, can one really leap onto roofs and vault over walls? And climb cliffs and mountains as though walking on flat ground? Zhu Junyang nodded slightly and said, in theory, it's possible. As long as one can find the right foothold, there shouldn't be any problems with climbing a cliff. Wow, so amazing. Young royal prince, can you teach me Qinggong? Yu Xiaoxiao had long forgotten that there was a large boar attacking them under the tree, and was completely focused on her desire to learn the Qinggong. Zhu Junyang looked at her weak and frail body and said with lips curled up, let's forget it. Qinggong isn't a specific type of martial arts. It's supported by one's inner energy. If you start learning now, you will have to practice for at least 10 to 20 years to achieve moderate success. At that time, you should be able to jump up a tree this tall. Yu Xiaoxiao's desire to become a chivalrous heroine, who could leap on roofs and vault on walls, instantly disappeared by half when heard that she also needed to cultivate inner energy. Moreover, after practicing for 10 to 20 years, she could only jump up a 3 to 4 meter tall tree. She was capable of climbing up such a tall tree without learning Qinggong, okay. As they spoke, Zhu Junfan had already killed that wild boar that was crazily charging at the tree. The 3 younger boars should have been born recently, but they were very difficult to tame. However, they weren't opponents to the imperial bodyguards and were soon captured alive. Don't kill those young boars. We can raise them at home and slaughter them when they get fatter. Yu Xiaoxiao nimbly got down from the tree and suggested as she looked at the screeching boars in the guard's hands. These young boars didn't even add up to 20 catties in total, and they were so thin that their stomachs were shriveled. There was barely any meat to eat. It was better to raise them at home, and then slaughter them for meat a few years later. Zhu Junfan made a listen to her expression to the imperial bodyguards, and then teased his younger cousin, Junyang Ah. Where's your bow? It's not like you to go hunting without your bow and arrows and hide on a tree when encountering danger. Ah. Zhu Junyang glanced at the emperor with his long, charming phoenix eyes and had a look of indifference to his provocation. But Yu Xiaoxiao jumped out and said, the young royal prince suffered an injury on his arms. He can't lift heavy things or use a bow for half a year. What kind of older brother are you? You don't know anything about your younger brother's injury, moreover, you're also teasing him. Impudent. Zhu Junfan's personal imperial bodyguard glared at her with large, copper bell-like eyes and hollered. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid of him. Her godfather's eyes were much bigger than his, okay. Even if he didn't glare at people, he still looked more stern than him. She raised her little nose and snorted at the imperial bodyguard, stop pretending to intimidate people. Your master didn't even say anything yet, so how dare you speak? My lord, your subordinate doesn't know any proper manner. He needs to be properly disciplined. Zhu Junfan still had a smile on his face as he nodded in assent, you're right. Miss Xiaoxiao is right. As an older brother, I'm not caring enough about my younger brother. You, what are you still doing here? Aren't you going to withdraw? Su Ran lightly glanced at the imperial guard and nonchalantly said, when you return, remember to receive your punishment at the punishment chamber. The imperial bodyguard's forehead was full of cold sweat, so it was apparent that the punishment chamber that the head steward mentioned was a very terrifying place. Yu Xiaoxiao felt some sympathy for him and said, Sir Su, since it was his first offense, please spare him this once. After all, he was just trying to protect his master. The imperial bodyguards that the emperor brought along this time were all trained by Su Ran, and they were all elite bodyguards. They had already experienced Su Ran's methods of handling people in situations, so when facing this handsome young man, who appeared seemingly harmless, the imperial bodyguards were all like mice seeing a cat. They were all extremely terrified of him. Su Ran had a well-known characteristic, which was the fact that no one was allowed to refute his decisions. Even the emperor wouldn't be able to change his mind. As a result, those imperial guards who made a mistake could only hope for the best. Su Ran looked at the little girl in front of him with a smile on his face. So it turned out that she was a kind-hearted girl who didn't hold grudges. With a gentle voice, he softly said, he scolded you, and had such a bad attitude. I'm helping you punish him, so shouldn't you be happy? I was indeed being disrespectful to the heir of Prince Jing. What's wrong with the Imperial bodyguard brother faithfully protecting his master? Yu Xiaoxiao helped put in a good word for the Imperial bodyguard without any ill feelings. You also said that he didn't have the right to speak when his master hadn't spoken. Seeing that the little girl was reasoning with him in a serious manner, Su Ran began to tease her. The Imperial bodyguards were all amazed. Normally, the fellow who dared to contradict the head steward would have already been smacked to death by him. There was no way that he would be so kind as to reason with the little girl in such an affable manner. The master's dignity was provoked, so of course, the subordinate should immediately jump out in his defense. If he only waited for his master's orders, then he would be too tactless. From my perspective, I will definitely feel unhappy after being reprimanded by him. On the other hand, from the standpoint of the Imperial bodyguard brother, not only should he not be punished, but this is also something he should be praised for. Yu Xiaoxiao wholeheartedly felt that the Imperial bodyguard didn't do anything wrong. Why should he be punished? Su Ran had an even deeper smile on his face. Based on what you're saying, I'm in the wrong for punishing him. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded and said, if you insist on punishing him, then that's definitely not right. The heir of Prince Jing only ordered the guard to withdraw, and didn't say that he should be punished. Why are you acting on his behalf? You are both subordinates of the heir. Although your position is slightly higher than his, you shouldn't act this way because others will hold grudges against you. Sir Su, you should win people's heart with virtue. All the bodyguards inwardly took in a breath of cold air. The head steward got disciplined by a little girl. This little girl is going to be so miserable. Those who disciplined the head steward a long time ago had long become a pile of bones. Zhu Junfan, on the other hand, watched the little lass of the Yu family lecture Su Ran with great interest. She had a series of logic, and even knew the principle of, win people with virtue. Interesting. What surprised everyone the most was that Su Ran actually nodded solemnly and said, Miss Xiaoxiao is right. Only by convincing people with virtue can people truly be convinced. Since you don't think it's reasonable to punish him, then let's withdraw his punishment. Sir Su is wise. Yu Xiaoxiao slightly flattered him. When she turned her gaze to the Imperial guard, she noticed that the cold sweat on his forehead still hadn't dried yet. Sir Su was such a gentle and amiable person. Why did the Imperial bodyguard brother look as if he had seen a ghost? Wasn't he too cowardly? When Zhu Junfan saw his Imperial bodyguards looking as if they had seen a ghost, he hastily suppressed his laughter and asked, Junyong, what happened to your arms? It sounds pretty serious. With an emotionless face, Zhu Junyong simply answered, it's fine now. Zhu Junfan looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with questioning eyes, and it was apparent that he wanted her to explain. Yu Xiaoxiao did as he expected, saying, in order to save my father, he hurt the tendons and muscles in his arm when drawing a bow that he didn't usually use. Fortunately, Dr. Sun has excellent medical skills and cured his arms. However, there's still half a year of recovery period. He can't carry heavy loads with his arms. He just carried you up a tree earlier. Would it hurt his arms? Zhu Junfan knew that the injury of muscles and tendons was very serious. This younger cousin of his was too willful and reckless. Zhu Junfan knew about that bow of his. Even two well-known strong men in the military couldn't draw back the bow together, yet he actually pulled it forcibly. Did he still want his arms? Zhu Junfan couldn't help but worry. Zhu Junyong endured the faint pain in his arms and simply said, she barely has any meat on her body, and isn't even as heavy as a little chick. She can't be considered a heavy load. I may look thin, but I have meat on my bones, okay. Yu Xiaoxiao was most annoyed at people who said that she was skinny. She clearly ate a lot of food for every meal and even had a better appetite than Xiaolian, but she still couldn't gain much weight. However, she thought that she was very well proportioned. She wasn't emaciated with just bones and skin. As long as she was healthy, wasn't it better to be thin than fat? At least she didn't have to worry about losing weight. Yu Xiaoxiao touched the young royal prince's arm, and then widened her eyes and fiercely said, no matter what, I'm considered half a doctor. You must apply half a month more of medication on your arms. Don't speak. If you don't want to practice martial arts and draw a bow anymore, then you don't have to apply it. Zhu Junyong felt that the injury on his arms were not as serious as Yu Xiaoxiao said, but when he heard that there was a possibility that he couldn't practice martial arts and use a bow in the future, he immediately closed his mouth in cooperation. Wasn't it just applying ointment? It wouldn't hurt or itch, but it was just somewhat troublesome. Zhu Junfan was also worried about his younger cousin's arms, but seeing that his beast-like younger cousin behaved like an obedient and gentle cat in front of the lass, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's true that there is always one thing to overcome another awe. The purpose of this trip was to hunt for wild boars. Since they had caught the boars, they should go down the mountains now. The youngest son of the Yu family said that this Yu Xiaoxiao's culinary skills was even better than those at Junshou restaurant. When would he finally be able to eat the authentic roasted chicken and roasted duck? Zhu Junfan and his brother walked in front, while Yu Hai held his daughter's hands and followed closely behind them. The scene of the wild boar chasing his daughter just now had scared Yu Hai. He wished that it was him instead. However, he was too far from her and he couldn't run as fast as the boar. Thus, he could only stand there without doing anything. Fortunately, the young royal prince was beside his daughter and saved her. Yu Hai secretly vowed in his heart that he would never bring his daughter hunting in the mountains again. The imperial bodyguards carried the wild boars and young boars back. The bodyguard, who managed to escape punishment, followed the emperor faithfully. He occasionally looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with complex feelings of gratitude and shame. When the group came down the mountains, they happened to meet the Yu family's neighbor, Madame Mao. She widened her eyes and had a stunned expression on her face. Oh my god. You guys actually managed to catch 2 big wild boars. Oh, there are also 3 young boars. Ah, it's true that there are no weak soldiers under strong generals. Ah. The subordinates of the heir of Prince Jing are really outstanding. Yu Xiaoxiao warmly greeted Madame Mao. Auntie Qian, you're wrong. The heir was the one who killed the boars. The lord is amazing, he can shoot with great precision, killing one with each shot. Madame Mao quickly smiled and fawned on him, as expected of the heir of Prince Jing. Amazing, amazing. Zhu Junfan smiled faintly at her, and then walked past her. Madame Mao murmured, my god, are all the noblemen from the capital so good-looking? He looked like an immortal from the heavens. My heart is thumping because of his smile. Except for Yu Xiaoxiao and her father, everyone in the group practiced martial arts and had keen ears and eyes. So, although her voice was low, they all heard everything she said. Zhu Junfan's mouth twitched, and he took a few steps forwards, pretending that he didn't hear her. With a trace of smile in his eyes, Su Ran couldn't help but glance at the emperor. What are you looking at? You're also one of the noblemen from the capital. Zhu Junfan had always liked to squabble with this childhood friend of his. Su Ran chuckled and said solemnly, the matron is right. Master is indeed good-looking. I'm sincerely praising you. Ah. Zhu Junfan was quite satisfied with his delicately beautiful man appearance in this lifetime. Had it been in his previous life, there would definitely be a lot of talent scouts chasing after him. Being an actor was much more interesting than being an emperor. He was born in the wrong time period. When they got back to the Yu residence, it was quite laborious to tidy the 2 wild boars. Fortunately, old Yu was skilled in slaughtering pigs when he was younger. He borrowed a butcher knife from Li Dazu and skillfully handled the wild boars. The 2 wild boars looked thin, but they must have added up to a total of 500 to 600 catties. The weather was hot, so it wasn't easy to preserve meat. Fortunately, the Yu family had an ice house. The meat was divided into pieces and stored in the ice house. While the Yu family were handling the pig head and offal, Zhu Junfan went to take a look at the ice house. Little Shishtu warmly introduced the origin of their ice house and showed him the place where his second sister made ice. Zhu Junfan had heard about making ice with saltpeter in his past life, but he didn't know the specific ratio that was needed. He couldn't help but admire this fellow transmigrator of his. Zhu Junfan made a piece of ice by himself with great interest and transported it into the ice house. He decided to ask about the method of making ice, and then teach it to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. If they didn't have enough ice in the future, they could make it themselves. At noon, they ate a pig feast. There were the fresh and tender, pig blood soup, refreshing and tasty, stir-fried intestines, rich and fragrant, red braised intestines, exceptionally fragrant, stewed pork tripe, marinated pig tongue, with a crispy mouthfeel, and the chewy, braised pig trotters. They had over 10 dishes that were mostly made of pig's offal and odds and ends of a pig. When eaten, the taste was even more memorable than regular pork. As Su Ran gnawed on a trotter, he joked, our master brought 2 wild boars to your house, but Xiaoxiao, you're only treating our master to these unpresentable things. No matter what the food is, only its taste matters. How are these dishes unpresentable? Junshou restaurant's pig head meat and pig ears are very popular. Sir Su, could you please not eat so happily when making that comment? Yu Xiaoxiao loved gnawing on pig's tails. She stewed pig's tails with the pig snouts. It had a rich taste that didn't feel greasy. She could finish the 2 pig tails by herself. However, Zhu Junfan didn't let her do as she wished. Seeing that she was eating with relish, he picked up a piece of pigtail and started gnawing on it like her. As soon as he bit into it, his eyes lit up. It didn't matter whether or not he looked refined while eating. In front of delicious food, he needed to eat first and think later. He swiftly finished gnawing on a pig's tail, leaving only the bones. After that, he reached out his chopsticks towards the pig's snout. It seemed like Zhu Junyang liked to eat the stir-fried intestines the most. For this dish, she used the small part that connected the small intestines and large intestines, which wasn't much in quantity. It had a crispy texture when eaten, and it also had a lot of nutrients. The plate of stir-fried intestines was mostly devoured by him. The imperial bodyguard sat at one table, and thus ate in an unreserved manner. These men all liked to eat meat, so pig feast was just right for them. They enjoyed their food even more because of Yu Xiaoxiao's cooking skills. They completely devoured a table of nearly 20 dishes. Their stomachs were full, but they still wanted more. The imperial bodyguards really looked forward to their master staying in Dongshan village for a few more days. In this way, they could eat delicious food every day. The emperor was still the emperor after all, and thus had numerous affairs to attend to every day. It was already very good that he was able to secretly come out for a trip. During the few days that Zhu Junfan stayed in Tangu town, he had seen that the relief work was carried out in a timely manner and there wasn't a serious famine like he expected. Hence, he reluctantly left. The occupation of an emperor wasn't something that just anyone could do. There must be a large pile of imperial memorials for him to look through when he returns. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, stayed because he needed to apply medication for an extra half a month. In actuality, his arms weren't really affected by his use of strength this time. However, for sake of being cautious, Yu Xiaoxiao insisted that he use the ointment for a little longer. In order to prevent the young royal prince from traveling between town and Dongshan village, Yu Xiaoxiao had even offered them to stay at her godfather's house on the hillside. This house originally belonged to the Zhao family. After the Zhao family was bestowed the position of a general and returned to the capital, Fang Zizhen lived there. After Lady Fang came, she carefully cleaned up the house. The residence appeared simple and crude on the outside, but it was very warm and comfortable inside. The young royal prince settled down in the guest room of the house. Head steward Lu transferred some maidservants and servants from the residence in town over. Although the master didn't like being closely served by others, he still needed people to do the chores around him. He couldn't let him, a head steward, sweep the floor, boil water, and wipe the table, right? In a blink of an eye, the fleet transporting food had already been gone for over a month. If the people ate frugally, the food from the disaster relief could at most last them for 2 months. In other words, if the average priced grain couldn't be delivered back in 2 months, the common people would starve. Even if they received food from the relief, the villagers of Dongshan village still needed to plan the portions of their meals. They ate 2 meals a day. They had to work in the morning, so they filled their stomachs with flatbread made with a mixture of bran and coarse grain. At night, they just drank a bowl of porridge, and then lay on the bed to endure the hunger. Due to the locust plague and drought, the cost of living in the prefectural city had increased by a dozenfold. The academy that Yubo attended had already increased its tuition. Yubo kept spending money during the few days that he stayed in the prefectural city, but there wasn't enough money and food to support him. He had no choice but to pack his bags and go home. His wife's, Madame Zhao, maternal family wasn't very well off either. In a disaster year, they barely had enough to eat, so who would have the spare money to study? The school opened by Madame Zhao's father, Scholar Zhao, had been closed for a long time. The family didn't have any farmland and food, so if they relied on buying expensive grain to live, they would quickly use up all their money and resources. Madame Zhao's mother suggested to her daughter, "Isn't your older brother-in-law very capable? They made a lot of money from planting watermelons and vegetables, so their family must have food. I reckon you should bring Dudu back to Dongshan village. Your mother-in-law always fawns on you, so if she has something good to eat, there's no way that she would be unwilling to give them to you." "Mother, are you telling us to leave?" Madame Zhao was Scholar Zhao's only child, so her parents had doted on her since she was a child. She had never thought that her mother would drive her back to Dongshan village. Her mother sighed and said, "It's not that mother is being cruel in telling you to leave. As you can see, our family is short on food. The price of food is increasing day by day, and no one knows when it will stop. Mother doesn't have any other choice." Madame Zhao knew that her mother was telling the truth. Her eyes gradually reddened, and she said, "Mother, you're talking about second brother-in-law, who had already separated from the family. My mother-in-law is someone who never knows to leave a leeway when doing things. At their most difficult times, she made second brother-in-law's family leave home with barely anything. Think about it, would they still care about our lives after getting rich? But filial piety is the most important. Your mother-in-law isn't your second brother-in-law's real mother, but your father-in-law is still his biological father, right? He can't eat and live well himself and not even care if his father can fill his stomach, right? You guys haven't separated from the family, so it's natural for you guys to eat together. If old you has something to eat, then you guys will surely have a share, right?" Scholar Zhao's wife was very shrewd, and also very good at making meticulous plans. Madame Zhao couldn't lower herself to do this. At the beginning of the year, when everything was fine, she stayed at her maiden home and enjoyed a comfortable life. But to rush back to Dongshan village when there wasn't enough food to eat, she really couldn't do it. However, her maternal family was really running out of resources. They had been eating porridge for the past few days, and Dudu looked apparently thinner. She could eat less, but she felt very distressed when she saw her clever and lovely son's thin and listless face. Just as she was struggling with whether she should go back to Dongshan village, her husband returned from the prefectural city. Seeing that his originally chubby son had become so thin that even his chin had become sharp, Yubo immediately brought the mother-son pair back to Dongshan village. The maidservant who served Dudu had long been sold by Scholar Zhao's wife at the beginning of the disaster year. They could barely feed their own family, so how would they have enough food to support a stranger? Madame Zhao finally found out that her mother-in-law and father-in-law were divorced when Yubo's family of 3 got back to Dongshan village. She inwardly scolded her mother-in-law for being stupid. If father-in-law was still with the family, second brother-in-law would give them 10 taels monthly, which would be enough for the entire family to buy food. Well, wasn't it great now? They ended up with nothing. Moreover, the two families became enemies who didn't talk with each other. Seeing her younger son's family returning, Madame Zhang was so happy that she slaughtered the only hen in the pen. Without food, the chicken didn't lay any eggs. It was better to kill it to make stew for her son and grandson rather than raising it. She also grabbed a handful of white rice, which she treasured the most, to make porridge for her precious grandson to eat. Yubo and Dudu were the only ones who had a share of the chicken soup and porridge, while everyone else could only watch them eat. Madame Li immediately felt dissatisfied and shouted, "In order to support the family, my husband goes fishing in the sea every day without fail. Why aren't we allowed to eat? It's not right to be biased like this. If you only care about your younger son, then let's divide the family. Mother should just live with your younger son." Madame Zhang was so angry that she moved the basket of coarse grain pancakes closer to herself, glared fiercely at Madame Li, and said, "You're an expert at stirring up the household. Don't think that I don't know that you encourage your husband to save a private purse and keep at least half of the money he made from selling fish every day. You gluttonous and lazy wretch, you sleep late in the morning and eat more than everyone else. You want to split from the family? Okay, you 3, get out of here and live somewhere else. The family should be divided fairly. When Yu Hai separated from the family, he also got a run-down house. So why aren't we given a house when splitting from the family? Mother, Dashan is also your biological son. You can't just be partial and give everything to third brother-in-law." Unlike Madame Li wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. It was impossible to drive them out. Madame Zhang didn't argue with her. She stared at her eldest son and asked, "Dashan, what do you think? Do you also want to separate from the family?" Dashan was used to being subdued by his mother. Seeing that she was looking at him with eyes filled with rage, he slightly moved his mouth and then lowered his head. He didn't dare to even make a sound. Madame Li was so angry that she mercilessly pinched his arm. Dashan summoned up his courage and stammered, "Mother, it's my duty, as your son, to support you. However, I don't have the ability to support younger brother's entire family. Moreover, you're being too biased and giving everything to younger brother's family. My family's Heitzi is also your grandson. He does laborious work at the docks every day, but I have never seen you make delicious food for him. When Madame Zhang heard this, she knew that her simple and honest son had also become dissatisfied with her after being egged on. If her eldest son really separated from the family and moved out, how was she, a nearly dying old woman, supposed to support her younger son's studies? Madame Zhang lamented while crying, "Dash and ah. I raised you up with so much effort. In the most difficult times, mother had never thought about abandoning you. Now that you're all grown up, you want to be independent and not care about your mother, is that right?" "Mother, I didn't say I'm not going to care about you," Yu Dashan, who was still a dutiful son, hastily explained. Madame Zhang smacked her leg, sniffled her nose, and said, "Then what do you mean? Your younger brother didn't have much to eat in the prefectural city, and has become bone-thin. Also, little Dudu, who was originally such a chubby child, is so skinny that he barely has any meat on his body. They are your biological younger brother and nephew. How can you complain about them?" Yu Dashan looked at his younger brother, who had lost a lot of weight, and his nephew, who was scared and hiding in his mother's embrace. He lowered his head with shame. Seeing that her son was feeling somewhat remorseful, Madame Zhang struck the iron while it was hot and said, "At the beginning of next spring, your younger brother will take part in the county exams. After passing the county examinations, he must immediately participate in the imperial examinations held in autumn. If he passes that, he will be considered a provincial official. Scholars who pass the provincial exams can purchase an official title." "Mother, I won't donate to the government for an official title. I will pass the metropolitan exams and palace exams with my own abilities. I can't guarantee placing first, but I will at least get into the top 3. Those in the top 3 positions are imperial scholars who will be given an official position in the imperial court," Yu Bo confidently said. When Madame Zhang heard her younger son's words, she immediately beamed with delight and said, "Yes. My son is determined, just focus on studying and don't be discouraged." Yu Bo briefly hesitated, then asked, "I heard, second brother's little Shishtu is also participating in the county-level examinations next year. Is it true?" Madame Zhang curled up her lips and said, "Who knows? With how much little Shishtu plays and eats, he will be taking the exams in vain." Yu Bo nodded in agreement and said, "How many years has little Shishtu been studying? He barely knows how to read and write, yet they're already letting him take the exams. Does second brother take the imperial exams as a joke? Acting recklessly due to their impatience for success will ruin little Shishtu. Let's not worry about their matters. He can do whatever he wants." Madame Zhang saw that the heir of Prince Jing had already gone back, but old Yu still hadn't come to talk to her. She felt even more resentful towards old Yu and Yu Hai within her heart. However, they had evidence of her crime. She couldn't go cause trouble, so she could only ignore the existence of the family in the old residence. Hearing the confident words of her younger brother-in-law, Madame Li's heart started to sway again. Her husband had supported her younger brother-in-law's studies for so many years, and it wasn't easy to see the light of hope. Wasn't it a loss to separate from the family now? No way, they should wait until after next spring to decide whether they would divide the family. If her younger brother-in-law passed the exam, she would pretend that she had never mentioned this matter. If he didn't pass, then they shouldn't blame her, Li Guiwa, for being inconsiderate. Even if she had to take it up to the county yamen, she had to make sure that they get a fair split from the family. After dinner, Yu Bo's family of 3 returned to their own room. Madame Zhao fanned for her son, who was sleeping soundly holding his bloated belly. Her heart broke to see the way her son was drinking the porridge earlier. They hadn't eaten a hearty meal for a long time. "Husband, should we visit the old residence tomorrow? Although father-in-law and mother-in-law are divorced, he is still your father after all. If you don't visit him this time, what would the villagers say?" Madame Zhao reckoned that it was better to have a good relationship with people in the old residence. They couldn't depend on that stupid woman Madame Zhang. After all, her husband was related to them by blood. Even if one's bones were broken, the tendons were still connected. Yu Bo didn't have any ill feelings towards his second brother. When his second brother left the family with nothing, he had felt bad for him in his heart. However, he was very clear about his mother's temper. It was useless for him to say anything. He was seriously speechless about the reason for his parents' peaceful separation. He didn't expect his mother to be so cruel that she would rather watch his father die than spend money to get him treated. If his own wife looked forward to his death so that the family could feed one less person, then he would definitely divorce her. He wouldn't let her take away a single seed, let alone leave the house and all the money to her. His father's action was considered to be extremely benevolent. Hearing his wife's words, Yu Bo was very glad that he married such a reasonable wife. Looking at Madame Zhao with a smile, he nodded and said, Let's bring Dudu over to pay respects to father tomorrow. Are there any presentable gifts at home? After all, I haven't been home for nearly half a year, it's inappropriate to visit father empty-handed." Madame Zhao took out a piece of dark-colored fabric from the bottom of the box. Originally, she had wanted to use this fabric to make clothes for her own father. In order to have a good relationship with the old residents, she gritted her teeth and took it out. "Take this piece of fabric. There's nothing good at home, since we have already pawned most of our goods." Yu Bo knew that during this past half a year, his wife lived in her father's house without paying a single coin. It wasn't easy for his father-in-law's family. He took out a silver bit that was worth 1 tael from his bag and handed it to Madame Zhao. He said, "I saved this money by eating and living frugally in the prefectural city. Give it to mother-in-law. We can't let your parents starve because of you and our son." Madame Zhao was very moved. With reddened eyes, she carefully put away the money and whispered, "Originally, I planned to pawn some of my dowry to help my parents get through this difficult period. With this money, it's enough for my parents to eat frugally for half a month. Thank you, husband. We're a family, so why do you need to say thank you?" Father-in-law and mother-in-law has helped us a lot over the years. As a human being, one should have a conscience, right? Yubo held his wife's slightly rough hands. After the maidservant was sold, Madame Zhao had to personally do all the work. Coupled with not being able to fill her stomach, she appeared much more haggard. However, it made her look more delicately attractive. On the morning of the next day, Yubo slowly headed toward the west side of the village with his wife and child. His long gown stood out in the village. The villagers, who were chatting under the tree, greeted him upon seeing him. "Oh, isn't this old Yu's youngest son? You came back from the prefectural city. This must be Dudu. He's already so big, he has gotten taller in the past 2 years. Ah. Are you going to see your father? Zhaobo is quite filial. Ah. With a slight smile on his face, Yubo politely greeted the elderly men and women in the village. Madame Zhao also told her son to greet them as Grandpa and Grandma. The villagers all praised Yubo for being capable in Dudu's polite manners. After traveling across the entire Dongshan village, the family of 3 reached the foot of West Mountain. From afar, they could see the tall courtyard walls and the brick and tiled roof house of the Yu family's old residence. Madame Zhao bent down and said admiringly to her son, "Dudu, look. That's second uncle's house. Do you remember older brother Shishtu and older sister Xiaoxiao? You can see them soon." Dudu blinked his big eyes and softly said, "I remember older sister Xiaoxiao. The fish stew she made was very delicious." He even smacked his lips as he said that. With a slightly bitter smile, Madame Zhao tapped his small nose and said, You're indeed a little foodie." Yubo gently knocked on the door, but there was no response for a long time. Madame Zhao looked at him and said, "The courtyard is so big, would they be able to hear you if you knock so lightly?" Yubo laughed and shouted, "Is there anyone at home?" A crisp voice sounded, "Someone is knocking on the door. I'll go open it." There was a rush of footsteps in the courtyard, and the door quickly opened with a creak. A small head peeked out from behind the door. Lu Fangping looked curiously at the strangers in front of him with his large, round eyes. He politely asked, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Dudu pointed at Lu Fangping and asked his mother, older brother Shishtu." Madame Zhao looked at the unfamiliar little boy, shook her head, and said, "Dudu, he isn't older brother Shishtu. Are you guys looking for brother Shishtu? Quickly come in." Lu Fangping had never seen the 3 people in front of him, but since they knew brother Shishtu, they shouldn't be strangers. With a warm and gentle smile, Yubo asked the young boy, "What's your name? How old are you? Do you live here?" "My name is Lu Fangping and I'm almost 7 years old. I live in the house next door." Sister Xiaoxiao said that they had to treat guests in a warm and polite manner, which was something that Lu Fangping felt that he had accomplished. Live in the house next door, and surnamed Lu. When his mother delivered food to him in the prefectural city, she had once mentioned that his oldest sister had fled back home and got taken in by his second brother. Second brother treated oldest sister very well, and he even gave them a separate house to live in. Looking at the little guy's clothes and complexion, he should be living quite well. Seriously, what was wrong with second brother? He would rather help raise another family's children than help the family. "Eldest uncle, sister Xiaoxiao, we have guests." Lu Fangping skipped ahead, leading the way. As soon as Madame Zhao entered the door, she saw the fresh, green vegetables in the yard. There were no insects on them, and not even one locust could be found. It should be noted that villages around town had also tried planting autumn crops, but the locusts immediately devoured them as soon as tender buds sprouted. Thus, they wasted a lot of seeds in vain. How did second brother-in-law's family prevent their crops from being eaten by locusts? Grandfather, younger uncle came to see you. Yu Xiaoxiao poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted towards the rear yard. Old Yu and Yu Hai, who were picking vegetables in the rear yard, strode out of the rear yard with hands covered in mud. When old Yu saw his son, whom he had placed great hope in, his heart was full of complex emotions. His mouth slightly moved, and he finally said, "Zhaobo, when did you come back?" Yubo also silently looked at his father, whose face glowed with health and body appeared stronger than before. He inwardly sighed, "I almost couldn't see father anymore." Fortunately, there was second brother's family, or else, mother has indeed crossed the line this time. Yubo went forward and knelt in front of old Yu. He kowtowed to him 2 times and choked with sobs, saying, "Father, this unfilial son has come to see you." Old Yu's hands were stained with mud. He wanted to help his son up, but he was also afraid of dirtying his clothes. He quickly told Lu Fangping, who was standing on the side, "Fangping, quickly help your younger uncle up. Zhaobo, quickly get up. Quickly get up." Yubo slowly stood up and said to his son, who stood next to him, "Dudu, quickly greet grandfather." "Grandfather." Little Dudu looked at old Yu with slight shyness, and then lowered his head to look at his feet with his lips pursed. Yu Xiaoxiao came out of the kitchen with a basket of pancake made of a mixture of corn flour and wheat flour. She smiled at Yubo's family and said, "Younger uncle, younger aunt, you guys haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? Let's eat together. Grandfather, father, go wash your hands. The family can work together to pick vegetables after breakfast. There's still enough time." At this time, a strong fragrance wafted out of the kitchen. Breathing in the smell, little Dudu swallowed his saliva, pulled on the corner of his mother's clothes, and whispered, "Mother, it smells so good ah." Madame Zhao touched her son's thin face and said to Yu Xiaoxiao with a smile, "Cower, what delicious food are you making again? Such a mouthwatering smell." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Breakfast is relatively simple. I only cooked 2 plates of green vegetables. Oh, that's right. I also sautéed a pot of grasshopper sauce. It's made of the locusts that we caught. I don't know if younger aunt will like it." When Madame Zhao heard that it was made of locusts, she immediately felt her stomach turning. Yubo saw that his wife's face was being unsightly, so he quickly said, "Father, have second sister-in-law make a set of clothes for you with this piece of fabric." Son had been away for half a year, and thus was unable to serve and accompany you at home. I feel very ashamed. Mother is waiting for us to eat at home, so we won't stay for breakfast. Holding the cloth, old Yu was extremely moved in his heart. In the past, his youngest son had never bought anything for the family. He actually brought a gift when visiting him this time. His son had finally grown up. How could Yu just let his younger brother go? All visitors were guests. How could he let them go without eating? He pulled on his younger brother's arm and said, "Eat breakfast before leaving. You can rest assured that no matter how difficult this year is, your older brother can still treat you to a meal." Yu Kaifeng and her husband also came out of the backyard. Upon seeing Yu Bo's family, they were initially stunned, and then greeted them with a smile. "Zhaobo, you came. Quickly sit down, it's been such a long time since we, the three siblings, have eaten at the same table." When Yu Kaifeng got married, Yu Bo was already 7 years old. He remembered that when his mother arranged this marriage for his oldest sister, the whole family was opposed to it. However, his mother was greedy for the betrothal gifts and just married his oldest sister to the widower. Yu Bo looked behind his oldest sister and saw a dark-skinned man with an untrimmed beard. Standing next to his good-looking oldest sister, he looked apparently 7 or 8 years older. It was no wonder that his second brother's family was indifferent to his mother. It was understandable. While he was distracted by his thoughts, Yu Bo had already been pulled to sit at the table by his second brother. Little Shishtu pulled Dudu's small hand, pointed at the golden corn flour pancake, and introduced, "Dudu, this is made from corn that was grinded into flour. It's imported from a foreign land. It's very tasty. Look, it's scorched until it's a golden brown color in the back, so it's very crispy and fragrant when eaten. It's especially delicious if you have good teeth." Dudu looked at it, showed his pearly whites, and said, "Dudu's teeth are very good. There's no bugs." Little Shishtu chuckled and said, "Good, you can eat more later. This is grasshopper sauce, and it tastes better than shrimp paste." Little Dudu obediently let brother Shishtu take him to wash his hands. After drying his hands, he sat obediently on the small bench and waited to eat. Seeing that her husband and son had sat down, Madame Zhao didn't think that it was good for her to stand there, so she also sat down beside Madame Lu. Yu Xiaoxiao brought out the mushy corn porridge, which emitted a faint fragrance. Madame Zhao looked at the big pot of golden-colored corn porridge in surprise, and was attracted by its unique smell. She helped Xiaoxiao divide the porridge into everyone's bowls and gave everyone a big piece of pancake. Madame Lu was afraid that her younger sister-in-law would feel restrained, so she smiled and said, "There's still a lot of pancakes and porridge in the cauldrons, so don't be polite and just eat to your heart's content." Madame Zhao saw that there were a couple plates of green vegetables sautéed with oyster sauce, and a large plate and a small pot of sauce with alluring fragrance. There were also an unlimited quantity of pancakes and porridge. It appeared even more lavish than normal, so how was this still a meal eaten during a disaster year? Started eating already. This prince is a little late today. I had no choice since I encountered a big fellow on my way out. It took some effort to finally kill it. Zhu Junyang strode in with head steward Lu, who was walking behind him with a gray animal on his back. When head steward Lu threw the game on the ground, the Yu family finally saw that it was a wolf. Yu Hai was shocked and said, "It seems like the beasts in the deep mountains have run out of food. Even a lone wolf has come down the mountains to look for food. It seems that we need to set more traps nearby to be safe." The two wolf cubs, Little Black and Little White, curiously ran to the dead wolf and sniffed it with their noses. After that, they suddenly bared their teeth furiously at the dead wolf, making a fierce expression. "Oh, these two little fellows are quite good. If you train them, they will definitely be excellent hunting dogs." Zhu Junyang had long noticed that they were wolves, but seeing that the little guys were even more obedient than puppies in front Yu Xiaoxiao, he didn't say anything about it. Yu Hai was slightly worried as he asked, "Royal Prince, are you certain that this is a lone wolf? Wolf packs are the most vengeful. If any of them escaped, I'm afraid that there won't be any peace for the families that live nearby." Zhu Junyang sat down at the table that was specially prepared for him. He looked at him reassuringly and said, "What is there to be afraid of? With this prince here, even the largest wolf packs wouldn't be able to return alive. Wait until your arms have completely recovered and you can draw a bow before boasting." Yu Xiaoxiao filled a bowl of corn porridge and placed it in front of him. She tore the corn pancake, dipped it into the thick grasshopper sauce, and stuffed it into the young royal prince's hands. Zhu Junyang took a bite of the delicious corn pancakes. After chewing and swallowing it, he said, "Aren't you looking down on this prince? Does this prince need to use my hands to deal with the wolves nearby? I can just kick them down one by one. Do you see that tree over there? Believe it or not, this prince can break it with one kick." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the tree he pointed to. It was a tree that was even thicker than the opening of a bowl. She curled up her lips and said, "Young royal prince, it's better that you stop. Don't break your legs before your arms have even recovered. Alright, stop talking about this and eat." Zhu Junyang didn't bother to argue with the lass and ate the corn pancake with relish. At this time, Yu Bo finally found a chance to speak. "This student, Yu Bo, greets Royal Prince Yong." "Yu Bo, are you that uncle of Yu Xiaoxiao who wanted to use connections to go through the back door and serve in the Prince Jing's estate?" Zhu Junyang clearly held contempt for those who were unskilled and still shamelessly tried to gain favor with the rich and influential. Thus, he straightforwardly pointed it out in front of everyone. Yu Bo's expression changed, and he solemnly asked, "This student had just returned from the prefectural city yesterday. May I ask why your highness said that?" Zhu Junyang looked him up and down. Although he was a little far from him, he could still sense that the other party had impure intentions. With a smirk, he withdrew his gaze and replied, "Why did this prince say that? Wouldn't you know if you go back and ask your mother? Let this prince tell you. Our Prince Jing's estate will only accept those with true talent and knowledge." For the sake of Yu Xiaoxiao's family's face, he didn't say his own subtext, don't just stuff this trash and good for nothing into the Prince Jing's estate. The rest of the meal was tasteless for Yu Bo. There were several times that he looked at Royal Prince Yong and wanted to say something but ended up saying nothing. Royal Prince Yong, on the other hand, didn't even spare him a glance and focused all his attention on eating. His son, little Dudu, ate with delight. In front of him was the grasshopper sauce that Xiao Xiao especially made for children. It didn't have any chili peppers and there was some sugar added. The sauce tasted savory with a hint of sweetness and was a hit with children. Little Dudu ate the sauce with a large pancake. When they left, he was so stuffed that he could barely move and had to be carried back by his mother. When they got home, Yu Bo threw a temper tantrum at his old mother. He wailed that he had been working so hard in the prefectural city, yet she, his mother, was impeding his progress. Now the royal prince had such a bad impression of him. Even if he passed the exams in the future, it would be hard for him to be able to hook a large patron like Prince Jing's estate. After saying all of this, he started to sob loudly like a child. Madame Zhang panicked. She had originally wanted to help her son, yet she had overestimated her own capabilities. She watched as her youngest son sobbed his heart out and her eyes also turned red. She stamped her feet and said, I'll go apologize to the royal prince and tell him that this was all my idea. I was the one who brought you down. I'll kneel in front of him and have the royal prince change his opinion of you. Madame Zhao hurriedly pulled at her mother-in-law as anger bubbled within her heart. She silently cursed this pig of an ally, yet she could only persuade the other woman in a virtuous and sweet manner, Mother, don't go off and do something again. Please leave my husband a road to walk on. How could you say that? I'm trying to help Xiaobo. Madame Zhang glared fiercely at Madame Zhao with her red-rimmed eyes. When Madame Zhao saw her country bumpkin mother-in-law's eyes crusted with gunk, she hurriedly looked away as she continued to gently persuade, Mother, that royal prince does not look like a man who changes his mind easily. If you kneel in front of him, he not only will not think you are pitiful but also think that you're trying to threaten him. I'm afraid that it would only cause the opposite of your intended effect. Madame Zhang instantly was at a loss, then what can be done? So he's just fated to misunderstand our Xiaobo. Madame Zhao, after all, was the daughter of a man who passed the county-level exams and had grown up in a scholarly family. She thought for a bit and then said, there is nothing we can do at this point. Once this issue slowly fades from his mind, my husband can then use the chance to see father-in-law in the future and show off his outstanding side. More exposure will lead to more familiarity, and, in time, the royal prince will change his mind about my husband. Husband, right now you need to spend all of your time closeted up and studying at home. If you're able to pass the exams next year and get a high ranking, then, at that time, the royal prince will see you with a fresh pair of eyes. Yubo wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and sniffled a bit before he looked gratefully at Madame Zhao. It is still my wife who is knowledgeable. That's right, the royal prince himself had said it, solid learning is the most important of all. Next spring, I will absolutely have good results on the exam to prove my true talent. After finishing the fight, Yubo spent the rest of his time behind closed doors cramming. Other than eating or going to bed, he didn't leave his books even once. Madame Zhao had a few more tricks up her sleeve. She noticed that her second brother-in-law's children all seemed to really like Dudu, so she went over every couple of days to call on them with her son. Little Dudu also really liked going over to his second uncle's house. Every time he went, older sister Xiaoxiao would always give him something good to eat. Sometimes it would be a plate of delicious fried locusts, and sometimes it would be a perfectly roasted sweet potato. Other times, it would be a piece of boiled corn, and occasionally it would be a batch of salt and pepper sunflower seeds. The sunflower seeds were also goods that Royal Prince Yong had brought over from the Western Hemisphere. He gave Xiaoxiao a few seeds and allowed her to plant some on the perimeter of the back courtyard's wall. When the locust plague was approaching, Yu Xiaoxiao, with the help of the little divine stone, promoted the ripening of the sunflowers and managed to get enough to make 4 to 5 caddies of dried sunflower seeds. She set aside a portion to be used as seeds later and the rest had been roasted to become snacks. After Madame Lu tasted the roasted seeds, she hid 2 caddies worth of sunflower seeds and said that she was saving them for guests during the New Year celebrations. Madame Zhao's skill at the feminine arts were quite good, so her embroidered flowers and plants looked vivid and lifelike. She gave Xiaolian and Xiaoxiao each an embroidered handkerchief. After receiving it, Xiaolian wanted her younger aunt to teach her how to embroider. However, she was out early every day and only returned in the evening, so she only had time to learn in the evening. Thus, Madame Zhao came over every evening and diligently taught Xiaolian how to embroider. The Yu family didn't let her teach for free. Because Xiaolian had to pack up the stall late, the Yu family ate dinner later than a lot of people in town. Every time Madame Zhao brought Dudu over, they arrived just in time for dinner at the Yu family's. Thus, they allowed the 2 of them to eat dinner at their house. At first, Madame Zhao tactfully refused and stated that she had already eaten. Madame Zhang, like the vast majority of other villagers in Dongshan village, only had 2 meals a day at her house. One meal was at 9 to 10 in the morning and the second meal was around 3 to 4 in the afternoon. By the time the Yu family and the old residents had dinner, it was already 7 at night. So when Madame Zhao said she had already eaten, she wasn't lying. Yu Xiaoxiao had already found out through little Dudu just exactly when the 2 of them ate their second meal and what they ate. Madame Zhang only gave each person a bowl of watery gruel and a small plate of salted vegetables. By the time 7 o'clock rolled around, all of the food they had eaten at 3 to 4 in the afternoon had pretty much been digested. Thus, when little Dudu saw the table full of flatbread made with more white flour than coarse grain, and all of the tantalizing dishes, drool had long cooled in his mouth. Yu Xiaoxiao knew what type of personality Madame Zhao had. She wasn't the type of person who liked taking advantage of others like Madame Li. Thus, she didn't have any ill will towards the woman. The originally healthily plump little Dudu had been starved into a slender sprout. This made her feel bad inside. No matter how hard it got, children shouldn't have to suffer this much, right? Thus, Xiao Xiao persuaded her aunt, younger aunt, you're helping to teach us the feminine arts, so you're also considered half a teacher to us. It's only right and fair that the disciples provide their teacher a meal. Please don't decline the invitation anymore. If you continue to be this polite, how could Xiaolian and I have the nerve to bother you in the future? Madame Zhao couldn't refuse at this point and brought her son to the table to eat a bit. The next day, she deliberately came over half an hour later in order to come at a time when the Yu family had already finished eating dinner. However, as soon as she entered the courtyard, Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed her rumbling stomach and said, younger aunt, can you come over a bit earlier next time? We've been waiting for you to eat and we're about to faint from hunger. When she saw that the Yu family was sincerely inviting her over for the evening meal, Madame Zhao finally received it gratefully. After eating a couple of meals there, Madame Zhao had a new understanding of how her second brother-in-law's family was doing. They had just experienced the Locust disaster, so most families were tightening their waistbands. Most were just eating what they could, especially the evening meal. After eating that, most villagers would soon go to bed and didn't have to do any hard work. Thus, the vast majority of families didn't eat much for their second meal. However, Yu Hai's family still had plenty of large flatbreads to eat. Furthermore, every meal they had at least 4 dishes and a soup. The flatbreads were also made with more fine grains than coarse. Sometimes, they even used white wheat flour to roll out some noodles. Every 2 to 3 days, they would also stir-fry a couple plates of meat. The meat had apparently come from Royal Prince Yang's hunting. The meat changed from wild boar meat, wolf meat, hare meat, and wild pheasant meat. After half a month, her son's thin little face had regained some plumpness and he also became much more cheerful. Without her guidance, her son would run over to his second uncle's home to play. He spent his time with older brother Shishtu and older brother Fangping. They fed the chickens with locusts, gathered river snails to eat, or ran around with the other village children to the beach to gather seafood. At night, when he was dreaming, he would even yell, older brother Shishtu, I dug up a clam. Although her son had gotten tanner, his body was getting stronger and his appetite improved. For the sake of her son, she could only brazenly bum a meal off of her second brother-in-law's family. His family was honest and kind. Most of the time they would even let her bring some food back for her husband. However, they only had one request. The food could only be eaten by the 3 of them. After a month passed, all 3 of them had gained some much-needed weight and they looked much more healthy. When Madame Li noticed this, she stood in the middle of the courtyard and hollered, there are some people, who look all noble and virtuous, but are actually sneaks who hug onto the thighs of others and lick their feet. No matter if the leftovers are delicious or trash, they'll still willingly take it back home. Madame Zhang naturally knew that Madame Zhao often went to the old Yu residence. However, she always brought some good food back for her son. When she saw that her son had grown fatter, Madame Zhang was able to turn a blind eye to this. If there were people willing to help her raise her son and grandson, at no cost to her, what did she have against it? When she heard Madame Li's harsh words, Madame Zhang screamed at her, if you have the ability, then why don't you go hug their thigh too? I bet that, from the way you look, you wouldn't even be able to cross the threshold before they shoo you away. If you don't have the ability, then don't stand here like an idiot. Madame Li shut her mouth. Her mother-in-law was right. Last year, she had been caught in the middle of Yu Hai's melon fields and even ended up crushing some immature melons and not yet grown melon plants. Ever since that happened, no one at the old Yu residence welcomed her again. Sometimes she would brazenly go over to try her luck at pulling up some scallions or vegetables in the garden, but she would always be unceremoniously driven away by the fierce Yu Xiaoxiao. After her mother-in-law peacefully separated from her father-in-law, they had drawn a clear line between the 2 families. Thus, she had even less of an excuse to wheedle even 1 copper coin from them. Every evening, she would stealthily watch from the crack in the door as Madame Zhao brought food back home. She could barely hold back the saliva in her mouth as she silently cursed Yu Hai's whole family for their wealth and their persistence in fawning over her younger brother-in-law. She was certain that they were only doing this because they could bask in the glory of her third brother-in-law once he became a high-ranking official. What was the point in cursing though? Her husband, who was an unreliable and wooden man, could only watch stupidly from the side as other people ate good food and drank rich things. Time passed and it was at the point when the vast majority of villagers in Dongshan village could barely eat 1 meal a day. If more days passed, then the families would start going hungry. At this time, good news passed from the docks. The grain ships that had gone down to the south to bring back reasonably priced grain were now here. When Royal Prince Yong heard the news, he rushed over to the docks to organize the situation. The bodyguards under his command had already surrounded the perimeter in a tight formation to prevent the hungry commoners from causing a riot. Fang Zizhen also brought along some soldiers to help keep the peace. More than half of the construction on the harbor had been completed. The dock workers were currently hauling all of the grain off the ships and moving them into the warehouses that had already been finished. The grain would be sold the next day. Another batch of grain had been sent to the Yamen storehouse under the guard of the soldiers. They were preparing to open shops in Tangu town and the docks at the same time. The price of grain had already been decided and it would be almost the same price as it was before the Locust plague. Coarse grains would be sold for 5 copper coins a caddy and fine grains 10 copper coins a caddy. Because all of the grain would be sold for the price they had bought it for, the imperial court was going to undertake the costs of transportation and labor involved. When the news disseminated, a lot of the villagers rushed over that night and started to line up in front of the stores. Because the Yu family had a good relationship with Royal Prince Yong, the people of Dongshan village found out first. Thus, if someone looked closely at the long, winding line, they'd be able to see the villagers from Dongshan village in the front and middle of the line but not at the end. Several hundred ships had been dispatched to haul enough grain to supply the victims of the disaster area. Thus, there was no quota imposed on the grain. Some families had been scared after going hungry and planned on storing more grain at home. Thus, they took out all the money they had to buy some reasonably priced grain. There were also people who noticed that there was more than enough grain to be had and remembered that Royal Prince Yong had promised there would be a second and third shipment of reasonably priced grain, thus they only bought enough grain to last their family 2 months. The Yu family still had a lot of grain back home, so Yu Hai and Lu Hu took out the horse and donkey carts to help their fellow villagers transport grain back to Dongshan village. Because Royal Prince Yong had a connection to Tangu town, the first fleet of grain ships stopped at Tangu town first. However, there were a total of 3 prefectures and 19 villages that were affected by the locust plague. For the past 2 months, the commoners who lived in these prefectures and towns all had to tighten their waistbands. By now, most of their stores of grain had been almost exhausted. The villagers who lived closer to Tangu town all hurried over to the docks in town to line up to buy grain. For the next few days, the 20 or so reasonably priced grain shops in Tangu town and the docks had massively long lines in front of them. Even when the grain shops closed for the night, the lines waiting for grain did not disperse. The people stayed overnight to sleep as they were all afraid that they would have to line up again the next day. They were also afraid that the reasonably priced grain would be sold out. Every morning, County Magistrate Zhao of Tangu town would take his people from the yamen and punctually opened up the grain shops at 6 in the morning. The shops only closed their doors at around 8 in the evening every night. The grain shops at the docks also had the same operating hours. The people at the shops were busy for 5 whole days until all of the reasonably priced grain had reached the other towns and prefectures. Only then did the pressure lighten a lot on the grain shops in Tangu town and the docks. When the first batch of grain was almost sold out, the second fleet of ships had already arrived. Furthermore, when the first fleet of ships had finished unloading their stores of grain, they had gone back to the south to pick up more. When the commoners of the disaster-stricken areas noticed that the supplies of grain were coming in on time, they also didn't feel the need to frantically stock up on food anymore. Thus, the days of winding long lines in front of the grain stalls became history. As for the other grain stores that had tried to profit from the disaster, there was only dust at their thresholds. The grain stores opened by the government all sold new grain harvested from the south, while these grain shops only had grain that was saved up from last season. In addition, since the reasonably priced grain stores had fair prices, only idiots would go buy the overpriced grain from the other stores. These shops had already made a fortune from the locust plague, so in order to not let their grain sit for too long, these places also cut down on their prices. Some of the shops were even selling their grain for less than what the government-run shops were selling for. Thus, the pressure on the reasonably priced grain stores had lessened again. Before long, the 20 or so reasonably priced grain shops were cut down to 2 in Tangu town, one on the west side and one on the east side. The docks also had 2 shops remaining. Everything slowly came back to normal in the disaster-stricken areas. Word finally came out among the wealthy families in Tangu town about the Yu family's vegetables. All of them expressed their desire to reserve these high-priced vegetables in advance. After the locust plague and drought disasters, these so-called rich families had not been able to eat fresh vegetables for a long time. On this particular day, there were more than a dozen stewards who were crowded around the Yu family's gates. They were all heatedly arguing. Steward Yao had already been promoted to the head steward of the estate. He righteously proclaimed, "Our Yao family was the first family from town to purchase vegetables from the Yu family. And we had never stopped buying from them for the past 2 years." The patriarch had already said, "No matter how expensive the vegetables, we need to get the contract to buy vegetables from them." The assistant steward from the Zhuang family curled his lip. "Esteemed brother Yu, please tell them that our Zhuang family was the first to arrive here and the first to ask to buy vegetables from you, right? You absolutely cannot favor one and discriminate against the other. Ah." The Wang family's steward also aggressively interjected, "You cannot forget about us. Since we have already come, you can't let us go home empty-handed, right?" All of the other stewards and servants started talking at once to proclaim that they too wanted to buy vegetables from the Yu family. Yu Hai didn't know who to listen to anymore and felt his head hurt from all of the ruckus. "Please calm down, everyone, please calm down." Yu Hai hollered at the top of his lungs for a bit until everyone stopped arguing. Only then did he continue, "Everyone here knows that all of the vegetables in the courtyard have been reserved by Junsho restaurant. We only have a few vegetable fields open in the back courtyard by the pond. We can only harvest around 200 caddies of vegetables every day, so there are not enough vegetables to go around to everyone. Thus, we absolutely are unable to make everyone happy. Therefore, the most important thing right now is that everyone comes to an agreement about what we are to do now. What is there to negotiate? Let money do the talking. Ah." The person who spoke up was the rich and imposing steward from the Zhuang family. Steward Yao didn't back down one bit. "Okay. Let money do then talking then. Everyone can yell out a price, whoever's price is the highest will be able to buy the vegetables. We will give 50 copper coins a caddy." The assistant steward of the Zhuang family sneered in disdain and yelled, 80 copper coins a caddy. Everyone in Tangu town knew that the Zhuang family and Yao family were the families other than the Zhou family that had the deepest pockets. At first the other family's stewards also bid, but as the price climbed higher, those other stewards and servants couldn't keep up. They could only watch as the Zhuang family and the Yao family bid with gusto. Finally, the price of the vegetables had climbed up to 1 tael a caddy. Yu Hai felt as if his head was going to explode. They had only sold their vegetables to Junsho restaurant for 30 some copper coins a caddy, yet these two families had bid up to 1 tael a caddy. He felt very uneasy about this. Yu Xiaosao also felt antsy on the side as she watched the proceedings. She hurriedly spoke to the two families' stewards, "You guys should stop bidding. You've already reached a sky-high price, so when you guys return, your masters will definitely peel the skin off of you." Steward Yao smiled, "Miss Yu has a kind heart. However, our patriarch had already said that no matter how expensive I need to buy these vegetables. Money is not a problem. The Zhuang family had grain shops in all 3 prefectures, which consisted of more than a dozen villages and towns. Thus, at the start of this disaster year, they had also made a killing. Therefore, the assistant steward of the Zhuang family proudly stood up tall and looked at Steward Yao with disdain in his eyes. In terms of money, our Zhuang family has never feared other people either. Yu Xiaoxiao forced out a smile. I know both of your families have deep pockets, but you can't just swing around our family This money will burn our hands if we take it Zhu Junyang had been watching the proceedings for some time at the side. When he heard Yu Xiaoxiao's words, he curled his lips. These people are shoving money at you. It's not as if you're stealing it or forcing them to give it to you, yet you feel like this money will burn your hands Truly too small-minded. The 2 stewards both knew Royal Prince Yang's status. When they saw him talking, they immediately became quiet. However, Steward Yao still bravely gave his opinion. Miss Yu, ever since our patriarch ate the vegetables from your family, he can't stomach the taste of any other. In the past, the patriarch only liked to eat meat and very rarely touched the vegetables. He started to feel faint and dizzy, and the doctor advised him to eat more vegetables. Despite that, he refused to follow the doctor's advice. Ever since your family's vegetables came onto the market last spring, the patriarch can't eat a meal without your vegetables, especially the tomatoes. Our patriarch eats your tomatoes like they're fruits. After the locust plague, there hasn't been any fresh vegetables in the past 2 months. Thus our patriarch's appetite has plummeted. Only after we bought some dried vegetables from your family did he finally have some desire to eat, otherwise. Hey, you can't compete on price, so you're trying to use the emotional card instead Steward Yao, didn't you already agree to selling to the highest bidder earlier Then let's continue The assistant steward of the Zhuang family had also been promoted to his position recently and wanted to use this opportunity to show off his abilities in front of his master. In any case, the master had already said that it didn't matter how much the vegetables cost as long as they could get some to allow the matriarch to eat. The Zhuang family's matriarch suffered from chronic constipation. Dr. Sun had told them she needed to eat more coarse grains and vegetables. Coarse grains. That was food fit for only poor peasants. If the other rich families in town found out that the Zhuang family was giving their matriarch coarse grains to eat, wouldn't they be mocked out of house and home? However, it was a disastrous year after the locust plague had passed. Where would they be able to get fresh vegetables? The master had no idea what to do until the one time he attended a banquet at Junshou restaurant. There was extremely expensive lettuce seasoned with oyster sauce and vegetables sautéed with shish take mushrooms on the table. Everyone praised these 2 dishes without end. Furthermore, the lettuce and other green vegetables were very fresh and could not have been left over from the previous year. The master of the Zhuang family had asked several times, but the people working at Junshou restaurant had their mouths tightly closed. Later on, he sent some people to stealthily follow the purchasing carts of Junshou restaurant and only then did he find out that the Yu family of Dongshan village was able to grow vegetables. Only then did he send the assistant steward out to buy some. However, someone had leaked the information and almost the entire Tangu town knew that the Yu family had fresh vegetables available. After eating 2 months' worth of dried vegetables, salted vegetables, and meat, all of the rich families in town wanted to eat some fresh green vegetables to clean the palate. Thus, the scene in front of the Yu family occurred today. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that the 2 people were starting to argue again and hurriedly interjected, both of you, please calm down a bit. Look, you both know that we only have 200 caddies of vegetables available every day. How about you guys split it 50-50? This year, vegetables can only act as a side dish and can't be eaten as the main meal. Don't you think that makes sense? The 2 stewards looked at each other and finally managed to reach an agreement. Every day, each family would get 100 caddies each. Miss Yu was right, their 2 families probably had around a dozen family members each, so 100 caddies a day was more than enough for them. Perhaps they would even have some vegetables left over that would be rewarded to the higher-ranking servants. As for the price, the locusts hadn't been eradicated yet, so they stuck with the price that was hollered out earlier, 1 tael per caddy. The young royal prince was right. This money was being shoved towards them, so refusing it would only be silly. It wasn't like they were forcing these people to give them money. Thus, the Yu family was now going to make an additional 200 taels a day from their vegetable sales. Yu Xiaoxiao then addressed the other disappointed stewards, we don't have a lot of people here, so we're unable to take care of too many vegetable fields. However, I do have a pesticide that can drive away locusts. You guys can buy some to take back home to plant some vegetables and grains that are easy to raise. Every day you need to spray some pesticide on the fields in the morning and night. By doing that, you can avoid the locusts eating all of the vegetables. When the rest of the people heard this proposal, they thought about the amount of time it took for green vegetables and lettuce to grow. At most it would take a month until they were ready to be eaten. If they went back and planted them now, they would be able to eat some fresh vegetables before the start of autumn. Furthermore, if they planted autumn season vegetables now, it wouldn't be too late for them to harvest later. Thus, all of the stewards asked Xiaoxiao about the price of this pesticide. The pesticide was bottled up in wine liquor bottles that came out to a caddy each. The ingredients to make 1 caddy of pesticide cost around 1 tael. Furthermore, this pesticide required an extremely valuable ingredient, mystic stone water. Naturally, the price could not be too cheap. Yu Xiaoxiao set the price at 5 taels a bottle. 1 bottle of pesticide was enough to spray 1 mu for a whole month, so when compared to reserving vegetables, it was a bit more worth it. The only difference was that they had to wait a bit to eat fresh vegetables. The other dozen or so families who weren't able to compete for the vegetables mostly ended up buying some pesticide to bring back. After calculating the sales, Yu Xiaoxiao had earned 85 taels from selling the pesticide alone. Lu Hu privately spoke to his wife in admiration, "Wife, your younger brother's ability to make money is truly very good. First it was watermelons, now it's vegetables. Money is just pouring into his pockets. Ah. Yu Kaifeng smiled. In actuality, it's not Yu Hai who is good at making money. Haven't you figured it out after half a year? Every method of making money has something to do with Xiaosao. Xiao Hai also told me that the idea for growing watermelons came from Xiaosao. In fact, the methods used for planting and selling the melons all came from Xiaosao while he implemented them. As for these vegetables, if Xiaosao didn't come up with a method to create pesticide, how could they possibly make that much money? Lu Hu nodded his head. From what you're saying, it is true. Planting corn was something that she asked the royal prince about. She even was so daring to get seeds from him and sign a military writ. Luckily before the locust plague came, the corn was ready to be picked. Otherwise, they would really be hanging there. Your little niece is clever and has guts. If she was a boy, she would absolutely have a sparkling career in front of her. Yu Kaifeng gave him a look and replied, what's wrong with her being a girl? Isn't she also quite capable? Ah. She helped her family build a 5-room house made of tiles and bricks and also made quite a fortune for the family. Lu Hu smiled. I'm not saying girls aren't good. However, when a girl grows up, she'll end up getting married to someone. It's only your younger brother who would spoil Xiaosao like this and have her do as she pleases. If she was married into a family, do you think she would still be able to do as she pleased? Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's discuss something else. How about we also open some fields to grow some early growing vegetables next year? We can sell the vegetables to the nearby villages or the prefectural city. That way we won't be competing with Dahai. Yu Kaifeng thought a bit and then agreed, since everyone has nothing to do now, we should build our house quickly. We should copy the old residence here and make the courtyard a bit larger so we can plant more vegetables. If we plant our gardens outside our walls, I'm afraid we'd have a hard time keeping an eye on them at night. Okay, we'll build a large courtyard and make sure to have a stone fence. Lu Hu made the decision right there. The next day, with Yu Hai's help, they were able to find a dozen or so villagers in their prime to help with building the Lu family's new home. The Lu family's new residence was also located at the foot of the West Mountains and was about 500 meters away from the Yu family. They decided to build a more subdued house, so the house was constructed out of dirt and lumber. Right now was just the start of autumn, which was usually a busy season for the villagers. Because the locust plague happened this year and no one was able to plant crops, most of the villagers were idle at home. Some would go down to the beach to dig up some sandworms or oysters. Others went into town or the docks to find some temporary work. Sandworms and oysters were now being dug up by a lot of people, so the income a person could get from them had sharply declined. In the past, a person could make at least 100 coppers a day. Now, those who could dig up about a caddy and sell it for 40 to 50 copper coins were envied by other people as experts. The docks in town now had too many people looking for temporary work. Someone waiting for a few days may not be able to get a job. If there wasn't reasonably priced grain to be had, there would have been many starving commoners everywhere. The Lu family gave cash to the people who helped them build their house and the wage was 30 copper coins a day. They also prepared the noon meal for the workers. Although the wage wasn't considered very high, Lu Hu was relatives with Yu Hai. Since Yu Hai had a good relationship with his older sister, all of the young, strong workers in the village were willing to do this as a favor to Yu Hai. After working there for 2 days, all of the young workers unceasingly praised the food at the Lu family. They all proclaimed that this work was worth doing. The Lu family provided 2 large flatbreads that were made with more white flour than coarse for each worker. Furthermore, the dishes that came along with the flatbreads always had meat in them. On one day, it was the soft and savory braised pig meat head, while on another day it was tantalizing stir-fried pig intestines. Then, on another day, they had some fried little fish that was soft and crispy. The dish that made people the most happy was that, other than some dried vegetables, each meal also had a plate of sautéed green vegetables. This year, a plate of green vegetables was being sold for the price of roasted chicken and roasted duck at Junsho restaurant, so it was quite expensive. Furthermore, there was also Yu Xiaosao's grasshopper sauce that she personally stir-fried herself. It made everyone praise it constantly. Even if there weren't other dishes, just this savory and spicy grasshopper sauce alone was enough to make a person eat an extra 2 flatbreads. With delicious food to be had, the young villagers worked with great enthusiasm. They threw mud bricks, cut lumber, and laid the stone wall. Everyone was willing to use all of their strength and not a single one slacked off. Before a month had passed, the Lu family's 3-room mud brick house had finished construction. They had also accepted Yu Xiaosao's suggestion for the roof and used ceramic tiles. By using a tiled roof, they would save the time needed to thatch the roof every year. Furthermore, a roof crafted of straw leaked rain in the summer and lead in the cold wind and snow in the winter. With the Lu family's current financial circumstances, if they were careful with their money, they were able to afford a tiled roof. What was the point of trying to scrimp and save if they couldn't live comfortably? The Lu family lived even closer to the West Mountains compared to the Yu family, so Yu Hai proposed that his brother-in-law dig some pits around the perimeter of the wall for extra protection. In actuality, their worries were not in vain. Just when the Lu family had finished plowing the vegetable garden in the courtyard and planted their seeds, a few days later, all of the families living at the foot of the West Mountains could hear the howls of wolves at night when they were about to go to sleep. Yu Xiaosao was roused by the noise. She draped a quilt over herself as she climbed into her parents' Kong bed and quietly asked, "Father, listen. It sounds like wolves howling. Is a wolf pack coming down the mountain?" Right after she spoke, a sweet and puppyish howl could be heard from the courtyard. The sound had a tone of warning to it. Yu Hai didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. "Cower, these 2 puppies you brought back home have been with us for 2 months yet they still don't know how to bark properly." However, they managed to imitate the sound of a wolf howl pretty good. "Quickly bring those 2 fellows inside to avoid them attracting the wolf pack here." At this time, the 2 brothers, Yu Heng and Little Shish too, pushed the door open and came in. Each of them had a little wolf in their arms. Little Shishtu smiled, Little White is so brave. When he heard the wolves cry, he even dared to howl back at them. However, his howls are too youthful and don't have enough power. Little Black and Little White were both the progeny of the Grey Wolf. When they first came over, they weren't even a month old. Right now they still looked as if they were only about 2 months old. Every day they caught locusts to eat and also had Yu Xiaosao adding some fish and shrimp to their diet, so their bodies were very strong and healthy. Perhaps it was because they had drunken mystic stone water, but the two fellows grew on the slower side. 2 months had passed but they were only about the same size as the 2-month-old puppy from Dawang's family. However, they looked very dainty and small, so they were quite adorable. When the two wolf pups heard the unceasing howls of the wolf pack, their fur puffed up on their bodies. They twisted and turned in Yu Hang's and Little Shishtu's arms, looking quite fierce. Yu Hai took Little Black over and placed him on his lap to pet. He smiled, these two dogs likely have the blood of wolves running through them. Although they are quite small, they are very brave. In the future, if we train them well, they will absolutely become very good hunting dogs. Yu Xiaosao snickered endlessly inside. The blood of wolves, these two were wolves, okay. However, she didn't know the color of Little Black and Little White's mother. How could these two wolves be completely different colors and not look one bit like Big Gray? Big Gray was the name that Xiaosao had just given that gray wolf. In the past, she used to call him Little Wolf, but now he had already become a father, so it wasn't right to continue calling him Little Wolf. When the two wolves were placed on the Kong bed, they immediately scampered over to Xiaosao and rubbed their heads intimately against her. They even rolled around her asking for pets, as if their earlier fierce appearance was just an illusion. The little roe deer had been a pet for over 2 years yet it never seemed to grow and still looked quite mini. It had followed the two Yu brothers and wormed its way into the main bedroom. When it saw the two wolves on the Kong bed, it raised its forelegs onto the side of the Kong bed. It enviously and pitifully stared at the other two creatures. The Yu family's 3 little pets all took a bath every 2 to 3 days, so they were all very clean and didn't have any undue odors. Yu Xiaolian helped the little roe deer climb onto the Kong bed and held it in her arms to pet. Little Black and Little White were only close to her younger sister and regarded the affections of other people with disdain. Because of this, Yu Xiaolian and Little Shishtu both blamed Yu Xiaosao. Luckily, the little roe deer had an easygoing temper and was quite affectionate with everyone in the family. This somewhat soothed the hurt feelings of the two siblings. Yu Hang remarked in worry, from the sound of the howls, there are quite a lot of wolves in this pack. If they descend the mountain, the families here, including us, would bear the brunt of their attack. The royal prince lives on the mountain. Although he has bodyguards to protect him, it is not necessarily safe. How about we invite the royal prince over tomorrow to live in our west courtyard? Father, what do you think? Yu Hai nodded his head, I think it's a good idea. Xiaosao, you're the best at speaking with the royal prince. Tomorrow at breakfast, bring up this idea. The wolf pack's howls seem quite far away right now, so we probably won't have any problems tonight. After tonight, we can't guarantee it will be okay. From the sounds, I'd guess that this pack has at least 20 to 30 wolves. We absolutely cannot underestimate them. Experienced hunters could tell from the sounds of the howls just how many wolves there were in a pack. Yu Hai had spent a few years with Zhao Bufan and was unlikely to make a mistake about this. Madame Lu anxiously stated, how do you think older sister is doing over there? They're closer to the West Mountains. If the wolves descend the mountain, they will be first to encounter calamity. Other than older brother-in-law, the rest of them are all women and children. They might be scared to death. I think that tomorrow we need to bring them over. Our courtyard's east wing is still empty. If we squeeze a bit, we'll all be able to fit. Yu Hai gave his wife an approving look and nodded his head, okay. Tomorrow we'll have older sister and her entire family move in with us. We'll be able to come up with something together. After she finished worrying about Yu Kaifeng's family, Madame Lu started to worry about her maternal family. Husband, Qishan village is quite close to the West Mountains. I don't know what the circumstances are like at my maternal family. Yu Hai comforted his wife, don't worry, Qishan village is still around 2 to 3 kilometers away from the West Mountains. Father-in-law's family also live in the interior of the village. Unless the wolf pack is starving, they won't go to places with a lot of people. Last time when we went to Qishan village, I had talked to the village chief there and told them to set more pit traps around the village and to organize people on night duty. When wild beasts come, those on night duty will beat the drums and light fires. That will also scare the wild animals away. After hearing her husband's explanation, Madame Lu relaxed ever so slightly. That night, all of the families living at the foot of the West Mountains didn't sleep well. Everyone was like the Yu family, all squeezed into one room with shovels and other tools in their hands at the ready for an attack. Just as Yu Hai predicted, the night passed without any issues. The next day, when Qian Xiaoduo came by to buy vegetables, he noticed that everyone in the Yu family had dark circles under their eyes and they were all acting a bit strange. After asking a bit, he found out the reason. He slapped his chest and promised to give the Yu family some hunting forks, hunting bows and arrows, as well as hunting knives in the afternoon. At breakfast, Yu Xiaosao mentioned their idea about having the prince move in with them. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but mock her a bit after he noticed the little girl's dark circles. It was just a few wolves howling last night, is this necessary? You're even more timid than a tiny sparrow. Tisk, in a moment, I will move over. With this prince around, even if all of the wild beasts descended the mountain they wouldn't be able to harm you, let alone a wolf pack. Yu Xiaosao couldn't resist the urge to refute him, don't be such a bringer of bad luck, okay. My father had already said that this wolf pack has at least 20 to 30 wolves in it. If they all descend from the mountains, it will be quite a disaster. And you even said you could protect me if all of the beasts from the mountain came down. Do you think we're filming Beast Kingdom 1 right now? Although Zhu Junyang didn't know what Beast Kingdom was referring to, he could tell that Yu Xiaoxiao was satirizing him. He coldly huffed and said, "You only show your rage at me. You're lucky that I don't lower myself to your level, otherwise, you would have died many times over." By the third day, the wolf pack had descended the mountain. The first to bear the brunt was the old Zhao residence that was halfway up the mountain. However, all of the people inside had been moved to the Yu family's residence. Without the smell of food around, the wolf pack detoured around the houses halfway up the mountain and the Lu family's newly constructed residence and rushed straight towards the Yu family's next-door neighbor, the Qian family. The Qian family's courtyard had about 100 or so ducks in there. Although it was a disaster year, raising ducks wasn't the same as raising chickens. Chickens required a lot of fodder whereas ducks only needed to be let out to a pond, and they could forage food for themselves. Little fish, shrimp, and snails were all a part of their regular diet. Madame Mao was planning on raising these 100 ducks until autumn and then selling them. It was currently the 15th of September and the moon was bright and radiant. Yu Hai climbed onto the top of his own wall and could clearly see the besieged Qian family. The Qian family had also dug some pit traps around them, which served their purpose. There were a few wolves caught in the pits. However, there were too many wolves in the pack. The ravenous starved wolves attempted one after another to scale the walls. Some even tried to use their bodies as a battering ram and slammed themselves against the Qian family's dilapidated wooden gate. The Qian family's ducks in the back courtyard screamed to the high heavens. Their walls were not as high as the Yu family's and a few strong wolves managed to twist themselves in midair and jump onto the top of the walls. Yu Xiaoxiao was laying on the roof as she anxiously watched what was happening at the Qian family's residence. She quietly asked, "Father, are you sure that Uncle Qian and his whole family aren't at home right now?" The day before yesterday, your Uncle Qian had told me that he was planning on taking the family to his wife's maternal home in the evening. Last night I saw that all of them had left the village." Yu Hai held a bow and arrow in his hands as his eyes glittered with the shimmering light from the moon. Yu Xiaoxiao finally relaxed. When she heard the ducks let out a scream, she remarked in regret, "It's too bad Auntie Qian's flock of ducks will be destroyed. I'm pretty sure they're about to become the wolves' evening meal." Although Yu Hai couldn't see the back courtyard of the Qian residence, he guessed, shouldn't be too big of a loss. When your Uncle Qian left, he had opened up the gate to the pond. When the ducks get scared, they should run towards the pond. I'm sure some of the ducks will be eaten by the wolf pack but probably not all of them. Yu Xiaoxiao climbed to the highest part of the roof. With the light of the moon, she could faintly see the messy ripples on the lake. It was probably all caused by the ducks heading into the water. Yu Xiaoxiao relaxed again. Zhu Junyang calmly sat on top of the roof and saw the worry disappearing from Yu Xiaoxiao's face. He teased, "You're unable to defend yourself, so why are you worrying about other people?" Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head around and looked strangely at Zhu Junyang, who was sitting on the beam of the roof as if he was on flat ground. Then she looked at her own position, awkwardly hugging onto the roof. She curled her lip and said, "What do you mean by this? If the wolf pack can't find any food at the Qian family's place, they will naturally change their target. The Yu family is the closest neighbor to the Qian family. What target do you think they'll go for next?" Zhu Junyang expressed his disdain towards Yu Xiaoxiao's intelligence. She was normally a very sharp little girl, so how come her brains seemed to have disappeared right now? Was she really scared silly by the wolf pack? Who was their next target? It was quite obvious. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly as she watched the wolf pack finish battering down the Qian family's gate and run around in the back courtyard. A portion of them were already dashing over in the direction of the Yu family's residence. "Prepare, everyone get into position," Zhu Junyang commanded his dozen or so bodyguards. All of them climbed up bamboo ladders to get onto the wall. Each of them was energetic and healthy as they prepared and aimed their bows and arrows. Yu Xiaoxiao stayed on top of the tall roof and tied up a piece of meat on a bamboo pole. As if she was fishing, she dangled the bait outside the walls. The first wolf to arrive was obviously the alpha of the pack. It still remembered the pits outside of the Qian family's residence and stopped right outside of the Yu family's walls to observe the surroundings. It also held a bit at the rest of the wolf pack, which was right behind it. Most of the wolves stopped right next to the head wolf, but there was no shortage of stupid wolves who had been starved silly. When they smelled the scent of meat in the air, they ignored the alpha wolf's warning and rushed over in the direction of the meat. A large and muscular grey wolf leapt up very high and opened its large mouth wide as it soared towards the meat that Yu Xiaoxiao was dangling. Xiaoxiao deftly lifted the bamboo pole a bit and the grey wolf snapped onto nothing. It fell towards the ground. Just as its paws touched the ground, a sharp crack resonated in the air. Its feet had stepped onto thin air and the wolf fell deep within the previously dug pit. Within the pit were sharpened bamboo stakes and they pierced the grey wolf's soft underbelly. Immediately, the scent of blood filled the air. There were two other starving wolves that wanted to fight over the meat. By the time the grey wolf fell down, they had already jumped up, so they weren't any more fortunate than the first wolf. 3 wolves had been caught in the traps and had all been injured more or less. The pits were large and deep, yet the mouth of the hole was small. It would be too difficult to climb out even if they wanted to. Yu Xiaoxiao shifted her position on the roof. She dangled the piece of meat above another trap. This time, she deliberately hung the meat very low and it almost touched the ground. Some of the gluttonous wolves that had retreated earlier were now becoming interested again. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head around and revealed a proud smile at the young royal prince. "How about that? Looks like my ability to fish wolves is quite good, Zhu Junyang reminded her, "Keep an eye on the ground. Be careful that your cleverness doesn't turn into a tragedy." Just as the word, tragedy, left his mouth, he saw the meat that was being dangled by Yu Xiaoxiao being bitten onto by a skinny old wolf. Although the old wolf had gotten a bite of the meat, it still couldn't avoid falling into the prepared trap. As it fell into the trap, the old wolf refused to let go of the meat in its mouth. Yu Xiaoxiao had been caught off guard and had been dragged by the weight of the old wolf towards the edge of the residence's wall. In a moment, almost half of her body was about to fall out. Yu Hai, who had been observing everything from the side, almost had his eyes pop out of his head as he hollered, "Cower, quickly let go of the bamboo pole in your hands, let it go." Everything was happening in the blink of an eye. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to let go of the bamboo pole, but it was already too late. She could feel that the center of her gravity had already shifted away from the roof. She was facing the prospect of falling into the center of a pack of hungry wolves on the ground. If she fell like this, she might be like the old wolf and fall into the pit trap. Her body would end up pierced by the sharpened spears in the trap. Or she could fall into the clutches of the wolf pack and end up torn into pieces. In her moment of desperation, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't forget to ask the little divine stone, "If I fell into the pit and became injured, can you guarantee that I won't be mortally injured? Or what if I fall into the wolf pack, can you make the wolf pack not rip me to pieces? To stop you from injuring your vital areas is something I can do. However, if you fall into the middle of the wolf pack, I'm pretty sure I don't have enough time to do anything before they tear you apart. These starving wolves aren't like big gray and easy to tame," the little divine stone still earnestly replied to her during this crucial moment. "Then I'm screwed. Looks like, little glutinous dumpling, you're about to get a new master." Yu Xiaoxiao felt very regretful about this ending. She had only transmigrated over for 2 years and she hadn't enjoyed enough the feeling of being loved by her parents and siblings. She still hadn't had the chance to taste the sweetness of romantic love. Was she just going to tragically die in the mouths of these wolves? As her body slipped towards the outside of the wall, Yu Xiaoxiao's heart was full of despair. She tightly closed her eyes and 2 teardrops slid down her cheeks. Just as her entire body was about to slip out, she suddenly felt her ankle jerk and her body swayed. For a second, she was at a 90-degree angle from the outside wall and her nose became intimately close with the tiles. The tears in Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes spilled out. Her nose hurt a lot. These tears were from being struck on her nose. "Okay. Don't cry, you little coward. With this prince around, how could you possibly fall out?" The young royal prince's voice sounded from the direction of her feet. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head around and saw that her foot was caught by the young royal prince. She could clearly see that fellow's face, which was begging to be smacked, under the clear light of the moon. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao look over, Zhu Junyang deliberately wiggled the hand on her ankle. Afterwards, Yu Xiaoxiao was just like a dead fish as she swayed back and forth in the air. "Be careful." Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt the hand on her ankle tighten and her body being lifted a few meters. A stinky smell wafted over and, in the corner of her eye, she saw a row of tightly packed teeth rushing by her. The teeth were about 2 centimeters away from her head and stopped for 2 seconds before it quickly disappeared and dropped. Yu Xiaoxiao stared at the culprit. Apparently, it was a fierce wolf that was rushing towards her and ended up falling into the pit below them. Yu Xiaoxiao blew her top out of fury. Because of all of the blood rushing to her face was bright red. She screamed at the young royal prince, "Are you using me as bait? Don't you know I almost died because of you? Quickly bring me back up." As for the ultimate fate of the previous bait, it could be seen in the pit. That old wolf was still clutching onto it even as it was pierced to death. Zhu Junyang also felt cold sweat dripping down his body from shock. If his reflexes weren't as fast as they were, that little girl's head would have been bitten off by that wolf. He hurriedly used all of his strength, and hauled Xiaoxiao back up with one hand on her ankle and the other grabbing the back of her clothes. After she was back on the roof, he gently placed her back where she used to be sitting. Seeing tears stream down Yu Xiaoxiao's face, Zhu Junyang rubbed his nose out of embarrassment when he saw the tears streaming down Yu Xiaoxiao's face and quietly said, "All right, don't cry. It was my fault earlier, aren't you perfectly fine?" Yu Xiaoxiao leveled a glare at him and then rubbed her own nose, it hurt so much. However, she silently rejoiced that she didn't break her nose earlier. This era didn't have any methods to reshape a person's nose. If she broke her nose, she'd be ugly for the rest of her life. "All right." Zhu Junyang pinched her sharp little chin and pushed aside her hand as he attentively inspected her. "What's wrong with your nose? Did it hit the wall and become flat? Looks a little bruised but there's no blood. Should be fine." "Go away." Yu Xiaoxiao pushed aside the young royal prince's hand that was pinching her chin. What was he doing? This move was too much like a playboy taking liberties with a respectable young woman. Men and women should not touch hands when they give or receive things. Even though this old woman's body is only 10 years old, we're already past the age of being able to share the same table. "Okay." Zhu Junyang was just about to say something when he was interrupted by Yu Xiaoxiao crying out in fear, "Damn it. That wolf pack is ramming the gate again. These repulsive creatures, they're definitely going to try to do the same thing and bring our gate down to rush in." Zhu Junyang calmly and unhurriedly rubbed her hands. The soft and smooth feeling was unfamiliar to him. He looked at his own fingers, raised his head to look at the direction of the gate and softly said, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Your family's gate is very sturdy and the bar holding it closed was switched into a metal rod. The wolf pack doesn't have a chance against it." Following that, he raises his voice, "Get ready Group 1, we're going to shoot these wolves dead."